Chapter 176, Confrontation. Looking at the two beings confronting each other in the star domain on the detector, the bloodthirsty king's rugged face was full of solemnity. He clenched his fists, and his blood-red unique horn trembled slightly. He whispered to Luo Feng, who was nervously watching beside him, "Junior brother, your backing is terrifyingly strong." Luo Feng's heart was surging at this moment, his fingernails almost digging into his palms from his tightly clenched fists. There was gratitude for Qingyu's intervention, but also deep worry about this unequal duel. On the other side, Demon Candle King's face was a mix of venom and a hint of morbid satisfaction. He snorted coldly, "Overestimating yourself. Father will definitely let him know what it means for a venerable's majesty to be inviolable." As if he had already seen Qingyu's miserable defeat and kneeling. At the core of the battlefield, facing Venerable Shi Huo's brewing rage, which seemed capable of incinerating entire galaxies, Qingyu's vertical pupils, burning with green flames, remained as calm as a deep pool. He made no unnecessary movements, he merely stirred his thoughts. Buzz. In an instant, 300 gigantic orbs, like real stars, appeared out of thin air. Each of them emitted a majestic gravitational force and profound law fluctuations, comparable in size to small planets. These 300 stars were not inanimate objects, they rotated slowly around Qingyu's 90,000-kilometer-tall divine body in an incredibly profound trajectory. Brilliant starlight and ethereal green flames intertwined, emitting a pressure that made even distant observers' hearts palpitate. What is that? A treasure. Such terrifying aura. It feels like every star contains power that could easily crush me. A chorus of gasps echoed from the undying watching from afar. Mere child's play. Venerable Shi Huo shouted coldly, and the monstrous black flames around him suddenly roared. The endless black flames furiously gathered and solidified, transforming in the star domain into a world-destroying black dragon, its body as long as a galaxy, its scales sharp, and its eyes like two black stars. This black dragon was entirely composed of pure law power and Venerable Shi Huo's terrifying divine power. It let out a silent roar to the heavens, its dragon claws tearing through the void realm. With the supreme will to burn everything to ashes and return to chaos, it coiled and lunged towards Qingyu. Wherever the dragon's body passed, space collapsed in sections, forming a long, void-like trail. Facing this world-destroying black dragon, formed by a venerable's enraged strike, Qingyu slowly raised his finger, perfect as if carved from jade, and gently pointed at the stars encircling his body. Condense. The 300 orbiting stars instantly burst into brilliant light, and endless starlight and law threads converged and intertwined at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, a colossal sword, no less impressive than the world-destroying black dragon, entirely condensed from stars, with a vast river of stars flowing as a phantom along its blade, had taken shape. At the sword's edge, space naturally collapsed, and time seemed to slow, carrying the intent to shatter all laws, as it fiercely slashed towards the lunging black dragon. Stars forming a sword. A single thought creates a law. In a distant star domain, King Long Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. She was infinitely close to invincible king level, and could better perceive the terrifying law attainment and control represented by this effortless display. The next instant, boom! The star giant sword and the world-destroying black dragon engaged in the most primal and ferocious collision in this cosmic void realm. An indescribable roar erupted. That was the annihilation fluctuation produced by the ultimate collision of laws and energy. At the center of the impact, space shattered inch by inch like fragile glass, and a massive black hole, over 100,000 kilometers in diameter, instantly formed, frantically devouring all surrounding matter and energy. Countless thick, colorful spatial currents, like unbound evil dragons, spewed out from the black hole's edge, frantically lashing and tearing everything around them. Retreat quickly. Retreat further. The watching undying turned pale, all retreating violently again. A moment later, the energy storm slowly subsided, and the terrifying black hole was gradually smoothed over by the universe origin law. In the center of the star domain, Qingyu still stood tall, his 300 surrounding stars slowly rotating, completely unharmed. Venerable Shi Huo's blurred figure, amidst the slightly dimmed black flames, seemed to freeze for a moment, and the phantom of the world-destroying black dragon composed of black flames slowly dissipated. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a monstrous wave surge in their hearts. Qingyu, this being who had only recently broken through to Undying, actually directly withstood a strike from the long-renowned high-level universe venerable, Erosion Fire, and did not fall behind. Evenly matched. That black dragon is one of Father's famous techniques, yet it was blocked. Demon Candle King's eyes widened, the satisfaction on his face completely frozen. What Qingyu was currently displaying was not even the secret method he had newly created after breaking through to Undying, but merely the ethereal secret method he had self-created during his World Lord period. However, the treasure used to activate this secret method, the star map, was a supreme treasure bestowed by Zuo Shenk. After breaking through to Undying, Qingyu's soul power and divine power underwent a qualitative change. Even if his secret method level hadn't kept up, he could still easily mobilize 300 stars, causing the secret method's power to undergo a tremendous transformation. While Venerable Shihuo's black flame domain was strong, seemingly at the level of a top-tier heavy treasure or even a quasi-supreme treasure, it was already at a disadvantage in terms of grade when facing the true, supreme treasure, star map. The might of a supreme treasure was indeed terrifying. But even so, to be able to contend with a high-level venerable to such an extent as an Undying, relying on a supreme treasure, Qingyu's strength was already astounding. On Venerable Shihuo's blurred face, an extremely solemn expression appeared for the first time. He realized that this, junior, before him was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Very good. Venerable Shihuo's voice was like 10,000 years of cold ice, his killing intent growing stronger. It seems that without using my true methods, I won't be able to take you down. Before his words finished, the already monstrous black flames around Venerable Shihuo seemed to completely boil. He snorted coldly, no longer holding back, and truly activated the domain-type treasure he was famous for. Burning heaven and boiling seas. Rumble. In an instant, with Venerable Shihuo at the center, the void realm within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius completely transformed into an absolute kingdom of black flames. This was no longer a mere aura-based coverage as before, but the true descent of a law domain. The endless black flames seemed to gain life, transforming into billions of tiny flame vipers, frantically scorching and eroding everything within the domain. The void realm twisted and wailed under these flames, as if it had become kindling to fuel the fire, and even the most basic cosmic energy was instantly incinerated and assimilated. Qingyu, at the core of the domain, immediately felt an incredibly heavy pressure squeezing in from all directions. That was not merely physical restraint, but suppression at the law level. He felt as if he had fallen into an invisible quagmire, where even raising his arm or moving his feet became exceptionally difficult, as if the entire cosmic space was against him. As expected, it's a domain-type treasure. And its grade isn't low. Qingyu understood in his heart. Even more troublesome was the omnipresent black flame, like a persistent curse, constantly scorching and eroding his divine body, emitting a sizzle sound. Although it couldn't severely damage his divine body in a short time, the consumption rate of his divine power suddenly soared. The Undying, watching from afar, even at a great distance, could feel the terror of that black flame domain, making their scalps tingle. It's Venerable Shihuo's black demon flame domain. Once trapped within, one's strength is greatly reduced, and even divine power is constantly burned away. Your Highness Spirit Control King is completely enveloped by the domain. The situation is not good. The hearts of the Undying from the Virtual Universe Corporation were in their throats. Demon Candle King once again revealed a triumphant smile. HMPH. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. In Father's domain, you're just a lamb to be slaughtered. Facing this comprehensive suppression, Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not without means to deal with domains. The Purple Cloud Pearl was a top-tier domain-type heavy treasure, but he didn't want to use it at this moment. Perfect for testing if I can break the law with sheer force and forcibly tear open this domain. With his mind set, a sharp glint flashed in Qingyu's vertical pupils, which burned with green flames. The 300 stars surrounding him once again burst forth with brilliant starlight. Slash! He let out a low shout, and the 300 stars instantly resonated, endless starlight and law threads converging frantically at an unprecedented speed. The star giant sword condensed again, but this time, the sword body was even more solid, and the cold gleam emanating from its edge was incredibly sharp. The sword intent naturally emitted alone forced back the black flames, trying to encroach, and cut fine, long cracks in the void realm. The giant sword formed, carrying a resolute will to advance and cut through everything, and fiercely slashed down upon the endless black flame domain. Rip. Like a red-hot blade slicing into congealed grease. Wherever the star giant sword passed, the black demon flame domain, originally a unified entity that incinerated all things, was forcefully torn open, creating a massive rift. Where the sword's edge pointed, the black flames seemed to meet their nemesis, letting out mournful wails as they extinguished and dispersed. The sea of fire was forcibly split, revealing the twisted void realm behind it. The suppressive force of the domain suddenly weakened under this sword strike. What? Venerable Shihuo's blurry figure trembled violently, uttering an incredulous gasp for the first time. His heart churned with shock. How is this possible? My black demon flame domain would take even an ordinary universe overlord some effort to deal with, yet he, an undying, can forcibly tear it apart. However, although Qingyu's sword momentum was fierce, there was ultimately a gap in law comprehension between him and Venerable Shihuo. The torn rift in the domain, under Venerable Shihuo's frantic divine power infusion and law manipulation, saw the surrounding black flames surge like living things, rapidly repairing and filling the gap. By the time the last wisp of the star giant sword's light faded, the massive opening that had been cleaved was already more than half closed. Although the domain's power had clearly diminished and the flames had dimmed significantly, it had not been completely broken. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Venerable Shihuo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, then burst into a wild laugh tinged with a hint of exasperated anger. It's still lacking. You want to break my domain? Go back and cultivate for another tens of thousands of years. Amidst the laughter, the greatly dimmed endless black flame surged wildly once more. Under Venerable Shihuo's control, they instantly transformed into a monstrous Dao Tai beast, even more ferocious and colossal than the previous black dragon. This fiery Dao Tai opened its giant mouth, seemingly capable of devouring star domains. Inside its maw was a swirling vortex of black flames, emitting a terrifying suction force that threatened to consume everything. It lunged towards Qingyu, who had just unleashed a powerful attack in the center of the domain. Facing this even more perilous attack, and Venerable Shihuo's mocking words. On Qingyu's perfect and icy face, a faint arc appeared for the first time, yet it was Enwater Lab. Swallowing the starry sky, my talent infinitely superimposed. Ch. 175 300 seconds. 57.9%. Web Plus. AI. Number 175 match. Chapter 176, Confrontation. Looking at the two beings confronting each other in the star domain on the detector, the bloodthirsty king's rugged face was full of solemnity. He clenched his fists, and his blood-red unique horn trembled slightly. He whispered to Luo Feng, who was nervously watching beside him, "Junior brother, your backing is terrifyingly strong." Luo Feng's heart was surging at this moment, his fingernails almost digging into his palms from his tightly clenched fists. There was gratitude for Qingyu's intervention, but also deep worry about this unequal duel. On the other side, Demon Candle King's face was a mix of venom and a hint of morbid satisfaction. He snorted coldly, "Overestimating yourself. Father will definitely let him know what it means for a Venerable's majesty to be inviolable." As if he had already seen Qingyu's miserable defeat and kneeling. At the core of the battlefield, facing Venerable Shihuo's brewing rage, which seemed capable of incinerating entire galaxies, Qingyu's vertical pupils, burning with green flames, remained as calm as a deep pool. He made no unnecessary movements, he merely stirred his thoughts. Buzz. In an instant, 300 gigantic orbs, like real stars, appeared out of thin air. Each of them emitted a majestic gravitational force and profound law fluctuations, comparable in size to small planets. These 300 stars were not inanimate objects, they rotated slowly around Qingyu's 90,000-kilometer-tall divine body in an incredibly profound trajectory. Brilliant starlight and ethereal green flames intertwined, emitting a pressure that made even distant observers' hearts palpitate. What is that? A treasure. Such terrifying aura. It feels like every star contains power that could easily crush me. A chorus of gasps echoed from the Undying, watching from afar. Mere child's play. Venerable Shihuo shouted coldly, and the monstrous black flames around him suddenly roared. The endless black flames furiously gathered and solidified, transforming in the star domain into a world-destroying black dragon, its body as long as a galaxy, its scales sharp, and its eyes like two black stars. This black dragon was entirely composed of pure law power and Venerable Shihuo's terrifying divine power. It let out a silent roar to the heavens, its dragon claws tearing through the void realm. With the supreme will to burn everything to ashes and return to chaos, it coiled and lunged towards Qingyu. Wherever the dragon's body passed, space collapsed in sections, forming a long, void-like trail. Facing this world-destroying black dragon, formed by a venerable's enraged strike, Qingyu slowly raised his finger, perfect as if carved from jade, and gently pointed at the stars encircling his body. Condense. The 300 orbiting stars instantly burst into brilliant light, and endless starlight and law threads converged and intertwined at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, a colossal sword, no less impressive than the world-destroying black dragon, entirely condensed from stars, with a vast river of stars flowing as a phantom along its blade, had taken shape. At the sword's edge, space naturally collapsed, and time seemed to slow, carrying the intent to shatter all laws, as it fiercely slashed towards the lunging black dragon. Stars forming a sword. A single thought creates a law. In a distant star domain, King Longyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. She was infinitely close to invincible king level, and could better perceive the terrifying law attainment and control represented by this effortless display. The next instant, boom! The star giant sword and the world-destroying black dragon engaged in the most primal and ferocious collision in this cosmic void realm. An indescribable roar erupted. That was the annihilation fluctuation produced by the ultimate collision of laws and energy. At the center of the impact, space shattered inch by inch like fragile glass, and a massive black hole, over 100,000 kilometers in diameter, instantly formed, frantically devouring all surrounding matter and energy. Countless thick, colorful spatial currents, like unbound evil dragons, spewed out from the black hole's edge, frantically lashing and tearing everything around them. Retreat quickly. Retreat further. The watching Undying turned pale, all retreating violently again. A moment later, the energy storm slowly subsided, and the terrifying black hole was gradually smoothed over by the universe origin law. In the center of the star domain, Qingyu still stood tall, his 300 surrounding stars slowly rotating, completely unharmed. Venerable Shihuo's blurred figure, amidst the slightly dimmed black flames, seemed to freeze for a moment, and the phantom of the world-destroying black dragon composed of black flames slowly dissipated. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a monstrous wave surge in their hearts. Qingyu, this being who had only recently broken through to Undying, actually directly withstood a strike from the long-renowned high-level universe venerable, Erosion Fire, and did not fall behind. Evenly matched. That black dragon is one of Father's famous techniques, yet it was blocked. Demon Candle King's eyes widened, the satisfaction on his face completely frozen. What Qingyu was currently displaying was not even the secret method he had newly created after breaking through to Undying, but merely the ethereal secret method he had self-created during his World Lord period. However, the treasure used to activate this secret method, the star map, was a supreme treasure bestowed by Zuo Shenk. After breaking through to Undying, Qingyu's soul power and divine power underwent a qualitative change. Even if his secret method level hadn't kept up, he could still easily mobilize 300 stars, causing the secret method's power to undergo a tremendous transformation. While Venerable Shihuo's black flame domain was strong, seemingly at the level of a top-tier heavy treasure or even a quasi-supreme treasure, it was already at a disadvantage in terms of grade when facing the true, supreme treasure, star map. The might of a supreme treasure was indeed terrifying. But even so, to be able to contend with a high-level venerable to such an extent as an Undying, relying on a supreme treasure, Qingyu's strength was already astounding. On Venerable Shihuo's blurred face, an extremely solemn expression appeared for the first time. He realized that this, junior, before him was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Very good. Venerable Shihuo's voice was like 10,000 years of cold ice, his killing intent growing stronger. It seems that without using my true methods, I won't be able to take you down. Before his words finished, the already monstrous black flames around Venerable Shihuo seemed to completely boil. He snorted coldly, no longer holding back, and truly activated the domain-type treasure he was famous for. Burning heaven and boiling seas. Rumble. In an instant, with Venerable Shihuo at the center, the void realm within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius completely transformed into an absolute kingdom of black flames. This was no longer a mere aura-based coverage as before, but the true descent of a law domain. The endless black flames seemed to gain life, transforming into billions of tiny flame vipers, frantically scorching and eroding everything within the domain. The void realm twisted and wailed under these flames, as if it had become kindling to fuel the fire, and even the most basic cosmic energy was instantly incinerated and assimilated. Qingyu, at the core of the domain, immediately felt an incredibly heavy pressure squeezing in from all directions. That was not merely physical restraint, but suppression at the law level. He felt as if he had fallen into an invisible quagmire, where even raising his arm or moving his feet became exceptionally difficult, as if the entire cosmic space was against him. As expected, it's a domain-type treasure. And its grade isn't low. Qingyu understood in his heart. Even more troublesome was the omnipresent black flame, like a persistent curse, constantly scorching and eroding his divine body, emitting a sizzle sound. Although it couldn't severely damage his divine body in a short time, the consumption rate of his divine power suddenly soared. The Undying, watching from afar, even at a great distance, could feel the terror of that black flame domain, making their scalps tingle. It's Venerable Shihuo's black demon flame domain. Once trapped within, one's strength is greatly reduced, and even divine power is constantly burned away. Your Highness Spirit Control King is completely enveloped by the domain. The situation is not good. The hearts of the Undying from the Virtual Universe Corporation were in their throats. Demon Candle King once again revealed a triumphant smile. HMPH. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. In Father's domain, you're just a lamb to be slaughtered. Facing this comprehensive suppression, Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not without means to deal with domains. The purple cloud pearl was a top-tier domain-type heavy treasure, but he didn't want to use it at this moment. Perfect for testing if I can break the law with sheer force and forcibly tear open this domain. With his mind set, a sharp glint flashed in Qingyu's vertical pupils, which burned with green flames. The 300 stars surrounding him once again burst forth with brilliant starlight. Slash! He let out a low shout, and the 300 stars instantly resonated, endless starlight and law threads converging frantically at an unprecedented speed. The star giant sword condensed again, but this time, the sword body was even more solid, and the cold gleam emanating from its edge was incredibly sharp. The sword intent naturally emitted alone forced back the black flames trying to encroach, and cut fine, long cracks in the void realm. The giant sword formed, carrying a resolute will to advance and cut through everything, and fiercely slashed down upon the endless black flame domain. Rip! Like a red-hot blade slicing into congealed grease. Wherever the star giant sword passed, the black demon flame domain, originally a unified entity that incinerated all things, was forcefully torn open, creating a massive rift. Where the sword's edge pointed, the black flames seemed to meet their nemesis, letting out mournful wails as they extinguished and dispersed. The sea of fire was forcibly split, revealing the twisted void realm behind it. The suppressive force of the domain suddenly weakened under this sword strike. What? Venerable Shihuo's blurry figure trembled violently, uttering an incredulous gasp for the first time. His heart churned with shock. How is this possible? My black demon flame domain would take even an ordinary universe overlord some effort to deal with, yet he, an Undying, can forcibly tear it apart. However, although Qingyu's sword momentum was fierce, there was ultimately a gap in law comprehension between him and Venerable Shihuo. The torn rift in the domain, under Venerable Shihuo's frantic divine power infusion and law manipulation, saw the surrounding black flames surge like living things, rapidly repairing and filling the gap. By the time the last wisp of the star giant sword's light faded, the massive opening that had been cleaved was already more than half closed. Although the domain's power had clearly diminished and the flames had dimmed significantly, it had not been completely broken. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Venerable Shihuo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, then burst into a wild laugh tinged with a hint of exasperated anger. It's still lacking. You want to break my domain? Go back and cultivate for another tens of thousands of years. Amidst the laughter, the greatly dimmed endless black flames surged wildly once more. Under Venerable Shihuo's control, they instantly transformed into a monstrous Dao Tai beast, even more ferocious and colossal than the previous black dragon. This fiery Dao Tai opened its giant mouth, seemingly capable of devouring star domains. Inside its maw was a swirling vortex of black flames, emitting a terrifying suction force that threatened to consume everything. It lunged towards Qingyu, who had just unleashed a powerful attack in the center of the domain. Facing this even more perilous attack, and Venerable Shihuo's mocking words. On Qingyu's perfect and icy face, a faint arc appeared for the first time, yet it was enough to dim the stars. Is that so? 2 calm words were uttered. The next moment, he raised his finger again. The ethereal secret method was cast once more. Concurrently, the 64x soul amplification secret method activated. This time, it was no longer a simple convergence of stars. Those 300 stars seemed to be infused with undying battle souls, their starlight more blazing than ever before. They trembled and resonated, the sword intent they emitted no longer cold and sharp, but carrying a majestic will that transcended laws. A massive sword chi, spanning the star domain, manifested out of thin air. Space and time seemed to fall into stagnation, only that sword light flowed eternally. Its sharpness was so intense that the undying beings observing from afar, merely seeing the blurry images transmitted by their detectors, felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Roar. The Dao Tai beast, formed from endless black flames, also seemed to sense a fatal threat, letting out an unwilling and terrified roar. It opened its star-devouring maw, attempting to swallow this wisp of sword chi. However, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint tearing sound that resonated through the soul. That sword chi, condensed to its extreme, passed directly through the head of the Dao Tai beast with effortless ease, like a hot knife through butter. The colossal fiery vicious beast's body stiffened abruptly, then let out an extremely mournful wail. Its massive body instantly became covered with countless fine cracks. The next moment, it collapsed with a crash, transforming back into a sky full of scattered black flames. Only these flames had lost their previous agility and ferocity, like candles in the wind, flickering unsteadily, eventually dimming and extinguishing little by little, like ordinary fire. And Qingyu's sword chi, after piercing the Dao Tai, though having consumed most of its power, was not completely annihilated. The remaining sword chi, as if possessing sentience, rapidly converged and condensed, finally transforming into a long sword only 1,000 meters long. But refined to the extreme, with destructive starlight flowing throughout its body. The long sword let out a clear, resonant clang, tearing through the star domain, transforming into a silver river that seemed capable of piercing through fate itself, and with a speed beyond thought, it directly stabbed towards Venerable Shihuo at the core of the domain. How is this possible? Venerable Shihuo gasped in alarm, his voice filled with unprecedented shock and disbelief. His surrounding black demon flame domain, under the impact of this silver river sword light, rapidly melted and dispersed like ice and snow in the sun. The terrifying domain that originally enveloped millions of kilometers now contracted to barely protect his immediate vicinity, its light dimmed to the extreme. His persistently blurry figure even became a bit clearer, allowing one to vaguely see the shocked expression as his pupils suddenly contracted. 9 Netherworld burning heaven. Filled with anger and shock, Venerable Shihuo let out a roar, no longer daring to hold back. His remaining divine power furiously burned as he violently pushed his hands forward. In the star domain, endless flame origin was forcibly roused, forming an incredibly solid giant flame palm, its palm seeming to contain the 9 Netherworld purgatory. Emitting a terrifying aura that could incinerate souls and bury stars, it fiercely slapped towards the incoming silver river sword light. Boom! The final collision, surprisingly, lacked the world-destroying grandeur of before. The moment the sword light and the giant flame palm met, it was as if two completely opposite universe rules experienced the most fundamental conflict. Only silent annihilation. Everything returned to calm. In the star domain, the surging black flame domain had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few stray black sparks flickering in the void realm, eventually extinguishing completely. Qingyu and Venerable Shihuo stood facing each other from a distance, both seemingly unharmed on the surface. But upon closer inspection, clues could be found. Venerable Shihuo's blurry figure was now much clearer. One could see dozens of subtle yet deep sword marks on his ancient battle armor. Traces of starlight lingered at the sword marks, and although they were rapidly repairing, the momentary discomfiture and injury could not be concealed. In contrast, Qingyu still stood in the star domain, his 90,000-kilometer-tall divine body flawless, his vertical pupils burning with green flames as indifferent as ever, and the 300 stars around him slowly revolving. That composure, maintained from beginning to end, formed a stark contrast with Venerable Shihuo's slightly hurried energy fluctuations. The exchange was extremely brief, just a few moves. After all, it was not a life-and-death battle, and neither party had burned their divine power to fight desperately. Qingyu's final sword strike did not annihilate any part of Venerable Shihuo's divine body. But the outcome was already clear. Venerable Shihuo was at a disadvantage. Venerable Shihuo silently felt the subtle stinging sensation from his divine body and the stubborn sword intent that was being dispelled, his heart chilling. He was a proud man, also a genius, who had broken through to universe exalt in mere tens of thousands of years, roaming the universe with immense glory. But at this moment, he had to admit a cruel truth: he was no match for Qingyu. The opponent's divine body far surpassed his. Once divine power was burned, the gap would only widen. Moreover, the opponent's renowned soul methods, which had struck fear into countless alien races, had not yet been used. In this exchange, Qingyu had only used psychic weapon combat head-on, and he was already defeated. Regardless, he had lost. He had lost to a junior who had cultivated for far less time than him and was still only at the undying realm. This realization, like the coldest cosmic current, instantly extinguished all his anger and unwillingness. He took a deep look at the mountain-like Qingyu, and the lingering aura around him completely receded. The defeat was set, continuing to entangle would only bring self-humiliation. Qingyu's vertical pupils, burning with green flames, calmly watched the other party, breaking the deadly silence, his voice still indifferent. "Do you wish to continue?" Venerable Shihuo's blurry figure rippled slightly, eventually letting out only an ambiguous cold snort. He no longer looked at Luo Feng, his gaze locked firmly on Qingyu, his voice carrying a complex and indefinable meaning. It was both a warning and a somewhat unwilling assertion: the importance of the secrets involving Earth far exceeds your imagination. I am merely one of the first to arrive. You cannot hold it. He attempted to regain some face with these final words. What happens next, we'll discuss then. Qingyu's reply was brief and powerful. 7 You out to dim the stars. Is that so? Two calm words were uttered. The next moment, he raised his finger again. The ethereal secret method was cast once more. Concurrently, the 64x soul amplification secret method activated. This time, it was no longer a simple convergence of stars. Those 300 stars seemed to be infused with undying battle souls, their starlight more blazing than ever before. They trembled and resonated, the sword intent they emitted no longer cold and sharp, but carrying a majestic will that transcended laws. A massive sword chi, spanning the star domain, manifested out of thin air. Space and time seemed to fall into stagnation, only that sword light flowed eternally. Its sharpness was so intense that the undying beings observing from afar, merely seeing the blurry images transmitted by their detectors, felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Roar. The Tao Tai beast, formed from endless black flames, also seemed to sense a fatal threat, letting out an unwilling and terrified roar. It opened its star-devouring maw, attempting to swallow this wisp of sword chi. However, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint tearing sound that resonated through the soul. That sword qi, condensed to its extreme, passed directly through the head of the Dao Tai beast with effortless ease, like a hot knife through butter. The colossal fiery vicious beast's body stiffened abruptly, then let out an extremely mournful wail. Its massive body instantly became covered with countless fine cracks. The next moment, it collapsed with a crash, transforming back into a sky full of scattered black flames. Only these flames had lost their previous agility and ferocity, like candles in the wind, flickering unsteadily, eventually dimming and extinguishing little by little, like ordinary fire. And Qingyu's sword qi, after piercing the Dao Tai, though having consumed most of its power, was not completely annihilated. The remaining sword qi, as if possessing sentience, rapidly converged and condensed, finally transforming into a long sword only 1,000 meters long. But refined to the extreme, with destructive starlight flowing throughout its body. The long sword let out a clear, resonant clang, tearing through the star domain, transforming into a silver river that seemed capable of piercing through fate itself, and with a speed beyond thought, it directly stabbed towards Venerable Shihuo at the core of the domain. How is this possible? Venerable Shihuo gasped in alarm, his voice filled with unprecedented shock and disbelief. His surrounding black demon flame domain, under the impact of this silver river sword light, rapidly melted and dispersed like ice and snow in the sun. The terrifying domain that originally enveloped millions of kilometers now contracted to barely protect his immediate vicinity, its light dimmed to the extreme. His persistently blurry figure even became a bit clearer, allowing one to vaguely see the shocked expression as his pupils suddenly contracted. 9 Netherworld burning heaven. Filled with anger and shock, Venerable Shihuo let out a roar, no longer daring to hold back. His remaining divine power furiously burned as he violently pushed his hands forward. In the star domain, endless flame origin was forcibly roused, forming an incredibly solid giant flame palm, its palm seeming to contain the 9 Netherworld purgatory. Emitting a terrifying aura that could incinerate souls and bury stars, it fiercely slapped towards the incoming silver river sword light. Boom! The final collision, surprisingly, lacked the world-destroying grandeur of before. The moment the sword light and the giant flame palm met, it was as if two completely opposite universe rules experienced the most fundamental conflict. Only silent annihilation. Everything returned to calm. In the star domain, the surging black flame domain had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few stray black sparks flickering in the void realm, eventually extinguishing completely. Qingyu and Venerable Shihuo stood facing each other from a distance, both seemingly unharmed on the surface. But upon closer inspection, clues could be found. Venerable Shihuo's blurry figure was now much clearer. One could see dozens of subtle yet deep sword marks on his ancient battle armor. Traces of starlight lingered at the sword marks, and although they were rapidly repairing, the momentary discomfiture and injury could not be concealed. In contrast, Qingyu still stood in the star domain, his 90,000-kilometer-tall divine body flawless, his vertical pupils burning with green flames as indifferent as ever, and the 300 stars around him slowly revolving. That composure, maintained from beginning to end, formed a stark contrast with Venerable Shihuo's slightly hurried energy fluctuations. The exchange was extremely brief, just a few moves. After all, it was not a life-and-death battle, and neither party had burned their divine power to fight desperately. Qingyu's final sword strike did not annihilate any part of Venerable Shihuo's divine body. But the outcome was already clear. Venerable Shihuo was at a disadvantage. Venerable Shihuo silently felt the subtle stinging sensation from his divine body and the stubborn sword intent that was being dispelled, his heart chilling. He was a proud man, also a genius, who had broken through to universe exalt in mere tens of thousands of years, roaming the universe with immense glory. But at this moment, he had to admit a cruel truth: he was no match for Qingyu. The opponent's divine body far surpassed his. Once divine power was burned, the gap would only widen. Moreover, the opponent's renowned soul methods, which had struck fear into countless alien races, had not yet been used. In this exchange, Qingyu had only used psychic weapon combat head-on, and he was already defeated. Regardless, he had lost. He had lost to a junior who had cultivated for far less time than him and was still only at the Undying Realm. This realization, like the coldest cosmic current, instantly extinguished all his anger and unwillingness. He took a deep look at the mountain-like Qingyu, and the lingering aura around him completely receded. The defeat was set, continuing to entangle would only bring self-humiliation. Qingyu's vertical pupils, burning with green flames, calmly watched the other party, breaking the deadly silence, his voice still indifferent. "Do you wish to continue?" Venerable Shihuo's blurry figure rippled slightly, eventually letting out only an ambiguous cold snort. He no longer looked at Luo Feng, his gaze locked firmly on Qingyu, his voice carrying a complex and indefinable meaning. It was both a warning and a somewhat unwilling assertion. "The importance of the secrets involving Earth far exceeds your imagination. I am merely one of the first to arrive. You cannot hold it." He attempted to regain some face with these final words. "What happens next, we'll discuss then." Qingyu's reply was brief and powerful. Chapter 177, Overpowering Venerable Shihuo. Venerable Shihuo said no more, gazing deeply at Qingyu, as if to engrave this junior who had made him taste defeat firmly in his memory. The next moment, his figure blurred, and he had already teleported beside Demon Candle King and others, who were observing the battle tens of millions of kilometers away. "Go." Without any hesitation, and without giving Demon Candle King any chance to complain or ask questions, a powerful divine power instantly enveloped Demon Candle King and his 18 undying subordinates. A spatial fluctuation flashed, and Venerable Shihuo, along with them, completely vanished from this starfield, as if they had never appeared. With the Great Axe Battleground's forces gone, the oppressive atmosphere suddenly eased. The 1,000+ undying spiritual gods from the Virtual Universe Corporation, led by King Longyu and Bloodthirsty King, all teleported, regrouping near Qingyu's majestic divine body. Everyone's faces showed the relief of having survived a calamity, along with an undisguised awe and gratitude when looking at Qingyu. "Thank you, Your Highness Spirit Control King, for your assistance." "Thank you, Spirit Control King." Unified and respectful voices echoed in the starfield. Had Qingyu not arrived in time and forced Venerable Shihuo to retreat with his absolute strength, this matter would never have ended well today. Luo Feng also flew forward, coming before Qingyu. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and bowed solemnly. "Luo Feng thanks Your Highness for saving my life and protecting my Earth. This kindness, Luo Feng will never forget." Qingyu's massive head lowered slightly, and his vertical pupils, burning with green flames, landed on Luo Feng. His voice softened. "No need for such formality. Since Earth has some connection with me, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing." He subtly shifted his tone, admonishing, "After this incident, Earth's uniqueness has been exposed. If other powerhouses contact you later, intending to acquire ownership of Earth, remember, no matter what, do not agree to sell." Luo Feng's heart tensed, and he nodded vigorously. "Your Highness, rest assured, Luo Feng understands. I have decided to temporarily move all my Earth compatriots into my world ring and carry them with me, to prevent them from being held hostage or coerced by despicable individuals like Demon Candle King again." Qingyu nodded slightly, acknowledging Luo Feng's decision. This was all he could do for now. Mission accomplished, he departed. Qingyu no longer lingered. The space around his colossal divine body subtly distorted, and in the next moment, he teleported away. He was heading to Primordial Chaos City in the Primal Universe to continue his secluded cultivation. He no longer needed to intervene in subsequent matters. After Venerable Shihuo's disturbance, with the Virtual Universe Corporation's modus operandi and vast influence, the issue of Earth's ownership would soon be put on the agenda. Qingyu knew very well that Earth's fate would most likely still develop along a certain predetermined path. To balance all forces and maximize Earth's value, the Virtual Universe Corporation would likely still act as it did in the original history. It would take ownership of Earth's oceanic regions, build numerous floating cities, and introduce various cosmic lifeforms to reside there. If it were tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years later, when my strength and status are sufficient, perhaps I could single-handedly object and fully protect Earth, Qingyu mused silently as he traversed the dark universe. But now, Qingyu shook his head slightly. Although his talent was astonishing and his combat power comparable to a high-level venerable, he had not yet truly grown to his peak. The interests involved in Earth's secret were too great. At that time, those coveting a share would not just be a few exalts, even some universe lords might be tempted. With his current strength and influence, foolishly jumping out and forcefully blocking the collective decision of the corporation, or even the entire human race, would be like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. He could not, and would not, be Luo Feng's full-time nanny, and oppose the will of almost the entire race's high-level leadership. Moreover, from another perspective, this incident might not be entirely bad for Luo Feng. Witnessing the might of an exalt firsthand, and personally experiencing the powerlessness of his home being threatened by authority, this profound pain would inspire his determination to become stronger far more than any lecture. The cruel law of the jungle in the universe had already left its deepest mark on his soul. This was an important catalyst for his true rise in the future. Luo Feng gazed at the starfield where Qingyu had disappeared. Even though it was already empty, the waves in his heart could not subside for a long time. The short but universe-shaking battle scene just now was deeply etched into his soul like a brand, Venerable Shihuo's black flame domain that burned the sky and boiled the seas. Spirit Control King's giant star sword that tore through the void realm, and finally, his peerless demeanor that forced a high-level Venerable to retreat. A scorching hot current surged in his chest, mixed with an extreme craving for power and an infinite yearning for strength. Turning stars into swords with a flick of the hand, directly overpowering a high-level universe Venerable, I wonder when I, Luo Feng, will be able to grow into a powerhouse of His Highness Spirit Control King's caliber. He clenched his fists, his fingertips slightly white from the effort, but his eyes burned with unprecedented determination. The powerlessness of his homeland being threatened, combined with the shock of witnessing peak power, forged his resolute heart to embark on a stronger path. Virtual Universe, Ninesword Exalts. Exclusive Plane. King Longyu's figure materialized, respectfully reporting everything that had happened on Earth to Ninesword Exalt, who was seated high on his throne. When she meticulously described the confrontation between Spirit Control King Azure Feather and Venerable Shihuo, especially when Venerable Shihuo's domain was broken and he left somewhat disheveled with Demon Candle King. Ninesword Exalt, who had been listening silently, suddenly leaned forward slightly from his throne. "What did you say?" Ninesword Exalt's voice carried a hint of unconcealed surprise. Shihuo was at a disadvantage in his own black demon flame domain. Although he already knew Qingyu was exceptionally talented, hearing firsthand that this newly advanced Undying could suppress the long-established Venerable Shihuo, whose strength was even slightly superior to his own, in a direct confrontation. Ninesword Exalt's heart still stirred with considerable waves. This was no longer just the realm of a genius, this was a monster. It was a prodigy destined to stand at the peak of the universe's races. Amidst his shock, Ninesword Exalt's thoughts immediately turned to the root of the incident, Earth. For Venerable Shihuo to disregard his status and engage in such an act of nearly forced buying and selling, Earth must be hiding an astonishing secret. "Immediately have Luo Feng come to see me," Ninesword Exalt commanded King Longyu, suppressing the shock in his heart, his tone brooking no argument. Soon, Luo Feng's consciousness met Ninesword Exalt in the virtual universe. Facing the Exalt's inquiry, Luo Feng naturally held nothing back, recounting in detail how Demon Candle King had descended, kidnapped humans, Venerable Shihuo's subsequent pressure, and Spirit Control King's eventual rescue. He recounted the process in detail. But when Ninesword Exalt asked about Earth's special qualities, Luo Feng could only helplessly state that he knew nothing. Reporting to Exalt, this junior grew up on Earth and only knows it as an ordinary life planet. I truly do not know of any special characteristics that would attract the covetous gaze of an existence like Venerable Shihuo. However, deep within his heart, a flicker of inspiration quietly passed. He recalled that hundreds of years ago, the first super-existence to show interest in Earth was not an immortal Venerable, nor Venerable Shihuo, but Spirit Control King Azure Feather. At that time, he was still very weak. Spirit Control King arrived on Earth, resolved the Golden Horned Beast crisis, and then proposed to take the entire Earth. At the time, he was unwilling to use Earth as a trade, and Spirit Control King did not force the issue, merely requesting that sea area before departing. his demeanor calm and composed, utterly different from Venerable Shihuo and his son's overbearing arrogance. Could it be that as early as hundreds of years ago, His Highness Spirit Control King had already sensed Earth's unusual nature? Luo Feng mused inwardly. Otherwise, with his status and strength at the time, why would he suddenly appear on an inconspicuous planet like Earth? But he did not share this thought with Ninesword Exalt. This was merely speculation, and Spirit Control King had shown him kindness. He was even less willing to make baseless conjectures behind his back. Thus, he merely stated the facts he knew, plainly and completely. Ninesword Exalt listened to Luo Feng's narration, his brows slightly furrowed, and fell into contemplation. He couldn't get more information from Luo Feng, but Earth's secret was clearly no longer concealable. "All right, I understand the situation," Ninesword Exalt said to Luo Feng, his tone serious as he admonished him. "Aside from the island you previously agreed to gift to Immortal Venerable, and the sea area allocated to Spirit Control King. From now on, without explicit instructions from the Virtual Universe Corporation, and without my personal approval, you are forbidden from making any form of transaction or disposition regarding Earth. Do you understand?" "Yes, Exalt," Luo Feng respectfully replied. "Go." Ninesword Exalt waved his hand. After Luo Feng's consciousness projection dissipated, Ninesword Exalt sat alone on his throne, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Luo Feng could vaguely infer that Spirit Control King might know the inside story, so Ninesword Exalt naturally thought even deeper. Qingyu, did he know something all along? Otherwise, why would he specifically request that sea area hundreds of years ago? Just as this thought arose, before he could delve deeper, he received a communication request. The Virtual Universe Corporation's high-level executives had already made a decision regarding Earth and were about to send someone to speak with Luo Feng. In fact, the reason the Virtual Universe Corporation's high-level executives were able to so quickly realize the seriousness of the Earth issue and react was also due to Qingyu. Just as Qingyu left the primal universe and set off for Earth to resolve Luo Feng's crisis, he had already, through the virtual universe, informed his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, of some key information about Earth. Qingyu frankly told his teacher that Earth, in the unimaginably distant past, had been modified by an inconceivable alien great power. The souls of the lives born and nurtured there would subtly receive unique benefits and evolution. However, when it came to the specific identity of that alien great power, Qingyu expressed difficulty. He confessed that without the permission of that alien great power, he was not allowed to mention that being's name to outsiders. This was not Qingyu deliberately making excuses. Zuo Sheng had indeed strictly ordered him not to claim to be his disciple to outsiders, nor to easily reveal his name. Sky Eclipse Palace Master understood immediately upon hearing this. A being who could make even his prodigy disciple so secretive was probably far beyond his imagination in terms of level. He knew that some secrets in the universe involved great implications, and since Qingyu had unavoidable difficulties, he did not press for further details. But the value of Earth itself was already astonishing enough. A cradle that could subtly enhance soul talent, for the entire human race, its strategic significance was immeasurable. Sky Eclipse Palace Master did not delay in the slightest and immediately reported this crucial intelligence with the highest priority to the true decision-making core of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Primordial Chaos City Lord. Qingyu's report merely allowed the corporation to more quickly and accurately pinpoint the core value of Earth and make corresponding arrangements in advance. Because whether it was the Virtual Universe Corporation or the Great Axe Battleground, although they stood side by side as the two strongest human race forces and had competition between them on matters concerning the overall interests and future development of the entire human race, their stance was always consistent. For a precious cradle like Earth, capable of enhancing the bloodline's soul talent, the final solution would inevitably require joint consultation and decision by the two major forces, and even the highest levels of the human race. In the virtual universe, within Ninesword Exalt's divine palace, Luo Feng was summoned again. This time, besides Ninesword Exalt, there was another being with a vast and powerful aura in the divine palace. She wore ancient, fiery red battle armor, her figure was graceful, and her face was covered by a veil, revealing only a pair of emerald green eyes that seemed to contain endless living worlds. Luo Feng, the emerald-eyed exalt spoke, her voice steady. Regarding the handling of Earth, the human race's high-level executives have reached a resolution. There are two options for you to choose from. After hearing the first option, Luo Feng's fists instantly clenched, his nails almost digging into his palms. Sell his home planet directly. Absolutely impossible. He immediately rejected it in his heart. The second option, all sea areas of Earth must be handed over to the Virtual Universe Corporation, which will have the right to build floating cities above the sea areas and introduce life forms from other universe races to reside there. After hearing the second option, Luo Feng's heart sank. 70% of Earth's sea areas, this was almost equivalent to handing over more than half of Earth. Although he retained ownership of the land, would Earth still be the home he remembered then? A deep sense of powerlessness once again welled up in his heart, heavier than when he faced Demon Candle King. He once again realized with utmost clarity how minuscule and insignificant his personal wishes were in the face of the human race's overall interests and the will of super powerhouses. Without sufficient strength, even protecting the integrity of his home became a luxury. He understood that this second option was probably the most generous compromise the Virtual Universe Corporation could offer, considering he was a core member. And perhaps Spirit Control King had subtly exerted influence. He had no room to refuse. I choose the second option. Luo Feng's voice was slightly hoarse as he made the difficult choice. The moment he made this arduous decision, a figure involuntarily reappeared in his mind, that majestic 90,000 kilometers tall being, who with an undying body had suppressed Venerable Shihuo. If I possessed the strength of Spirit Control King, Your Highness, a fervent longing surged in Luo Feng's heart. Perhaps even these high and mighty exalts would have to carefully consider my attitude before making decisions. The seed of power, at this moment, rooted itself deeper within his soul. Meanwhile, Qingyu's virtual universe communications did not quiet down due to the temporary lull in the Earth's turmoil. His communication request list almost never stopped flashing, with new contact requests pouring in every minute and second. And those initiating these communications were, without exception, at least Universe Exalt-level beings, and occasionally, a few Universe Overlords with even deeper and more terrifying auras and boundless power would appear. These people contacted him primarily not because of his battle record against Venerable Shihuo. The true secrets of Earth and the details of that battle had long been jointly sealed by the human race's high-level executives, circulating only within a small circle. The reason they sought him out was incredibly clear and direct. Qingyu held the ownership of the 2,000-kilometer square sea area in Earth's Pacific Ocean. At the highest levels of the human race, this information could not be concealed at all. These keen-scented super powerhouses, upon learning of Earth's astonishing value, almost immediately inquired about this critical area that already had an owner. The purpose of these incessant communication requests was self-evident. Earth's sea areas' ability to subtly enhance soul talent held a fatal attraction for any Universe Exalt or even Universe Overlord who aspired to cultivate their juniors and perpetuate their family's glory. Their main purpose in contacting Qingyu was to secure the qualification for their valued junior disciples to live on Earth long-term and procreate. By the ownership of the sea area in Qingyu's hands. They naturally tried, but Qingyu simply wouldn't consider it, directly rejecting all related communications. Of course, Qingyu wasn't completely refusing. He also knew that leaving such valuable resources completely idle was a waste, and converting them into tangible benefits and resources was the act of a wise person. Ownership is not for sale, but renting it out is not impossible. Qingyu opened his vertical pupils burning with azure flames, a plan already formed in his mind. The 2,000-kilometer square sea area in the Pacific Ocean he controlled might sound like just a corner of Earth. But in reality, its area already approached 2.5% of Earth's entire surface area. This was an extremely vast region. He could completely plan and construct hundreds of floating cities with complete facilities on it. With such a huge area, even accounting for the future reproduction needs of the entire Azure Scale clan, and reserving a portion for maintaining important social connections, there would still be a massive amount of space available for external rental. It contained unimaginable immense wealth. In comparison, the compensation Luo Feng received for handing over all sea areas to the Virtual Universe Corporation was merely 50 billion mixed units. This was practically a bargain price. Qingyu's pricing, naturally, would be much more reasonable. His preliminary set price was, for every 1,000 square meters of residence, for every 100,000 years of lease, the fee would be 1 true treasure point. This price would be enough to deter most undying spiritual gods. But for those universe exalts who had lived for countless eras and accumulated vast wealth, they would absolutely be willing to pay to lay a better soul foundation for their bloodline descendants. In their view, it could even be said to be worth the price. Over time, this would accumulate a terrifying fortune for Qingyu, so vast that even universe exalts would be envious. Chapter 178, Spirit Furnace. Of course, Qingyu's vision was more far-reaching. For these top-tier existences, some unique and precious treasures have a value that far exceeds what fixed treasure points can measure. They often possess rare materials or special wondrous items that they would never ordinarily bring out for trade. Therefore, Qingyu preferred bartering with items. He was willing to offer long-term residency rights for a portion of Earth, and even actively subsidize a part of the treasure points, to trade with these exalts for the true treasures in their hands that money couldn't buy. The ultimate goal of all this was for the final transformation of his Qingyu Ning main body. Especially after being reminded by his teacher, Zuo Sheng, Qingyu attached great importance to this final transformation and began preparing for it now. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deal with Earth's sea territories, Qingyu not only successfully transformed potential crises into excellent opportunities for resource accumulation. He also used this to open up a network of connections to the highest echelons of the human race. After being busy for over a month, in his dealings with multiple universe exalts and even universe overlords, he not only acquired several rare materials for the transformation secret method. He also unexpectedly obtained 2 special treasures he had been seeking for a long time. These 2 treasures were precisely the protective items he had prepared for his twin sons, Qingfeng and Qingyi. Similar to Demon Candle King's life-saving item that could fuse with the soul, such treasures, while of limited use to existences above universe exalts and far less practical than a powerful offensive treasure, are extremely rare in existence, hard to come by, and highly sought after. The 2 items Qingyu traded for this time were far superior in quality and efficacy to Demon Candle King's, truly the finest among similar treasures. Qinglin Universe Kingdom, Qinglin. Secret Realm. Qingyu's human clone arrived. As soon as he appeared, the void realm in front of him rippled slightly. A figure enveloped in a hazy golden light, exuding the majestic dignity of a universe kingdom lord, appeared. It was Lord of Qinglin Kingdom himself. Spirit Control King's esteemed presence truly brings glory to my Qinglin secret realm. Lord of Qinglin Kingdom's voice was gentle and smiling as he initiated the conversation. As a Universe Kingdom Lord, his status was esteemed, but in conversation with Qingyu, who could directly suppress Venerable Shi Huo, he adopted a completely equal stance. Lord of Qinglin Kingdom is too kind. I apologize for this abrupt visit and intrusion. Qingyu smiled slightly and bowed in return. Although they were not of the same lineage, as high-ranking powerhouses of the human race, they naturally maintained due courtesy towards each other. What talk of intrusion? Lord of Qinglin Kingdom laughed. I have already sent word, those 2 lads, Qingfeng and Qingyi, should arrive soon. He said, walking alongside Qingyu towards the main hall of the secret realm. Along the way, Lord of Qinglin Kingdom glanced at Qingyu with a hint of profound meaning, his tone carrying a touch of emotion. A few days ago, I heard that Spirit Control King sparred with Venerable Shi Huo and even gained a slight advantage. It is truly astonishing. That Shi Huo fellow, among us, is not weak in strength. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of complacency. He merely said indifferently, Lord is overpraising. It was merely relying on the advantage of treasures. Venerable Shi Huo has been famous for a long time, and his strength is unfathomable. I merely took advantage of the element of surprise. His humble response deepened the appreciation in Lord of Qinglin Kingdom's eyes. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, with his sharpness contained, this young man's future achievements are truly immeasurable. As the 2 Chatted, they arrived at an elegant hall. Shortly after they were seated, two hurried and excited voices came from outside the hall. Teacher, father. Before their voices faded, two young figures quickly rushed into the hall. They were the brothers Qingfeng and Qingyi. After years of cultivation in the Qinglin secret realm and Lord of Qinglin Kingdom's careful guidance, their temperaments had become more stable. The elder brother, Qingfeng, had a stern demeanor and eyes as sharp as blades, while the younger brother, Qingyi, was relatively more lively, his face beaming with joy at seeing his father. They first respectfully saluted Lord of Qinglin Kingdom, who was seated at the head. Greetings, teacher. Then, the two brothers turned to Qingyu. Qingyi, in particular, had an irrepressible excitement and reverence on his face as he called out again, Father. Looking at his two thriving sons, a gentle smile couldn't help but appear on Qingyu's usually indifferent face. He nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over his two sons before settling on Lord of Qinglin Kingdom, his tone sincere. Over the years, my sons have troubled Lord for your diligent guidance. Qingyu thanks you here. Lord of Qinglin Kingdom waved his hand and laughed, no need for formalities. Qingfeng and Qingyi both have excellent talent and heart nature. It is my opportunity to take them as disciples. After the pleasantries, Qingyu's gaze returned to his two sons, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Good, both of you are already world lords. In his perception, both sons had a solid foundation, not deliberately suppressing their realm, and had naturally achieved breakthroughs under the excellent conditions of the Qinglin secret realm. They did not plan to participate in the strongest battle 5,000 years later. Instead, ever since the universe rank, they had been yearning to go to the outside territory battlefield, where powerhouses fall like rain and both danger and opportunity coexist. This longing largely stemmed from their boundless admiration for their father, Qingyu. Since childhood, they had heard tales of their father's legendary deeds, dominating the outside territory battlefield and soul-enslaving champions. Deep in their hearts, they had long regarded the outside territory battlefield as the true proving ground for powerhouses, eager to follow in their father's footsteps and prove themselves there. However, Qingyu himself had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and he knew all too well the cruelty of the outside territory battlefield. Below the World Lord rank, on a battlefield of that scale, one didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. The aftershocks of a powerhouse's battle could easily annihilate thousands of universe rank and territory lord rank individuals. Therefore, he had long established a rule: both of them must at least break through to the World Lord rank and pass an assessment before being allowed to go to the outside territory battlefield. At this moment, seeing his father's scrutinizing gaze, the more outgoing and lively Qingyi couldn't hold back. His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as he eagerly spoke, Father. Look, my brother and I have both broken through to World Lord as you requested. Now, you should finally agree to let us go adventure in the outside territory battlefield, right? Although Qingfeng, who was beside him, was more taciturn, his clenched fists and burning gaze clearly expressed the same desire. Seeing his son's eager expressions, Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, his tone carrying a mix of indulgence and warning. You two lads, what's the hurry? World Lord is merely the lowest threshold to enter that meat grinder. He changed the subject, no longer discussing the outside territory battlefield, and with a flip of his palm, two clusters of ethereal light appeared in his hand. As the light gradually receded, their true forms were revealed: two small, ancient, and exquisite furnaces, no bigger than a fist. One flowed with a warm and peaceful pale golden radiance, while the other emitted a cool and mysterious silver-white glow. The moment the two small furnaces appeared, they naturally drew upon the surrounding laws, creating a wondrous resonance. In the side hall, faint, indistinct sounds of law seemed to echo, calming the mind and seemingly enveloping the soul in a warm yet resilient power. Lord of Qinglin Kingdom, seated at the head, couldn't help but show a flicker of genuine surprise on his golden light-shrouded face the moment he clearly saw these two small furnaces. With his knowledge as a universe exalt, he could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of these two treasures. These were absolutely top-tier rarities among life-saving treasures. It was likely that some ordinary universe exalts would go bankrupt and still not be able to acquire even one. What a good father he has. Lord of Qinglin Kingdom couldn't help but sigh inwardly, even feeling a hint of envy that he himself hadn't noticed. He couldn't resist transmitting a message to Qingyu, his tone filled with genuine admiration. Spirit Control King, these two treasures, truly a grand gesture. It seems you've put a lot of thought into these two lads. Qingyu heard this, his expression calm, and replied via soul transmission, Lord over praises. It was merely a fortunate acquisition, coincidentally suitable for them. His tone was indifferent, not taking credit. He handed the golden and silver small furnaces to Qingfeng and Qingyi respectively, and began to explain the profound mysteries of these two treasures in detail. These two items, named the Violet Gold Spirit Furnace and Theosacred Silver Spirit Furnace, were originally a pair, each with its own wonders. His voice was calm, every word clear. Firstly, they can protect the soul. After refining and fusing with your souls, they will become your most solid soul barriers. Ordinary soul attacks will be unable to shake them in the slightest. This is their most basic function. Qingfeng and Qingyi nodded seriously. Treasures that could protect the soul were immensely valuable anywhere. Secondly, Qingyu paused, then spoke the most crucial and astonishing function. Before you break through to undying spiritual God, you can each use this furnace to nurture a clone. Clone, the two youths exclaimed almost simultaneously, and even Lord of Qinglin Kingdom, sitting quietly beside them, couldn't help but raise his golden light-shrouded eyebrows. How rare was the opportunity to nurture a clone in the vast universe. Countless powerhouses sought it desperately when they were weak but failed to find it, only to miss the best timing once they became strong. Could these spirit furnaces actually grant world lords the ability to create clones? Indeed, Qingyu affirmed. As long as the life gene level of the clone you choose to nurture does not exceed 500 times, you can successfully nurture it. This is equivalent to giving you an extra life, an additional trump card to deal with crises. He watched the light burst forth in his son's eyes and continued. Thirdly, these furnaces can absorb the energy of various rare treasures in the universe, feeding it back to yourselves, strengthening the foundation of your divine body. With perseverance, they can strengthen your divine body to a maximum height of 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. Qingfeng and Qingyi's breathing quickened. As Azure Scale Clan members, their adult size was only about 5 meters. If they could possess a 1 kilometer divine body, once they broke through to undying, the immense divine power reserves would give them an overwhelming advantage when facing those of the same realm. As for the fourth point, the Violet Gold Spirit Furnace is naturally close to space law, while the Sacred Silver Spirit Furnace is aligned with time law. Qingyu's gaze swept over his two sons. After refining them, they will subtly influence you, continuously enhancing your affinity and comprehension speed for the corresponding superior law, higher laws ultimately reaching a level comparable to space law's favorite and time law's favorite. He looked at Qingfeng. Qingfeng, you comprehend the space law, so the purple gold spirit furnace is for you. Then he looked at Qingyi. Qingyi, you comprehend the time law, so the sacred silver spirit furnace suits you. All four functions were heaven-defying. Especially the combination of the second and fourth functions, which meant they could not only possess clones but also use them to compensate for their shortcomings in another higher law. While it was impossible for them to be as much of a prodigy as their father, Qingyu, it undoubtedly paved a path for them to become super powerhouses, adding a possibility of standing at the peak of the universe. Qingfeng and Qingyi were completely speechless, awestruck by the powerful functions of this treasure. They only felt that the small furnaces in their hands were as heavy as stars, carrying their father's boundless love and expectations. Qingyu said no more, and with a thought, he transmitted two profound secret methods, specifically designed for use with the spirit furnaces, into the sea of consciousness of his two sons. Carefully comprehend the secret method and integrate the spirit furnace into your soul as soon as possible. Go now, cultivate diligently, and do not squander this opportunity. Qingyu waved his hand, his voice filled with encouragement and a hint of imperceptible concern. Yes, father. Qingfeng and Qingyi suppressed the excitement in their hearts and respectfully bowed again to Qingyu and the Lord of Qinglin Kingdom. Only then, filled with infinite anticipation and motivation, did they exit the main hall, eager to go into seclusion and refine this fate-changing opportunity. A year passed in the blink of an eye. It was still the same main hall, where Qing Feng and Qing Yi had already been waiting. Compared to a year ago, both of them carried a greater sense of calm and introversion. Their eyes were deeper, and faint law rhythms, compatible with their respective spirit furnace attributes, circulated around them. Clearly, they had successfully refined the treasure into their souls and benefited greatly. Upon seeing Qingyu, joy from their success and a hint of confidence were evident on both their faces. "Father, we succeeded." Qingyi spoke first, his voice filled with excitement. Qingyu looked at his two sons, whose temperaments had clearly undergone a transformation, and nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He cut straight to the chase, his tone calm but with an undeniable plan. "I know you've always yearned to train in the outside territory battlefield." These words instantly made Qing Feng and Qing Yi's eyes burn even hotter. "But adventuring doesn't mean seeking death," Qingyu continued. "Before you head to the outside territory battlefield, there are a few more things you need to accomplish." He held up 3 fingers. "First, make good use of the abilities granted by the spirit furnaces to independently decide and successfully conceive a clone. One more clone means one more layer of protection. Second, elevate your own strength, whether it's law comprehension, secret method creation, or divine body strength, to the maximum achievable within your current realm." Third, Qingyu's gaze swept over his two sons, carrying a hint of seriousness. "Go challenge the illusion sea. When you can reach the 13th level purely through your own will, I will no longer prevent you from going to the outside territory battlefield." The 13th level of the illusion sea. Qing Feng and Qing Yi's hearts tightened. They clearly understood what that meant, a will level comparable to a peak Undying Army Lord. Their father was demanding that they possess an unwavering will comparable to an Undying. At the World Lord rank. Seeing his son's slightly solemn expressions, Qingyu explained, "With such a will, coupled with the spirit furnace's protection for the soul, as long as you don't actively provoke enemies far beyond your own level, it will be almost impossible to be soul enslaved or soul annihilated. This is the foundation for you to survive in the outside territory battlefield." Although the demands were strict, Qing Feng and Qing Yi's eyes burned with even stronger fighting spirit. They weren't afraid of challenges, only of not having a clear direction. "Yes, Father, we will definitely achieve it." Both answered in unison, their voices resolute. Qingyu nodded, then flipped his hand to take out 2 crystals, which were Qingyu's undying crystals. "Take these 2 undying crystals with you." He handed the undying crystals to his 2 sons. "Cultivate well. The path, in the end, you must walk yourselves." Qingyu gave his final instruction, and his figure slowly dissipated, leaving the Jinlan secret realm. Looking at the spot where their father disappeared, Qing Feng and Qing Yi tightly gripped the undying crystals in their hands, feeling the immense energy within them and their father's concern, their belief growing even stronger. They possessed the best background, the top-tier resources, the guidance of the most powerful teachers, and now, even heaven-defying treasures to protect them. If, under these conditions, they still couldn't meet their father's requirements, and couldn't preserve their lives in future adventures, then perhaps, as their father thought, they were not suited to climb the thorny path of a peak powerhouse, and should content themselves with being powerful a second generation, individuals, enjoying the legacy of their elders. After arranging matters for the twins, Qing Feng and Qing Yi, Qingyu's figure quietly appeared on the Qinglin homeworld. Due to Qingyu's existence, the Azure Scale clan was now vastly different from before. Resources, status, and protection had reached unprecedented heights. With an abundant supply of resources, Qingyu's parents had also stepped into the World Lord rank, enjoying long lifespans, with a considerable hope of breaking through to Undying within their lifetime. Qingyu did not make a grand show, spending some time with his parents, enjoying a moment of family bliss. During this time, he naturally did not forget to give guidance to the core pillars of the family, Qingming and Qingzan, 2 old world lords who had dedicated their lives to the family. Having returned after so long, he also took the opportunity to guide the younger generations of disciples. On this day, in the family's core cultivation ground. This was an incredibly vast open-air square, its ground paved with special metal. At this moment, tens of thousands of Azure Scale clan members sat orderly on the square, divided into 3 major realms: Universe rank, Territory Lord rank, and World Lord rank. They were not all members of the clan, but rather the elite disciples who still had potential and were being key training focused on developing by the family. Tens of thousands gathered, yet there was no clamor, only some hushed whispers that couldn't be entirely suppressed, transmitting through the spiritual thought network. How strange, it's not yet the monthly assessment time today, so why were we all suddenly summoned? And strictly ordered not to be absent. A Territory Lord rank youth looked around in confusion. I vaguely heard some rumors, apparently, they're going to hold an open lecture. A familiar companion next to him whispered, his tone uncertain. An open lecture. Doesn't Marquis Tianyi only give one every 10 years? The last one was less than 3 years ago, how could there be another so soon? A woman frowned slightly. Who knows, maybe there's some special circumstance. We'll find out when we get there. For the family to make such a big fuss, it must be something extraordinary. In the hearts of all clan members, the lecturer for the open lecture should, of course, be the highly respected Marquis Tianyi. Many disciples even secretly guessed, could it be, Marquis Tianyi has made another breakthrough in his cultivation, and in his joy, made an exception to give us an extra lecture? Just as various speculations were circulating, a slight energy fluctuation came from the entrance of the passage on the side of the high platform. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they quickly composed themselves, their gazes uniformly cast towards that spot. Indeed, Marquis Tianyi, dressed in a simple grey robe, with a benevolent face yet an inherent majesty, slowly walked out. However, the next scene instantly stunned all the speculating disciples, their eyes wide. Marquis Tianyi did not, as usual, walk directly to the sole main lecture platform in the center of the square. His steps were steady, but he turned his direction, heading straight for the side of the high platform, to the row of seats symbolizing the family's highest authority. The clan chief and several clan elders were seated there. When Marquis Tianyi reached the seats, the clan chief and several white-haired clan elders, even including Realm Lord Qingming who had been resting with his eyes closed, all immediately stood up and bowed slightly to Marquis Tianyi, their attitudes respectful. Marquis Tianyi also smiled and nodded in return, then calmly took a seat in a position right next to the main seat. This Marquis Tianyi, he's not lecturing. Then who is lecturing today? To actually make Marquis Tianyi willing to take a secondary seat. Doubt spread like a tide in the hearts of tens of thousands of disciples, and a subtle, almost imperceptible commotion arose. What kind of existence could possibly hold a status above Marquis Tianyi? Without any warning or energy fluctuations, the space above the main lecture platform in the center of the square rippled slightly like water. The next moment, a figure quietly stood there. He did not deliberately emit any pressure, but merely stood there quietly, his posture tall and straight. He wore simple green scale armor, his face young and perfect, as if all the spiritual essence of the world had gathered upon him, and his pair of deep eyes calmly swept over the tens of thousands of clan members below the platform. At first, there was a deathly silence. Most of the lower-ranked disciples looked bewildered, only feeling that the person on the platform had a peaceful aura, yet also an indescribable sense of harmony, as if integrated with the entire universe. But those world lords, and those family disciples who had seen Qingyu, the moment they recognized his face, their pupils suddenly constricted like pinpricks. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, a tremor born of reverence and excitement from the depths of their life levels and soul instincts. Immediately after, like a chain reaction, more and more territory lord rank and universe rank disciples also realized something from their elders and from the sudden solemnity of their surroundings. Images and portraits of that legend gradually overlapped with the figure before them. A name, like a clap of thunder, exploded in the minds of all who knew. Someone, it's unknown who reacted first, suddenly stood up from their meditation cushion. Overcome with excitement, they stumbled slightly, then used all their strength, with immense fervor and reverence, to shout hoarsely, "Greetings, Spirit Control King." It was like lighting a fuse. "Greetings, Spirit Control King. Greetings, Spirit Control King." A sound like a mountain tsunami instantly shattered the tranquility of the cultivation ground, tens of thousands of Azure-scale clan elites. Chapter 179, King Amber reappears. All the members of the Azure Scale clan, regardless of their realm or whether they had recognized him before, bowed deeply from the depths of their souls at this moment, their voices rolling like thunder, soaring straight into the clouds. Many young disciples were so excited that their faces turned red, to be able to see with their own eyes the legendary guardian deity of their clan, a great existence standing among the ranks of the universe's powerhouses. This was an honor they could hardly imagine in their entire lives. On the high platform, Qingyu looked at the incredibly excited clansmen below with a calm gaze and slightly raised his hand. In an instant, all sound ceased abruptly, everyone held their breath, gazing with immense anticipation at the myth of their clan. Qingyu did not lecture on any obscure or difficult profound laws. For this lecture, he returned to the basics with his own attainments in the laws. He began his exposition from the simplest introduction to the 8 fundamental lower laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. In his words, the originally abstract laws were no longer ethereal concepts. He plucked them out of thin air, and lawful secret patterns, incredibly clear as if carved directly by the origin of the universe, appeared out of nothing around him, flowing, combining, and evolving like living creatures. He even casually created some simple secret methods on the spot, demonstrating the application of each lower law in the most intuitive and vivid way before all his clansmen. Below the platform, tens of thousands of Azure Scale clan disciples were mesmerized. They had never imagined that the law-related problems that had troubled them for so long would become so simple and clear under the demonstration of Your Highness Spirit Control King. So that's how it is. The explosive essence of the fire law is triggered like this. I understand. The impermanence and speed of wind, the continuity of water, the heaviness of earth, wonderful. Simply wonderful. I've realized it. I've realized it. Ha ha ha. Exclamations and sighs of epiphany rose one after another. This lecture lasted for a whole month. All right, this concludes the lecture, Qingyu announced calmly. Not a single person among the tens of thousands below stood up to leave. Everyone remained immersed in the lingering resonance of the laws, gazing with obsessive eyes at the figure on the high platform, filled with endless adoration and gratitude. Only when Qingyu's figure disappeared from the spot as silently as he had arrived did the crowd suddenly snap back to reality. Their gazes focused, by unspoken agreement, on the enormous stone wall behind the high platform. There, the basic secret patterns of the 8 lower laws and the small secret methods he had improvised during the lecture remained engraved. For the Azure Scale clan, these traces were nothing less than a treasure that would protect the clan. They would become the enlightenment for the clan's disciples to comprehend the laws for countless eras to come. Qingyu's figure appeared in a quiet room behind the training grounds. Marquis Tianyi had already been waiting here. He looked at Qingyu, his face full of irrepressible gratification and a joyful smile, with even a faint glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Teacher. Qingyu stepped forward and bowed respectfully. No matter what heights he reached, he always maintained his initial respect for this mentor who had guided him onto the path of cultivation. Good, good, good. Marquis Tianyi said the word, good, 3 times, patting Qingyu's shoulder firmly, his voice filled with emotion. You have already far surpassed your teacher. To see you reach this point today, I have no regrets in this life. Teacher, you are too kind, Qingyu said sincerely. If not for teacher's meticulous nurturing and recommendation back then, I would not be where I am today. This kindness, Qingyu will never forget. Hearing this, Marquis Tianyi felt comforted in his heart, knowing that his disciple not only possessed heaven-defying strength but, more importantly, had never forgotten his original intention. He laughed heartily and stopped dwelling on the matter, instead saying with a tone of consultation and anticipation, let's not talk about those polite words anymore. Come, you are now in a high realm, give your teacher some special tutoring and lecture me. He pulled Qingyu along, like a student thirsting for knowledge. Since I use the time-space disk you gifted me for meditation, I feel I have made significant progress. But I always feel that I am still missing that crucial little bit of timing to fully comprehend a trace of the space-time law, and it remains difficult to truly enter the door. Qingyu smiled and nodded. If teacher asks, the disciple will naturally do his best. Although the space-time law is difficult, we can analyze it slowly, from the simple to the profound. Inside the quiet room, the roles of the master and disciple quietly shifted. Under Qingyu's exposition, the mysteries of the space-time law were presented clearly and orderly, like a trickling stream. Marquis Tianyi listened intently, sometimes frowning in deep thought, sometimes nodding in sudden realization. He could feel that he was truly only a hair's breadth away from the threshold of law comprehension for a beginner champion. This thin film, seemingly delicate, was exceptionally tough and had hindered him for an incredibly long time. Even having the fortune to meditate with the time-space disk, a miraculous item for auxiliary cultivation gifted by Qingyu, he still felt he lacked that final kick, unable to truly push open the door leading to a higher level. This was not because Marquis Tianyi lacked talent. On the contrary, this was actually the norm for the vast majority of undying spiritual gods in the universe when comprehending the laws. Long, difficult, requiring painstaking effort and a rare opportunity. Someone like Qingyu, advancing like a hot knife through butter, was an anomaly that occurred once in billions of eras. Although Qingyu had never personally experienced the feeling of being long shackled by a bottleneck, his analysis of the essence of the two upper laws, time and space, was already extremely profound. Standing now from the perspective of a guide, he broke down the complex space-time law into the most basic constituent units, explaining it to his teacher from point to surface, from simple to profound. The entire process was as fluid as flowing water, handled with ease. However, guiding others is ultimately different from one's own comprehension. Unless the guide can instantly see through all the blind spots and fallacies in the student's cognition and accurately hit the nail on the head, the effect is often half the effort for double the result. This places extremely high demands on the guide's own comprehensiveness and insight into the laws, requiring them to reach a realm of perfection where every fraction and detail of the law is known like the back of their hand. Although Qingyu was strong, he still had a way to go before reaching that omniscient level of guidance. Nevertheless, Qingyu still did his utmost, patiently and meticulously explaining his understanding of space-time in a way that Marquis Tianyi could accept. In this process, Qingyu himself also gained a great deal. In order to explain the principles clearly, he had to stand from another perspective, re-examining and organizing every bit of law comprehension he had learned. This experience of teaching and learning simultaneously gave him new and deeper insights into some law nodes he had previously taken for granted, and some originally vague points became even clearer and more thorough. 3 days of exchange and discussion of the Tao passed quietly. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from Marquis Tianyi's cloudy eyes. He seemed to hear the faint sound of some shackle shattering in his mind. The mist that had troubled him for so long was blown away by a gentle breeze, and the road ahead suddenly became clear. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Marquis Tianyi could not help but clap his hands and laugh, his laughter filled with relief and joy. So that's it. The key was right here. The bottleneck that has stuck me for so many years is actually this simple. He looked at Qingyu excitedly, his tone extremely certain. This time, it's all thanks to you, Qingyu. I feel that the path ahead is clear. At most, in 10,000 years, I will definitely be able to step into the champion realm. 10,000 years is not long for an undying, especially compared to his long stagnation without any direction. This could almost be called a leap forward progress. If he were left to explore slowly on his own, perhaps it would take several or even dozens of 10,000-year periods, and he might still not grasp that fleeting flash of inspiration. Looking at the rekindled confidence and hope on his teacher's face, Qingyu also felt genuinely gratified and smiled as he cupped his hands. Congratulations to teacher for understanding the path ahead. This disciple wishes teacher an early ascent to the champion realm. Qingyu's joy and gratification were sincere. At the stage of an undying spiritual god, there is a huge chasm between a marquis and a champion, which is a key bottleneck for qualitative change. Countless brilliant undying are stuck at the peak of the marquis realm for their entire lives, unable to glimpse the path to the champion realm. But once this chasm is crossed, and law comprehension reaches the beginner champion level, until one begins to touch the 3 profound mysteries of the upper laws, the road becomes relatively much smoother. At least, with painstaking effort and the accumulation of long years, one can always see the dawn of slow progress. Qingyu thought to himself. By the time teacher's law comprehension reaches the high-level champion, I fear I will have already achieved the status of Universe Lord. By then, guiding teacher again will surely be even easier and more thorough. After lingering on Qinglin main star for a few more days, apart from occasionally discussing the Tao with Marquis Tianyi and answering the doubts of some core disciples within the clan, Qingyu spent most of his time handling clan affairs and rectifying clan rules. Perhaps it was because the painful experience in his childhood had left too deep a mark, having witnessed with his own eyes his parents falling sadly in the internal infighting of the family. Qingyu had an extraordinary obsession with the stability and justice within the clan. He himself had tasted the bitter fruit. Because he had once struggled forward in bitter wind and rain, now that he possessed sufficient power, he would absolutely not allow the same tragedy to play out again. Therefore, he was merciless and even harsh in dealing with those in the clan who did not follow the rules, especially those who attempted to suppress their own clansmen and seize resources through improper means. On this day, the atmosphere in the main hall was grim and murderous. Qingyu sat high on the throne symbolizing the highest power of the clan, his face calm, yet his gaze was like 10,000-year-old ice as he swept over the few clansmen kneeling below. They all possessed extraordinary auras, and one of them had quite good talent, already beginning to comprehend the domain at the universe rank. You relied on your status and talent to forcibly seize cultivation resources from your clansmen, and even intended to frame others, causing their cultivation path to be cut off. The evidence is conclusive. Do you have anything to say? Qingyu's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the depths of every clansman's divine soul, carrying unquestionable majesty. The talented young clansman seemed to want to defend himself, raising his head and saying urgently, "Old ancestor. I was just confused for a moment, considering that my talent is still decent and I will definitely be able to serve the clan with loyalty in the future. I beg old ancestor to open the net and spare me." Idiot. To mention talent in front of Lord Spirit Control King is truly stupid and ignorant of oneself. Standing on the side observing, World Lord Qingzan could not help but shake his head. This disciple was from his lineage and was considered the most talented, but unfortunately, he was a good-for-nothing. Qingyu gently interrupted this disciple, his tone indifferent. The foundation of the clan lies in rules and justice. If one can disregard clan rules because of talent, today you can bully your clansmen because of your talent, will you be able to betray the clan because of your talent in the future? He turned his gaze to all the core members in the hall, his voice suddenly becoming stern. The rules I have established are iron laws. No matter which lineage you come from or what your talent is, anyone who violates them will not be shown any mercy. Before the words had even faded, an invisible, biting killing intent descended instantly. Those few kneeling clansmen could not even let out a scream before they were turned into powder on the spot, their bodies and divine souls completely annihilated. The entire main hall was silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the clansmen, including those elders in high and powerful positions, all lowered their heads deeply, their hearts filled with awe, yet not one dared to harbor any resentment. It was precisely this impartial and absolutely just iron fist that allowed the Azure Scale clan to grow stronger day by day under the protection of Spirit Control King, with a clean and clear internal atmosphere. The clansman's reverence for Qingyu did not decrease because of his severity, instead, it became even more intense, truly viewing him as a deity supporting the heaven and earth of the clan. After dealing with the clan affairs and clearing out the unstable factors, Qingyu's human clone came to Yumeng's side again. Without too many words, just a few days of quiet companionship diluted the bit of murderous aura that had been contaminated from dealing with clan affairs earlier. Yumeng was now in the logistics department of the Virtual Universe Company, safe and sound, allowing Qingyu to rest assured and devote more energy to his own cultivation. Originally, not long after Qingyu obtained the Purple Gold Spirit Furnace and the Sacred Silver Spirit Furnace, he had wanted Yumeng to fuse with one. But Yumeng insisted on giving priority to the two brothers, Qingfeng and Qingyi, who were about to go to the outside territory battlefield for tempering, to increase their ability to save their lives. Qingyu did not force it, his strength was changing with each passing day, and such treasures could be obtained again sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. Primal Universe, Primordial Chaos City. The consciousness of the four divine bodies was interconnected, and at this moment, they were all immersed in the deduction of the space law. Time lost its meaning in such deep-level comprehension. In the blink of an eye, more than 4,000 years had passed. For many undying, and even universe exalt, sitting in meditation for thousands of years might feel boring, or even mentally exhausting. But for Qingyu, this was a supreme enjoyment. His powerful soul, will, and talent made his efficiency in comprehending the laws terrifyingly high. Every day, he could clearly feel his understanding of the space law deepening. That feeling of power and cognition constantly improving, with the road ahead clearly visible, was truly too wonderful, enough to make any cultivator intoxicated. If other powerhouses who had been trapped in bottlenecks for billions of years knew of his cultivation state, they would probably only be left with endless envy and jealousy. This immersive cultivation was interrupted on this day by a sudden communication request. Qingyu's brows moved slightly, and his consciousness withdrew a little from the deep ocean of laws. It was from that communicator 5,000 years ago, from the champion undying, King Amber, of the Qingyu giant clan. At that time, in order to confuse the three clans and for future countermeasures, he had gone along with King Amber's trap and feigned an agreement to postpone the transaction for 5,000 years. Now, the 5,000-year deadline had arrived. On the communicator, King Amber's deliberately calm universal language could hardly hide a trace of urgency. Spirit Control King, the 5,000 years are up, you must be done with your business. Do you still want to trade? Chapter 180, The Trap. Qingyu could even picture the other party's forced restraint in his mind through the communicator. A faint, almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. His enlightenment, which had lasted for thousands of years, was suddenly interrupted, and he almost forgot about this matter at first. He naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to ambush and kill the powerhouses of the three races. King Amber. Of course I want to trade. I've been waiting for this moment for 5,000 years. Time and place. Qingyu deliberately added a trace of barely suppressed eagerness and longing, as if he had been dreaming of that clue for a long time. Beyond endless time and space, in the Zerg territory, within a magnificent divine hall constructed from countless dazzling jewels and flowing with resplendent energy light. King Amber, a 300-meter-tall Qia giant, was respectfully kneeling on the cold and opulent ground. Seeing the eager reply from the communicator, his tense mind slightly relaxed, and he quietly let out a breath. Before him was a divine throne as massive as a mountain, upon which sat a being with boundless and vast aura. She possessed a peerlessly beautiful face that could make stars pale in comparison, but her deep eyes held only the coldness and majesty of one looking down upon all beings. The mental fluctuations naturally emanating from her body seemed to be able to influence the universe law. She was the Zerg Queen Mother who orchestrated this killing scheme, the Lord of Red Mist. How is it? Did that human Qingyu try to evade this time? The Lord of Red Mist's lazy and cold voice echoed in the hall, every syllable carrying power that pierced the soul. King Amber lowered his head even further, his tone filled with reverence, reporting to the great Lord of Red Mist that human Qingyu showed extreme enthusiasm for the trade, revealing a determination to succeed in his words, without any evasion or suspicion. Very good. The Lord of Red Mist's lips curved into an arc that could overturn galaxies, yet was chillingly cold. It seems his desire for the 108 imperial seas has reached its peak. Greed will ultimately drag him into the abyss of destruction. Her slender fingers gently tapped the armrest of the divine throne, making rhythmic soft sounds, as if playing an overture to death. HMPH, the human race, their luck has been quite good lately. The Lord of Red Mist's voice turned cold, with a hint of imperceptible annoyance. First, there was that astonishingly talented KD. Although he has fallen, he still caused us a lot of trouble. Now, besides this Qingyu, I hear they have another fellow named Luo Feng, who has even been taken as a disciple by the primordial Chaos City Lord. She slightly raised her eyes, her gaze seemingly piercing through endless time and space, landing on the distant human territory. A mere weak race, yet it can continuously produce such geniuses. It's truly displeasing. Her tone carried absolute indifference and killing intent. Precisely for this reason, this Qingyu must be stifled. We absolutely cannot give him any more opportunities to grow. A world lord capable of rivaling an invincible king level. If he were to break through to Undying, what then? The information of the Lord of Red Mist, and even the Zerg, monster race, and automaton race alliance behind her, still remained at the stage before Qingyu's breakthrough to Undying. The brief confrontation with venerable Shihuo outside Earth had already proven how terrifying Qingyu's strength was. But specific intelligence about that battle was strictly sealed by the human race's highest echelons, known only to a very few core entities. How could it spread to hostile races? In the Lord of Red Mist's view, this scheme was still targeting a human youngster with heaven-defying talent, but ultimately just a world lord. Deploying such a large force was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. There was no reason for failure. You must guide him well. The Lord of Red Mist issued the final command. Have his main body or flesh clone go to Miaojing Ridge in Langguan Secret Realm to complete the transaction. That will be his final burial ground. Yes, I obey your will. King Amber bowed deeply. Qingyu looked at the coordinate information sent by King Amber again, explicitly pointing to Miaojing Ridge, in Langguan Secret Realm, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The fish had completely taken the bait. Qingyu stood up and headed to the City Lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, the figure that seemed to merge with the entire primal universe, the primordial Chaos City Lord, was quietly watching him. City Lord. Qingyu slightly bowed, concisely reconfirming his communication with King Amber and his own judgment. The time has come. I have decided to go to the killing array set up by the three races. The primordial Chaos City Lord's gaze seemed to contain endless time and space. He slowly spoke, his voice calm yet carrying absolute authority. Since you have decided, then go. Remember, this journey is perilous, preserving yourself is paramount. My previous promise still stands. If the three races truly dare to disregard their face and send out Universe Lord-level combat power, I will naturally intervene. His tone was calm, yet contained unquestionable power. As one of the human race's giants, he was also pleased to see the hostile races suffer a major setback in this matter, losing troops and generals. A clone was quietly mobilized, already prepared to descend upon Langguan's secret realm at any time. Leaving the City Lord's mansion, Qingyu's consciousness connected to the virtual universe again, appearing before a magnificent palace constructed from endless bloody light. This was the exclusive plane of his teacher, the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's figure solidified. He looked at his most outstanding disciple, his brows slightly furrowed, a trace of obvious worry on his face. Qingyu, regarding this trip to Langguan's secret realm, in my opinion, it would be better to call it off. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord said in a deep voice, his tone filled with concern. I am not afraid of confronting the three races. If it truly is their conspiracy, taking this opportunity to cut off their claws would naturally be satisfying. But, according to your speculation, if they are truly determined to kill you, the probability of them sending out a Universe Lord-level existence this time is extremely high. He gazed at Qingyu, his eyes deep. A Universe Lord and a Universe Exalt are worlds apart. Even if you are extraordinarily talented and your strength far surpasses your peers, facing such an existence, a slight mistake could lead to eternal damnation. I don't want you to take such an extreme risk. He was genuinely considering his disciple. Qingyu's growth rate had already far exceeded his expectations. Given time, he would surely become a pillar of the human race, so there was no need to take such a dangerous gamble at this moment. Just then, a calm voice with a faint smile echoed in this plane. The figure of the primordial Chaos City Lord also condensed here. He looked at the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, a rare hint of teasing on his face. Tianxi, I remember how decisive and thunderous you were when you single-handedly suppressed the Blood Luo world, facing the endless evil qi of the ancient god ruins and the resistance of the native powerhouses. How come you've become so indecisive when it comes to your own disciple now? Ha ha ha. The primordial Chaos City Lord's teasing eased the solemn atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord shook his head helplessly and looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord. City Lord, times have changed. When suppressing external enemies, one must naturally be ruthless and decisive. But Qingyu is my disciple. As a teacher, how can I not consider my disciples' safety? He turned his gaze to Qingyu, who stood quietly, and snorted. If I don't consider this kid more, with his audacious nature, he dared to provoke an existence like the Lord of Nine Nethers last time. Who knows what kind of hole he'll poke in the heavens this time? Being lectured by his teacher directly, Qingyu could only maintain the respectful posture of a disciple, bowing his head slightly. But his tone was filled with undeniable conviction. Teacher, please trust me, I truly have confidence. Even when facing a universe lord, this disciple is indeed confident that he can. Qingyu. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord interrupted him, his expression more serious than ever before. You must not be careless. A universe lord, even a casual strike, possesses power far beyond your imagination. Especially soul attacks, when unleashed by a universe lord, contain the complete power of law. They are countless times more terrifying than the soul attacks that universe exalts painstakingly research for countless epochs. That is a difference in essence. You should understand the risks involved. He spoke earnestly, every word filled with a teacher's care and worry. Qingyu felt the heavy concern from his teacher, a warm current flowing through his heart. He knew that if he didn't reveal some of his trump cards, his teacher would likely not be at ease. He looked up, still maintaining respect on his face, but the confidence in his eyes grew brighter. Teacher, please rest assured, this disciple is not arrogant, but truly has something to rely on. He paused slightly, as if having made up his mind, then slowly spoke. Do you still remember Earth? That special planet modified by an alien great power. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord and the Primordial Chaos City Lord both stirred slightly, clearly aware of this matter. Qingyu continued. Through a stroke of opportunity, this disciple has already become a disciple of that alien great power who modified Earth. Thanks to my teacher's favor, he bestowed upon this disciple a treasure for self-protection. Oh. This time, even the Primordial Chaos City Lord, who had been wearing a faint smile, genuinely showed surprise. His gaze was like a torch, fixed on Qingyu. Qingyu no longer hesitated and directly stated, it's a high-grade soul-type supreme treasure. A high-grade soul-type supreme treasure. As the words fell, even the mental states of the Primordial Chaos City Lord and the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord were moved. Soul-type treasures are extremely rare and precious in the vast universe, each one priceless, enough to make universe lords contend for them. And a high-grade soul-type supreme treasure. This is even a legendary treasure. Its value is immeasurable, enough to become one of the clan-protecting treasures of any peak race. Even an existence like the Primordial Chaos City Lord, who has guarded the core of the human race for endless ages, does not possess a soul supreme treasure of this level himself. That mysterious alien great power actually casually bestowed a high-grade soul-type supreme treasure upon Qingyu. What immense regard, and what generosity. A hint of understanding and contemplation flashed in the Primordial Chaos City Lord's deep eyes. He did not press Qingyu for the specific name of that alien teacher. At his level, most of the secrets in the Universe Sea were already known to him. To be respectfully called an alien great power generally refers to a lone universe strongest, whose numbers are few and far between in the entire universe. And one who would willingly accept Qingyu as a disciple would certainly not be the leader of a race or an alliance. Excluding these, only a few lone universe strongest remained, and among those capable of casually bestowing a high-grade soul-type supreme treasure upon a disciple, in the Primordial Chaos City Lord's impression, there was only. The Primordial Chaos City Lord already had a suspected candidate in mind, but since Qingyu himself hadn't mentioned it, he naturally wouldn't expose it. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, who was beside them, also recovered from his initial shock. He looked at Qingyu, his eyes complex, with admiration, relief, and even a sigh that, the disciple's karmic affinity has far surpassed my own. He took a deep breath, and finally a relieved smile appeared on his face, the heavy worry completely vanishing. Good, good, good. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord exclaimed, good, 3 times, vigorously patted Qingyu's shoulder, his tone filled with the exhilaration of relief. With a high-grade soul-type supreme treasure protecting you, and your own soul and well-being incredibly powerful, a universe lord attempting to annihilate your soul will find it as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He glowed brightly. With this trump card, what else do I have to worry about? Go. Since the three races dare to set up this trap, they must be prepared to have their teeth knocked out. This time, we must make them suffer a great loss for their troubles. Seeing that both his teacher and the primordial Chaos City Lord had been convinced and would act as a hidden backup, Qingyu's last trace of apprehension completely disappeared. He solemnly saluted his two mentors. Thank you, City Lord, thank you, teacher. This disciple will not fail your expectations. If he could successfully lure out the big fish and heavily wound or even annihilate the elites sent by the three races, especially the potential universe lord, the spoils of war and the blow to the morale of the three races would be an unprecedented, great harvest. The plan was set, no more delays. Qingyu immediately acted. After leaving the primal universe, he used divine kingdom teleportation to appear in a barren star domain near Lengguan's secret realm. This was about 100 light years from the secret realm entrance, close enough for quick arrival without alerting the enemy. The primordial Chaos City Lord and the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord did not travel with Qingyu. They had also silently arrived near Lengguan's secret realm, locked onto the area called Miaojing Ridge, and quietly lay in wait, anticipating the prey. Or rather, waiting for the moment when Qingyu, this bait, would lure out the true prey. To play the part fully and lull the hidden enemy, Qingyu did not immediately reveal his main body. With a thought, his subordinate slave, king-level immortal King Mingji, transformed into a blurry phantom and stealthily moved towards the coordinates provided by King Amber. Indeed, shortly after King Mingji departed, the special communicator in Qingyu's hand vibrated urgently. Only a line of cold text appeared on the screen: Spirit Control King. What is the meaning of this? Sending a slave. There's no sincerity. If you don't want to trade, then this is the end. I'm leaving. The text revealed strong dissatisfaction and a hint of feigned decisiveness. A deep flame flickered in Qingyu's eyes, knowing that the fish had smelled the bait but was still testing. He swiped his fingertip across the communicator, quickly replying with just the right amount of anxiety and pleading in the text: King Amber, wait. It's not a lack of sincerity, it's truly because I'm in a dangerous place and must act cautiously. You should understand how important the 108 Imperial Seas clue is to me. I will come personally immediately. Please wait a moment. Chapter 181, Withstanding the Attack of a Universe Lord. After sending the information, Qingyu knew the time was ripe. The Qingyu Ning main body stepped out from its hiding place in an instant, flying toward the agreed-upon coordinate point while radiating the life aura of a World Lord rank. Meanwhile, deep within Miaojing Ridge, behind another mountain range shrouded in strange mirage chi, a towering figure was hiding there. He was nearly 300 meters tall, with a divine body presenting a translucent, amber-like texture, inside which thick energy flowed slowly like magma. It was none other than the king-level immortal of the Xia giant race, King Amber. The hidden detectors he had set up around the coordinate point immediately captured the 9-meter-tall figure. He's here. King Amber's four eyes lit up with excited radiance at the same time. According to the detailed information provided by the insect race, this should be the main body form of the human race's Qingyu after performing possession on a special life form, the Azure Ghoul. It is a flesh and blood body. His heart was filled with wild joy, as if he could already see the security guarantee for his race's future promised by the insect race. Ha ha ha, human race's Qingyu, no matter how heaven-defying your talent is, you are bound to die today. Who told you to be so greedy as to actually come with your main body? However, amidst the wild joy, he still maintained his final vigilance, suppressing the impulse to strike immediately. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I must follow the plan formulated by the Lord of Red Mist. Qingyu's Qingyu Ning main body, deliberately maintaining the aura fluctuations of a World Lord rank, arrived at the coordinate point initially provided by King Amber. This was a barren valley shrouded in thick, colorful mirage chi. The valley was silent, with only those twisted light and shadows wriggling soundlessly. Where was there any sign of King Amber? He immediately sent a Query through his communicator. I have arrived. Where are you? A moment later, the communicator lit up. Spirit Control King, for the sake of safety, the trading location has been changed. The new coordinates have been sent. Looking at the newly transmitted coordinates, Qingyu's eyes were cold. The two coordinates were far apart, and it would take quite some time to fly there. Indeed, he is stalling and testing me. Qingyu sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he cooperatively displayed a hint of impatience, yet still followed the instructions and flew toward the new coordinates. This was just the beginning. Just as he was about to arrive at the second coordinate, King Amber's message arrived again, and the location was changed once more. Like this, they went back and forth more than a dozen times. Qingyu seemed like a chess piece being led by the nose, constantly changing directions within the vast and dangerous Miaojing Ridge, wasting a huge amount of time and energy. In the shadows, King Amber, through the hidden detectors spread everywhere, carefully screened Qingyu's state. He went to such great lengths for only one core purpose, to confirm 100% whether the one coming to trade was Qingyu's main body or flesh and blood clone, or his famous energy-type clone, Amethyst Cloud Wings. The biggest killing move of the trap set by the insect race, monster race, and automaton race was the soul attack originating from the Lord of Red Mist. A soul attack can only exert its power against flesh and blood life forms to achieve a one-hit kill. After more than a dozen long observations, King Amber finally confirmed it completely, the 9-meter-tall azure ghoul before him. Its life aura was majestic and stable, moving freely within the mirage chi. It was definitely not an energy illusion, but absolutely a flesh and blood body. Moreover, judging from the impatience and desire for the clue he displayed, it was indeed his main body in person. Success. King Amber suppressed the wild joy in his heart, his 4 yellow eyes flickering with excited light. He immediately sent a confirmation message to the Lord of Red Mist, who was far away in the insect race's territory, through a special channel. Great Lord of Red Mist, the target is confirmed. Human race's Qingyu, flesh and blood clone suspected to be the main body, has entered the trap. Requesting to execute the final plan. In the insect race temple in the endless distance, the stunningly beautiful Lord of Red Mist looked at the message transmitted by King Amber, and the corners of her bewitching mouth finally curled into a cold and cruel arc. Very good, the prey has entered the cage. She stood up lazily, and the pale red mist surrounding her body seemed to become active. I will descend in person immediately. At the same time, she connected with the other 2 universe overlords participating in this assassination operation. In the monster race territory, within an ancient nebula filled with tyrannical aura, a massive giant snake was winding and coiling. Its abdomen was silver white, while its back was a deep cyan black, and it possessed 2 wings of flesh that covered the sky and the sun. The most eye-catching part was its ferocious head. Above its forehead, 9 curved, branched giant horns, like the branches of an ancient tree, were intertwined together, forming a natural crown. A pair of vertical pupils, mixed with threads of golden light in the emerald green, suddenly opened. Human race's Qingyu, the evil wing cult master, let out a low, hoarse hiss, carrying endless hatred. You have enslaved so many of our kin, this time, you cannot escape. Inside an absolutely rational metal temple somewhere in the automaton race, an 8-meter-tall figure stood quietly. It had sturdy and stable metal legs, as well as 3 arms containing terrifying power. Its entire body was cast from unknown strange metal, smooth and incomparable, without a single hair, and its shiny head reflected a cold luster. This was none other than Venerable Kong Zhong of the automaton race. He received the message from the Lord of Red Mist, and a stream of data flashed and disappeared in his eyes. The cold, electronically synthesized voice echoed in the temple. 1 universe lord, 2 universe overlords joining forces, just to kill a single world lord. Human race's Qingyu, you have died well, it can be considered a glorious funeral. The 3 super beings from different peak races had long since set up Divine Kingdom teleportation tokens deep within Miaojing Ridge. The moment they received the action order from the Lord of Red Mist, they simultaneously activated the teleportation. Strange space-time fluctuations rippled quietly in different locations in the inner ring area of Miaojing Ridge. Almost without distinction, the figures of the Lord of Red Mist, the evil wing cult master, and venerable Kongjong had already crossed endless space-time and descended here. Qingyu, following the last coordinate provided by King Amber, arrived at a Miaojing Ridge planet numbered 12. The environment here was even harsher. The colorful mirage chi had almost condensed into substance, and within the twisted light and shadows, it seemed as if countless whispering murmurs were hidden. Looking around, in the center of the distant star domain, that supergiant star emitting a hazy purple halo was already clearly visible. Like the beating heart of this vast, mountain ridge, it emitted majestic energy that made one's heart palpitate. He stood among the jagged, strange rocks and sent a message through his communicator again, with a tone carrying an intentionally created, irrepressible irritability. King Amber, I have traveled to more than a dozen places. Where exactly are you? I came alone with full sincerity. Why must you be so cautious? If you don't want to trade, just say so directly. This time, the communicator had a reply almost instantly, but the text on it was full of undisguised sarcasm and killing intent. Haha, trade. Of course, we must continue to trade, but the subject of the trade is your life. The moment the text appeared, boom. An irresistible, vast, and boundless majesty instantly enveloped the vast star domain of hundreds of billions of kilometers with Qingyu at the center. Space seemed to have been poured into invisible steel, becoming unbreakable and extremely heavy. The flow of time also suddenly became viscous and sluggish. All matter, energy, and even law fluctuations fell into a quagmire of near solidification under this absolute will. Controlling space-time. Qingyu's expression changed, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. It is a universe lord. This was the most basic ability of a universe lord, controlling space-time. Within this domain, a universe lord is the master of space-time. If he does not allow it, no life form can teleport, and even divine kingdom teleportation will be completely isolated. Immediately after, three figures emitting an aura that made the starry sky tremble stepped out as if from nothingness, surrounding Qingyu in a triangular formation from afar. Directly in front, pale red mist permeated and condensed into a stunningly beautiful figure with a graceful posture. The mist surrounding her body seemed to possess life, leading the surrounding laws to dance along with it. Zerg Queen Mother, Lord of Red Mist. Her eyes carried a hint of playful amusement like a cat playing with a mouse, looking down at the tiny figure below. On the left, the void was covered by a huge shadow, and the giant snake with wings on its back wound and coiled. Beneath the nine-horned crown, the emerald gold vertical pupils locked onto Qingyu, undisguisedly revealing its tyrannical killing intent. It was the monster race's evil wing cult master. On the right, the metal body was cold and ruthless, and the three-armed venerable Kongjong stood silently, his shiny head reflecting the light of the purple star in the distance. The Lord of Red Mist's bewitching yet bone-chillingly cold voice rang out softly, carrying a hint of perfectly timed surprise. Oh. Human race's Qingyu, so you disappeared for 5,000 years to break through to the undying realm. Her gaze pierced through Qingyu's disguise. You were indeed much better than those mediocre people, but unfortunately. Her tone suddenly turned sharp, carrying endless mockery and killing intent. Geniuses are always so arrogant and proud. You think that by breaking through to undying, you have the qualification to stand before us. You were merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot, adding to the laughter. Today, pay the price of your life for this foolish arrogance. Before the words fell, without giving Qingyu any chance to speak, in the face of absolute power, the words of an ant are meaningless. Boom. An invisible and intangible, yet seemingly terrifying power originating from the universe's origin laws instantly crossed space and descended directly. This was not a material attack, but an erosion and annihilation targeting the soul origin. The Lord of Red Mist's soul attack was like billions of invisible fine needles, and also like a poisonous tide capable of polluting everything. It directly infiltrated the core of his divine body, sweeping toward the soul imprint branded in every fraction of his divine power. Once the soul is eroded, Qingyu's consciousness will be completely lost. At that time, whether to kill or enslave will be entirely at the whim of the Lord of Red Mist. Just as this destructive soul wave touched Qingyu's soul core, The high-level soul-type true treasure, origin crystal, hidden deep within Qingyu's soul suddenly awakened, like a starry sky beast that had been angered. Dazzling, yet extremely gentle, clear radiance bloomed from the deepest part of the soul origin, like the rising sun dispelling the darkness, rapidly moisturizing every fraction of Qingyu's divine body from the inside out. At this moment, Qingyu's 9-meter-tall azure ghoul divine body seemed to have transformed into the purest and most flawless diamond, projecting a kind of brilliant radiance that was impervious to all methods and eternally guarded from the inside out. The Lord of Red Mist's terrifying soul power, which was enough to easily annihilate a universe exalt, after intruding into this divine body covered in diamond radiance. It was as if ice and snow encountered a scorching sun, being rapidly weakened, purified, and dispelled. When it struggled to penetrate this natural protection of the true treasure and touched Qingyu's own soul, its power was already less than 1/10. Defend the heart. Qingyu drank low in his heart, burning his divine power crazily without stinting. The top-tier soul defense secret method, Heart Defense Chapter, in the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon, was stimulated to the extreme, constructing layers upon layers of tough heart shields, both virtual and real, around his soul. This further greatly weakened the remaining soul attack power. It must be said that the soul attack of a universe lord is indeed terrifyingly peerless. Even though Qingyu's soul and will underwent a huge leap after experiencing the perfect gene and origin baptism when breaking through to undying, and had already touched the threshold of a universe lord. And the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon is also a top-tier secret method, plus there is a high-level soul-type true treasure protecting the body. Under the triple protection, the remaining soul impact still made Qingyu's soul tremble uncontrollably, as if being heavily struck by an invisible giant hammer. Qingyu's heart was incomparably clear. Although he withstood this terrifying blow by relying on the triple protection, he also deeply realized the chasm-like life-level gap between a universe lord and an undying. This has nothing to do with talent or secret methods, nor is it something that combat techniques can make up for. A universe lord's absolute control over space-time and the application of laws are already in another dimension. The opponent would not give him a chance to calmly execute his talent secret methods. The Lord of Red Mist let out a sound of uncontrollable shock. On her stunningly beautiful face, the playful amusement and calmness like a cat playing with a mouse originally froze, replaced by thick disbelief. She had great confidence in her soul attack. The blow just now, although not using her full strength, was definitely not something an undying spiritual god could withstand. Even a universe overlord with a top-tier soul defense secret method could not possibly be so nonchalant. How is that possible? She whispered in disbelief, and then, as if thinking of something, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. She turned abruptly to the evil wing cult master and venerable Kong Zhang, her voice carrying a trace of shame and anger at being fooled. He has a soul supreme treasure. And, it's not an ordinary true treasure. She made a judgment in an instant, and naturally believed that this must be a protective treasure bestowed upon this peerless genius by the human race. Human race. What a great hand. Even such a precious soul supreme treasure, they are willing to bestow it upon an undying little guy. The Lord of Red Mist's voice was cold and piercing, containing monstrous anger. An advanced soul supreme treasure would even make her heart move. In her view, this move by the human race was simply squandering a heavenly treasure, but it also confirmed from the side how much the human race valued Qingyu. Human race's Qingyu. The Lord of Red Mist suppressed the anger caused by the failure, and that boiling killing intent condensed into substance. Deep within this killing intent, there was also a hint of uncontrollable, fiery greed, which quietly raised its head like a poisonous snake and spread rapidly. Chapter 182, The City Lord and Teacher Arrive. Not only the Lord of Red Mist, but the evil wing cult master beside her also had terrifying brilliance erupting from his massive jade gold vertical pupils, his greed almost becoming tangible. A high-level soul supreme treasure. His massive snake body trembled slightly from excitement, and the 9 giant horns coiled on his forehead seemed to flash with longing. Even venerable Kong Zhang, who appeared the calmest, turned his smooth metal head slightly toward Qingyu, his cold mechanical eyes flashing wildly. The automaton race had no souls and were naturally immune to soul attacks, so this treasure offered limited direct combat power improvement to him. However, the value of a high-level Soul Supreme treasure was recognized throughout the entire Universe C. It was enough to make countless Universe Lords go crazy. If he could obtain it, he could completely trade it with experts from other factions to exchange for one most suitable for him. For example, a top-tier domain type, palace type, or attack type treasure. In an instant, 3 super experts from different races, harboring a common assassination target, felt an incredibly intense greed rise within them. Kill Qingyu, seize the treasure. This goal became even more tempting and urgent than simply stifling a genius. Treasures move the heart. Qingyu clearly felt the undisguised burning and greed in those 3 gazes. He sneered even more in his heart. It seems this life-saving item of mine has only made you more impatient. Facing the killing intent locked onto him by 1 Universe Lord and 2 Universe Overlords, Qingyu seemed completely fearless. Because he had long since transmitted everything happening here, including the identities and movements of the 3 experts, to the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Master of Sky Eclipse Palace in real time via the virtual universe. The primordial Chaos City Lord and his teacher would arrive in an instant. Meeting the gaze of the Lord of Red Mist, he did not retreat but sneered instead. His tone carried undisguised sarcasm. HMPH. You all have quite the grand plan. 1 Universe Lord and 2 Universe Overlords joined forces to set this trap just to kill a small undying like me. If this gets out, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by billions of races? Unfortunately, your schemes don't seem to have fully succeeded. Stupid human. Before the Lord of Red Mist could respond, the winding giant snake, the evil wing cult master, let out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh like metal grinding against stone. He, did you think we lured you to this Miao Jing Ridge just because the Mirage Chi here could force out your fleshly body, making it convenient for soul enslavement? Cruel and triumphant light flashed in his jade gold vertical pupils. You were wrong. Miao Jing Ridge has another unknown secret. At the very core of this star domain, there is a desperate land. As long as you die there, even if a universe strongest personally makes a move to reverse time and space, they cannot resurrect you. Ha 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 ha. The evil wing cult master's hoarse, unpleasant laughter echoed in the frozen space-time, carrying a sense of triumph and cruelty, as if declaring a final judgment. Ha 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 ha. Stop struggling, little human. Venerable Kong Zhong's cold, synthesized electronic voice also sounded, carrying a condescending tone of judgment. In the history of your human race, that little guy named KD, wasn't he also ultimately completely buried by us in a secret realm desperate land using a similar method? Even the primordial Chaos City Lord couldn't resurrect him. Today, you will follow in his footsteps. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the name, KD, a cold light flashed in Qingyu's eyes, which was hard to detect, and then he looked at Venerable Kong Zhong with a gaze that was almost pitying. This automaton race universe overlord probably never dreamed that the old affair they mentioned, which was hailed as a thorn in the heart of the primordial Chaos City Lord, had its true subject, the primordial Chaos City Lord himself, already casting his cold gaze toward this star domain. Qingyu naturally knew about the fall of KD. He was a disciple who was equally brilliant and in whom the primordial Chaos City Lord had placed high hopes, but he ultimately fell in a special secret realm, where even a universe strongest could not reverse time and space to resurrect him. In the vast universe, resurrection is not omnipotent. Except for special cases where the individual's realm was too high, or their life level was too heaven-defying, causing the backlash of reversing time and space to be too strong for even a universe strongest to bear. Under normal circumstances, as long as the deceased's lifespan limit had not been reached, theoretically, everyone could be resurrected by reversing time and space. This even included beings who were killed after their souls were annihilated or after being soul enslaved, although even if the latter were resurrected, their soul enslaved state would not change, so resurrection had little meaning. However, the wonders of the universe far exceed imagination. There are always some extremely mysterious dangerous places and desperate lands that contain special rules of the universe. Being killed in these places, one's traces of existence seem to be completely erased from the long river of time and space in the entire universe. Even a universe strongest cannot retrieve and resurrect them from the past. Listening to the words of the snake-shaped evil wing cult master, it was clear that at the core of this Miao Jing ridge, there existed such a perilous place that even a universe strongest was helpless against. I have been assassinated by you so many times. Facing the death declaration of the three super experts, Qingyu did not show fear. Instead, he let out a loud laugh, the laughter filled with fearless heroism and a trace of mockery. Did you really think I would come to the appointment without preparation and easily take the bait? His gaze swept over the Lord of Red Mist, the evil wing cult master, and Venerable Kong Zhong, speaking word by word, resonant and forceful. Today, let us see who lives and who dies. In the few seconds he was talking to the three alien experts, a terrifying pressure, far more vast and profound than the Lord of Red Mist's control of space-time, and seemingly representing the order of the universe origin, descended upon this star domain without warning, like a silent tsunami. The space-time that had been frozen by the Lord of Red Mist made an unbearable crack sound like fragile glass, and the heavy feeling of restraint melted away in an instant. This space-time began to twist and shake violently, as if a huge stone had been thrown into a calm water surface. The invisible shackles of space-time let out an unbearable wail, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread through the starry sky. A majestic power, far more vast and profound than the control of the Lord of Red Mist, was forcibly intervening with an irresistible posture, competing for absolute dominance over this space-time. It was the primordial Chaos City Lord who had made his move. Lord of Red Mist, evil wing cult master, Venerable Kong Zhong, you are quite impressive. A low shout containing endless anger exploded in the depths of the soul-like billions of thunderclaps. Accompanied by this voice, a towering figure over 10,000 kilometers tall, stepping on waves of starlight composed of chaos chi, as if walking from the primordial wilderness, suddenly appeared in this Miao Jing Ridge star domain. He held a huge stone staff that looked simple and unadorned, yet radiated a terrifying aura that suppressed time and space and settled the universe. Just standing there made the entire starry sky seem to be bowing to him. The primordial Chaos City Lord was truly angry. The tragedy of KD was an eternal pain in his heart, and now these alien races dared to plot against the new hope of his human race in the same despicable way right in front of him. Even mentioning the old affair to provoke him ignited the anger of this human race giant. The beautiful face of the Lord of Red Mist changed color suddenly. She did not expect the primordial Chaos City Lord to actually descend personally, and to arrive so quickly and suddenly. She reacted extremely quickly, the light red mist around her body instantly becoming as thick as blood, boiling as if it had life, turning into a towering sea of blood, intending to spread to the surroundings. Attempting to stabilize her control over space-time and block the pressure of the primordial Chaos City Lord. At the same time, a hurried and clear voice transmission from the Master of Sky Eclipse Palace rang in Qingyu's mind, "Disciple, don't resist." Qingyu understood, immediately relaxing his whole body. A huge suction force acted on him instantly, wanting to pull him away from this top-tier universe battlefield that was about to erupt. Don't even think about it. The evil wing cult master let out an angry hiss, his massive flesh wings flapping violently, his speed exceeding the constraints of space-time. The huge snake body approached Qingyu instantly, and a claw covered in blue-black scales, flashing with cold light, tore through space and struck down. He wanted to crush Qingyu in his palm, or at least interrupt this rescue. At the same time, the sea of blood boiling around the Lord of Red Mist also split off a portion, turning into a huge, terrifying blood-colored vortex that seemed capable of swallowing a galaxy. Arriving first despite starting later, it rolled toward Qingyu, intending to forcibly snatch him away. HMPH. Overestimating your capabilities. A cold snort exploded like thunder from the nine heavens. In the void, an incomparably magnificent phantom of a huge palace, radiating an ancient and vast aura, suddenly appeared, steadily blocking the path between Qingyu and the evil wing cult master's claw. The evil wing cult master's claw, which was enough to crush stars and tear apart the divine body of a venerable, struck hard on the palace phantom. But it only exploded into a dazzling ball of light. The phantom did not move an inch, not even a single ripple was stirred. And the blood-colored vortex that the Lord of Red Mist rolled toward Qingyu was precisely intercepted by a brilliant galaxy that appeared out of thin air, rolling back countless starlight points. The galaxy surged, containing endless sharpness and the intent of destruction, blocking the blood-colored vortex tightly so it could not advance an inch. The primordial Chaos City Lord and the Master of Sky Eclipse Palace had come with Qingyu and had been hiding on the side. The timing of their strike was perfect, exactly at the moment of transition between offense and defense, when the enemy's mind was shaken. Even if the Lord of Red Mist and the two universe overlords reacted quickly, they could not be faster than this carefully planned surprise. Taking this opportunity, the huge palace phantom erupted with powerful suction again. Qingyu did not resist anymore, his figure blurred instantly, and the next moment he disappeared from the original spot, completely absorbed into it. The scene before his eyes changed, and Qingyu found himself in a vast and boundless palace, with carved beams and painted pillars inside, filled with a faint blood-colored glow. Under his feet were slabs as warm as jade, surrounded by towering pillars, and in the distance, it seemed as if an endless starry sky was flowing. He knew that this should be his teacher, the Master of Sky Eclipse Palace's palace-type treasure, Sky Eclipse Palace. Sure enough, the Master of Sky Eclipse Palace, dressed in blood robes, with an aura as sharp as a drawn divine sword, was standing not far from him, looking coldly at the vast battlefield outside the palace. Teacher. Qingyu stepped forward, to salute. The Master of Sky Eclipse Palace withdrew his gaze and looked at Qingyu, his eyes carrying a trace of lingering fear and cold anger. I didn't expect it to be just as you predicted, these three races really have no shame. To kill you, even a universe lord was dispatched personally. If you hadn't been prepared and had a treasure to protect your body, the consequences this time would have been unimaginable. Outside the Sky Eclipse Palace, the space-time battlefield that had been forcibly twisted was filled with an atmosphere as oppressive as the eve of a star's explosion. The beautiful face of the Lord of Red Mist was filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. She stared fixedly at the towering figure stepping on the Chaos Chi, as well as the Sky Eclipse Palace, her voice sharp, primordial Chaos City Lord. Master of Sky Eclipse Palace. How could you have arrived so quickly? From the moment the three of them appeared to surround and kill Qingyu, to the moment the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Master of Sky Eclipse Palace forcibly intervened, the whole process was lightning fast, adding up to less than 10 seconds. This kind of reaction speed far exceeded her estimation. Venerable Kong Zhong's cold eyes flashed with rapid blue light, and his metal head turned to the primordial Chaos City Lord. It seems this so-called deal was a trap from beginning to end. Our assassination plan had long been seen through by you. At this moment, Qingyu's figure appeared at the magnificent entrance of the Sky Eclipse Palace, standing beside his teacher. His gaze swept coldly over the three alien experts outside with ugly expressions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer. How is it? The three of you came from afar, are you satisfied with this surprise prepared by my human race? Hearing this, the Lord of Red Mist felt anger surging in her chest. She stared fixedly at Qingyu, her voice like 10,000 years of cold ice. Human brat, you just luckily escaped with your life, don't get cocky. You were lucky this time, next time if you dare to step half a step out of the human race territory, I will surely make you destroyed in body and soul. Hey, Qingyu sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. Who couldn't talk big? Next time. Lord of Red Mist, do you think you still have a next time? His voice suddenly raised, carrying an unquestionable aura of slaughter. Almost forgot to tell you, perhaps, you don't have a next time at all. Don't be naive enough to think that after setting up this trap today, the three of you can still leave safely, right? Want to keep me? The Lord of Red Mist seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the universe. The blood mist around her body surged violently, and the vast divine might belonging to a universe lord erupted without reservation, shaking this star domain. Arrogant. You don't understand at all what the mighty power of a universe lord represents. Just relying on you people. She then turned to the primordial Chaos City Lord, who had been silent but whose aura was as terrifying as a volcano about to erupt, and said, forcing herself to be calm, Primordial Chaos City Lord. Others may fear you, but I, Red Mist, do not. If a universe lord wants to leave, who can truly keep them? The ability of a universe lord to save their own life is extremely strong, and it is extremely difficult to kill them. This is a recognized fact in the universe. It is precisely because of this that although the Lord of Red Mist was shocked, she was not panicked. Even if the plan failed, escaping should be fine. However, she underestimated the anger of the primordial Chaos City Lord at this moment. KD. This name was like a brand, deeply engraved in the heart of the primordial Chaos City Lord. Hearing the Lord of Red Mist and others admit with their own mouths that they used similar methods to stifle human race geniuses, and even doing so with a hint of showing off. The suppressed resentment and killing intent that had accumulated for endless years finally erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed to the limit. Chapter 183, Annihilating the Evil Wing Cult Master. The towering figure of primordial Chaos City Lord seemed to transform into an incarnation of the universe law, his ancient stone staff slowly rising. Pointing at Lord of Red Mist, Evil Wing Cult Master, and Venerable Kong Jong. His voice was no longer angry, but became incredibly calm. Yet, beneath this tranquility, there was a terrifying killing intent that could freeze the starry sky. If I don't make you pay a bloody price, you alien races will never understand what it means to be peaceful. Today, with your blood, I shall honor the heroic souls of our human race's fallen geniuses. For Taiwanese novels, go to Taiwan Novels Network, twcon.com, for easy reading. Before his words fully fell, primordial Chaos City Lord moved. Whoosh! A vast and indistinct river of stars appeared out of thin air. The river was several light years wide, and its length seemed to span the cosmos, reaching the end of the universe. Floating within this blurry yet magnificent river were swords, blades, bells, pagodas, cauldrons, shuttles, 1,000 strange artifacts of various forms, all exuding a heart-palpitating pressure. This was precisely primordial Chaos City Lord's renowned domain-type supreme treasure that shook the universe, the Thousand Treasure River. The Thousand Treasure River transformed into a torrent sweeping through the starry sky, carrying an irresistible, monstrous power, crashing down upon Lord of Red Mist's pervasive blood-red domain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lord of Red Mist's blood domain, before this river of stars composed of 1,000 supreme treasure phantoms, was like ice and snow encountering a red-hot branding iron, emitting a piercing corrosive sound. It furiously boiled, melted, and was suppressed and forced back bit by bit at a visible speed. The superiority in the clash of domains was immediately evident. Not good. Evil Wing Cult Master and Venerable Kong Jong were horrified at the sight. Although they were universe overlords, considered giants within their respective races, they faced primordial Chaos City Lord, an existence among the most pinnacle of universe lords. And with the infamous Thousand Treasure River, they had no courage to confront him head-on. Without a second thought, both instantly transformed into two streaks of light, frantically retreating in the direction away from the core area covered by the Thousand Treasure River. Their original positions for cornering Qingyu were already inconsistent. Now, to evade the terrifying sweep of the Thousand Treasure River, their escape routes diverged completely. In an instant, not only did their distance from Lord of Red Mist in the core battlefield rapidly widen, but the distance between them also instantly increased, forming two independent battlefields. Inside Sky Eclipse Palace, Qingyu clearly perceived the rapidly changing battle situation outside. Teacher, we'll split up according to the plan. This was the strategy they had long agreed upon. The strongest primordial Chaos City Lord would personally restrict, and even suppress, Lord of Red Mist, the Zerg Queen Mother, while Qingyu and Sky Eclipse Palace Master would each deal with a universe overlord. The objective was clear, at least to completely eliminate Evil Wing Cult Master and Venerable Kong Jong, these two pawns of the three races. Good. Sky Eclipse Palace Master did not hesitate, but still solemnly warned. Be careful yourself. The methods of a universe overlord are unfathomable. Prioritize your own safety. If it's not feasible, do not force it. Don't worry, teacher, your disciple is confident. Qingyu's eyes blazed with battle intent, full of confidence. Go. The gate of Sky Eclipse Palace opened wide, and Qingyu's Qingyu Ning main body instantly transformed into a streak of light tearing through space, relentlessly chasing in the direction Evil Wing Cult Master had fled. Evil Wing Cult Master was from the monster race and possessed a soul, making him the perfect target for Qingyu, who excelled at soul attacks. As for Venerable Kong Zhang's mechanical body, he was left to Sky Eclipse Palace Master, whose methods of attack were equally fierce and more suited to dealing with material defenses. The direction Evil Wing Cult Master had just fled was towards the very core of Miaojing Ridge, to that supergiant star emitting a hazy purple glow. That direction was a dead end, making it impossible to leave Miaojing Ridge, effectively trapping himself. Qingyu went all out, quickly closing the distance. Ahead, the winding, massive serpent with two wings on its back abruptly stopped its escape, coiling its body in the void realm. Its pair of emerald gold vertical pupils, filled with cruelty and a hint of indignation at being pursued by a weakling, locked onto the approaching Qingyu. Tisk, 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 Evil Wing Cult Master let out a hoarse, unpleasant sneer, his massive serpent tongue flicking. I didn't expect you, this little bug who luckily escaped, would actually dare to come alone to die. Are you tired of Primordial Chaos City Lord not being able to protect you, and eager to find release with this venerable? He exuded the terrifying pressure of an overlord, stirring the surrounding mirage chi, seemingly not putting the solitary Qingyu in his eyes at all. Evil Wing Cult Master's enormous serpentine body slowly writhed in the starry sky, his emerald gold vertical pupils filled with mockery and cruelty, as if admiring a pathetic prey that had willingly jumped into a trap. His hoarse voice carried undisguised malice, like a venomous snake's tongue licking Qingyu's nerves. Tisk, 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 little bug, do you really naively believe that because you could kill a few invincible king levels when you were a world lord, and luckily break through to Undying, you can now contend with an universe overlord like this venerable? His voice suddenly rose, filled with sarcasm and disdain. A frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the universe. How can the might of an overlord be fathomed by a junior like you, who can only survive by relying on treasures bestowed by your race? He raised his massive head, 9 curved giant horns glinting with cold light, his tone carrying a triumphant air of judgment. Do you know why this venerable didn't flee elsewhere, but specifically led you here? Ha ha ha, because the core of Miaojing Ridge, that purple giant star, is your burial ground. As long as I kill you there, even if your human race's great axe founder personally intervenes, he won't be able to revive you. Blame it on your own stupidity and arrogance. If you had honestly cowered inside Sky Eclipse Palace, this venerable might not have been able to do anything to you, but you dared to chase after me alone. This is the consequence of not respecting the strong. You're seeking your own death. Upon hearing this, Qingyu not only didn't get angry, but instead showed a bone-chilling smile. He looked up at the arrogant giant snake, his tone calm, yet containing an even colder killing intent than his opponent. Old long worm, you've got one thing wrong. Qingyu slowly raised his hand, and the origin power around him began to gather like a storm. I chased after you, not because I thought I could rival a universe overlord. His voice suddenly became resonant like clashing metal and stone, but to slaughter you. Before his words fell, a cold light burst from Qingyu's eyes. As for this good news you told me, thank you. If I get the chance, I'll let you personally experience what it's like to fall in that purple giant star. Purple cloud pearl, boundless purple chi. Buzz. In an instant, with Qingyu at the center, boundless purple mist appeared out of thin air, like a bursting flood, instantly spreading out and covering an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The mist swirled and flowed, carrying powerful binding and suppressing forces. This was the top-tier domain-type heavy treasure. In Qingyu's hand, the purple cloud pearl. As a domain-type treasure, the value of the purple cloud pearl even surpassed many ordinary offensive supreme treasures. When fully activated, it was enough to effectively restrict the movements of high-level venerables, and even for universe overlords, it could produce a certain interference effect. Moreover, now that it was being activated by Qingyu, an undying spiritual god, its power was more than 100 times stronger than during his World Lord period. The purple mist was like a swamp, clinging to Evil Wing Cult Master's massive body. Although it couldn't completely restrain him, it noticeably slowed his movements by several points, as if the surrounding space was glued. Ha ha ha. Evil Wing Cult Master felt the not-so-strong binding force around him and once again let out a thunderous laugh, full of disdain. Little bug, you don't actually think you can kill this venerable with this broken domain type heavy treasure, do you? You're hilarious. Is this your trump card? What a joke. Facing evil wing cult master's renewed mockery, the cold smile on Qingyu's face grew even more pronounced as he slowly clenched his fist. Old geezer. Qingyu's voice was like a cold wind from the 9 nether regions. I hope you can still laugh later. This purple cloud pearl was never meant to kill enemies, its only purpose was to restrict. To prevent evil wing cult master from seeing the unfavorable situation and frantically fleeing regardless of anything. After all, Qingyu's purple crystal cloud wing clone couldn't be used due to the environment here. If evil wing cult master was determined to escape, Qingyu might not actually be able to keep him. On evil wing cult master's hideous face, covered in dark green scales, mockery and killing intent intertwined. The silver-white sharp claw supreme treasures worn on his foreclaws burst forth with dazzling cold light. The surrounding universe space was easily torn and twisted like cloth under this incomparably sharp aura. Those were the offensive supreme treasures he relied on to traverse the universe and slaughter countless powerful enemies. Die, little bug. It is your honor to die by this venerable's void-rending claw. Evil wing cult master roared. His massive body stirred the purple cloud pearl domain, carrying the terrifying might of crushing stars. His sharp claws tore through the sky, aiming straight for Qingyu. He wanted to tear this annoying fly, along with its confidence, into complete shreds. However, no matter how fast his attack was, how could it be faster than thought? Just as the claw shadow, tearing through the starry sky, was about to reach him, a phantom image of the universe's birth and destruction flashed in Qingyu's eyes. A thought becomes nothingness. Thought becomes void. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling brilliance. But centered on Qingyu, a strange and terrifying domain descended silently. As if erased by an invisible eraser, colors, sounds, energy fluctuations, all perceptions of existence became blurred and hollow, as if falling into eternal nothingness, where even thought was to be frozen and emptied. At the same time, this area itself twisted and folded in lament, the boundary between reality and illusion broken. The light of the void-rending claw supreme treasure, which had come whistling, upon entering this area, was like lightning caught in a quagmire, its speed drastically reduced, and its trajectory became erratic. Although Qingyu is currently unable to perfectly integrate these two heaven-defying innate secret methods and unleash the true ultimate form, one thought void. However, after he broke through to undying and could burn his divine power without scruple, the power of these two domains had already undergone a qualitative change. Double domain overlay. Evil wing cult master's massive body was simultaneously enveloped by two forces. He only felt as if his soul had been immersed in 10,000-year-old profound ice, his consciousness operating incredibly slowly, and countless distracting thoughts and negative emotions uncontrollably arose. Then they were quickly erased by the emptiness, intent, making him so uncomfortable he almost vomited blood. At the same time, his proud and powerful divine body also felt unprecedented pressure, and the surrounding space-time was no longer stable. It was as if every step was on cotton, and his control over power and his activation of supreme treasures were greatly interfered with and weakened. What? Evil wing cult master's narrow snake pupils suddenly contracted to pinprick size, and immense horror instantly dispersed his previous arrogance and disdain. He had detailed information on Qingyu and knew that this Qingyu Ning clone possessed powerful innate secret methods. But he had never thought that an innate secret method unleashed by an undying spiritual god could have such a significant suppressive effect on a universe overlord like him. Impossible. How could your domain? His hoarse voice trembled with disbelief for the first time. Qingyu moved. In the center of that dual domain, he was like a dominator wielding nothingness and illusion, his cold gaze piercing through the distorted space-time, firmly locking onto the evil wing cult master, whose movements were sluggish and whose mind was greatly shaken. Now, it's my turn. No, evil wing cult master roared in his heart, desperately trying to regain control of his body. It must be admitted that a universe overlord is, after all, a universe overlord. Their soul will and divine body strength far surpass ordinary venerables. Under Qingyu's dual domain suppression, which was enough to make a high-level venerable instantly lose the ability to resist, he could still struggle, still maintain a faint trace of control. However, this trace of control seemed so laughable and powerless. His mental commands were issued, but his divine body was like a rusted puppet, reacting with a stiff, distorted posture after a delay of 1/100th of a second. His massive snake body twisted clumsily in the starry sky, attempting to stabilize itself or launch a counterattack, but it looked like a marionette performing a grotesque and comical dance. It formed an incredibly ironic contrast with his previous fierce might that tore through the starry sky. Evil Wing Cult Master, prepare to die. Qingyu's cold voice, like the bell of final judgment, exploded directly in the core of his soul. Evil Wing Cult Master looked at Qingyu with extreme horror, his huge snake mouth open, seemingly wanting to say something. Was it a threat, a plea for mercy, or pure astonishment? But in the end, he only managed to utter a vague syllable, "You." The rest of his words were completely choked off by an even more terrifying sight. In Qingyu's eyes, which burned with deep, dark flames, those flames suddenly condensed and spun, transforming into two slowly rotating, incredibly exquisite 9-petal lotus flowers. As Evil Wing Cult Master's gaze met them, in an instant, he felt as if his soul was branded, and two identical 9-petal nether lotus phantoms bloomed directly in the depths of his soul. At the same time, within the distorted domain, an enormous 9-petal snow lotus, composed of pale flames, appeared out of thin air. Its petals unfurled, emitting a terrifying cold light that could freeze souls and annihilate consciousness, closing around the stiffened Evil Wing Cult Master like an embrace, intending to completely envelop him. Self-created Peak Soul Secret Method, Void Lotus Flower. A flower of death blooming with the innate secret method domain as its soil and one's own soul will as its guide. Ah! The cold light emanating from the pale snow lotus, like billions of icy soul needles, pierced directly into the deepest part of his soul. Evil Wing Cult Master's massive snake body instantly twitched and contorted violently, letting out an extremely shrill soul howl. That pain far exceeded the physical body's limit. It was a lament from the origin of life. He felt as if his soul had been thrown into an eternal frozen hell, being frozen, peeled, and crushed little by the blooming lotus. Ah, to kill me is not that easy. Evil Wing Cult Master's shrill soul howl became intermittent, like a skipping tape recording, stretched and distorted in the twisted space-time. Despite enduring the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart, despite the connection between his mind and body being almost severed, his universe overlord-level tenacious will and his soul essence, tempered over countless epochs, still prevented him from giving up. In the deepest part of his consciousness, he frantically burned his divine power. Vast divine power, like a bursting flood, poured into his soul defense secret method, which he had cultivated for billions of epochs, without regard for cost. Building layer upon layer of tough barriers, desperately resisting the erosion and freezing of the pale lotus. This was not all of his confidence. A secret hidden for countless years, never even told to his closest friends within the monster race, was now forced to reveal itself at this life and death juncture. Just as the pale cold light of the void lotus flower was about to completely penetrate his soul core and annihilate his consciousness, a simple, profound, and eternally unmoving gray light suddenly bloomed from the deepest part of Evil Wing Cult Master's soul origin. This light was not dazzling, but it carried a sense of invulnerability to all laws and impregnable solidity. It firmly guarded Evil Wing Cult Master's soul core, desperately blocking the pervasive cold light of the lotus. Soul-type supreme treasure. Although it was only at the ordinary level, the value and power of a soul-type supreme treasure were incomparable to any soul defense secret method. This was Evil Wing Cult Master's greatest life-saving trump card, his true reliance for traversing the universe sea and escaping countless desperate situations where he nearly died. A trace of relief at surviving a catastrophe and deep resentment flashed in Evil Wing Cult Master's distorted snake pupils. Although this human race Qingyu's strength was terrifying enough to make him tremble with fear and regret participating in this assassination, with a soul supreme treasure protecting him, he firmly believed he could still escape death. As long as he survived this strongest wave of soul attacks and found an opportunity. On the other side, Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly. The terrifying power of his void lotus flower, capable of instantly annihilating the souls of high-level universe exalts. After invading evil wing cult master's divine body, it only eroded the superficial divine power, reaching the outer periphery of the soul, and could no longer advance an inch. Universe overlords are indeed difficult to kill. Qingyu thought to himself. He hadn't even considered attempting a more difficult soul enslavement, directly choosing soul annihilation, yet it still didn't work. The key to this was mainly the huge realm gap. A universe overlord is already the pinnacle of the universe exalt stage. Their divine body strength and soul essence have undergone a transformation, far beyond what an undying spiritual god can compare to. Although Qingyu's two innate secret methods are powerful, limited by his own realm, their true terrifying power has yet to be fully displayed. Chapter 184, The Lord of Red Mist Retreats. While the strongest soul attack secret method created by Qingyu, Void Lotus Flower, could be considered peak during his undying stage and was enough to look down upon his peers. When measured at the level of a universe exalt, its sophistication and absolute power were roughly equivalent to those created by a mid-level universe exalt, or at most, the level of a secret method of a high-level universe venerable. Trying to rely on this move to forcibly kill a universe overlord was indeed beyond its capabilities. If not for the support of the domineering innate secret method, a thought becomes nothingness, which greatly weakened the effect of the opponent's soul supreme treasure and interfered with his consciousness, he probably wouldn't even have been able to make him feel pain. The absolute gap in realm was like a solid barrier. However, this did not mean that Qingyu had no way to deal with him. If he spared no cost, he could completely order his subordinate, the high-level universe venerable servant, Venerable Dongshu, to burn his divine power, forcibly grab the evil wing cult master, and rush together into that distant purple supergiant star in the desperate land to self-destruct. In such a desperate land where even a universe strongest could not reverse time and space, combined with the terrifying power of a self-destruction, even if it couldn't kill the evil wing cult master, it would definitely be able to cripple him to the extreme, making it much easier to deliver the finishing blow afterward. But this thought only flashed through his mind before being rejected by Qingyu. His gaze swept over the evil wing cult master's pair of claw supreme treasures that were flashing with bone-chilling cold light and clearly of extraordinary grade, and a trace of burning heat rose in his heart. How could a monster race universe overlord who has roamed the universe for many years only have one supreme treasure on him? Perhaps there are other hidden treasures. Once the evil wing cult master fell into that purple giant star, even if he died, all the supreme treasures on him would be forever buried in the desperate land, never to be retrieved again. For Qingyu, this was undoubtedly a huge loss. I must kill the enemy, and I must also seize the treasures. Qingyu continued to maintain the dual domain of a thought becomes nothingness, and thought becomes void, firmly suppressing the sluggish and soul-racked evil wing cult master. At the same time, he moved his mind. A figure exuding the aura of a high-level venerable suddenly appeared. It was none other than Qingyu's servant, Venerable Dongshu. As soon as he appeared, he began to burn his divine power frantically without hesitation, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. He turned into a stream of light, carrying the momentum to tear apart the galaxy, and charged fiercely toward the evil wing cult master who was bound by the domain. The order he received was simple: spare no cost and attack with full force. And Qingyu himself did not stop his offensive either. Star map. With a low shout, 1,200 stars, emitting hazy starlight and seemingly carrying miniature universes, appeared out of thin air. In an instant, they formed a vast, incredibly profound star map behind him that covered the heavens. The star map circulated, emitting the majestic power to suppress time and space and seal all things. It was his supreme treasure, the star map. These 1,200 sealing stars were the maximum number Qingyu could activate at his current realm while burning divine power. This was not because his divine power was insufficient, but because he was limited by the level of the ethereal, secret method. Even so, the power of the star map composed of 1,200 stars far exceeded that of ordinary supreme treasures. Suppress. With a cold shout from Qingyu, the vast star map composed of 1,200 sealing stars, carrying the majestic power to crush the galaxy, crashed. Down. At the same time, the fierce attack of Venerable Dong Shu, burning his divine power, had arrived. Dual domain suppression, the star map's suppression, plus the desperate struggle of a high-level universe venerable. The evil wing cult master was now like a flying insect trapped in amber. Even with heaven-defying power, it was difficult to fully unleash it under the distortion of time and space. By thought becomes void, and the interference with his soul by a thought becomes nothingness. He could only rely on his instincts and remaining consciousness to frantically mobilize his divine power to resist. Roar, you cannot kill me. The evil wing cult master let out an unwilling roar, his huge snake body struggling fiercely, trying to break free from this fatal situation. Qingyu's eyes were cold, and his coordination with Venerable Dong Shu was tacit. The attacks were like a storm, continuous and without pause. Like an undying spiritual god, a universe overlord would have their strength decline as their divine power body was continuously annihilated. It was like boiling a frog in warm water, and eventually, there would come a moment when he would be completely wiped out. Boom, boom. The stars activated by Qingyu fell, and Venerable Dong Shu's blade light split the air. The two powerful attacks slammed fiercely onto the evil wing cult master's massive snake body almost simultaneously. However, at the moment the attacks reached his body, a solid golden phantom suddenly emerged from the surface of the evil wing cult master's body. The golden light outlined the shape of an ancient armor, exuding an indestructible and heavy aura. An armor-type defensive supreme treasure. The attacks from Qingyu and Venerable Dong Shu landed on this golden armor, emitting a deafening sound of metal clashing. The power of the supreme treasure bloomed, and only after the attack power was significantly weakened did it truly act upon the evil wing cult master's divine power. Body. Clang. Amidst the loud noise, the evil wing cult master's divine power body trembled violently, his scales shattered, but in the end, he was not directly blasted apart. Seeing this, Qingyu was not alarmed but delighted, a trace of burning heat flashing in his eyes, as expected of a long-famous universe overlord. First, the claw supreme treasure for attacking, and now a defensive supreme treasure armor. His net worth is indeed substantial. He moved his mind, and the power of the thought becomes void domain enveloping the evil wing cult master suddenly increased. The illusory, twisting power was like invisible tentacles, beginning to interfere with and penetrate that layer of golden armor, causing its light to dim by a noticeable degree. Innate secret methods could also suppress the effects of supreme treasures. Continue the attack. Let's see how long he can hold on. Qingyu ordered coldly, and the offensive started again. Yes, Master. Venerable Dong Shu replied. Although he was a venerable of the soul path, by the time one reached the universe exalt level, their psycher master methods were often extremely powerful as well. He controlled his mental power weapon, like a destructive torrent, and together with Qingyu's attack, which contained the profound truth of the ethereal, secret method, it poured down toward the evil wing cult master once again. This time, the significantly dimmed golden armor could no longer fully withstand it. Boom. An earth-shattering loud noise. The evil wing cult master's massive snake body, which was dozens of kilometers long, was like porcelain hit by an invisible giant hammer under this double blow, instantly shattering inch by inch. It turned into energy debris and flesh powder flying all over the sky. Ah! The evil wing cult master let out a hiss of extreme pain and anger. Although his divine power body quickly recondensed in the distance the next moment, his aura had clearly withered significantly. Just with this one blow, in a situation where he could not actively and effectively defend, he had been forcibly annihilated of 7.3% of his divine power body. If it weren't for my massive divine power body, this blow would probably have annihilated over 20% of my divine power. Endless fear and coldness surged in the evil wing cult master's heart. The monster race's inherently massive divine power body had become his last straw, but it only delayed the process of death. Looking at the giant snake that had recondensed in the starry sky but whose aura was far inferior to before, and in whose eyes a look of despair had finally appeared, Qingyu's gaze did not fluctuate in the slightest, like eternal, unmelting ice. It's working. A dark light flashed in Qingyu's eyes, and his heart settled. Just now, he and Venerable Dong Shu had joined forces to successfully annihilate over 7% of the evil Wing Cult Master's divine power body, while he himself had only burned a negligible 1/10,000th of his own divine power body. This was thanks to the massive divine power body foundation brought by his perfect gene level, which was enough to support him in a long-term, high-intensity war of attrition. At this rate, with at most 10 more attacks, the evil Wing Cult Master's divine power body loss would exceed 70%. By then, his strength would be less than 1% of what it was, let alone resisting, and he might even be enslaved by his soul. The shadow of death was like a cold noose, tightening bit by bit around the evil Wing Cult Master's soul. He could clearly feel the rapid passing of his own power, as well as the oppression of the dual domain, which was like an inescapable affliction. Resistance was futile, escape was impossible, and even his thinking was like being trapped in a quagmire. Despair and madness finally overwhelmed everything. "You want to kill me." His elongated, distorted voice was filled with extreme resentment and determination. "Let's perish together." In those emerald gold vertical pupils, the last shred of reason was ignited by madness, replaced by a hysteria that wanted to drag the enemy down with him. Boom! Without any warning, the evil Wing Cult Master's massive divine power body core suddenly collapsed inward for a billionth of an instant. Immediately, a destructive energy capable of instantly annihilating an ordinary high-level venerable exploded fiercely, like a supernova eruption. A universe overlord self-destruction. Its power was enough to easily destroy a galaxy. Although Qingyu had been prepared, he could not completely stop it. His innate secret method could only suppress the opponent's movements and weaken their soul, but it could not prevent the opponent from detonating their divine power core, that most desperate thought, while they still retained consciousness. In an instant, a torrent of destruction swept through everything. The first to bear the brunt was the massive planet number 12 of Miaojing Ridge. Under the impact of this earth-shattering energy, this special celestial body, which was far sturdier than an ordinary planet, could not hold on for even a microsecond. It was instantly disintegrated at the molecular level, turning into fundamental particles even finer than cosmic dust. A massive nebula, over a light year in diameter, colorful yet filled with an aura of destruction, rapidly expanded in place, replacing the position of the original planet. The nebula churned and energy raged, as if recounting the final tragic song of a universe overlord. However, this was the wonder of Miaojing Ridge. No matter how much damage it sustained, the celestial bodies here would slowly reshape themselves over long ages under the influence of the universe origin rules. Perhaps in a few 100 million years, this brilliant nebula would condense back into that planet numbered 12. As for Qingyu, who was at the core of the explosion, he had not suffered grievous injuries. The moment evil Wing Cult Masters' divine power showed abnormal energy fluctuations, Qingyu's will had already activated his dual innate domains. They crazily overlapped and twisted in front of him, creating countless layers of spatial folds and barriers, acting like the toughest buffer, weakening the impact of the self-detonation layer by layer. At the same time, the loyal venerable Dong Shu did not hesitate to flash in front of Qingyu, fully extending his divine power defense. Transforming himself into the final barrier, he withstood most of the impact force that had penetrated through the weakened domain for his master. When the tide of destruction gradually subsided, the nebula rotated slowly. Qingyu stood in the void realm, faint light flowing around his body, his breath steady, as if the explosion that could have caused a universe exalt to perish was merely a breeze brushing against his face. It actually annihilated 10.2% of my divine power. Merely the impact after being weakened had instantly annihilated over 1/10 of his divine power. This gave him a more intuitive understanding of the power of a universe overlord desperate final strike. Qingyu slowly retracted the faint light flowing around his body, stopping the use of that energy-consuming dual innate secret method. Although he had successfully killed the universe overlord, evil Wing Cult Master, a brilliant combat achievement, the price he paid was also not small. In order to protect his master, venerable Dong Shu had his divine power mostly annihilated, his aura withered to the extreme, and he once again fell into a weak state that would require long ages to recover from. As for Qingyu himself, to maintain the high-intensity operation of the two innate secret methods, he had continuously burned his divine power. Added to the portion annihilated by the aftermath of the self-detonation, the total consumed divine power had reached a staggering 36.9%. A loss of nearly 40% of his divine power. As expected of a universe overlord, Qingyu exhaled lightly, feeling the divine power within his body that was significantly depleted, his eyes grave. Challenging someone of a higher realm, especially crossing the chasm-like gap between an undying and an overlord, was no easy feat, even with his deep foundation. I hope your spoils will satisfy me. He cast his gaze toward the brilliant and dangerous nebula, casually retrieving the weak venerable Dong Shu back into his world ring. His divine power perception spread out like mercury, quickly locking onto 3 items that remained intact amidst the earth-shattering self-detonation, emitting unique energy fluctuations. Qingyu grabbed through the air, taking them all into his hands, a pair of silver-white claws, that ancient armor, and that inconspicuous small gray seal. Now was not the time for careful examination, the strong enemies had not all departed. With a thought, Qingyu took out the flying palace-type treasure he had not used for a long time, the Dark Tower. He had consumed nearly half of his divine power, and his state was not at its peak. In this perilous Miaojing Ridge, he had to remain vigilant. He quickly entered the Dark Tower, controlling the small black tower to turn into a stream of light, flying toward the direction where his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, had chased Venerable Kong Zhang. I wonder if teacher has dealt with that Venerable Kong Zhang. Qingyu mused in his heart. With the strength of his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, one of the human race's 3 top universe overlords, dealing with Venerable Kong Zhang, a universe overlord who could only be considered ordinary among the automaton race, should theoretically have no suspense. Among universe overlords, the gap in strength could also be vast. Indeed, just as he controlled the Dark Tower to fly a short distance, a familiar palace in the distance, radiating sharp and blood-colored rays, came toward him. It was indeed Sky Eclipse Palace. Teacher. Qingyu was overjoyed, immediately appearing from the Dark Tower and shouting toward Sky Eclipse Palace. Qingyu. Sky Eclipse Palace Master saw his disciple appear safely. Although his aura was clearly much weaker, his divine power was intact, and his spirit remained, causing a look of relief to appear on his face. What he feared most was that Qingyu, being young and hot-blooded, would trade wounds with evil Wing Cult Master. Now it seemed that although his disciple had experienced a bitter battle, he was not seriously injured. Teacher, I am fine. That Venerable Kong Zhang. Qingyu looked at Sky Eclipse Palace. He has been suppressed by me. Sky Eclipse Palace Master said in a calm tone, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Suppressed, Qingyu could not help but marvel once again at the strength of his teacher. As a member of the automaton race, Venerable Kong Zhang had no soul weakness and a special divine power structure, making him extremely difficult to be completely destroyed, yet his teacher was able to suppress him. This capability was indeed far beyond his own. He had exhausted all his strength, even losing nearly half his divine power to force evil Wing Cult Master to self-detonate. Compared to his teacher suppressing a strong enemy with ease, the gap was still obvious. How is the situation on your side? Sky Eclipse Palace Master asked with concern. Evil Wing Cult Master has been forced by me to self-detonate and perish. These are his spoils. Qingyu displayed the projections of the 3 items he had collected. However, I have also suffered heavy losses, consuming nearly 40% of my divine power. A flash of light appeared in Sky Eclipse Palace Master's eyes, and he nodded approvingly. To independently kill a universe overlord while in the Undying Realm, even with the assistance of a servant, such a combat achievement is enough to shake the universe. Well done. Never mind these for now, follow me into Sky Eclipse Palace, and let us go see the City Lord's side. The aftermath here has not yet settled, and your divine power is damaged, so do not be careless. Yes, teacher. Qingyu naturally had no objections, put away the Dark Tower, and followed Sky Eclipse Palace Master into the magnificent blood-colored palace. Sky Eclipse Palace turned into a streak of blood-colored light, cautiously approaching the core area where Primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord of Red Mist were battling. Before they had fully arrived, the earth-shattering scene was already clearly presented to them through the palace's observation system. The once stable starry sky of Miaojing Ridge seemed at this moment to have become a pot of boiling chaos. The starry torrent formed by the Thousand Treasure River roared and surged, the projections of over 1,000 supreme treasures shining like stars, each impact seemingly capable of resetting the earth, fire, water, and wind. And in the center of this mighty river, a blood-colored domain, thick and impenetrable, was struggling to hold on. But it was clearly compressed to the limit, its range less than 1/10 of its original size, like a flickering candle in a storm. Lord of Red Mist at the center of the domain no longer possessed the peerless elegance and composure she had when she first arrived. The light red mist surrounding her body had become thin and chaotic, and her beautiful face carried a trace of paleness and undisguised shock and anger. Her gorgeous robes also had several tears, and her aura had clearly declined significantly compared to before. Under the fierce attack of Primordial Chaos City Lord, a being who could be called the absolute peak among universe lords, she had already fallen into a disadvantage, able to barely hold on only by relying on her domain's supreme treasure and her own methods. Lord of Red Mist seemed to have perceived the fate of the two universe overlords through some means. Her face became incomparably ugly. Primordial Chaos City Lord, this favor today, I, Red Mist, have noted it. Her voice, filled with hatred, came through the collision of the domains, with no intention of continuing the battle. She suddenly urged the blood-colored domain, and the domain erupted with a boom, briefly pushing back the suppression of the Thousand Treasure River like a flash of light before death. At the same time, light flashed repeatedly around her body, and hundreds of hideous figures, each emitting a powerful aura and appearing in various forms, instantly appeared. These were the insect race warriors she had carefully cultivated under her command, each possessing the terrifying might of a universe overlord level. After they appeared, they did not hesitate in the slightest, their eyes flashing with fanatical soul flames, their internal energy cores instantly becoming unstable, and then, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 185, War Spoils. Like igniting a series of supernovas, hundreds of Universe Overlord-level Zerg warriors self-destructed fiercely at the same moment. This was simply a feast of destruction. The combined power of hundreds of Universe Overlord self-destructions was so terrifying that it even temporarily distorted the Primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River domain. Seizing this opportunity, the Lord of Red Mist unhesitatingly burned her divine power, her figure merging with the blood-red domain. She transformed into an extremely faint blood-red thread, tearing through the chaotic space-time at a speed far exceeding her usual, and vanished instantly. The Primordial Chaos City Lord snorted coldly, waving his stone staff. The Thousand Treasure River flowed, grinding the destructive energy mass formed by the self-destruction of hundreds of Zerg warriors like a millstone, quickly pacifying it. But in that fleeting instant of obstruction, the Lord of Red Mist had already fled to the limits of sight and divine sense, leaving only a gradually dissipating blood-red afterimage. A fourth-tier universe lord, intent on escaping, possessing a domain-type supreme treasure and numerous overlord-level warriors to cover her retreat, was difficult to stop even for the Primordial Chaos City Lord. Inside Sky Eclipse Palace, Qingyu watched the gradually subsiding destructive energy aftermath and the direction in which the Lord of Red Mist disappeared, slowly exhaling. A meticulously planned counter-kill had, at this point, drawn to a close. Slaying two great universe overlords and forcing back a Zerg Queen Mother Universe Lord, the battle results were glorious. The Tianxi Palace Lord controlled the palace supreme treasure, flying with Qingyu towards the majestic figure stepping on chaos currents and holding an ancient stone staff. City Lord. Both the Tianxi Palace Lord and Qingyu bowed slightly. The Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Qingyu, sensing the clear depletion of his divine body aura. A trace of imperceptible approval flashed in his eyes, and his voice was grand and calm. No matter, you did very well. To independently slay a universe overlord with an undying body, such a battle record is truly astonishing and brilliant in the history of the human race. He then looked back towards the direction the Lord of Red Mist had fled, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. As for the Lord of Red Mist, if she escaped, then so be it. Upon hearing this, the Tianxi Palace Lord showed a trace of regret. What a pity. If we could have kept her, it would truly be removing a great calamity for our human race. The primordial Chaos City Lord slowly shook his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless space-time. Universe Lords are already beings at the pinnacle of the universe. Which one hasn't experienced endless tribulations, possessing great luck and great perseverance? To kill one, how can it be easy? He looked at Qingyu, seemingly also explaining higher-level law of power to him. This Lord of Red Mist, although she doesn't have a palace-type supreme treasure to protect her, making absolute defense difficult, her Blood Sea domain is a high-grade domain-type supreme treasure. With this treasure in hand, if she is determined to leave, only if I burn my divine body at all costs is there a slight chance of completely keeping her. The primordial Chaos City Lord's voice carried a steady calm, as if he controlled the overall situation. But I need to guard primordial Chaos City and the primitive mystical region, which relates to the foundation of our race and cannot afford any loss. If my divine body is severely damaged because of this battle, giving other alien races an opportunity, it would be a net loss. He changed the subject, his tone carrying the composure of a situation already decided. Moreover, in this battle, to escape, not only was her own divine body severely damaged, but she also self-destructed hundreds of Universe Overlord-level Zerg warriors under her command at all costs. She is severely weakened. After this battle, she will need to recuperate for at least hundreds of millions of eras, making it difficult for her to act. And our human race, without losing core combat power, has slain 2 of the enemy's great generals and curbed their morale. This is already a great victory. Hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord's analysis, both Qingyu and the Tianxi Palace Lord nodded slightly. Indeed, at the Universe Lord level, defeating them is easy, but killing them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To achieve such a battle result, forcing a 4th-tier Universe Lord to flee in disarray and suffer heavy losses, had already far exceeded their initial expectations. The City Lord's words are very true. The Tianxi Palace Lord's expression lost its regret and a smile appeared. After this battle, the insect race, monster race, and automaton race will probably suffer for a long time. Let's see if they still dare to easily scheme against our human race geniuses. The primordial Chaos City Lord also showed a hint of a smile, his gaze falling on Qingyu. You have rendered great service this time. Not only is your strength astonishing, but what's even rarer is your meticulous thinking, boldness, and carefulness. Go back now. Yes, City Lord. Qingyu and the Tianxi Palace Lord responded in unison. The Sky Eclipse Palace transformed into a bloody stream of light, and together with the majestic figure of the primordial Chaos City Lord, swiftly left this battlefield where terrifying energy fluctuations still lingered. Looking back at the gradually receding star domain, the entire Miaojing Ridge, except for the supergiant constant star in the very center, which emitted a hazy purple light and remained unchanged through the ages. The planets that once existed in the outer regions had almost all been annihilated in the previous fierce battle, leaving only swirling, colorful nebulae, slowly rotating. To restore it to its former appearance would likely require long eras measured in hundreds of millions of years. Seated within the Sky Eclipse Palace, Qingyu's expression was calm, but deep down, he had no intention of letting go of this deadly trap jointly set by the 3 races. Assassinating me, how can I just let it go? He snorted coldly in his heart, quickly recalling the major events in the primordial universe's timeline in his consciousness. According to the timeline, there are still about 100,000 years until the original star that drives billions of races crazy opens. Qingyu had a clear estimate of his cultivation speed. He was expected to successfully break through and enter the realm of Universe Exalt within 100,000 years. Once he broke through, his life level would leap again, and the Golden Fingers bonus would soar once more. At that time, he was confident that within a minimum of 300,000 years and a maximum of 500,000 years, he would break through the final barrier and ascend to Universe Lord. When the original star opens, the insect race, monster race, and automaton race will definitely send a large number of powerhouses to seize treasures. A cold light flickered in Qingyu's eyes. At that time, we'll settle both old and new scores. I will definitely give you a painful lesson. The trio successfully returned to the human territory. The primordial Chaos City Lord returned directly to guard the primitive mystical region, while Qingyu did not rush to primordial Chaos City. Instead, he followed his teacher, the Tianxi Palace Lord, and once again arrived at the familiar Blood Luo world, entering the majestic Sky Eclipse Palace. The 9th floor of Sky Eclipse Palace was shrouded in clouds, as if one were at the pinnacle of the starry sky. Master and disciple sat opposite each other, with crystal-clear wine pots and cups placed in between, and the rich aroma of wine permeated the air. This time, you've truly become famous throughout the universe. The Tianxi Palace Lord took a sip of wine, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. However, the fame you've gained might not be what you or I wished for. He looked at Qingyu. After the Lord of Red Mist returned, she obviously spread the news of you possessing a high-grade soul-type supreme treasure through channels like the Elder God cult, throughout the high echelons of the universe. Now, I'm afraid countless alien powerhouses, and even some universe lords, have set their sights on you. Qingyu held his wine cup, his expression unchanged. This was within his expectations. A high-grade soul-type supreme treasure was enough to tempt even universe lords. The Lord of Red Mist's action was nothing more than an attempt to use others to kill him. Placing him in the eye of the storm, making countless greedy gazes focus on him, making it impossible for him to move an inch. As for your independent slaying of the evil wing cult master, the Tianxi Palace Lord continued. The news was tightly suppressed by them and not spread. Their intentions are truly sinister. Qingyu smiled slightly, took a sip of wine, and his tone carried a hint of imperceptible coldness. They naturally wouldn't dare to publicize it. A dignified universe overlord being slain by an undying like me would be too great a blow to the morale of their 3 races if spread, far less practical than just publicizing that I possess a great treasure. However, this is exactly what I want. Oh, the Tianxi Palace Lord looked at his disciple. Teacher, they want to use the greed of all beings to suppress me, but why can't I use this opportunity to go fishing? A profound light flashed in Qingyu's eyes. His tone was calm, yet contained absolute confidence. If there are truly those who are blind enough to deliver themselves to my doorstep, this disciple doesn't mind giving them a surprise. The Tianxi Palace Lord looked at his disciple, feeling both relief and emotion, but also a trace of lingering worry. He earnestly admonished, "It's good that you have such ambition, but you must not underestimate the powerhouses of the world, and even more so, you must not be careless because of it. Before truly possessing absolute strength, you must act cautiously and prioritize your own safety." Teacher, rest assured, this disciple understands. Qingyu raised his cup to his teacher, a reassuring smile on his face. They want to play, so this disciple will play with them. It's just that the price of this game will probably exceed their imagination. Master and disciple drank together, the soft clinking of their cups echoing gently at the pinnacle of the starry sky. After 3 rounds of drinks, Qingyu's mind stirred, and 3 items emitting distinct energy fluctuations floated in the air between him and his teacher. These were the spoils of war obtained from the self-destructed evil wing cult master. A pair of gleaming silver-white claws, ancient and heavy armor, and the most inconspicuous gray small seal. Teacher, these are the things left behind by the evil wing cult master. Qingyu said, his gaze first falling on the gray small seal. He had witnessed the power of the claws and armor during the battle, but only this small seal had the most restrained aura, yet subtly gave him a sense of extraordinariness. He stretched out his hand, and divine power slowly permeated into the gray small seal. Almost without any obstruction, the small seal easily absorbed his life imprint, completing its recognition of him as its master. The next moment, a clear stream of information surged into his consciousness. Spirit Sealing Talisman, an ordinary soul-type supreme treasure. After recognizing its master, it can guard the soul, stabilize the mind, and resist soul attacks. In addition, this treasure has a rather special additional effect. If one meditates and quietly cultivates, mentally, tracing the ancient seal script engraved within the seal body, it may have the miraculous effect of tempering one's will. However, according to the information left by the refiner, this latter effect is extremely mysterious. Even the refiner himself could not confirm its definite effectiveness. It was more of his initial intention and expectation when refining this treasure. So that's it, Qingyu suddenly realized, gently rubbing the small seal named Spirit Sealing Talisman with his fingertips. No wonder the evil wing cult master could withstand my void lotus flower. I originally thought his own will was tough enough, but I didn't expect him to rely on this soul supreme treasure. He weighed the small seal in his hand, felt the refreshing aura emanating from it, and nodded slightly. This is a decent gain. Immediately, he turned his gaze to his teacher, Tianxi Palace Lord, his expression becoming solemn and sincere. Teacher, this disciple already has the origin crystal protecting his soul. The effects of this treasure overlap with mine, making its significance to this disciple limited. He held up the spirit sealing talisman with both hands and presented it to the Tianxi Palace Lord. Teacher, you constantly guard the Blood Luo world, deterring threats from all sides. Please accept this treasure. Tianxi Palace Lord looked at the small gray seal before him, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. As a peak universe overlord, only a step away from becoming a universe lord, he faced many threats targeting his soul. Yet, how precious were soul-type supreme treasures. He had traversed the universe for countless eras, and the best soul-type heavy treasure he used was merely a top-tier one. He did not immediately accept it, but looked at Qingyu, his tone steady, carrying the authority and concern of a teacher. Qingyu, your teacher understands your intent. But this item was obtained through your own battle, a testament to your opportunity and strength. How could your teacher simply take it? You are currently attracting much attention. Possessing an extra soul supreme treasure grants you an extra layer of protection. Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, his gaze clear and resolute. Teacher, since this disciple has the origin crystal, a high-grade supreme treasure, protecting him, there are few universe lords who can threaten this disciple's soul. Keeping this treasure in my hands is merely adding flowers to brocade, its utility is limited. But if it is in teacher's hands, it can truly exert its effect of guarding the soul. He bowed slightly, his tone carrying an undeniable sincerity. Now that this disciple has made some progress and obtained this treasure, offering it to teacher is both a sign of filial piety and a means of increasing the top-tier combat power for our human race. Teacher, please do not refuse, or this disciple will feel uneasy. Looking at Qingyu's sincere and firm gaze, an indescribable warmth and relief welled up in the heart of the Tianxi Palace Lord. He knew well that his disciple was not just being polite, but was genuinely thinking of him. After a moment of silence, the solemn expression on the Tianxi Palace Lord's face slowly softened, revealing a smile mixed with emotion and pride. He stretched out his broad hand and solemnly accepted the spirit sealing talisman. Good. Since this is your heartfelt intention, then your teacher will accept it. He held the small seal in his hand, his gaze toward Qingyu filled with admiration and pride. What more could I ask for than a disciple like this? Qingyu, you are excellent, truly excellent. Seeing his teacher accept it, Qingyu also showed a genuine smile and raised his cup again. This disciple toasts teacher. Good. Cheers. The teacher and disciple exchanged smiles, and their wine cups clinked softly once more. After draining the wine in their cups, the warm atmosphere between the teacher and disciple eased, and Qingyu focused his attention back on the remaining two supreme treasures. He picked up the pair of silver-white claws, injected his divine power, and the relevant information became clear in his mind. Silver Moon Star Shattering Claws, a common offensive supreme treasure, containing the gold law and space law. When wielded, it possesses the might to tear apart stars. What a pity. Qingyu shook his head slightly. None of his major clones, whether the Qingyu Ning main body, the Azure Scale Clan clone, the Nether Sea clone, or the human race clone, followed a close combat path. To him, these claws were useless. Next was the ancient armor, which was also a common armor-type supreme treasure. Its defensive power was on par with his existing bright light armor, meaning there was no need to replace it. The haul is decent, but not very useful to me. Qingyu casually put away the Silver Moon Star Shattering Claws and the armor, but his mind began calculating his current equipment. This battle made him clearly realize that as his strength soared to the level capable of fighting universe overlords, many of the treasures he had relied on were gradually failing to keep up. The top-tier domain-heavy treasure, the Purple Cloud Pearl, already struggled to restrain the evil wing cult master. Against stronger entities, its effect would likely be negligible. The Flying Palace treasure, the Dark Tower, also showed insufficient defensive power during clashes at the Universe Overlord level. The 9 Luminaries star wings, used by the Purple Crystal Cloud Wing clone, had also significantly decreased in usefulness. Even the Star Map, the mental force weapon he heavily relied on, which barely crossed the threshold of a supreme treasure, was probably reaching its limit of effectiveness. Even if he could integrate all the 5,000-plus ceiling stars he had collected in the future, its potential would basically be exhausted. It was foreseeable that once he achieved a breakthrough to Universe Exalt, or even ascended to Universe Lord in the future, the star map would likely be unsuitable for major use, serving only as means for routine area clearing or suppressing weaker enemies. Thinking of this, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a sense of poverty. Domain Supreme Treasures, Palace Supreme Treasures, stronger mental force weapons, and, if the Purple Crystal Cloud Wing clone could be equipped with a suitable wing-type Supreme Treasure, its speed and agility would definitely advance to the next level. Qingyu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. When tallied up, I truly lack everything. The path of a peak powerhouse not only requires formidable personal strength, but a powerful set of equipment is equally crucial. Otherwise, possessing immense divine power and law comprehension without suitable treasures to fully unleash that strength would result in a huge disadvantage when facing powerhouses of the same level. Fortunately, teacher Zuo Shank once promised to refine 3 treasures for me free of charge. Qingyu felt a little relieved thinking of that mysterious and powerful teacher. One of those chances is currently being used to refine that special soul supreme treasure. 2 chances remain. But facing such enormous demands, Qingyu still felt somewhat inadequate. It's still not enough. He sighed softly, draining the remaining wine in his cup. Resources are always the crucial cornerstone on the path of a powerhouse. He bowed solemnly to the Tianxi Palace Lord. Teacher, this disciple needs to go to Primordial Chaos City for secluded cultivation, striving to comprehend the space law as soon as possible, so I won't stay long. Knowing his disciple's ambition, the Tianxi Palace Lord nodded and instructed, go. Focus on your cultivation. While external objects are important, the foundation still lies within yourself. If you need anything, you can always come to your teacher. Thank you, teacher. Qingyu did not linger. His figure transformed into a streak of light and left the Sky Eclipse Palace. After leaving the Blood Luo secret realm, while traveling toward the primal universe, Qingyu's thoughts drifted to his mysterious teacher, Zuo Shank. Killing the evil wing cult master independently this time, I wonder, does this count as meeting teacher's original requirement? Qingyu mused privately. Teacher Zuo Shank had promised that if Qingyu, while at the World Lord or Undying stage, could kill or suppress a peak Universe Overlord, or a Universe Lord, he would refine a peak Supreme Treasure for him. This temptation was immense. But Zuo Shank was elusive, and with Qingyu's current status and strength, he couldn't actively contact him. Normally, the only person who could maintain stable contact with teacher Zuo Shank was senior brother Puti. Qingyu immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual universe and sent a communication request to Venerable Tipu. The communication connected quickly. In the exclusive dimensional space of the virtual universe, the figure of Venerable Tipu, dressed in simple robes and bearing a gentle smile, materialized. Junior brother. Puti spoke with a smile, his tone carrying the familiar warmth. Long time no see. Your sudden appearance has certainly shaken things up. I just heard the news that you inflicted a huge loss on the insect race in Miaojing Ridge. Truly remarkable. His eyes held undisguised admiration, astonished by the speed of his junior brother's growth. Qingyu respectfully bowed. Senior brother, you give me too much credit, it was mostly luck. His attitude was humble, not arrogant due to his achievement. He briefly told senior brother Puti about forcing the evil wing cult master to self-destruct. There's no need to be modest. Which existence at the Universe Overlord level doesn't have profound reserves? The fact that you forced him to self-destruct already proves your strength. Puti smiled and waved his hand, signaling Qingyu to sit down and talk. After chatting for a while and discussing recent events, Qingyu casually steered the conversation to the main topic. Senior brother, is teacher well recently? Teacher is refining that soul supreme treasure for me. How is the progress going? Hearing this, Hu Ti's smile widened. Teacher is perfectly well. Why should you or I worry about his actions? As for your treasure, he pondered briefly. As far as I know, the refinement is nearing its end and should be completed soon. A peak soul supreme treasure requires rare materials, and the refining process is incredibly complex. Only teacher possesses such methods and patience. Qingyu quickly nodded. This junior brother understands, and I have absolutely no intention of rushing. This disciple is already deeply grateful that teacher is willing to expend effort to refine such a supreme treasure for me. He paused, his tone carrying a slight hint of probing, and continued. Senior brother, although I used some tricks to slay the evil wing cult master this time, I wonder, does it count as fulfilling the promise teacher made back then? Hu Ti couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Looking at Qingyu's expectant eyes, he gently shook his head. Junior brother, your progress is indeed astonishing, but teacher's mission isn't that easy to complete, you know. He patiently explained. What teacher referred to back then specifically meant a peak universe overlord, or a universe lord. Although the evil wing cult master counts as a powerhouse among the monster race, he is still some distance from the realm of a peak universe overlord. A peak universe overlord is someone like the human race's star prison demon lord or venerable ancestral tree, who can rely on their own strength to survive under a universe lord, or even briefly contend with them. The evil wing cult master still lacked the necessary experience. Seeing the realization flash in Qingyu's eyes, Hu Ti continued. To encourage him, however, achieving this level of combat power while being undying is already world-shattering. If teacher finds out, he will surely be pleased. But if you want teacher to open his furnace and refine that peak supreme treasure for you, junior brother, you still need to advance further. Hu Ti smiled, his unspoken words carrying profound meaning. Hearing this, Qingyu felt no great disappointment, instead, it ignited a stronger fighting spirit. Chapter 186, Supreme Treasure Refinement completed. He had originally only held the mentality of giving it a try. Thank you, senior brother, for clearing up my confusion. Qingyu's expression returned to calm, his gaze resolute. This junior brother was being presumptuous. It seems I still need to work harder. The peak supreme treasure of teacher is not so easily obtained. Qingyu had not forgotten the other important matter for contacting his senior brother this time. His expression grew serious, and he said, Senior brother, there is one more thing I need to trouble you to convey to teacher. Junior martial brother, speak freely. Hu Ti responded gently. In the past, teacher promised to refine 3 treasures for this disciple, Qingyu stated clearly. One of them, a soul-type supreme treasure, thanks to teacher's kindness, is already being refined. For the remaining 2 slots, this disciple has thought carefully and hopes to ask teacher to refine one into a palace-type treasure, and the other into a mental force attack-type supreme treasure. Upon hearing this, a hint of appreciation flashed in Hu Ti's eyes. He did not ask for the specific reasons, merely nodding slightly. Good, junior martial brother. I will immediately convey your request to teacher. With teacher's ability, he will certainly refine the most suitable treasures for you. Thank you, senior brother. A weight was lifted from Qingyu's heart, and he bowed solemnly. Just wait patiently. Once there is news, I will naturally inform you. Hu Ti smiled, and his figure slowly dissipated in the virtual space. The communication ended, Qingyu's consciousness returned, and he let out a long breath. His choices were naturally the result of careful consideration. A palace-type treasure is truly the core means of survival, whether it is for dealing with the endless assassinations by foreign races in the primordial universe, or for the perilous universe he is bound to enter in the future. A powerful palace-type treasure is crucial. If he has a peak-level palace supreme treasure protecting him, his survival ability will undergo a qualitative leap. Many dangerous places he once hesitated to enter will become accessible, and he will have more confidence to maneuver against stronger existences. Choosing a mental force attack-type supreme treasure, on the other hand, was to compensate for the imminent gap in his combat power. For his two strongest means of engaging the enemy, the soul attack aspect already had the exclusive supreme treasure that teacher was refining, coupled with his own innate secret method. This was sufficient in the short term. However, regarding mental force weapons, the potential of the star map was nearly exhausted, and it would soon be unable to match his rapidly increasing strength. More importantly, as his realm improves, the enemies he will face in the future, such as the Universe Overlord and Universe Lord, which one isn't someone with resolute will and formidable soul defense. Although soul attacks are still sharp and hard to guard against, it will become extremely difficult to easily achieve enslavement, annihilation, or complete suppression, as he did when dealing with undying and ordinary venerables in the past. At that time, the core combat strategy will likely need adjustment, using soul attacks to interfere and weaken, creating an opportunity, and then using absolutely formidable material attacks to deliver the final blow. If he doesn't have a powerful enough mental force weapon to serve as the carrier for his material attack, he will inevitably fall into a passive position in future high-level confrontations, and his strength will be greatly diminished. As for why he didn't choose to refine a domain-type supreme treasure, Qingyu had his own considerations. His innate secret methods, thought becomes void, and a thought becomes nothingness, can, to some extent, achieve an effect similar to a domain-type supreme treasure. Although they consume a massive amount of divine power, they are sufficient for the current stage. If absolutely necessary, he could exchange the treasures he doesn't need for supreme treasure points in the clan treasury, and first trade for an ordinary domain supreme treasure for temporary use. As for wing-type supreme treasures, they are also not urgently needed at the moment. The purple crystal cloud wing clone is not his main combat clone. Its future role is primarily to utilize its innate speed advantage for support, travel, or containment. Given its current ability to instantly accelerate to the speed of light in the primordial universe, and to surge up to 1,000 times the speed of light within 3 seconds in the dark universe. Coupled with its terrifying maneuverability, allowing instantaneous stopping and turning at will, it is sufficient to handle most situations in the short term. The planning for a wing-type supreme treasure can be saved for later. Senior brother Pu Ti readily agreed to promptly convey Qingyu's request to teacher Zuo Shank. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, Qingyu ended the meeting in the virtual universe. All matters were settled, and his mind was free of worries. Qingyu immersed his entire attention into comprehending the final profound truth of the space law. He could clearly feel that the final threshold was close at hand, like a thin sheet of window paper that only needed an opportunity to be pierced through. Time quietly flowed away during the deep level of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. On this day, Qingyu, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, countless spatial threads seemed to be born, flow, and die, finally settling into a profound depth that controlled everything. "It's finally done," he murmured softly, with the calmness of a natural culmination. Immediately, he raised his right hand and gently pointed his index finger towards the void. Realm ahead. Ceiling. There was no earth-shattering boom, nor any dazzling brilliance. But within the range of the palace reached by his divine thought, all spatial fluctuations instantly subsided, as if smoothed and fixed by an invisible giant hand. The entire space seemed to have turned into invisible amber, completely under his control. The three great profound truths of the space law, strangulation, teleportation, and sealing, were now all completely comprehended by him. It was precisely at this moment, when he felt enlightened and had just mastered the profound truth of sealing, that a mail notification suddenly popped up from the virtual universe network. Sender, Zhan Yan King. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise rising in his heart. He had no deep connection with Zhan Yan King, besides meeting him once at the banquet held when he achieved undying status and exchanging a few pleasantries. They had virtually no other interaction. Why would this invincible king-level powerhouse, who was permanently stationed in Primordial Chaos City, suddenly contact him? Carrying a trace of doubt, Qingyu clicked open this unexpected email. Scanning the email content quickly, Qingyu revealed a look of understanding on his face, then smiled slightly. It turned out to be about Luo Feng. The email mentioned that Luo Feng had been missing for over 6,000 years, with no news whatsoever. His wife, Xu Xin, received a vague email left by Luo Feng, which told her to wait, saying he might return after countless years. This filled Xu Xin with worry, so she sought help from Luo Feng's teacher, Zan Yanqing. Zan Yanqing was experienced and knew the crux of the matter immediately. This was clearly a practitioner's final instruction left for loved ones before embarking on an extremely dangerous adventure. It implied that if he unfortunately perished, they would need to wait for a future powerhouse to reverse time and space for resurrection. Zan Yanqing dared not delay and immediately paid a visit to the primordial Chaos City Lord. Only then did he learn from the City Lord that Luo Feng had not truly perished, but had been staying inside the Star Tower all this time. However, Luo Feng had actively shut off his virtual universe connection, so no one knew the specific situation inside. Whether he was alive or dead, blessed or cursed, remained unknown. Even knowing his disciple wasn't dead, being out of contact for 6,000 years, and trapped in a desperate land like the Star Tower, how could Zan Yanqing not be frantic with worry? In his desperation, he thought of Spirit Control King Qingyu, who had established a formidable reputation in the Star Tower and was presumably more familiar with the situation inside the tower. That's why he sent the email, hoping to get more clues about the Star Tower from Qingyu. Qingyu briefly recalled the original plot, and his heart immediately understood. If nothing unexpected happened, Luo Feng should currently be in the core of the Star Tower, undergoing the long and painful, life and death legacy, and fusing with the crucial tower bead. Although this tribulation was dangerous, it was also a huge opportunity for Luo Feng to soar into the sky. He couldn't be bothered to make a special trip to the outside territory battlefield for this matter. With a thought, he reconnected to the virtual universe and directly contacted senior brother Puti. As Zuo Shenqi's head disciple, who had long been stationed in the Star Tower, no one knew Luo Feng's current situation better than Puti. In the virtual universe, Qingyu met senior brother Puti again. "Senior brother," Qingyu said, getting straight to the point. "You have guarded the Star Tower for endless years and are most familiar with the situation inside. This junior brother takes the liberty of disturbing you this time because I wish to inquire about something." "Junior martial brother, please speak," Puti replied gently as before. "Within our human race territory, there is a junior genius named Luo Feng. He went to explore the Star Tower about 6,000 years ago and has been completely out of contact since, causing considerable worry to his family, friends, and teachers." Qingyu carefully chose his words. "He has been stuck inside the tower all this time. Does senior brother know his current situation? Is he safe?" Puti heard this, and a look of, "just as I thought," appeared on his face. He sighed lightly and did not conceal the truth. "Junior martial brother, since you ask, I will tell you. That Luo Feng is indeed inside the Star Tower right now. He is attempting to recognize the Star Tower as his master." "Recognize the Star Tower as master?" Qingyu appropriately displayed a suitable level of surprise. "That's right." Puti's tone carried a hint of complexity, containing both admiration for Luo Feng's courage and a touch of pessimism. "This process of recognizing the master is incredibly difficult, practically a near-death experience. It cannot be achieved without great willpower and great opportunity. He has already persisted for 6,000 years, this willpower is truly rare, but..." He shook his head slightly. "The difficulty of recognizing the Star Tower as master is beyond imagination. In my opinion, his hope of success is still slim." There was no mockery in his tone, instead, it carried a trace of regret, lamenting that a peerless genius might be about to fail. "But junior martial brother, don't worry," Puti said, changing the subject to offer comfort. "Even if he ultimately fails, I will personally take action to resurrect him by reversing time and space, ensuring he does not truly perish." Qingyu understood in his heart that Puti made this promise because Luo Feng was indeed a decent genius. He nodded, and said with a hint of expectation in his tone, "I see. I hope I can gain one more junior brother." Puti saw that Qingyu seemed to hold considerable expectation for Luo Feng, even though he himself was not optimistic. But he played along, saying, "Let's hope so. If he truly succeeds, it will be a fortunate event." He then straightened his expression and instructed, Junior Marshal Brother, the matter of Luo Feng recognizing the Star Tower as master must not be revealed to the outside world at all, lest it cause complications and attract unnecessary trouble. This junior brother understands, and will certainly keep a secret, Qingyu solemnly agreed. After ending the call with Pu Ti, Qingyu's consciousness returned. After a moment's thought, he replied to Zanyan King's email. The email content was concise and did not mention the specific details of the Star Tower's ownership recognition. It only stated that according to reliable sources, Luo Feng was currently trapped in a special dangerous area within the Star Tower, undergoing a critical test, and his life was safe. It was predicted that he would soon be out of danger, and would contact them then. They were told to wait patiently. Primordial Chaos City, Zanyan King's cultivation residence. He was burning with anxiety. Upon receiving a reply notification from Qingyu, he eagerly opened it without delay. After reading it carefully, his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. A being like Spirit Control King personally replying, "What he says should be true," Zanyan King mused in his heart. Given Qingyu's current status and strength, there was indeed no need for him to deceive him in such matters. Since Qingyu said Luo Feng was safe and would return soon, he would believe it. He immediately conveyed this news to the anxiously waiting Xu Xin, telling her to calm down and await the good news. At this moment, in the core of the distant outside territory battlefield, within the Star Tower that had stood majestically for endless years, a life-and-death ultimate trial was underway. Luo Feng's body was curled up, trembling uncontrollably, emitting unconscious, low growls like a wounded beast. Blood continuously seeped from his cracked skin and 7 orifices as if it were free, dyeing him a blood-red man. Above him, the snake-tailed Pu Ti silently overlooked. His eyes, which had seen through endless years, held a trace of reluctance and solemnity. He clearly knew what kind of inhuman torment this young man was enduring. His will had been squeezed to its limit, like a flickering candle in the wind, liable to be extinguished at any moment. All Pu Ti could do was wait silently. Although Qingyu knew the future trajectory, Pu Ti could not foresee it. In his view, Luo Feng's chances of success were still slim. Every breath could be his last. Decades of time, on a cosmic scale, were but a flick of a finger. On this day, the Star Tower, which had been operating silently, with its myriad forbidden land spaces, suddenly and without warning, as if gripped by an invisible cosmic giant hand, began to violently shake. The entire Star Tower, from inside out, emitted a low hum that resonated through endless time and space, and the whole tower body subtly trembled with it. In a way to where even time and space seemed distorted and strange. An old man wearing a loose robe, with crystalline horns on his forehead, was Zuo Shenk. At the instant the Star Tower trembled, Zuo Shenki's eyes, which seemed to contain endless stars and were usually as calm as an ancient well, suddenly opened, flashing with a trace of unbelievable astonishment. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze seemingly crossing an infinitely distant expanse in an instant, accurately landing on the Star Tower. This is, the usual indifference and transcendence on Zuo Shenki's face vanished, replaced by an expression of shock that even he felt. He succeeded. He actually, really succeeded. This shock was not merely due to the fact that Luo Feng had successfully recognized the Star Tower as his master. What stirred his heart even more was the series of good fortunes that followed. Just a short while ago, he had just accepted Qingyu, who was suspected to be a god-king reincarnation, with heaven-defying talent, hard nature, and opportunity, as his third disciple. This had already made him feel it was a kind of destiny's favor, and inwardly, he had vaguely placed most of his hopes for revenge on Qingyu. Although he still paid attention to the Earth lineage, deep down, he no longer held excessively high expectations. After all, the probability of a disciple being able to recognize the Star Tower as master was too small enough to make any great power despair. But he never expected, just when he had almost put aside his hope for the core legacy of the Earth lineage, destiny had given him such a huge surprise. One Qingyu was already a rare anomaly in billions of eras. Now, another Luo Feng had emerged, successfully enduring the life and death legacy that could even make a universe's strongest collapse, truly gaining the Star Tower's recognition. For a moment, even with Zuo Shenki's heart nature, he couldn't help but feel a trace of trance and disbelief. First Qingyu, then Luo Feng, to have two heaven-defying genius born consecutively in such a short time. Zhuo Sheng murmured to himself, complex and unreadable light flickering in his deep eyes. Could this truly be destiny in the dark, also helping me succeed in my revenge? In the core of the Star Tower, the terrifying will suppression that had lasted for over 6,000 years receded like a tide. When the joy of success and extreme exhaustion simultaneously surged into his heart, Luo Feng only felt his vision go dark. Before he could even feel the Star Tower's profound truth, he completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for several years. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness returned, and what he felt was an unprecedented lightness and an incredibly clear sense of control over the surrounding time and space. Immediately, he saw his senior brother Pu Ti, standing quietly not far away, with a gentle smile. And another old man, whose aura was vast and profound, as if merged with the entire universe, wearing a loose robe and with crystalline horns on his forehead. Fourth junior brother is awake, Pu Ti said with a smile. Luo Feng quickly got up and saluted respectfully. He had already guessed the old man's identity from his aura and the subtle connection, the creator of this Star Tower. Zhuo Sheng looked at Luo Feng with a peaceful gaze, a hint of satisfaction and scrutiny in his eyes. He didn't exchange many pleasantries, directly beginning to explain the origins of this lineage, the secrets of Earth, and so on, to Luo Feng. As Zhuo Sheng spoke, a door leading to higher-level secrets of the universe slowly opened before Luo Feng's eyes, shaking his heart nature. My lineage is not one of lone travelers, Zhuo Sheng continued. Above you, there are 3 senior brothers. Luo Feng listened attentively. Your senior brother is Pu Ti, who has been with me the longest. Zhuo Sheng pointed to Pu Ti beside him. Pu Ti nodded slightly at Luo Feng. Your second senior brother is the leader of the Flame God race lineage, named Emperor Yan, Zhuo Sheng said calmly, without elaborating. Luo Feng silently noted it down. And your third senior brother, Zhuo Sheng looked at Luo Feng, his tone carrying a subtle meaning. He is also one of your human race, named Qingyu, with the title Spirit Control King. Spirit Control King. Luo Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, his face instantly filled with unbelievable astonishment. Third senior brother, is Spirit Control King. As his strength and authority increased, he was no longer the small universe rank confined to the Ganwu universe kingdom. He knew what the name, Spirit Control King, Qingyu represented among the human race's high level. He was one of the human race's most dazzling and highly anticipated super genius. Spirit Control King is actually my third senior brother. This fact made Luo Feng's heart surge. In an instant, a thought involuntarily flashed through his mind. With third senior brother's heaven-defying talent and strength, if he weren't of a pure Earth lineage bloodline, perhaps this Star Tower would have already recognized him as its master, right? It wouldn't have been my turn. And Zhuo Sheng, looking at Luo Feng, also had thoughts swirling in his mind. In his eyes, Qingyu was a god king whose reincarnation process had gone awry. His foundation, comprehension ability, and will far exceeded common sense. The difficulty for a reincarnated god king to return to their peak was far less than for a genius to ascend to the god king realm. Although Luo Feng successfully recognized the Star Tower as master and possessed the 9 Tribulations secret tome, his potential was immense, but it was more of a possibility. As for Qingyu, in his view, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he will definitely become a god king in the future. There was indeed a gap in the certainty of their potential. Thinking of this, Zhuo Sheng looked at Luo Feng and earnestly encouraged him. Luo Feng, your third senior brother Qingyu's talent and opportunity are indeed rare in the universe. You should always strive to encourage yourself, take your third senior brother as an example, and cultivate diligently without ceasing, striving to, in the future, be able to see his back and catch up. These words struck Luo Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. He could clearly feel the almost unquestionable admiration and affirmation for his third senior brother in his teacher's words. An indescribable pressure instantly enveloped him, the recognition he had gained by exerting all his effort and enduring 6,000 years of life and death trials. In his teacher's words, it still seemed far inferior to that mysterious and powerful third senior brother. This pressure did not make Luo Feng feel discouraged or defeated, instead, it was like a spark falling into his will, which had become even more resilient and unyielding after the Star Tower's tempering. He took a deep breath, and instead of disappointment, a more fiery and determined flame burned in his eyes. He raised his head, his gaze clear and persistent, looking at Zuo Shank, his voice steady and powerful. "Teacher, this disciple understands. Third senior brother's heaven-born talent, this disciple admires. But this disciple was able to pass through these 6,000 years of life and death legacy by relying on a heart that never gives up. Third senior brother is a goal for this disciple to catch up to, but he will absolutely not be a peak that this disciple cannot surmount. This disciple will walk step by step in his own way, and one day, he will definitely see the scenery above that peak." There was no arrogance in his words, only a confidence and determination that originated from the depths of his soul. Zuo Shank showed a hint of approval. He wasn't afraid of disciples having goals, only of them losing their drive. After everything was explained, Zuo Shank pondered slightly, then flipped his hand and took out an item. It was an ancient token, neither gold nor wood, warm to the touch, exuding an aura of distant ages. On the front of the token, an ancient secret rune was engraved with a powerful and vigorous character for craftsmen, whose strokes seemed to contain the ultimate profound truth of forging and creation. On the back of the token was a lifelike relief of a massive mountain range, its aura majestic and grand. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have its own breath and pulse, faintly flowing with the heavy light of earth law. Luo Feng merely glanced at it, and he felt an invisible, immense momentum press down on him, almost making him breathless, his heart nature captivated. "Take this back and give it to your third senior brother, Spirit Control King." Zuo Shank handed the token to Luo Feng, his tone calm but unquestionable. "Also, inform him that his ultimate treasure has been refined. However, he needs to personally go to the Yin Fa secret realm to seek the master of the artisan god to retrieve it." 1. As for why it's not directly delivered to him, a subtle meaning flashed in Zuo Shanki's eyes. He will naturally know the reason once he meets the master of the artisan god. Chapter 187, Yin Fa Secret Realm. Yin Fa Secret Realm. Luo Feng's heart stirred. Within the torrent of information he received from his teacher, Zuo Shank, there was a crucial fragment of the Nine Tribulations secret tome, a black metal plate, currently located in that Yin Fa secret realm. This was quite a coincidence. Zuo Shank seemed to be able to discern his inner thoughts, his gaze landing on Luo Feng with a hint of knowing amusement. He spoke slowly. "Disciple Luo Feng, do not forget, this token is a proof of identity for your third senior brother. That fragment of the Nine Tribulations secret tome is a test and a trial for yourself. You must rely on your own abilities to strive for and seize it. You must absolutely not harbor the thought of using this token or borrowing your third senior brother's hand to obtain it easily." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's face involuntarily flushed slightly. He quickly and solemnly replied, "Yes, teacher. This disciple understands. This disciple has no such intention and will surely complete the trial by relying on my own strength." He had indeed only made the connection due to the coincidence of the location and had not truly developed a sense of dependency, but his teacher's reminder still rang like a warning bell. Seeing his sincere expression and determined gaze, Zuo Shank understood his heart nature and said no more, nodding slightly. With this, the magnificent battle for the recognition of the Star Tower, which had spanned over 6,000 eras, finally came to a complete end. Luo Feng respectfully took the heavy token and carefully put it away. After handling the various trivial matters that had accumulated during his 6,000-era disappearance, Luo Feng immediately set off from the outside territory battlefield to return to the human territory. He first made contact with Qingyu via email, then respectfully visited Qingyu's human clone outside the primal universe. In Qingyu's grand and ancient residence, Luo Feng bowed slightly. Luo Feng pays respects to third senior brother. Although what stood before him was merely Qingyu's human clone, the aura of life it naturally exuded already made Luo Feng feel a sense of awe. He secretly pondered, third senior brother's strength is truly unfathomable. Even just this human clone's aura is as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea. It is even more terrifying than my teacher, Zanyan King. Qingyu revealed a gentle smile, his gaze filled with approval. Luo Feng, I should call you fourth junior brother now. No need for formalities. Sit. He gestured with his hand and then said with a touch of emotion. To be honest, I am afraid even teacher Zuo Shank did not expect that you would be able to successfully make the Star Tower recognize you as its master so quickly. Upon hearing the words, Star Tower, the memory of the endless soul-tearing agony from the past 6,000 eras instantly flashed through Luo Feng's mind, and his body instinctively produced an imperceptible tremor. That was a torture that truly exceeded all limits. If he hadn't held on by an undying obsession at the very last moment, he would have perished long ago. It was merely luck. Luo Feng took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and replied in a steady voice. If I hadn't succeeded just at the last moment, I would likely have truly perished there. To have succeeded is truly a great fortune. Qingyu observed Luo Feng's subtle reaction but did not point it out. He merely nodded slightly, his evaluation of this fourth junior brother rising a few notches in his heart. To be able to walk through such a desperate situation as the Star Tower, the resilience of his heart nature was absolutely incomparable to ordinary people. After some brief pleasantries, Luo Feng stated the other important matter of his visit. Third senior brother, I have also come under the orders of teacher Zuo Shank to deliver this item to you. Luo Feng flipped his hand to take out the ancient token Zuo Shank had given him and handed it over. Teacher asked me to tell you that your supreme treasure has been forged. However, you must personally go to the Yinfa secret realm to seek the master of the artisan god and retrieve it. Oh, it has been forged. A look of surprise and joy burst forth in Qingyu's eyes, and he reached out to take the token, which felt neither like metal nor wood and was warm to the touch. The front of the token was engraved with a vigorous character for artisan, while the back featured a relief of a giant mountain that seemed to have a breathing pulse. As soon as his divine sense touched it, he could feel a heavy sense of oppression. As expected of teacher Zuo Shank, Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A peak supreme treasure of the soul type was forged in a mere few tens of thousands of eras. Such efficiency is truly unfathomable. After the joy, a trace of doubt surfaced in Qingyu's mind. He stroked the token and muttered to himself, it's just, why didn't teacher give me the supreme treasure directly, instead of making me go to the trouble of specially running to the Yinfa secret realm? He raised the token. This token is clearly a proof of identity to allow me to meet the master of the artisan god. It doesn't look like there is any additional trial for me. He pondered for a moment but could not figure out the deeper meaning behind teacher Zuo Shanki's actions. Since he couldn't figure it out, he put it aside for now and would investigate it later. Thank you for the trouble of making this trip, fourth junior brother. Qingyu thanked Luo Feng sincerely and carefully put the token away. Third senior brother, you are too polite. It was just a small effort. Luo Feng replied with a bow. Seeing that the main matter had been conveyed, he did not stay any longer and rose to take his leave. If third senior brother has no other instructions, Luo Feng will take his leave. Go, cultivate well and do not disappoint teacher's expectations. Qingyu nodded, not attempting to keep him. After seeing Luo Feng off, Qingyu returned to the quiet room, and the ancient token with the artisan character appeared in his fingers once again. Yinfa secret realm, master of the artisan god, he muttered these two names in a low voice. Since teacher Zuo Shank made this arrangement, there must be a deeper meaning. Before that, he needed to learn as much as possible about the situation at his destination. In his memory fragments derived from memories of the original work, this, master of the artisan god, had a deep connection with teacher Zuo Shank. In his early years, he had received guidance from Zuo Shank, and his treasure-refining abilities had advanced rapidly because of it. Since then, he had revered Zuo Shank like a god. He himself was an extremely rare, mountain giant, special life form, famous for his treasure-refining ability that surpassed all others in the primordial universe. After all, Zuo Shank acted in a low-key manner, and his true treasure-refining methods were little known in the universe. Therefore, the master of the artisan god had become the grandmaster-level existence recognized by all forces in the primordial universe as the most skilled at forging supreme treasures. Qingyu immediately queried the virtual universe network for more public information about the master of the artisan god to verify this. The data showed that this existence had a rather peculiar personality, especially holding great favor for special life forms, perhaps because of his own origins. It seems that teacher asked me to seek the master of the artisan god. Besides retrieving the treasure, perhaps there are other considerations, Qingyu thought thoughtfully. Regardless, the supreme treasure has been forged, so how could he not go and retrieve it? I will let my Qingyu Ning main body make this trip. Qingyu quickly made his decision. At the thought that the peak soul-type true treasure he had dreamed of was about to be in his hands, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement and anticipation in his heart. With it to protect my soul's foundation, in the vast universe, many dangerous places that I previously had to cautiously avoid, I will also be able to attempt to explore. Only then will it truly be like a fish leaping in the vast sea. As for cultivation, there was no need to worry excessively. He smiled self-deprecatingly. This Qingyu Ning main body of his was indeed destined for toil, rarely able to engage in long-term quiet meditation. However, even if the main body was traveling outside and unable to fully participate in comprehension, the impact on his progress in breaking through to become a universe exalt was minimal. The talent amplification brought by his golden finger applied to all clones. Even if the main body was not present, the human clone, nether sea clone, and purple crystal cloud wing clone, with their three consciousnesses shared, could still maintain a high efficiency speed of law comprehension at all times. Breaking through to the realm of an exalt was already right before his eyes and would not be delayed much by this. 1 month later, a sleek spaceship tore through the starry sky and appeared in the Yin-Fa secret realm. Qingyu stood in the control room, gazing into the distance at the grotesque and bizarre, vast secret realm that exuded an ancient and dangerous aura. Similar to the previous Langguan secret realm, this Yin-Fa secret realm was also a famous dangerous place in the universe, with a complex internal environment and dangers lurking everywhere. The purpose of this trip is clear, only to retrieve the treasure. Once I have the item, I will leave immediately. There is no need to cause extra trouble. Qingyu piloted the spaceship with a clear target, heading straight toward the direction of the Craft God Star. The Craft God Star was a supergiant planet with a diameter of about 3.2 trillion kilometers, surrounded by countless dangerous spatial vortices, like a natural barrier. What was even more astonishing was that this unimaginably huge planet itself had long ago been forged by the master of the artisan god using supreme treasure refining methods into a natural, palace-type top-tier supreme treasure. Such a shocking feat was enough to make any powerful being who knew the truth behind it stunned. It also indirectly confirmed that the master of the artisan god's attainments in the path of treasure refining had indeed reached the top level of the primordial universe. Qingyu carefully avoided those spatial vortices that could easily tear apart the divine bodies of ordinary exalts, relying on his exquisite control over the space law. After a few precise short-distance teleports, he safely traversed this dangerous area and successfully stepped onto the vast and boundless land of the Craft God Star. He did not conceal his form but merely shrank his size, descending in his Qingyu Ning main body, which was 9 meters tall with a streamlined body containing a perfect sense of power. After all, it was well known that fighting was strictly prohibited on the Craft God Star, which was considered one of the rare safe zones in the universe. Coupled with the master of the artisan god's partiality for special life forms, this place gathered special life forms of various forms from all over the universe. As soon as his feet stepped on the solid ground, Qingyu was attracted by the scene before him. In the distance, mountains rose and fell. Nearby, there were strange plants emitting a shimmering halo. There were also many special life forms he had never seen before, either sitting in quiet meditation or playing and frolicking with each other, creating a scene of peace and harmony. His arrival also attracted some curious gazes. Soon, a stream of light flew out from behind a giant tree nearby that looked like it was carved from crystal, hovering lightly in front of Qingyu. This was a small fairy about the size of a human palm. She had translucent wings, and her body was surrounded by faint starlight. Her eyes were like the purest amethyst, curiously sizing up Qingyu, her voice ethereal and pleasant. Hello. I've never seen a life form like you before. Your appearance, it's so unique, it feels so perfect, so powerful. Qingyu looked at this little creature, full of spirituality and simple-minded, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He could feel that the other party had no malice, only pure curiosity. Hello, little one. My name is Qingyu, and this is my first time visiting the craft god star. Qingyu. What a nice name. My name is Luli. The little fairy Luli happily flew around Qingyu in a circle. Are you here to learn treasure refining? Many life forms come here wanting to learn treasure refining from the master of the artisan god. Qingyu's heart stirred, and he followed her lead. I am not here to learn, but specifically to pay a visit to the master of this place, the master of the artisan god. Ah, you want to see the master of the artisan god. Luli covered her mouth with her small hand in surprise, her amethyst-like eyes wide open. The master of the artisan god, he rarely meets outside guests. Even the 182 personal disciples under the master of the artisan god rarely get to see him. She flew up to Qingyu, lowered her voice, and looked as if she were sharing a secret. I've heard from some life forms who have stayed here for a very, very long time that even if you're extremely lucky, you might have to wait for several eras before you have even the slightest chance of seeing the master of the artisan god. If you go looking for him directly like this, I'm afraid it won't work. Upon hearing this, Qingyu smiled slightly and flipped his hand to take out the ancient token with the character, artisan, on it. Thank you for telling me, Luli. However, I have been entrusted by someone to come with this token, so perhaps the master of the artisan god will be willing to see me. His tone was calm, carrying a hint of entreaty. I am not familiar with craft god star, so could I trouble you to take me to artisan god mountain? Luli's gaze was drawn to the token. Although she didn't recognize it, the heavy aura naturally radiating from the token made her instinctively feel a sense of awe. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled brightly, her star-like wings scattering specks of light. All right. Considering this token and the fact that you look so, pleasing to the eye, I'll take you to Artisan God Mountain. Follow me. Saying this, she turned into a stream of light and led the way. Qingyu thanked her and stepped forward to follow. After flying with the starlight sprite Luli for about half an hour, the outline of a mountain range, so majestic it was indescribable, appeared at the end of the horizon. As the distance closed, the details of the mountain range became clearer. It was not ordinary rock, the entire mountain body flowed with misty treasure light. One could vaguely see countless naturally formed lawful secret patterns branded upon it, emitting a vast pressure. This was Artisan God Mountain, the residence of the master of the artisan god and his personal disciples, and also the core of this craft god star. At the foot of Artisan God Mountain, which was suffused with treasure light, the scene was completely different from the sacred solemnity of the mountain itself. Hundreds of figures were kneeling there, dark and dense, with various forms, coming from different races in the universe. Among them were many with powerful auras, clearly being universe exalts. Each of them had a respectful, even pious expression, their eyes gazing longingly at the mist-shrouded peak. These were all seekers who longed to become disciples of the master of the artisan god to learn the way of treasure refining, or who had come carrying heavy treasure materials to beg the master of the artisan god to perform artifact refining. See that? Luli flew to Qingyu's side and whispered. They are all waiting here, some have been waiting for a very long time. You should go find a spot there and kneel to wait too, otherwise, the master won't see you. Upon hearing this, Qingyu couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. He was not here to apprentice and learn, and he knew absolutely nothing about that complex and profound way of treasure refining. He had come with a token, how could he kneel and wait here for a long time like these other seekers? He ignored Luli's advice and did not look at the kneeling figures. His gaze fell calmly upon the staircase leading up the mountain, which seemed to be condensed from light, and he stepped forward. What are you doing? Luli was startled, quickly flew in front of him, spread her small arms to block him, and said urgently. You can't go up. Artisan God Mountain is where the master of the artisan god and his disciples live, and outsiders are absolutely forbidden from trespassing. This is the rule. Qingyu's actions immediately attracted the attention of the powerful beings kneeling at the foot of the mountain. "Friend, please stop." A foreign universe exalt covered in rock scales with a heavy aura spoke in a deep voice, his tone carrying a warning. "Artisan God Mountain is not to be trespassed upon. This is a great disrespect to the master of the artisan god. HMPH. A mere undying, do you know the rules?" Another life form with 3 eyes and an arrogant face shouted coldly. "We have been waiting here patiently, following all the courtesies. You are so reckless. If you anger the master of the artisan god and implicate our matters of apprenticeship or seeking treasures, can you bear the responsibility? Back down quickly. Do not bring ruin upon yourself." For a moment, sounds of dissuasion and scolding rose one after another. In their eyes, Qingyu, a mere undying spiritual god, dared to ignore the rules of this place and attempt to climb the mountain directly. It was simply arrogant, ignorant, and unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Qingyu turned a deaf ear to the surrounding clamor, his steps remaining steady. Just as some of the powerful beings showed anger and were about to rise and stop him, the clouds and mist at the mountainside surged, and a figure slowly stepped down. He had a torso similar to a human's, but possessed 4 thick arms and 8 long, articulated legs that looked like they were forged from metal. On his large head, there was only one huge, furnace-like eye, and between its opening and closing, it seemed as if divine fire was burning. When the crowd kneeling at the foot of the mountain saw this person, they immediately became excited, one after another lowering their heads even further, respectfully shouting, "It is Senior Brother Kai Shu Exalt. Senior Brother Kai Shu Exalt. I wonder when the master of the artisan god will summon us. We have been waiting here for several eras. Please, Senior Brother, pass on our request." The strange life form called Senior Brother Kai Shu Exalt swept his single eye indifferently over the dark, dense crowd below, his voice sounding like metal grinding against metal. "What's the rush? You want to become the teacher's disciple, and you don't even have this much patience. Wait slowly." His gaze swept past everyone and finally fixed on Qingyu, who was the only one standing and about to ascend the steps. On his face, covered in ferocious scales, he actually pulled the corners of his mouth to reveal a smile that could be called kind, but still appeared somewhat frightening. Moving his 8 legs, he arrived in front of Qingyu in a few steps. "You must be the guest the teacher mentioned." Kai Shu Exalt's furnace-like single eye examined Qingyu, his tone quite certain. "I sense an aura on you that is of the same source as the teacher's." Facing this, Senior Brother Kai Shu Exalt, Qingyu remained calm, smiled slightly, flipped his hand to take out the ancient, artisan, token, and handed it over. "I have come specifically to see the master of the artisan god with this token." Kai Shu Exalt took the token, a divine light flashed in his single eye, and after sensing it carefully, he nodded, "Correct, this is the teacher's token." He returned the token to Qingyu, stepped aside to clear the path up the mountain, his metal-grinding voice carrying a hint of solemnity. "Please come with me, the teacher has been waiting on the mountain for a long time." The starlight sprite Luli was hovering in midair, her small mouth slightly open, her amethyst-like eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She whooshed, and flew in front of Qingyu, flying around him quickly in a circle. The light scattered by her starlight wings appeared somewhat messy due to her excitement. "Wow, you are really a guest of the master of the artisan god. Is that token so powerful?" Her small face was filled with curiosity and excitement, looking like a completely different person from when she was advising Qingyu earlier. Qingyu was amused by her lively demeanor, reached out his finger, gently tapped the starlight surrounding her, and said gently, "Yes, thanks to you for leading the way, Luli." Luli shook her body happily and wanted to ask more, but seeing that Kai Shu Exalt was already waiting in front, she flew away obediently and waved her small hand vigorously, "Then hurry up and go. Remember to come back and play with me later." Qingyu nodded with a smile, then turned around, followed Kai Shu Exalt, and stepped onto the stairs leading to the peak, which flowed with treasure light. As they moved, an irrepressible commotion suddenly arose among the hundreds of kneeling powerful beings at the foot of the mountain. Several powerful beings who were obviously more impatient or had been waiting for too long couldn't help but look up, their faces filled with dissatisfaction and resentment. "Why, a life form with a body burning with deep blue flames and a shape like a lion, roared in a low voice, his tone filled with unwillingness. We have been waiting here for thousands of eras, strictly following the rules, not daring to overstep in the slightest. He, a strange undying, why should he be able to go up the mountain immediately upon arrival? That's right. Senior brother Kai Shu exult, this is unfair. Another rock life form with a burly figure and skin like granite also spoke in a muffled voice. He was clearly a universe exalt. We are full of sincerity, why are we not even as good as an undying kid? What is special about him? Is it just because he is a special life form? Whispers of doubt and dissatisfaction spread through the crowd. Kai Shu exalt, who was walking in front, paused and turned around abruptly. A cold, sharp light suddenly shot out from his furnace-like single eye. What are you clamoring about? His metal-grinding voice was now filled with unquestionable majesty, carrying a condescending indifference. Who the teacher is willing to see or not willing to see, is that for you to question? Rules. Here, the teacher's will is the only rule. His gaze was like cold electricity, sweeping over the few powerful beings who spoke out in dissatisfaction, especially the two universe exalts, who involuntarily lowered their heads. Dissatisfied. Kai Shu exalt sneered. If you are dissatisfied, you can get out of Craft God Star right now. No one is begging you to wait here. The cold scolding was like cold water poured over their heads, causing all dissatisfied voices to vanish instantly. The few powerful beings who had spoken up, including the two universe exalts, saw all the blood drain from their faces and they dared not say another word. They could only bury their heads deeply, even if they had 10,000 reasons for unwillingness in their hearts, it could only turn into helpless silence. On Craft God Star, on the master of the artisan god's turf, their so-called strength and status were simply not worth mentioning. After scolding everyone, when Kai Shu exalt turned back to look at Qingyu, the coldness on his face instantly dissipated. It returned to the previous calmness, even carrying a hint of imperceptible politeness. A bit of noise, I hope your excellency will forgive it. Please come with me. This stark contrast in attitude made all the powerful beings kneeling at the foot of the mountain even more surprised. They peeked at Qingyu's back with immense curiosity, secretly guessing what kind of background this strange undying had. How could he make senior brother Kai Shu exalt, who had already become a disciple of the master of the artisan god, treat him so differently? Chapter 188, Two Choices. Artisan God Mountain is vast beyond compare. Even on this giant star with a diameter of 3.2 trillion kilometers, it stands tall, piercing the clouds, majestic and vast. Qingyu followed Kai Shu exalt, using short-distance teleports several times to reach the mountainside area. Here, the surrounding space seemed to become incredibly tough, with invisible laws filling the void realm. You cannot teleport once you reach this point, Kai Shu exalt explained. This is a space ceiling placed by teacher to prevent disturbances to the tranquility on the mountain. We must fly to teacher's residence. No problem, thank you for guiding the way. Qingyu remained humble and polite. This place was the base of a universe lord, so the necessary respect was essential. The two immediately turned into streams of light, flying deep into Artisan God Mountain along the winding mountain path, which was engraved with countless mysterious fire secret patterns. Flying through the mountain tunnels of Artisan God Mountain, Qingyu could clearly feel the drastic changes in the surrounding environment. On the mountainside, countless huge cave entrances were distributed, each like a gaping mouth, constantly spitting out terrifying heat waves and various divine fires capable of melting stars. The scorching aura caused the space itself to slightly distort. The energy fluctuations emitted from each cave entrance were comparable to the core of a star in its prime. Life forms below the undying level could simply not withstand it for long. Kai Shu brought Qingyu directly into one of the largest cave entrances. Inside the cave, there were no elaborate artificial decorations, but the four walls had condensed countless colorful, crystal-clear gem crystals due to being calcined by extreme divine fires all year round. They autonomously absorbed the scattered fire-type energy, emitting dreamlike radiance, illuminating the entire cave and making it shine, like a gem corridor leading to the heart of the flames. Flying to the deepest part of the cave, a wider space appeared ahead, with faint, heart-palpitating law fluctuations coming from it. Kai Shu stopped here and respectfully said to Qingyu, "Please wait here for a moment, let me report to teacher." Qingyu nodded and stopped. A moment later, Kai Shu returned and cleared the way. "Teacher invites you in." "My task is complete, I will take my leave now." After speaking, he nodded slightly to Qingyu and turned to leave. Qingyu took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and stepped into the final space. The scene before him, even with Qingyu's extensive experience, could not help but make his heart tremble slightly. This was a vast underground world, and at the center of this world was not a palace, but a majestic, towering mountain range, 10 million kilometers high. The mountain range possessed a dark red hue, as if tempered by endless divine fires, emitting an ancient and heavy aura. Huge arms, as if cast from colored glaze, crystal clear yet containing terrifying power, extended from various parts of the mountain range. At a rough glance, there were actually over 100 of them. They were either lightly clenched or stretched out, as if they could trigger the laws of heaven and earth at any moment to forge divine weapons. At this moment, the giant, single eye of this mountain range, which seemed embedded in the mountain wall, was staring unblinkingly at an object suspended before it. It was a bead about the size of a fist, entirely ink green, so profound it seemed to swallow all light. The bead naturally emitted gentle yet incredibly powerful soul fluctuations, with streams of treasure light circulating, causing strange illusions to constantly appear and disappear in the surrounding void realm. It was as if it wanted to suck in the souls of all living beings who gazed upon it, causing them to sink forever. The gaze of the master of the artisan god was filled with obsession and admiration. It was the pure appreciation of a top grandmaster facing a perfect masterpiece. It was not until he heard Qingyu's footsteps that his giant single eye moved slightly, like a slowly moving red star, and his gaze landed on Qingyu. That gaze carried scrutiny, but more than that, a gentleness and curiosity, devoid of the high and mighty aloofness typical of a universe lord. "You are the newly accepted disciple of teacher Zuo Sheng, Qingyu." His voice was booming, like a landslide or tsunami, yet strangely, it did not feel harsh, but instead carried a sense of straightforwardness and boldness. Qingyu immediately stepped forward, his posture respectful but neither servile nor overbearing, and saluted. "Junior Qingyu pays respects to the master of the artisan god." He paused slightly. Considering the master of the artisan god's respect for Zuo Sheng as a teacher, he followed the other's form of address. He said naturally, "Greetings, senior brother." The giant single eye of the master of the artisan god narrowed slightly in satisfaction, like a crescent moon. Clearly, he was very pleased with Qingyu's address of senior brother. Apparently, this newly accepted junior brother of teacher Zuo Sheng was very polite and suited his temperament well. Especially after sensing that Qingyu's Qingyu Ning main body was a special life form, it made him naturally feel a bit closer. He stopped beating around the bush and pointed directly at the ink green bead suspended before his eyes. His voice boomed, carrying undisguised admiration. "Junior brother Qingyu, look at this. This is the supreme treasure that teacher Zuo Sheng has painstakingly forged for you." Qingyu's gaze was immediately firmly attracted to the bead, the vast soul fluctuations contained within and the profound radiance that seemed to swallow his heart already made him feel thrilled and shaken. He suppressed his excitement and said sincerely, "Thank you for your trouble, teacher and senior brother. Teacher's methods are truly unfathomable." "Ha, teacher's methods are naturally unfathomable." The master of the artisan god's laughter was like thunder, then he changed the subject and explained. "However, do you know why teacher did not directly give you the complete supreme treasure, but instead had you come to me?" Qingyu had long had this question in his heart. Hearing the master of the artisan god's words, he had some guesses and asked, "Please enlighten me, senior brother. Could it be that this supreme treasure is not yet complete, and the final step requires you to personally perform it?" "Yes, and no." A glimmer of cunning and excitement flashed in the master of the artisan god's giant single eye as he kept him in suspense. Seeing Qingyu's confused expression, he continued to explain booming. "Teacher used materials that are rare in the universe to forge this treasure, and the forging technique is one that steals the creation of heaven and earth. Precisely because of this item, originally positioned as a peak soul supreme treasure, actually nurtured a possibility during the forging process, a possibility to go one step further." "Go one step further." Qingyu was shocked upon hearing this, almost blurting it out. Above a peak supreme treasure, wouldn't that be an ultimate supreme treasure? The master of the artisan god's giant head shook slightly, confirming Qingyu's statement. His giant single eye looked intently at Qingyu, carrying a hint of undisguised expectation, and whether or not this step can be taken, the key does not lie with me, nor with teacher, but with you, junior brother Qingyu. With me. Qingyu was even more confused. That's right, the master of the artisan god affirmed. Teacher placed this unfinished product with me to give you a choice. If you only seek stability, I can take action now, following the method left by teacher, to complete the final step. Then, you will immediately obtain a perfect, vast-powered peak soul. Supreme treasure. His tone unconsciously carried a hint of temptation and eagerness. As a treasure-refining grandmaster, his lifelong pursuit was to create stronger treasures. Although he had received guidance from Zuo Shank, his own limit to date was still a top-tier supreme treasure. He had never personally completed a peak supreme treasure. If he could take this opportunity to personally participate in and complete the final steps of a peak soul supreme treasure, it would be of extraordinary significance to him, a dream-fulfilling journey. He stared fixedly at Qingyu, his massive mountain-like body seemingly leaning forward due to anticipation, waiting for Qingyu to make a wise choice. After a brief moment of excitement, Qingyu quickly calmed down. A peak soul supreme treasure within reach was indeed tempting, but since teacher Zuo Shank had given a choice, it must have its deeper meaning. He took a deep breath, met the master of the artisan god's expectant gaze, and spoke steadily. Senior brother, the first choice is certainly stable and tempting, but junior brother would still like to hear what the second choice is. I will make a decision after I understand it clearly. Hearing this, the master of the artisan god's giant single eye immediately showed obvious disappointment, even carrying a hint of helplessness, like, why won't this kid listen to advice? He blinked his star-like eye, and a hint of frustration seemed visible on his face formed by the mountain wall. Sigh, you, the master of the artisan god's voice boomed, carrying a touch of exasperation. The second method is incredibly difficult. It is not to be done by me, but by you, personally completing this final step. You need to integrate your own life origin aura, your soul imprint, completely into this bead prototype. Only by triggering the hidden potential within can there be a glimmer of possibility for it to undergo a fundamental transformation and step into that ultimate realm. His giant rock wall head leaned closer to Qingyu, bringing a wave of scorching wind, and he emphasized with extreme solemnity, remember, it is only a glimmer of possibility. It is not guaranteed success. And this process is extremely dangerous, placing a huge burden on the mind and soul. One careless mistake could even damage your soul origin. Difficult. Extremely difficult. He used the word, difficult, several times in a row, trying to make Qingyu retreat in the face of difficulty. After listening, Qingyu was indeed a bit dazed. He himself knew absolutely nothing about treasure refining. To entrust such a precious treasure prototype to a layman like himself to complete the final step, the risk. But an ultimate supreme treasure, and a soul type 1 at that. This term seemed to possess magic, echoing crazily in his mind. The value of an ultimate supreme treasure was enough to make even a universe strongest go crazy, let alone a rarer soul type 1. If he were to give up just for the sake of stability, Qingyu felt he would regret it for countless eras to come, as if he had missed an opportunity for the entire universe. The master of the artisan god watched the obvious struggle and unwillingness on Qingyu's face, hope reigniting in his heart, feeling that this kid should be able to recognize reality now. Just then, Qingyu suddenly raised his head, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and asked a key question. Senior brother, if I choose to complete it myself, do I also need to reach your level, the Grandmaster realm capable of forging top-tier supreme treasures? The master of the artisan god was taken aback by the question, his giant single eye turned, and he replied in a somewhat reluctant, muffled voice. That is not necessary. If you are to complete this final master recognition and treasure refining yourself, it will mainly rely on the resonance of the origin between you and the treasure. The requirement for treasure refining. Skill is secondary, theoretically, as long as you can reach the level of forging an ordinary true treasure, you have the qualification to attempt it. He said this somewhat vaguely, clearly not wanting to encourage Qingyu too much. Hearing this, Qingyu's heart suddenly relaxed, and a stunning brilliance instantly erupted in his eyes. I only need to be able to forge an ordinary true treasure. The heavy stone in his heart seemed to have fallen halfway. If it required him to reach the Grandmaster realm of the Master of the Artisan God, he would truly have to give up helplessly. But just the level of forging an ordinary true treasure. Qingyu had absolute confidence in his comprehension ability. His golden finger brought an all-encompassing talent bonus. He did not believe that he would have no achievements in the path of treasure refining. Give up a potential soul ultimate supreme treasure. Absolutely impossible. Qingyu's gaze was firm, but he did not rashly make a final choice immediately. He looked at the Master of the Artisan God and requested sincerely, "Senior brother, I know that the path of treasure refining is profound and vast, and I dare not say that success is guaranteed. However, I am unwilling to easily give up that sliver of opportunity for advancement. Therefore, I would like to study treasure refining here for a period of time to see how much talent I truly have in this path, and then decide how to complete this final step. May I ask if senior brother would permit this?" The Master of the Artisan God heard this, and his huge single eye blinked. Although he was very much looking forward to Qingyu choosing the first option directly, allowing him to complete a peak supreme treasure with his own hands. However, he was extremely respectful to his teacher, Zuo Shenk, and naturally would not refuse a reasonable request from his teacher's disciple. Moreover, he smiled inwardly. Was the path of treasure refining easy? Countless beings spent hundreds of millions of eras and still found it hard to even enter the threshold. His junior brother might be incredibly talented in cultivation, but treasure refining required a different kind of focus and talent. Very well, let him try first. When he knows the difficulties involved, he will naturally turn back and choose a safer way. The Master of the Artisan God thought this and readily agreed. Since that is the case, you shall first study the foundation here. I will arrange for scorching rust to guide you. The grand voice of the Master of the Artisan God echoed in the cave. Thank you, senior brother, for your support. Qingyu bowed respectfully, then his gaze could not help but glance at the suspended ink-green treasure pearl, then this treasure. The Master of the Artisan God waved one of his massive glazed arms, taking back the treasure pearl, and said, I will keep this item for now. When you have achieved success in your studies and made a decision, it will not be too late to come here again. Qingyu guessed that the Master of the Artisan God wanted to take the opportunity to study it thoroughly, so he nodded in agreement. I will follow senior brother's arrangements in everything. Scorching rust. The Master of the Artisan God called out. The four-armed, eight-legged scorching rust quickly entered the cave and bowed respectfully. Teacher. Take your junior martial uncle Qingyu down and arrange for him to study the foundation of treasure refining. Satisfy any requirements he may have as much as possible. The Master of the Artisan God instructed. On Craft God Star, Qingyu was of the same generation as the Master of the Artisan God. As a disciple, Scorching Rust naturally needed to address Qingyu as junior martial uncle. Yes, teacher, Scorching Rust respectfully replied, then turned to Qingyu. On his ferocious face, he tried hard to squeeze out a kind smile, his single eye filled with enthusiasm. Junior Martial Uncle Qingyu, please follow me. I will first take you to your accommodation to get settled. Thank you for your trouble. Qingyu also said politely. Seeing that this, Junior Martial Uncle, was so humble and had no heirs, Scorching Rust's favor for him greatly increased, and he enthusiastically led the way. He did not take Qingyu directly to the treasure refining caves that spewed divine fire, but instead turned to the other side of the mountainside. The scene on this side was completely different from before. Without that scorching, oppressive aura, there were countless palace complexes built in different styles, constructed along the mountain, scattered in an orderly fashion. Many palaces emitted different energy fluctuations, evidently inhabited by quite a few life forms. Junior Martial Uncle Qingyu, this is the area where we fellow disciples usually reside. Scorching Rust introduced enthusiastically, pointing to the palace complex. Since you are new here, you may freely choose an uninhabited palace as your future residence. Those with restriction brilliance flowing on their surfaces are already occupied. Once you have chosen, you only need to use your artisan god token to move in. From then on, unless you permit it, others cannot intrude at will. Thank you, Junior Marshal Nephew Scorching Rust, for showing the way. Qingyu cupped his hands in thanks. Junior Marshal Uncle, you are too polite. Go choose quickly, I will wait here for you. Scorching Rust waved his hand with a smile. Qingyu did not delay any longer, his figure flew up, his gaze sweeping over the quiet residential area. He soon took a fancy to a manor that looked quite elegant, surrounded by a faint cyan glow. With a thought, he flew to the front of the manor and took out the ancient, artisan, token. So it is called the artisan god token. Qingyu held the token and stepped into the manor. The moment he stepped in, the artisan god token in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a soft light, instantly connecting with the aura of the entire manor. At the same time, on the lifelike mountain relief on the back of the token, a tiny star quietly lit up in an inconspicuous position, emitting a faint starlight. Qingyu did not stay long in the manor. After familiarizing himself with the environment, he immediately came out and found Scorching Rust, who was waiting in place. I have chosen my residence. Where shall we go next? Good, Junior Marshal Uncle, please follow me. Next, I will take you to the treasure trove hall. Scorching Rust said, then guided Qingyu to teleport again. The next moment, the two appeared in a huge mountain call. A magnificent 9-story pavilion, exuding an ancient and majestic aura, stood here. On the pavilion's plaque, 3 large characters were written in mysterious flame secret patterns, Treasure Trove Hall. This is the Treasure Trove Hall. Scorching Rust pointed to the pavilion in front, his furnace-like single eye revealing a clear look of longing. There are countless treasures inside, and the higher you go, the more precious they are. It is said that even the 9th floor, the top floor, contains more than one top-tier supreme treasure forged by Teacher himself. He continued to introduce with an eager tone, the main purpose of this place is to facilitate the disciples under Teacher to come and observe treasures. Teacher often says, to forge treasure, first observe treasure. Inside this treasure trove hall, not only are many successful model works displayed, but there are also many defective products that failed in forging but have great reference value. By observing these treasures, one can broaden one's horizons, absorb the experience of predecessors, and learn various treasure refining techniques and ideas. It is an indispensable part of learning treasure refining. At this point, Scorching Rust's tone changed, and he took out his own artisan god token, pointing to the back of the token. On the mountain range on the back of his token, 4 stars were clearly shining. However, this observation of treasures is not done at will. Scorching Rust explained. Teacher has divided us into clear treasure refining realms, with stars as ranks. These 4 stars of mine represent that I am currently a 4-star treasure refiner, possessing the qualification to enter and observe the first 4 floors of the treasure trove hall. The higher the star level, the deeper the level of treasures one can come into contact with. Hearing this, Qingyu immediately looked at the artisan god token in his hand. On the mountain range on the back, only 1 star was faintly flickering. So that's how it is. Thank you, Junior Marshal Nephew, for clarifying. Qingyu nodded, keeping the rules of Artisan God Mountain in mind. Junior Marshal Uncle Qingyu can come here to observe treasures at any time in the future. This is very beneficial for accumulating experience. Scorching Rust said enthusiastically. Then his expression turned serious, and he took out a special consciousness sensor from his world ring. However, before observing treasures, there is one more thing that is crucial, it is the foundation that must be mastered first for learning treasure refining. He handed the helmet to Qingyu and explained, this contains the most basic and core knowledge system of the path of treasure refining, encompassing many aspects such as materials science, energy conduction, law imprinting, secret pattern construction, and so on. Only by knowing these basic knowledge points by heart and understanding them thoroughly can one truly begin to try treasure refining. Otherwise, it would be like water without a source, a tree without roots. Qingyu solemnly took the sensor and immediately let his intelligent life form connect and scan its contents. Just by roughly browsing through the vast catalog, Qingyu could not help but be secretly astonished. The vastness and complexity of this basic knowledge far exceeded his previous imagination. Just reading it, through once would probably take decades, not to mention deeply understanding and mastering it. Scorching Rust looked at Qingyu's expression, smiled knowingly, and consoled him, "Junior Martial Uncle, there is no need to be impatient. The path of treasure refining values the foundation above all. Since you are new here, your primary task is to calm your mind and thoroughly digest this basic knowledge. During this period, you can go to the treasure trove hall to observe treasures more often to verify theory with practice. As for officially starting to forge treasures, I suggest that you wait until you have completely mastered this knowledge before seeking me out." Speaking of this, Scorching Rust's furnace-like single eye revealed undisguised envy, and he sighed, "Come to think of it, I really envy those who come from large ethnic groups. I heard that within the human race territory, there is an incredible, virtual universe, which can be called a holy land for cultivation. In it, one can almost simulate everything, and can even perform countless attempts at treasure refining. If one had such assistance, learning treasure refining would be countless times easier. The human race is truly favored by the universe." Hearing Scorching Rust's heartfelt envy, Qingyu could not help but smile inwardly. He naturally knew the convenience of the virtual universe better than anyone. But on the surface, he remained calm, and even went along with Scorching Rust's words, revealing a hint of just the right amount of emotion. "Yes, the human race is indeed lucky. Possessing such a divine object as the virtual universe really makes us envious." He was now an undying spiritual god, his soul completely integrated into his divine body, and his life form had undergone a fundamental transformation. As long as he did not actively expose himself, even a universe lord like the master of the artisan god would only regard him as a special life form, Azure Ghoul, and would never think that the root of his soul actually came from a human. Chapter 189, Starting Treasure Refining. It was evident that Scorching Rust yearned greatly for the virtual universe. After sighing with emotion, he bid farewell to Qingyu. Then, "Junior Martial Uncle, please study here with peace of mind. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time via the Artisan God token. Thank you for your trouble, Junior Martial Nephew Scorching Rust." Qingyu thanked him once more. "I will not disturb your cultivation, Junior Martial Uncle," Scorching Rust said with a nod. After seeing Scorching Rust off, Qingyu returned to the quiet room of his newly claimed manor. He held the consciousness sensor in his hand, his gaze calm. "The Tao of treasure refining, let me see how long it will take for me to get started, relying on my comprehension ability and my all-around talent bonuses." Inside the quiet room, time slipped away silently. When Qingyu opened his eyes again and slowly removed the consciousness sensor from his forehead, 120 years had already passed in the outside world. He subconsciously rubbed the space between his brows. Even with the powerful divine body forged from his perfect gene level, a lingering fatigue was clearly visible on his face. This was not the emptiness caused by the consumption of divine power, but the deep exhaustion resulting from his mental consciousness operating under overload for a long time. The complexity and profundity of the basic knowledge that Scorching Rust had handed over to him far exceeded Qingyu's initial expectations. He had never imagined that the scope of treasure refining, from the most basic material identification and property analysis to the guidance and solidification of lawful secret patterns, would be so complex. In some aspects, it was even countless times more cumbersome than simple law comprehension. Of course, this also had to do with his own eagerness for quick success. At the very beginning of encountering this knowledge, Qingyu keenly sensed that he seemed to truly possess some innate gift on this unfamiliar path. Those obscure theories and formulas he had never encountered before, and the material structure diagrams that seemed like heavenly scripts, appeared to carry a strange affinity when they fell into his eyes. For many key difficulties, he often only needed to read through them once, and the relevant principles and veins would naturally emerge in his mind. He would feel a sense of clarity, realizing, so that's how it is, and drawing inferences about other cases was not difficult for him. This feeling vaguely reminded him of his previous life, when he first encountered mathematics and experienced the curiosity and the pleasure of insight upon facing those exquisite formulas and theorems. The difference was that now, his thinking speed, memory capability, and deduction ability had surpassed his previous life by far more than 1 billion times. It was precisely this feeling of understanding at a single touch, along with the deep desire for that ultimate supreme treasure, that allowed Qingyu to become completely immersed. For these 120 years, he was single-minded, his consciousness completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, without even a single second of pause or rest. Now, the massive amount of knowledge about treasure refining, which was once completely foreign to him, had been forcibly memorized and preliminarily understood by him in a ravenous gulp. This allowed him to finally establish a relatively clear overall framework and preliminary understanding of the profound art of treasure refining. The early stages of this art were more like a rigorous engineering technology. As long as one had enough patience and resources, even those with ordinary talent could, through systematic learning and repeated practice, theoretically master the forging of fifth-order and lower-force weapons and psychic weapons step by step. And the level above that was the divine weapon, such as the Qingkin ninefold tribulation he had used in his early years, or Luo Feng's ninefold Hun Tian Yan, although they still belong to the category of standard weapons. Yet their power and complexity were far beyond what ordinary weapons could compare to, truly crossing into the level used by undying spiritual gods. Forging such divine weapons could no longer be achieved by effort alone, it required the forger to have a deeper understanding of the law and a precise grasp of material fusion. Without a certain amount of talent, it was difficult to get started, no matter how much effort was exhausted. In the universe, 99.99% of undying spiritual gods used conventional weapons that remained at the divine weapon level, including some premium items mixed with G-grade metals. Above divine weapons was a more special realm, the pseudo-treasure. The so-called pseudo-treasure did not mean that its power was necessarily weaker than a heavy treasure, rather, it meant that they could briefly erupt with heavy treasure-level power in certain special environments or under specific conditions. Or they reached the evaluation standard of a heavy treasure in a single, extremely specific aspect. Qingyu couldn't help but think of the gift his senior sister, Venerable Changzhou, had given him a long time ago, the 9 luminaries' star wings. That pair of wings was a wonder naturally bred by the universe, but in terms of classification, it belonged to the category of pseudo-treasure. Because it could only display value comparable to an ordinary heavy treasure when used by his purple crystal cloud wing clone, if used by other clones or others, the effect would be greatly discounted. According to the standards set by the master of the artisan god, Qingyu's eyes flickered, and a glimmer of realization arose in his heart. Only those who can independently forge a pseudo-treasure are qualified to be called a true treasure refiner. This standard was undeniably high. One must know that the master of the artisan god himself was a special life form, a mountain giant born at the beginning of the universe, gifted by heaven. From the moment of his birth, his innate talent had already touched the threshold for forging pseudo-treasures. This standard was set by him using himself as the benchmark. An existence capable of independently forging a pseudo-treasure in the universe is considered a big shot no matter which race they go to, Qingyu sighed inwardly. The status of such a person was by no means inferior to that of a peak king undying who dominated the battlefield. In some cases, because they could steadily produce powerful weapons and equipment, their importance was even greater. After that came the realm of true, heavy treasure. Heavy treasures were subdivided into ordinary heavy treasures, high-level heavy treasures, and top-level heavy treasures. When it came to the relevant knowledge and secret pattern construction principles at this level, Qingyu began to feel some difficulty in studying, as the content became obscure and profound. Occasionally, he could understand some passages in a flash of inspiration, but for the most part, he could only grasp them vaguely, knowing the result but not the reason. He estimated that this was mainly because he had no foundation in treasure refining practice, having only theory made it difficult to truly understand the mysteries of those delicate manipulations and the fusion of laws. However, even so, the fact that he could gain insights into some heavy treasure-level knowledge upon his first contact was enough to prove that he indeed had extraordinary talent in the path of treasure refining. The knowledge content that Scorching Rust gave to Qingyu stopped abruptly at the heavy treasure level. The subsequent content regarding supreme treasures was merely some conceptual introductions and descriptions, not involving any specific forging techniques. Qingyu knew clearly in his heart that even if the forging Knowledge for supreme treasures were placed in front of him now. With his current foundation, it would probably be like reading a heavenly script, he simply wouldn't be able to understand it. The theoretical knowledge is enough for now, I must try my hand at it. Qingyu felt an urge to give it a try. However, there were no ready-made treasure refining materials around him that he could use to practice. Before coming to the master of the artisan god, he had only been focused on retrieving the forged supreme treasure and had never thought that he would stay to learn treasure refining, so naturally, he had not prepared any relevant materials in his world ring. But this did not stump Qingyu. Just as scorching rust had sighed with immense envy, the virtual universe was the supreme holy land for practicing treasure refining. For ordinary humans, if they only used the virtual universe as a tool for long-distance instant communication, it was indeed very convenient. However, if one wanted to use any other functions of the virtual universe, especially those that required consuming huge amounts of energy and computing power to simulate reality laws and conduct complex deductions and practices, then all of them required paying expensive fees. The Virtual Universe Corporation was not a charity. Maintaining the operation of such a massive virtual world cost an astronomical figure. Many powerful or even rare functions were completely inaccessible to ordinary users, who didn't even have the qualification to know about them. With Qingyu's current identity as Spirit Control King, and his authority within the human race, mobilizing these resources was easy. He himself was a core member of the Virtual Universe Corporation with a lofty status, so he didn't even need to bother his teacher, the master of Sky Eclipse Palace. Based solely on his own authority, it was enough for him to apply for the opening of an exclusive, fully functional, treasure refining practice plane, in the virtual universe. Then, let's begin. Qingyu no longer hesitated, he separated a wisp of his consciousness and quickly connected to the Virtual Universe network. This wisp of Qingyu's consciousness was instantly teleported to a treasure refining plane specially opened for him. Before him was a scene of blazing fire. In the center of the plane, a massive star was burning fiercely, emitting endless light and heat. This was the fire source, preset for his treasure refining this time. Although flame was not the only energy source for treasure refining, thunder sources, water sources, and even other special energy forms were all possible. But the method the master of the artisan god was most skilled at, and which was the most profound in his legacy, was this fire source treasure refining method. Since Qingyu was studying here, he naturally chose to follow the mainstream and would not deliberately try to be different. With a slight movement of his mind, a huge, ancient-looking forging hammer with a metallic luster, along with a large pile of diverse and varied metal materials, appeared out of thin air in front of him. At the same time, on the surface of the star serving as the fire source, a huge channel, precisely controlled by his mind, suddenly opened. Pure and scorching flames, like a guided dragon, gushed out from it, their temperature and flow precisely adjusted according to Qingyu's will. Qingyu reached out, took the standard forging hammer into his hand, and weighed it. The forging hammer felt heavy and cold in his hand. It was an indispensable tool in the process of fire source treasure refining, just like the carving knife in a sculptor's hand or the paintbrush in a painter's grasp. The more brilliant a treasure refiner was, the higher their requirements for the forging hammer. They might even need to spend their own heart's blood to personally tailor a unique, exclusive forging hammer for themselves. In order to achieve the realm of mutual understanding and perfect control during forging. The one in his hand was just the most basic standard tool. His path of treasure refining had only just begun, and he was far from the stage of pursuing the ultimate in external objects. A tall building rises from the ground. The first goal Qingyu set for himself was to forge a first-order standard psychic weapon. Generally speaking, forging force weapons with relatively simple structures was much easier to get started with than psychic weapons, which required precise construction of secret patterns. But Qingyu, relying on the confidence brought by his 120 years of theoretical accumulation, as well as the deep trust in his own talent in his heart, decided to directly challenge the more difficult psychic weapon. He felt that he should be able to succeed. Boom! The massive forging hammer was swung by Qingyu, carrying a whistling wind as it slammed down onto a piece of metal blank that had been scorched red by flames. The moment the hammerhead made contact with the scorching metal, sparks flew everywhere, producing a dull yet powerful impact sound. This process of repeated forging with a forging hammer, while seemingly rough, actually contained the fundamental essence of treasure refining and primarily served two core purposes. First, the removal of impurities. Through 1,000 hammerings, the unnecessary parts contained within the raw metal, those that affected energy conduction and structural stability, were removed. Such as various impurities and loose structural areas, were either forced out or compacted and bridged, making the materials themselves purer and tougher. Second, shaping and foundation laying. By using continuous striking combined with flames, the originally irregular or blocky raw metal was initially forged into the shape required for the weapon. Finally, inscribing the secret pattern was the most indispensable and core soul step in the entire forging process and even in the refining of all treasures. Whether it was a low-level first-order psychic weapon or a legendary ultimate supreme treasure, its extraordinary power fundamentally stemmed from the secret pattern inscribed upon it that communicated with the law. Without the secret pattern, no matter how good the materials were or how exquisite the shape, it would ultimately just be a relatively hard lump of metal, unable to trigger the power of the law or display various wonders. Qingyu was fully focused, striving for precision with every swing of the hammer, sensing the subtle changes in the metal under the flames and the forging. An excellent treasure refiner must have a thorough understanding of the changes in the properties of the raw materials throughout the entire forging process. Each time the forging hammer fell, it needed to precisely follow the grain and characteristics of the materials themselves, while also corresponding and tightly integrating with the secret pattern being inscribed. Only in this way could the materials and the secret pattern resonate, achieving a perfect effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, endowing the weapon with a true soul and power. This process allowed for not the slightest error. As long as even the slightest mistake occurred in any step, whether it was the force or angle of the forging, or the precision and continuity of the secret pattern outline, it was highly likely to cause the entire refining process to be wasted. Even with extremely good luck, being able to forcibly compensate for the mistake, the power of the finally formed treasure would inevitably be greatly discounted compared to the original design. Under Qingyu's steady and precise forging, that massive piece of metal blank, originally about 3 meters in diameter, changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impurities were removed, the structure was compacted and extended, and the volume shrank bit by bit, finally becoming only about half a meter in diameter, forming the prototype of a disc. Although it was his first practice, thanks to the confidence brought by his deep theoretical accumulation and his precise control over his own strength, Qingyu's entire flow appeared exceptionally smooth. Having only spent half a day, the forging of this first-order psychic weapon was nearing its end. At this moment, on the surface of the disc embryo suspended above the flames, more than 100 threads, as fine as hair but shimmering with a fiery red luster, had already emerged. They were like fire snakes possessing life, in an exceptionally complex way that contained some profound laws. Winding and wandering on the surface of the disc, intertwining with each other, forming a circuit that was not yet fully closed. Qingyu's gaze was calm, he took a deep breath, raised the forging hammer in his hand, infused it with his own divine power and his subtle perception of the flames and metal, and completed the final strike. With this decisive final hammer blow falling, those hundreds of fiery red threads, which were previously wandering uncertainly, seemed to be instantly gathered and fixed by an invisible force, connecting head to tail to form a perfect and stable energy cycle. This cycle was completely linked with the metal disc below, and the two were no longer independent of each other, but rather merged like water and milk, forming an inseparable whole. The next moment, all the shimmering fiery red secret pattern brilliance was restrained, slowly and completely hidden beneath the smooth surface of the disc, leaving only a metal disc that looked unadorned but faintly emitted special energy fluctuations. Qingyu put down the forging hammer, his face not showing much excitement, but rather a composure of things falling into place. He reached out and took the disc, which still carried a hint of residual heat, into his palm. The moment the forging was completed, relying on that subtle connection with the treasure, he already knew that he had succeeded. Although this was his first treasure refining practice, the entire process was unexpectedly smooth. Every step was realized precisely as he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, without any unexpected twists and turns. Qingyu's consciousness stirred slightly, and the metal disc in his palm responded instantly, silently splitting into 36 curved blades as thin as cicada wings, with cold light flowing along their edges. Under the precise control of his spiritual telekinesis, these curved blades, as if possessing life, spun at high speed in the air, instantly combining into a chilling and bright moon. The biting sharpness was pressing, faintly triggering the fluctuations of the law of metal. Structure stable, telekinesis conduction smooth, secret pattern activation complete. Qingyu carefully sensed every detail of this work. Although the energy circulation efficiency in some subtle areas is still a bit short of the theoretically perfect state. But in terms of overall quality, it should have already exceeded the vast majority of first-order psychic weapons circulating on the market. Qingyu felt quite satisfied with his first work. It seems that my talent in treasure refining is not limited to theoretical understanding. He realized in his heart. The path of treasure refining is not absolutely related to one's own cultivation realm. If one does not have the talent in this area, even a powerful universe exalt might not be able to forge a complete and decent quality first-order weapon so smoothly on the first attempt. This intuition and control over the characteristics of materials, energy flow, and secret pattern outlining is more like an innate talent. He did not immerse himself in the joy of the first success for too long, but immediately picked up the disc he had forged and compared it one by one with the vast theoretical knowledge in his mind. Carefully analyzing the details that could be optimized in every step, summarizing the insignificant shortcomings. Continue. Starting from the second day, Qingyu began a new challenge without stopping. He chose to forge a second-order psychic weapon. The process was equally smooth, without any mistakes. On the third day, a third-order psychic weapon, success. On the fourth day, a fourth-order psychic weapon, success. On the fifth day, a fifth-order psychic weapon, still a success. For 5 consecutive days, he challenged a higher order every day, and he chose psychic weapons with more complex structures and higher requirements for secret patterns, rather than the relatively simpler force weapons. Throughout the whole process, he didn't encounter a single failure, and every time he precisely completed all the steps from shaping to secret pattern inscription. And the finally formed weapons were all stable at the excellent level of quality. Such performance definitely counts as genius level. On the 6th day, just when he was advancing triumphantly, Qingyu unexpectedly stopped his steps of increasing the order. He did not immediately try to challenge the divine weapon, used by an undying spiritual god, but with a wave of his hand, he once again materialized a large amount of materials from the virtual universe. However, the materials that appeared this time were completely different from those used in the previous 5 days. What he used before were all standard materials that matched the order of the weapon. But what was floating in front of him now were apprentice-level materials with lower grades, more impurities, and worse usage value. Qingyu's gaze became incomparably focused and serious. If one is only satisfied with forging qualified treasures using materials corresponding to the order, that is far from touching the essence of the treasure refining technology at that level. True mastery lies in turning decay into magic. It lies in being able to use inferior and more basic materials, through superior techniques and a deeper understanding of the law, overcoming the limitations of the materials themselves, and finally forging treasures that are not inferior to those made from standard materials. This is by no means a simple repetitive practice, but a challenge and tempering of the limits of one's own skills. If he could successfully forge a first-order psychic weapon with up to standard performance using these apprentice-level materials, that would mean he has truly perfectly mastered the refining techniques at this level, laying a foundation for his subsequent climbing of higher treasure refining peaks. Qingyu raised the standard forging hammer again, his gaze locked on a lump of apprentice-level materials, and began to forge. Although the goal was still to forge a first-order psychic weapon, using such low-level materials, the difficulty was completely incomparable to using standard materials. Dang, dang, dang. The forging hammer struck the scorching materials, producing a slightly different, slightly duller sound than before. Qingyu's movements were still steady, but his mind was more concentrated than ever before. he had to be like the most precise instrument, sensing every slightest change in this inferior material under the forging, guiding its internal structure to change in the ideal direction, and not being able to be slightly rough as he could with standard materials. However, just after one hammer blow, Qingyu's movements suddenly paused. His eyes flashed slightly, and he already understood in his heart. Failed. Although from the outside, this lump of material had already been initially forged into the prototype of a disc, with a smooth surface and no cracks visible to the naked eye. But how sharp was Qingyu's divine power perception! He clearly saw that the originally fragile conduction textures inside the material had developed several subtle but fatal dislocations and blockages due to the hammer blow just now, where the force had not been perfectly restrained. As expected, Qingyu whispered to himself, with no look of annoyance on his face. Chapter 190, Rapid Progress. To forge low-level materials into treasures not inferior to advanced materials, the core key lies in utilizing more precise and ingenious secret pattern designs. It is necessary to maximize the stimulation and utilization of the material's limited innate potential to compensate for their innate deficiencies. This requires an almost ultimate understanding and control of material properties and secret pattern construction. The difficulty is extremely high. He did not immediately begin the next attempt, but instead grasped the prototype of the failed weapon in his hand. He carefully observed and sensed the damaged internal structure, comparing it with the perfect state from his theoretical knowledge, thoroughly clarifying the specific steps and causes of the previous mistake. After doing all this, Qingyu casually tossed the failed product toward the channel opening, spewing flames to the side. With a thought, a strange thing happened. The moment the mass of material touched the flames, light flowed across its surface. Its internal structure and energy state rapidly regressed, as if undergoing time reversal, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to the perfect state it was in the instant before Qingyu's forging error. This is the incomparable advantage of the virtual universe in treasure refining practice. Practitioners can rely on their own will to save and load countless times at any stage or any node prone to error. They can practice repeatedly until that difficult point is completely overcome. If this were in the real universe, the material from just now would be completely ruined, and one could only consume new materials to start over. Not only is the cost of trial and error high, but one cannot immediately correct one's mistakes, and the effectiveness of the practice is greatly reduced. Qingyu reached out to recall the material that had undergone state reversal and gripped the forging hammer once again. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of forging echoed once again in this exclusive treasure refining plane. The difficulty of forging low-level materials into treasures not inferior to advanced materials was indeed far beyond imagination. Qingyu encountered setbacks one after another, frequently deviating in his grasp of the subtle balance between the strength of his strikes, flame temperature, and the matching of material properties. Under improper forging, the textures inside the material were either destroyed or failed to be effectively guided. He failed several times, constantly reversing the state and trying repeatedly. It took a full 3 days before he finally managed to forge the first piece of apprentice-level material into the shape of a first-order psychic weapon. However, the quality of this first, low material, high forging, finished product was worrying. It failed to even reach the standard of a normal first-order weapon and could only be considered an inferior product. Qingyu was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes lit up. Although the result of this first complete attempt was not good, it allowed him to absorb a wealth of valuable experience regarding the properties of low-tier materials, and that theoretical knowledge became incredibly vivid amidst the failures. He took a brand new piece of apprentice-level raw material and began the second forging. This time, it took him longer than the first, a full 10 days to finally complete it. During the process, he clearly felt that he understood the temperament of the material better, the number of mistakes decreased, and the quality of the final product was significantly higher than that first inferior item. But this was still far from meeting his requirements. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. Qingyu was completely immersed in this repeated tempering of challenging the limits. He no longer pursued speed, but focused on the ultimate precision of every strike and every outline of the secret pattern, constantly fine-tuning and optimizing. Half a year later, Qingyu in the quiet room had become incredibly composed. He held the forging hammer, his movements flowing like clouds and water, as if he had practiced them 10 million times. From processing the material to the final shaping, it took only 1 day, and a first-order psychic weapon of excellent quality with smooth energy circulation quietly hovered above the flames. Throughout the entire process, he did not make a single mistake that required reversal. At this point, Qingyu had reached the state of perfection in the forging of first-order weapons. He even had a vague feeling that he could already break away from fixed blueprints and, based on material properties, creatively design and forge a brand new first-order weapon best suited for exerting a certain characteristic. However, this thought only flashed by before he suppressed it. First-order weapons were, after all, only at the level used by planetary-level beings. For an existence like him whose strength already rivaled a universe exalt, specializing in this had no practical significance. Qingyu did not hesitate and immediately raised his target to second-order weapons. This time, the challenge was even more arduous, using standard second-order materials to forge the more demanding second-order weapons. It took a full year, and he experienced more failures and adjustments than in the first-order stage. Only then could Qingyu finally manage to complete the forging of second-order weapons stably, efficiently, and with high quality, just as he did when expertly forging first-order weapons. He did not stop and continued to climb upward. Third-order weapons, he spent 3 years. Fourth-order weapons, he spent 10 years. When he could finally use fourth-order standard materials to perfectly forge a fifth-order psychic weapon, 47 years had already passed. Counting from the first time he came into contact with treasure-refining knowledge, to being able to stably forge fifth-order weapons, the total time Qingyu spent was only 200 years. This was enough to shock the vast majority of treasure refiners in the universe beyond measure. One must know that under a normal legacy system, a treasure refiner who starts from scratch and eventually becomes able to stably forge fifth-order weapons. Even with good talent, it usually takes a long time of 10,000 to 50,000 years from initiation to graduation. If the talent is slightly inferior, this time would be doubled or even extended tenfold. And Qingyu only used less than 200 years, which also included 120 years of pure theoretical study. This speed could no longer be described as a simple genius, it was simply as if he had activated time acceleration on the path of treasure refining, which could be called unfathomable. Qingyu put down the fifth-order psychic weapon in his hand, feeling his thorough mastery of the treasure refining techniques of the first 5 levels, as if they were an extension of his own arm. From first order to fifth order, all conventional weapons held no more secrets for him. Every detail was as clear as the lines on one's own palm. Next was the mark of truly stepping into the undying realm, forging divine weapons. Divine weapon is a broad concept with a very wide scope, and it also has clear hierarchical divisions within it. It roughly corresponds to the 3 stages of undying spiritual gods: ordinary divine weapons for immortal military lords, elite divine weapons for marquee-level immortals, and top-tier divine weapons for champion immortals. Standard high-quality items like the widely circulated Yan divine weapon and Tribulation divine weapon can only be considered second-tier within the divine weapon category, corresponding to the marquee-level immortal level. Naturally, Qingyu would not challenge such a high-difficulty target at the beginning. The first divine weapon forging target he selected for himself was an ordinary divine weapon with F-grade metal as the main material, primarily aimed at use by immortal military lords. Divine weapons and the ordinary weapons forged before have an essential difference. The core of this difference lies in the lawful secret patterns engraved on the weapon. Users of ordinary weapons mostly rely on the fixed secret patterns built into the weapon to activate them. The upper limit and method of their power exertion are largely determined by the treasure refiner's design. In a certain sense, this is more like the user adapting to, or compromising with, the treasure preset by the treasure refiner. In reality, there are of course many types of weapons to choose from, but in principle, this is indeed the case. However, at the divine weapon stage, the situation underwent a fundamental reversal. The treasure refiner must begin to compromise with the user. The reason is that an undying spiritual god capable of using a divine weapon has at least fully comprehended one lower-level law. More importantly, any undying with some ambition will create their own secret methods based on their own insights and combat style. The way the laws operate in the secret methods they create themselves is almost impossible to completely match with the fixed secret patterns pre-engraved on the divine weapon by the treasure refiner. If the secret patterns on the divine weapon are too fixed and tight, it will instead restrict the undying spiritual gods from unleashing their strongest secret methods, causing the divine weapon's power to be unable to be fully exerted, or even leading to conflict. Therefore, a key concept and advanced technique in forging divine weapons is leaving space. This is a more brilliant design philosophy. After the user obtains the divine weapon, they can wield it as if it were an extension of their own arm, exerting 100% or even 120% of its power. From the user adapting to the weapon to the weapon adapting to the user, this is the first lesson of forging divine weapons. Qingyu muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with the light of realization. In the virtual flames before him, a precious piece of F-grade metal was being scorched red. The forging hammer fell. A full 500 years. He poured 500 years of effort into the virtual universe, repeatedly attempting to forge the most basic ordinary divine weapons, yet the results were somewhat difficult for him to accept. In the 1st century, he forged an inferior divine weapon, experiencing 14,027 errors and reversals during that time. In the 2nd century, it was still an inferior divine weapon, with 13,592 errors. In the 3rd century, an inferior divine weapon, 13,753 errors. In the 4th century, an inferior divine weapon, the errors actually climbed to 14,751. In the 5th century, still an inferior divine weapon, 13,981 errors. The data coldly revealed a fact: in these 500 years, he had made almost zero progress in the forging of divine weapons. It's too difficult. It truly deserves to be called a divine weapon that divides the mortal from the undying. Qingyu let out a long sigh, even with his state of mind. 500 years of continuous stagnation could not help but make him harbor a trace of doubt about his own treasure-refining talent. He had anticipated that the forging of divine weapons would be a huge threshold, but to not have truly entered the door after a full 500 years, and to not even be able to grasp a clear direction for progress, far exceeded his expectations. Looking at the error data that was almost stable at around 14,000 times, he felt that he was still separated from true initiation by a layer of thick fog, and he did not know how much more time it would take. Senior Brother Scorching Rust's words from back then rang in his mind like a clear spring: to forge treasures, first observe treasures. That's right. There is ultimately a limit to working behind closed doors. I have been racking my brains over virtual materials and blueprints for 500 years, perhaps I am precisely missing this link of observing treasures. Light shone in Qingyu's eyes again, and he made a decision. He immediately exited the virtual universe, his consciousness fully returning to the Qingyu Ning main body within the artisan God Mountain estate. Without delay, he got up and left the quiet room, flying straight toward the treasure trove hall at the mountain call. Arriving once again before that towering 9-story pavilion, Qingyu took out his artisan god token and pressed it lightly against an ancient stone tablet at the entrance. The star on the back of the token flashed with a faint light, and the heavy, ancient hall doors opened silently inward. Qingyu stepped inside. The scene before him, however, made him slightly startled. The first floor of this treasure trove hall had an internal space far more vast than it appeared from the outside. It was surprisingly a massive small world with a diameter of about 190,000 kilometers. However, the first impression this vast space gave Qingyu was not the heaven-piercing treasure light and dazzling array he had imagined, but an incredibly spectacular garbage dump. As far as his eyes could see, there were towering hills. These hills were not composed of rock and soil, but were piled up in a disorderly manner with countless strange and diverse things. Broken blades, twisted armor, cracked shields, bizarre metal components, dull-colored crystal fragments, and even a large number of metal lumps whose original forms could not be distinguished. They were like discarded waste, piled layer upon layer into mountains, stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with a complex scent mixed with metal, residual energy, and the dust of ages. Qingyu steadied himself and looked closely. These were not real garbage. On those items, whether complete or incomplete, most retained energy fluctuations of varying strength, and some even faintly had the light of lawful secret patterns that had not completely dissipated flowing at the fractures. Some of them were defective products that had completely failed during the forging process, with collapsed energy structures. Others were half-successful works with crude forging techniques and low efficacy. But there were also some complete weapons and armor that appeared plain and unadorned, yet radiated stable, rounded fluctuations mixed among them. Success and failure, fine products and waste materials, were mixed together here in the most primitive and unadorned way, piled into mountains. It is worthy of being the treasure trove hall of the master of the artisan god. Qingyu could only sigh with such emotion. Here, one could almost see a complete trace of evolution, from raw to mature, from error to correctness. The trace of restlessness and doubt in his heart caused by 500 years of stagnation suddenly calmed down before this vast and silent mountain of losers. It seems I will be staying here for quite some time, Qingyu muttered to himself, his gaze becoming focused and curious. What was stored on this first floor were precisely various weapons from first order to fifth order. Qingyu did not disdain them. With a movement of his body, he dove into the mountains, piled up by countless weapons like a nimble fish. Whether they were fine products with excellent structures, crudely made inferior goods, or even waste materials whose energy structures had completely collapsed, he treated them all equally and observed them carefully. It must be said that although the final quality of many weapons here might not be as good as those he forged himself, every piece of work retained the unique ideas, techniques, and even the sparks of inspiration of the forger. Especially those bizarre secret pattern construction methods engraved inside the weapons. Some were bold and innovative, some were clumsy but full of ingenuity. Chapter 191, Too Slow. These various weapons greatly broadened Qingyu's horizons, allowing him to see the diversity and infinite possibilities of treasure refining. Like a sponge that could never get enough water, Qingyu frantically absorbed the precious experience contained within, verifying it against his own previous practice and theories. Immersed in this highly efficient learning, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Qingyu's figure had lingered for a considerable amount of time in almost every weapon mountain. When he finally felt that this level could no longer provide him with new, unseen inspiration, he actually felt a hint of regret, as if it were not enough. There is nothing new left. He sighed softly. This feeling of directly absorbing the experience of countless seniors was truly intoxicating. It was like walking in a desert of knowledge for too long and suddenly discovering a sweet spring and a feast. In fact, around the 500th year, the efficiency of this experience absorption had already significantly slowed down. More and more treasures presented similar or identical processing techniques. Qingyu was certain that if he were to forge first order to fifth order ordinary weapons now, he could definitely forge works that were far superior to his previous ones, works that were nearly perfect. This growth was real and tangible. It is time to go to the second level. Qingyu looked up, his gaze directed toward the higher reaches. Entering the second level of the treasure trove hall required the status of a 2-star treasure refiner. However, this did not stump him. He walked toward the central area of the first level of the treasure trove hall, where there was a small, relatively orderly collection of buildings. This was precisely the place where the disciples of Artisan God Mountain used for on-site treasure refining practice, verifying their treasure refining levels, and conducting star-level evaluations. Qingyu walked into one of the halls and spoke calmly to the empty space. I am applying for a standard treasure refining room. I wish to undergo the treasure refiner star-level evaluation. The intelligent system instantly scanned his Artisan God token. A moment later, a gentle mechanical voice sounded, Your Excellency Qingyu, identity confirmed. Please proceed to Treasure Refining Room 096 for the assessment. The configuration inside Treasure Refining Room 096 was much simpler compared to the free-spirited exclusive plane Qingyu had in the virtual universe. On the floor, there was only a fixed flame channel outlet as a fire source, and next to it were neatly placed 5 sets of standard weight basic materials corresponding to first order through fifth order, as well as a most ordinary standard forging hammer. This place tested the most basic hard strength of a treasure refiner, without relying on any external objects. Qingyu did not hesitate in the slightest. The first set of materials seemed to be given life in his hands. As the hammer rose and fell, a first-order psychic weapon with a perfect structure and flowing secret patterns quickly took shape. Next came the second order, then the third order. The entire process was as smooth as flowing clouds and water, as precise as if measured with a ruler. His grasp of the material properties, his control over the heat, and his outlining of the secret patterns had all reached the extreme of his current theories. In just 5 days, the 5 sets of standard materials were completely exhausted. In their place were 5 first-order to fifth-order psychic weapons floating in the air, emitting stable energy fluctuations, all of superior quality. Each one could be called a model work of that level, far exceeding the standard of qualified. The moment the last fifth-order weapon was completed, the intelligent system in the treasure refining room immediately made its judgment. That gentle mechanical voice sounded again, assessment complete. Congratulations, Your Excellency Qingyu, you have successfully been promoted to a 2-star treasure refiner. At the same time, Qingyu sensed that on the mountain range on the back of the artisan god token in his hand, the second star quietly lit up. As an invisible barrier rippled open like water, Qingyu stepped into the second-level space of the treasure trove hall. The macro layout here was similar to the first level, also a small world of astonishing diameter, also piled with mountains made of countless artifacts. If the first level was a mountain of mortal weapons, then this place was a true sea of divine weapons. Various divine weapons that would be enough to make immortal military lords fight over them and marquee-level immortals cherish them in the outside world were here just like the ordinary weapons on the first level. They were piled up in a vast, sea-like manner in the most primitive and indiscriminate way. Sabers, swords, spears, halberds, shields, armor, shuttles, towers, diverse in form, different in attributes, emitting various energy fluctuations from weak to powerful, densely packed, with no end in sight. Many divine weapons still gleamed with a cold light, their secret patterns flowing, but more of them carried traces of use, or even damaged gaps. These were clearly a large number of, second-hand, divine weapons. Not only did they retain the divine power imprints left by their original owner's long-term nurturing, but they also faintly branded the original owner's unique trajectories of law application and preferences for secret patterns. These traces were like open books, silently telling the story of the matching and fusion between the treasure refiner's original design and the user's actual needs. So that is it, the art of leaving blank spaces actually has so many layers and variations. Qingyu's heart was shaken, as if a strong light had split through the fog that had plagued him for 500 years. His previous failures lay in understanding, leaving blank spaces, too mechanically and theoretically. The shackles of having made no progress for 500 years of working behind closed doors instantly crumbled before these instances, which were as vast as a sea of stars. To those who do not understand treasure refining, this second level of the treasure trove hall might just be a place where more and stronger weapons are piled up, but for a treasure refiner like Qingyu who had touched the threshold but could not find the way in, it was simply a supreme classic that revealed the core mysteries of divine weapon forging, with immeasurable value. Qingyu was completely immersed in it, starting from those immortal military lord-level divine weapons with the most basic and simple structures, observing and comprehending them one by one. For this level of divine weapons alone, he spent a full 500 years, tirelessly absorbing the infinite wisdom contained within them. When he believed he had absorbed all the mysteries of the immortal military lord-level divine weapons, he immediately split off a sliver of consciousness, connected to the virtual universe, and began his attempts at forging divine weapons again. Another 100 years passed. In the virtual workshop, a newly forged immortal military lord-level divine weapon was floating. Although the quality was still inferior, Qingyu's eyes were incredibly bright, even carrying excitement. Because this time, from beginning to end, he only had 3019 mistakes that required backtracking. Compared to the previous mistakes that often numbered 14,000 or 15,000, this number meant that his understanding of the core bottlenecks had already made a qualitative leap. Without the slightest pause, he immediately began the second forging. This time, when the last hammer fell and the secret patterns faded, a divine weapon with smooth energy flow and a stable structure appeared before his eyes. The quality reached ordinary, and during the entire forging process, Qingyu only had one minor deviation. On the third attempt, Qingyu's expression was as calm as an ancient well, but his movements carried a rhythm like flowing clouds and water. 10 years later, a divine weapon with inner cold light and secret patterns faintly resonating with the surrounding space was forged. The quality reached excellent, and, from beginning to end, 0 mistakes. In just over 100 years, plus the subsequent practice, the effects were immediate. If Scorching Rust knew of this speed of progress, he would likely be so shocked that his single eye would pop out. Qingyu held this excellent divine weapon in his hand, feeling its perfect balance, and a satisfied and confident smile finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have mastered the mysteries of the immortal military lord-level divine weapons. Next, his gaze turned toward the deeper parts of the second level of the treasure trove hall, where divine weapons were piled up like mountains. It is time to study the elite divine weapons used by marquee-level immortals. After mastering the essence of forging immortal military lord-level divine weapons, Qingyu felt as if he had unlocked a complex shackle, and he began to accelerate on the road to higher-level treasure refining. He tightly combined the infinite inspiration he had drawn from the second level of the treasure trove hall with his own practice, and in the treasure refining plane of the virtual universe, he launched an assault on the elite divine weapons used by marquee-level immortals. Another 1,800 years passed. When Qingyu put down the long sword he had just completed, with dark golden secret patterns flowing on its surface and an aura significantly sharper than ordinary divine weapons, he had successfully forged the first excellent marquee-level divine weapon. Qingyu did not show much joy on his face, instead, he frowned slightly, staring at his work. It is still too slow, he muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of imperceptible impatience. If this were heard by those treasure refiners in the universe who had struggled for countless eras to barely forge a qualified marquee-level divine weapon, they would likely be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot and call him a prodigy. In less than 5,000 years, going from zero foundation to the level of being able to stably forge excellent marquee-level divine weapons, this speed was simply shocking. But for Qingyu, this speed was far from meeting his expectations. Moreover, the higher the level of the treasure, the greater the difficulty span of its internal structural complexity and the engraving of lawful secret patterns. This was already evident within the marquee-level divine weapons. The gap in craftsmanship between a most ordinary divine weapon that could only barely meet the basic needs of a marquee-level immortal and a top-tier marquee-level divine weapon that could greatly increase the strength of even a peak marquee-level powerhouse was likely much greater than the span between forging a first-order psychic weapon and successfully forging the first ordinary divine weapon. It took me thousands of years to barely touch the threshold of excellent marquee-level divine weapons. Qingyu calculated in his heart, his brow furrowing tighter. Then, how long will it take to successfully forge the top-tier divine weapons used by king-level immortals? 10,000 years, or even longer, and this was only for immortal-level divine weapons. Beyond that were the qualitatively different, pseudo-treasure, then the true, heavy treasure, until the final goal of being able to independently forge an ordinary true treasure. This was the minimum threshold set by the master of the artisan god for being qualified to personally complete the final step of that soul supreme treasure. Extrapolating from this trend, a time scale that made even him feel somewhat powerless appeared in his mind. To reach the level of being able to forge an ordinary true treasure, conservatively estimated, it would probably require hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, study, and practice. Hundreds of millions of years. For the vast majority of life in the universe, and even for many undying and universe exalts, if they could spend hundreds of millions of years to elevate their treasure refining skills to the realm of being able to forge a true treasure, that would definitely be a huge achievement they dreamed of and would be ecstatic about. But Qingyu was completely different. He had absolute confidence that, relying on his own cultivation talent, he would not need hundreds of millions of years at all. He estimated that within that time scale, he would likely have long had the ability to personally venture into the universe sea, which was full of dangers and opportunities, and rely on his strength to compete for and obtain existing ultimate supreme treasures. 2. Waste hundreds of millions of years of precious time, which was enough to cause earth-shaking changes to his own strength, on slowly improving an auxiliary skill. In Qingyu's view, this time calculation was extremely uneconomical. The treasure refining legacy of the master of the artisan god was naturally top tier. With Zuo Shenqi's instruction, although the master of the artisan god had his own little schemes, he would not keep secrets from Qingyu. However, the process of observing treasures in reality was too time-consuming. From the time Qingyu started learning treasure refining until now, more than half of his time had been spent observing various treasures and learning from the experience. Therefore, Qingyu wanted to use the time chamber to activate time acceleration, but there were simply too many of these treasures, and it was impossible for Qingyu to move them all directly into the time chamber to observe. The best way was naturally to implement this whole process in the virtual universe. In this way, he could stay in the time chamber in reality, while his consciousness entered the virtual universe to improve his treasure refining level. As a peak race of the universe, the human race possessed an unimaginable foundation. This naturally included a powerful treasure refining foundation, and because of the virtual universe, the human race's treasure refining system was also very vast. The treasure trove haul of the master of the artisan god was indeed rich, but compared to a peak race, it was far inferior. Qingyu had two ideas. The first was to observe the various treasures within the race in the race's virtual universe. The second was to obtain a new treasure refining legacy and compare it with that of the master of the artisan god. Qingyu felt that the more treasure refining legacies he had, the better. With a few more legacies to use as reference, Qingyu believed that the speed of his improvement in his treasure refining realm could be even faster. And this was also preparation for Qingyu to complete the final step of his own soul supreme treasure later. After all, it was a treasure he would use in the future, and Qingyu felt that the more fully prepared he was, the better. The first was very simple. Qingyu only needed to pay one heavy treasure point to be able to observe various treasures at will. The treasury of the Virtual Universe Corporation alone was enough for Qingyu to watch for hundreds of millions of eras. Moreover, given Qingyu's status, he could even watch the thousand treasure river of the primordial Chaos City Lord in the virtual universe whenever he wanted. It was just that if Qingyu wanted to obtain the core legacy of a treasure refiner, he would have to pay a price. This was not just as simple as using his own authority to create a virtual universe plane for treasure refining. It just so happened that Qingyu also knew a treasure refiner who belonged to the Virtual Universe Corporation, Venerable Chong Ding, a universe exalt. In terms of strength, he was only a high-level universe venerable, but he was good at treasure refining and was said to be able to even forge ordinary true treasures. After Qingyu achieved his breakthrough to undying, he had even come to attend Qingyu's banquet. Qingyu did not rush to contact Venerable Chong Ding. He was considering what kind of valuable items would be appropriate to use for the transaction. Although it was only a legacy for forging ordinary true treasures and below, it was definitely of immense value. Chapter 192, Eldest Son's Stupidity. A treasure refining legacy of this level is worth at least one high-grade true treasure, perhaps even more. As for what he currently had on hand that was suitable for trading, Qingyu thought of the true treasure armor he possessed, the bright light armor. But this was only an ordinary true treasure armor. In terms of value, it was likely insufficient to exchange for a complete true treasure level treasure refining legacy. I can settle for the next best thing, Qingyu mused. First, I will trade for a treasure refining legacy at the top tier heavy treasure and below level. For me at this stage, the most important thing is the reference to different ideas and systems. The specific level of the legacy content is secondary. Using the bright light armor to exchange for this part should be more than enough. With a thought, Qingyu sent a communication request to Venerable Chong Ding through the virtual universe system. The smoothness of the communication far exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing his intention, Venerable Chongding was surprisingly straightforward, not only expressing his willingness to gratuitously copy all the treasure-refining legacy knowledge he possessed for Qingyu's reference. He also proactively offered to set aside some time every 100 years to provide guidance to Qingyu in the virtual universe, answering the difficulties he encountered in treasure refining. The only condition proposed by Venerable Chongding, however, surprised Qingyu. Qingyu, both the legacy and guidance can be given to you. I only hope that when the original star opens in the near future, you can lend me that high-level soul-type true treasure in your possession for a period of time. When I return from the original star, I will definitely return it intact, and I will give you an additional ordinary true treasure. The original star. Qingyu's eyes narrowed. The original star was extremely dangerous, even universe overlords fell like rain, and even universe lords could potentially fight and perish within it. It was a chessboard for the true powerhouses to compete, and also an incredibly bloody meat grinder. The painful example of the Lord of Ganwu, who had ventured into the original star several times only to fall each time, resulting in him owing huge debts to his race and friends, was still fresh in his mind. And that was just a relatively ordinary encounter. Venerable Chongding, a high-level universe venerable who excelled at treasure refining but whose survival ability was perhaps not his strongest suit, was actually planning to venture into such a desperate land. Very well, Qingyu said after a brief moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. The high-level soul-type true treasure can be lent to you, Venerable. However, you must know that the original star is dangerous, so please be cautious. Qingyu agreed readily. He himself would soon obtain a soul-type true treasure that was at least at the peak level. The importance of the origin crystal, this high-level soul-type true treasure, had relatively decreased. Secondly, Venerable Chongding was different from the Lord of Ganwu. He possessed top-tier treasure refining skills, and his ability to accumulate wealth and repay debts was extremely strong. Even if he truly encountered an accident in the original star and caused the origin crystal to be lost, given Venerable Chongding's net worth and connections, he would always have a way to pay it back after a long period of time, and he wouldn't fall into an almost unsolvable situation like the Lord of Ganwu. Haha, good. Qingyu, you are straightforward. Venerable Chongding's laughter came through, revealing gratification and a trace of relief. I have already sent the legacy materials to your mailbox via the virtual universe. The communication ended. Once every 100 years, that is enough, Qingyu whispered to himself. Qingyu flipped his palm, and a miniature palace model with obscure spacetime secret patterns flowing on its surface appeared in his palm. This was the treasure he had long possessed, the time chamber, which could provide a maximum time flow difference of 500 times. With a slight movement of Qingyu's consciousness, the palace model instantly enlarged, turning into an ancient palace gate, and Qingyu stepped inside. Time flow rate, maximum 500 times, activate. The flow of time inside the palace and the flow of time of the outside primordial universe were forcibly separated and distanced by a powerful force. A 500 times flow rate difference meant that for every year that passed in the outside world, 500 years had passed inside the palace. The vast majority of Qingyu's consciousness felt as if it had fallen into a brilliant sea of stars composed of endless treasure-refining knowledge. Like the most efficient information processing core, he began to crazily absorb, compare, analyze, and comprehend. 100 years in reality, 50,000 years in the time chamber. When Qingyu met Venerable Chongding again in the treasure-refining plane and casually forged a dark purple battle blade with restrained sharpness and naturally formed secret patterns. This universe exalt, famous for treasure refining, fell into a long silence. He carefully examined this champion-level excellent divine weapon, from the material ideality to the secret pattern architecture, from the energy circulation efficiency to the depth of law resonance, every aspect was a top-tier choice. Even in the handling of certain details, there was an ingenuity that transcended conventional legacy, belonging to Qingyu's own understanding. Incredible, Venerable Chongding finally spoke, his voice filled with emotion. A mere 100 years. Even if you used a treasure like the time chamber, you have actually mastered champion divine weapons to such a level. Qingyu, I, Chong Ding, consider myself to have seen many treasure-refining geniuses, but one like you is unheard of. He looked at Qingyu as if he were scrutinizing a rising, future giant of the craft. Qingyu humbly said, "It is all thanks to your guidance, Venerable, and the benefits of the race's treasury. No need to be overly humble, talent is talent." Venerable Chong Ding waved his hand, his expression turning serious. "Next is the pseudo-treasure. The pseudo-treasure is between a divine weapon and a heavy treasure. The key lies in promoting the sublimation of the essence of the materials. You have already grasped the theory, the difficulty lies in grasping the heat and the opportunity. In our human race treasury, the examples of pseudo-treasure refining and failure records are as vast as the sea. This is your greatest advantage." Just as Chong Ding said, the accumulation of the human race over endless years was now showing its power. Under the 500 times acceleration, Qingyu spent the equivalent of 200 years in the outside world, 100,000 years in the time chamber, almost reading through all the pseudo-treasures recorded in the virtual universe that could be accessed. From the most ordinary standard pseudo-treasures to some rare items with ingenious designs and power approaching that of true heavy treasures. Even some pseudo-treasures naturally bred by the universe. Their design ideas, keys to success or failure, and experiential insights were all analyzed and absorbed by him one by one. Moreover, Venerable Chong Ding also complied with Qingyu's request and personally demonstrated the complete forging of a pseudo-treasure in the virtual universe. From material processing and secret pattern engraving to final shaping, every step's bottleneck, feel, and even the possible accidents and responses were displayed and explained without reservation. This demonstration was like the final touch, completely activating, connecting, and integrating the complex knowledge Qingyu had accumulated. From observing treasures for 100,000 years, another 100,000 years of focused practice and countless failures in the palace, 200 years in the outside world. Finally, when the time elapsed in the spacetime palace totaled 250,000 years, 500 years in the outside world. A small dark golden shield, exuding a steady and solid aura with faint spatial distortion fluctuations, successfully took shape on Qingyu's forging table. Pseudo-treasure, successfully forged. Even by the standards of the master of the artisan god, Qingyu could now be considered a true treasure refiner. From the time he first came into contact with treasure refining until today, only a few thousand years of primordial universe time had passed. Such progress was enough to shock any veteran in the treasure refining world who knew the inside story. There was not much complacency on Qingyu's face. Heavy treasure and pseudo-treasure were a qualitative leap. Not only was the power vastly different, but the difficulty of forging them also climbed exponentially. Between the most ordinary heavy treasure and the top-tier heavy treasure or even heavy treasure sets, the value difference was thousands of times, and the corresponding forging techniques were as far apart as heaven and earth. Inside the time chamber, time flowed silently at 500 times the speed. The difficulty of forging heavy treasures was indeed as expected, creating a chasm-like distance from pseudo-treasures. Fortunately, for the most basic, functionally relatively simple attack or defense-type ordinary heavy treasures, Qingyu relied on the solid foundation he had previously laid. Especially the profound understanding of secret pattern engraving brought about by the successful forging of pseudo-treasures, as well as the virtually endless case analysis in the human race treasury, he finally found a stable path. 100 years of primordial universe time slipped by quietly. A thin blue sword with ripples of water and space laws flowing on the blade, and a shield covered in ancient rock patterns and exuding the aura of heavy earth laws. Both successfully took shape on Qingyu's forging table, and Qingyu had successfully stepped into the threshold of a heavy treasure artifact refiner. At this time, in the outside territory 5th battlefield, this was a silent star domain shrouded by a star fragment belt, where huge dust clouds appeared dark red under the distant starlight halo. A spaceship with smooth lines, cast entirely from F9 grade metal, was moving slowly in the shadow of the dust cloud. In the spaceship's control room, on the main control chair, a woman sat cross-legged. She had a graceful figure, wearing a form-fitting battle armor that seemed to be woven from starlight, outlining breathtaking curves. Her face was beautiful, and a natural crystal mark on her forehead added a touch of cold elegance. She tilted her chin slightly, her eyes half closed, and her slender fingers tapped on the chair armrest, her posture indescribably arrogant. Although her life aura was clearly only at the peak World Lord level, which was incompatible with the background of the outside territory battlefield where undying spiritual gods fought at every turn. But her expression was as if she were the master of this spaceship and even this star domain. Not far in front of her stood a young man with a tall, straight figure and a face that was determined but carried a hint of helplessness. He wore dark cyan battle armor and carried a long spear on his back that was integrated with his aura, and his whole body faintly exuded a powerful aura that made the space fluctuate slightly. He was Qingyu's eldest son, Qingfeng, who used the alias, Sector Lord Ji Feng, in the outside territory battlefield. At this moment, this, Sector Lord Ji Feng, who had become somewhat famous in the outer area of the 5th battlefield and was courted by many teams, appeared somewhat constrained. He looked at the woman on the chair named Qingli, and said with a tone of admonition, "Qingli, Divine Wood Peak, we really cannot go there. That is one of the core dangerous places of the 5th battlefield, and those active there are at least marquee-level immortals. There are thousands of champion powerhouses, and even peak kings often appear. With our strength, once we are dragged in, we will instantly turn into ashes." His words were earnest, based on facts, and contained even more worry. In this outside territory battlefield where the weak are prey to the strong and life is precarious, the weak attaching themselves to the strong is an iron rule. With Qing Feng's strength comparable to an elementary marquis, he should have been the absolute core and decision-maker of the team, and a world lord with Qingli, strength should have followed his lead. However, Qingli only let out a very light cold snort from her nose, and her fingers tapping on the armrest stopped. She slowly opened her eyes, those beautiful yet somewhat mean eyes glancing sideways at Qingfeng, her red lips parted slightly, her voice pleasant, but the words she spoke were cold and thorny, saying so much, "Isn't it just because you're afraid? Still, Sector Lord Ji Feng. Hey, where did the majesty you had when dealing with those monster race immortals in the 9 Harmony domain go?" She stood up and slowly walked around Qingfeng, her eyes scrutinizing him like goods. "I always thought you were a man with courage and ability, which is why I agreed to team up with you. I didn't expect that a mere Divine Wood Peak would scare you out of your wits. I have wanted the Divine Wood Spirit Core for a long time, and it can only be found in the deepest part of there. Didn't you keep saying before that you were willing to help me achieve any wish? So it was just empty talk." "Qingli, that's not what I meant." A flash of anxiety crossed Qing Feng's face. "The danger of Divine Wood Peak is far beyond the star fragment belt. It's not just a matter of strength. The terrain there is complex, spacetime is chaotic, and even the detection instruments of undying spiritual gods will be seriously interfered with. Once you get lost or encounter a powerful enemy, it will be very difficult to escape. I am worried about your safety." "Worried about me?" Qingli stopped, turned around, faced Qingfeng, and a smile mixed with disappointment and mockery appeared on her face. "I think you are worried about your own life, right? Recognize your own position. If you don't even have the courage to accompany me to Divine Wood Peak." She paused, her tone suddenly turning cold, carrying a kind of decisive alienation. "Then our cooperation ends here. Without you, I will still go. At worst, I'll just die there. Anyway, for a world lord like me, on this battlefield, if I die, I die, no one will care." After speaking, she made a move to walk toward the spaceship exit, her attitude resolute, as if she were really going to rush into that desperate land alone in the next second. "Wait." Qingfeng suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path, the look of struggle on his face intense. He looked at Qingli, cold and beautiful profile, and in his mind flashed the images of the past few hundred years of fighting side by side, or rather, more of him protecting her. Flashed past were the smiles she occasionally revealed, though rare, and the feelings growing within his own heart day by day. Even though he knew she was a bit willful and had some excessive demands, but... He took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his strength, his voice somewhat dry. "Fine, I will go with you." Qingli, footsteps paused, and a glimmer of triumph flashed deep in her eyes. But when she turned back, her face still wore that cold expression with a hint of reluctance. Have you thought it through? Don't drag me down when the time comes. I will protect you well. Qingfeng clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. HMPH, let's hope so. Prepare yourself, we leave in 3 days. Qingli stopped looking at him, sat back in the main control chair, and resumed that high and mighty posture. Qingfeng looked silently at her back, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He did not know that 1 light year away from the spaceship, Qingyu's king limit soul slave, King Yao Kui, was taking it all in. At this time, Qingyu was preparing to make a final spurt to attack more complex palace-type heavy treasures. King Yao Kui's communication request suddenly sounded. Qingyu frowned slightly, stopped the forging hammer in his hand, divided a wisp of consciousness, and quickly connected to the communication. Chapter 193, Imprisoned in the Star Prison. Your Highness, King Yao Kui's voice rang out, carrying a rare hint of gravity and helplessness. It concerns young Lord Qingfeng. The situation is, Taiwan Novel Network is super practical and easy to read. Following that, King Yao Kui reported the conversations and interactions he had observed in secret between Qingfeng and the woman named Qingli. Specifically, he gave Qingyu a concise report on how Qingfeng was pressured by the situation and eventually agreed to venture into the core area of Divine Wood Peak to find the Shenwei Spirit Core. At the same time, he also candidly expressed his concerns about whether he could ensure Qingfeng's safety without fail in such an extreme environment like Divine Wood Peak. Although King Yao Kui's wording was as tactful as possible, Qingyu was such a person that he instantly sketched out the full picture of the matter. Qingyu's face gradually turned ashen as King Yao Kui narrated. An indescribable rage and shameful annoyance churned in his chest. He could almost see how his eldest son, whom he had painstakingly nurtured and placed high hopes on, was being played like a fool in front of a woman with clearly impure intentions. How he was manipulated by a few coquettish words and was willing to take risks for her. Simply foolish. This is only because King Yao Kui felt he didn't have absolute certainty, so he had to report to me, Qingyu thought coldly. Before this, on that outside territory battlefield, I wonder how many disasters my naive son has been used by this woman to block, and how many pointless risks he has taken. He felt he had lost face. It wasn't because his son was caught in an emotional entanglement, but because his son was so easily manipulated by the lowest level of emotional tactics, losing basic judgment and vigilance. Immediately retrieve all available information on the Peak World Lord named Qingli from the 5th Battlefield of the Outside Territory. Battlefield, ID, Highest Authority. Qingyu ordered the intelligent life, his voice bone-chillingly cold. The efficiency of the virtual universe system was extremely high. In almost an instant, a detailed set of information was presented to Qingyu's consciousness. Qingli, Peak World Lord, has cultivated for about 47,000 years. Born on Zemo Star, her family currently has an elementary universe exalt, Venerable Zemo, who is under the command of the Universe Galaxy Bank. Zemo Star, Venerable Zemo, a junior from an elementary exalt's family. No wonder she acts without knowing the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, treating the outside territory battlefield as a back garden where she can act willfully and take whatever she wants. Or perhaps, in her eyes and even her family's eyes, Qingfeng is just a high-quality thug, with some talent but no background, available to be driven. Qingyu had no interest in playing games like secret observation or testing heart nature. From his current status, this was a boring and dangerous farce that had to be terminated immediately. Yao Kui. Qingyu's consciousness transmitted over with only one sentence, yet it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Bring them both back. Immediately. Now. Yes, Your Highness. King Yao Kui did not hesitate for a moment and solemnly accepted the order. The human clone, who had been accompanying his wife Yumeng, suddenly looked extremely grim, and the aura around him fluctuated slightly. What's wrong? Yumeng, who was by his side, immediately noticed her husband's abnormality, her beautiful eyes showing concern. She rarely saw Qingyu display such obvious displeasure. Qingyu's human clone took a deep breath, barely suppressing the anger transmitted from his original body, and held Yumeng's hand, his voice heavy. It's Qingfeng. There's been a bit of a situation on the outside territory battlefield. Yu Meng's heart immediately rose into her throat. Inside that F9 class spaceship on the 5th battlefield of the outside territory battlefield, Qing Feng had just set the initial course for Divine Wood Peak, his heart filled with a mixture of responsibility and unease. Qingli sat to the side, seemingly checking her equipment, but a hint of relief from her successful plan was hidden in her eyes. Suddenly, without any warning, a terrifying aura as vast as a sea of stars and as heavy as a galaxy descended without concealment. This aura was filled with ancient majesty and absolute pressure, instantly pinning the entire F9 class spaceship in the void realm, like an insect in amber. All the ship's power systems, detection systems, and even the simplest lights failed and went out at the same time. Not good. Qing Feng's hair stood on end, and his divine soul shook. This aura was so strong that it far exceeded those undying on the outside territory battlefield, and was even more terrifying than a peak king. The extreme sense of crisis left him no time to think about who the other party was or why they had come. In the moment his thoughts froze, his body had already instinctively reacted, not by trying to control the malfunctioning warship, nor by looking for a chance to escape. Instead, he exerted force through his feet, his figure flashing like lightning as he suddenly flickered in front of Qingli, completely shielding her with his broad back. At the same time, the world power within him surged, and a long spear was already gripped in his hand. Though he knew this might be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, his eyes still erupted with a resolute light as he stared intently at the cabin wall that seemed about to shatter at any moment. As for Qingli, under this sudden, terrifying pressure that far exceeded her understanding of life levels, all her willfulness, calculations, and petty thoughts vanished, leaving only the most primal fear. Her face was as pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably. She instinctively let out a short scream and, almost without thinking, reached out and tightly gripped the edge of Qing Feng's armor as he stood before her. Hiding in his shadow, it was as if that was the only sanctuary that could provide her with a shred of security. Feeling the slight trembling from behind and the fingers tightly gripping his armor, Qing Feng, who was in a state of extreme tension and a death-defying mindset, couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of daze. At this critical moment of life and death, she, after all, was afraid. She, after all, instinctively hid behind me, seeking my protection. This thought was like a faint spark, instantly lighting up some soft areas in his heart. Even though his reason told him the situation was critical to the extreme, the feeling of this moment actually caused a complex emotion mixed with bitterness, responsibility, and a strange sense of satisfaction to well up in his heart. She really has me in her heart, at least at a time like this. This absurd and somewhat self-comforting thought flashed through his mind inappropriately. Just then, the terrifying pressure locking onto the spaceship slightly withdrew its oppression against the ship itself, but it still enveloped the surroundings. A calm voice directly penetrated the ship's barrier and rang clearly in their minds. "Young Lord Qing Feng, Your Highness has ordered that both of you return with me immediately. Do not offer pointless resistance." Qing Feng was stunned. "Young Lord, Your Highness," this voice. Qingli was also stunned, her fingers gripping Qing Feng's armor loosening slightly, a massive sense of bewilderment and suspicion showing in her fearful eyes. Qing Feng's heart sank. "Young Lord, Your Highness, the only one who could command such a terrifying being and address me this way is a powerhouse under my father's command." Before he had time to figure out what this sudden upheaval meant, or to think about how his father knew and intervened in this matter, the space before him suddenly distorted. King Yao Kui acted decisively. As a peak king of the monster race who was soul enslaved, he executed Qingyu's orders without compromise and didn't bother to explain or soothe. An invisible giant hand seemed to reach out from the void realm, easily seizing the spaceship along with Qing Feng and Qingli inside. The next moment, majestic divine power surged, constructing a stable channel, divine kingdom teleportation. The scene before them had already changed from the outside territory battlefield to a certain starry sky within the human territory. Following that were several more teleports across distant star domains that they had no way of resisting. In just a few breaths, Qing Feng and Qingli felt their bodies lighten, and they were already in a simple, spacious hall that contained an indescribable Dao charm. The indoor furnishings were simple, yet they seemed to subtly align with the laws of the universe. And when their gazes fell upon the two figures in front of the quiet room, thump, thump, almost involuntarily, two tremors welled up from the depths of their souls. Their knees buckled, and both Qingfeng and Qingli knelt on the ground together. Qingfeng kept his head down, his face as pale as paper, with fine beads of cold sweat even seeping from his forehead. As deep as his admiration for his father was, so was his awe and fear of his father's majesty. He knew all too well what kind of existence his father, Qingyu, was, and what his standards and requirements were. His previous actions on the outside territory battlefield, especially those foolish and accommodating behaviors in front of Qingli. If his father found out, he almost didn't dare to imagine how his father would view him. Disappointment, anger, or total disdain. Immense shame and fear overwhelmed him, making him not even dare to look up. Beside him, Qingli, after her initial daze, also quickly captured key information from this series of events. She looked in horror at the pair of man and woman in front of her, who seemed like the center of the universe. The man wore a green robe, his face appearing young yet carrying ancient vicissitudes and majesty. Just by standing there calmly, he was like the incarnation of the entire starry sky. His aura was so profound and vast that it even exceeded that of the Peak King Senior in her family. The woman was gentle and exquisitely beautiful. Although her aura was not as pressing as the man's, it was as peaceful and lofty as the starry sky. To be called, Your Highness, to have that terrifying existence be so respectful, and to make Qingfeng kneel in such fear. This was likely Qingfeng's elder. Qingli, heart suddenly tightened, followed by boundless regret and fear that swallowed her like cold seawater. Although she previously felt Qingfeng had good talent and was worth using, she never imagined such a terrifying existence stood behind him. If she had known sooner, how would she dare to treat him with that attitude, to use him as a tool that could be ordered around at will? What she should have done was to do her best to please and fawn over him, showing her best side. At this moment, she was filled with immense regret, only hoping this terrifying big figure would ignore her, or, for the sake of her not having caused any truly irreversible consequences, spare her. What's going on? Why did Xiao Feng return so suddenly? Yu Meng looked at her son, who was kneeling before her with a pale face. She then looked at the equally trembling, beautiful stranger beside him, her eyes full of confusion and concern. She was not aware of what had happened on the outside territory battlefield. Hearing his mother's voice, Qingfeng's lips trembled as he finally summoned the courage to speak and explain, "Father, I..." "Shut up." Qingyu spoke indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the authority of a command derived from the laws of the universe. Instantly cutting off Qingfeng's words, his calm gaze fell upon his eldest son. There was no expected torrential rage in his eyes, but rather a nearly indifferent scrutiny that chilled Qingfeng even more. "You really are my good son." Qingyu's voice betrayed no emotion, as if he were simply stating a fact. "It seems the growth environment I created for you was still a bit too good. Sending you to the illusionary sea to temper your will into the outside territory battlefield to hone your heart nature, it seems it was all a waste of effort." The calm words made Qingfeng feel more humiliated than any harsh scolding. His face turned from white to red, then from red to green, and his head hung even lower. He knew that the calmer his father was, the deeper the disappointment likely ran. "You don't need to go back to the outside territory battlefield for the time being." Qingyu's voice remained flat, but it pronounced a suspension of Qingfeng's career of tempering himself. "I'll give you two choices. First, go to the 6th star domain prison and stay there for 10 eras. Second, return to the clan and focus on managing family affairs. From now on, you don't need to think about venturing out or pursuing the path of the strong." Qingfeng snapped his head up, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, especially upon hearing the first option. The term, 6th star domain prison, was like a bucket of ice water dousing all his lingering hopes and shame, leaving only a bone-chilling cold. Watching his son's shocked expression, Qingyu felt no inner turmoil. He could naturally see that Qingfeng had fallen into the trap of emotion. Among the beings of the universe, as long as they have emotions, who can completely transcend them? Even someone like Hong, who walked out of Earth, has a transcendent state of mind, yet he still has moments of being moved by emotion. However, he is able to pick it up and put it down, maintaining a transcendent mental state. Qingyu didn't demand his son immediately reach such a realm, but at the very least, he shouldn't be so easily manipulated by the lowliest emotional tactics, led around by the nose like a marionette. A true powerhouse has a will as undying as a star. How could they be like this? He was too lazy to lecture him on principles. Some detours and lessons must be experienced personally and engraved in the heart to be truly understood. He would throw Qingfeng into that star domain prison where the environment was extreme and the law of the jungle was magnified to the limit, letting him be tempered by the most naked survival crises and human cruelty. After 10 eras, he would naturally understand what is important and what is illusory. As for that Qingli, Qingyu's peripheral vision swept over the trembling woman, and he already had a plan in mind. Throw her in as well. Whether it was true love or false intent, whether they would support each other or abandon ship when disaster struck, it would all be seen clearly in that environment very quickly. The 6th star domain prison. Yu Meng, standing to the side, changed her expression instantly and cried out in shock. No longer caring about her poise, she looked at Qingyu urgently. Qingyu, what exactly happened? Why send Xiaofeng to such a place? He's only a world lord. The harshest prison system in the human territory was the legendary 18-star domain prisons, divided into the upper 9 prisons and the lower 9 prisons. The 1st through 9th star domain prisons were the upper 9 prisons, mostly housing undying spiritual gods who had committed serious crimes. Many undying were aware of their existence. The 10th through 18th star domain prisons were the more mysterious and terrifying, lower 9 prisons, which many undying had never even heard of. In that place known as the 18 Hells, the higher the number, the more desperate and terrifying it became. The 6th star domain prison, while not the lowest level, was among the later ones of the upper 9 prisons. Those imprisoned there were all brutal, violent, and powerful individuals, at least at the level of an immortal military lord. Marquis-level entities were everywhere, and there might even be king-level immortals imprisoned within. To throw a world lord in there for 10 eras. That was simply, let him choose for himself. Qingyu looked at Yu Meng, his tone softening slightly, but when his gaze returned to Qingfeng, it resumed that unquestionable majesty. Besides, isn't he quite capable? With a world lord's body, he dared to agree to accompany someone into a desperate place like Divine Wood Peak where champions congregate. In comparison, the 6th star domain prison might just be child's play for him. The sarcasm and disappointment in these words made Qingfeng's body shudder again, his face turning ashen. He wasn't completely unaware of the dangers of Divine Wood Peak, he had simply been blinded by infatuation for a time. Now that his father had pointed it out this way, it only highlighted his own stupidity and wretchedness. The star domain prison, or return to the clan to manage the family and drift further away from the path of the strong. Father, I choose to go to the 6th star domain prison. Qingfeng suddenly looked up. He couldn't back down, let alone choose the path that meant admitting total failure to his father and his own heart. He gritted his teeth, his voice carrying a hint of a tremor, but he stated his choice exceptionally clearly. However, he immediately added urgently, his tone pleading, I only ask father, spare Qingli. Everything was my own choice, it has nothing to do with her. HMPH. Qingyu finally let out a clear cold snort. The anger and disappointment contained in this sound made the temperature of the entire quiet room seem to plummet. He looked at his son, who even now was pleading for that woman and trying to take all the blame himself. A sharp light of, hating that the iron wouldn't turn into steel, flashed in his eyes. Voluntary. What a, voluntary. Qingyu's voice suddenly turned sharp. Since your feelings are so deep that you stand and fall together, then go in and experience it together. Send them both to the 6th star domain prison for a term of 10 eras. No, father, don't. Qingfeng panicked instantly, his face turning as white as paper. In the outside territory battlefield, he still had room to maneuver, and the distribution of enemies was varied. But a place like the Star Domain prison compressed countless vicious criminals into a limited space, the density of powerhouses and the frequency of crises far exceeded the outside world. He reckoned that with the life-saving items his father had given him and his own strength, he might have a chance of survival if he gritted his teeth and endured. But he had absolutely no confidence in protecting Qingli, whose strength was far inferior to his, in such an environment. "Father, I beg you, everything is my fault. Just punish me alone. Qingli, she won't be able to take it." At this moment, Qingfeng was reduced to a son's frantic pleading before a stern father and a deep fear for the person he loved whom he might have caused to die. "I don't want to go. I don't want to go to the 6th-star domain prison." Qingli was even more terrified, her soul flying away and spirit scattering as she screamed shrilly. No longer caring about her appearance, she cried out with tears and snot streaming down her face. "I am a person of Purple Path Star. My clan ancestor is Venerable Zemo. We belong to the Universe Galaxy Bank. You can't do this to me." She tried to bring up her final backer, her voice sharp and piercing, filled with desperate struggle. However, Qingyu had already turned his back and didn't spare them another glance. He simply waved his hand lightly at the air, as if brushing away insignificant dust. With this movement, an invisible law power enveloped Qingfeng and Qingli. The two of them were suddenly as if being strangled by the throat. All sounds of pleading, crying, and threats stopped abruptly. They could only open their mouths in vain, unable to make a single sound, their eyes filled with extreme terror and entreaty. A squad of guards with heavy auras, their bodies entirely covered in standard armor, had been waiting and now stepped in silently. They acted efficiently without any delay, heading straight for Qingfeng and Qingli. Under the restraint of divine power, the two had no power to resist. They were efficiently shackled by the guards and escorted outside. Yumeng watched as her son's eyes, filled with despair, pleading, and finally turning to dead ash, were taken away. Her heart ached, but she also understood her husband. Qingyu's decision might be cold, but it would never truly harm the child. She sighed softly, took Qingyu's hand, and said in a low voice, "This child, he's really going to suffer quite a bit this time." Qingyu squeezed his wife's hand back, his gaze calm. After the guards escorted the two away, he pondered for a moment and connected his consciousness to the virtual universe. Though he acted decisively and even dominantly, he was not someone who didn't understand etiquette and rules. This matter involved the direct bloodline descendant of another universe exalt. Both logically and ethically, an explanation was required. Soon, through his connections in the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Corporation, he found the Virtual Universe ID of that Venerable Zemo. Qingyu composed a strictly worded but clearly informative email and sent it over. He explained the whole situation and expressed his apologies. As long as that Venerable Zemo knew his identity and understood the circumstances, especially Qingli, underhanded tactics, so long as they weren't extremely protective to the point of being unreasonable. It was impossible for them to become enemies over such a small matter. They might even turn around and discipline their clansmen. This email was more of a formal notification than a consultation. While being escorted, Qingli, consciousness finally grabbed onto a life-saving straw, the virtual universe. Although she was restrained in reality, her consciousness could still connect to the virtual universe. This became Qingli, only life-saving straw at this moment. With her life's fastest speed, carrying a sob and immense urgency, her consciousness logged into the virtual universe and arrived at her exclusive residence in Purple Path City. She naturally didn't have the status to directly contact the clan's elusive Venerable Zemo. But her greatest reliance, her father, a marquis-level immortal within the Purple Path clan, was the only hope she could grasp right now. "Father, Father, help." She didn't even have time to organize her words before sending the most urgent voice messages and information to her father's communication ID. "I've been captured by a powerhouse. He wants to lock me in the 6th-star domain prison. Father, save me. I don't want to go to that kind of place. Save me." Chapter 194, Upending the Natural Order. Qingli, message was incoherent, filled with despairing wails and primal fear. After sending the message, she collapsed onto the floor of her virtual residence, her virtual avatar trembling slightly. At this moment, boundless regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She regretted being too arrogant and willful, regretted treating the outside territory battlefield as a playground where she could act recklessly, and even more so, regretted treating Qingfeng in such a superficial and utilitarian manner. But following closely behind the surge of regret was an uncontrollable, sharp resentment. This resentment was directed straight at Qingfeng, who was currently also imprisoned. "Bastard! Idiot!" she screamed frantically in her heart. "Since you have such an absurdly powerful father, why didn't you say so earlier? You watched me play mind games like a clown in front of you and use you. Were you laughing at me in your heart? If you had revealed your identity earlier, how could I have treated you that way?" She completely ignored that her own intentions were impure first, only caring about pushing the responsibility onto the other party's concealment. In her twisted perception, it was Qing Feng's low profile that led to her misjudgment and current fate. This resentment nearly drove her mad. Inside the escort ship in reality, Qinglin's main body was pale, her eyes unfocused, but occasionally she would regain her senses and look at Qingfeng, who was also restrained and looking at her with deep worry and guilt. In those eyes, there was no longer the slightest bit of the dependence or playfulness she had feigned earlier in the ship, only cold, undisguised malice and resentment remained. That look seemed to say, "It's all your fault. You caused all of this." Qingfeng received this resentful gaze, his body stiffening slightly as the worry in his eyes turned into deeper pain and gloom. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound, only able to lower his eyes bitterly. In the virtual universe, Qingli waited for her father's reply in extreme panic, every second feeling as long as a century. The fear in her heart continued to ferment and escalate. To be able to decide to send someone to the 6th-star domain prison with just one sentence, such power, she recalled the calm yet supremely majestic gaze of that green-robed man, an aura that froze her very soul. "Although father is a marquis-level immortal with a high status in the race, I'm afraid even he can't easily send someone to such a place. At the very least, one would need the authority and influence of the ancestors' level." A thought that made her even more desperate emerged uncontrollably. Can the family really save me? Facing such a being, would father, or even the ancestor, go against them for an unworthy descendant like me? For the first time, she realized so clearly that she might have kicked a steel plate whose thickness she couldn't even imagine. All her previous arrogance, schemes, and little tricks seemed so laughable and pathetic in the face of absolute power and status gaps. Not much time had passed in reality, but for Qingli, who felt like every second was a year, it was as if centuries had gone by. Finally, the permissions for her exclusive residence were triggered, and a slightly hurried figure instantly appeared before her. The newcomer wore a luxurious purple battle robe, his face majestic and eyes sharp, yet there was a hint of undisguised restlessness and anger between his brows. It was her father, a marquis-level immortal of significant status within the Zimo lineage, Marquis Zijun. Lear. Marquis Zijun saw his terrified daughter and felt both heartache and anger. "What happened? The message you just sent, the 6th-star domain prison. Who dares to treat you like this? Speak clearly." Seeing her father appear, Qingli was like a drowning person catching a floating log. She scrambled up and threw herself at Marquis Zijun's feet, virtual tears streaming down. Speaking extremely fast, with a crying tone and strong personal emotions, she recounted the events after processing them. In her description, she became an innocent victim who was dragged into trouble, while Qing Feng's concealment and his elder's overbearing nature became the root of all mistakes. Marquis Zijun's face grew increasingly dark as he listened to his daughter's tearful complaint. He had reached the undying level early on, but unfortunately, his potential was exhausted, and he had been stuck at the marquis level for long years, unable to progress further. Therefore, he placed more expectations on his descendants. Long before his breakthrough to undying, he had used technology to leave behind enough genetic material, resulting in many offspring. Qingli was one of the children he favored and doted on more. He had tilted resources toward her and spoiled her, which even fostered her arrogant and willful personality. In a way, this was a reflection of his own character. But how could his, Marquis Zijun's, daughter be bullied by anyone? Qingfeng. Marquis Zijun frowned. To easily decide to send someone to the 6th-star domain prison, the elder must at least be a high-level official with real power in the race or a powerful universe exalt. But in his memory, there didn't seem to be a young genius named Qing Feng with such a shocking background. Was it a pseudonym, or the descendant of some low-profile ancient family? Doubt did not dilute his anger, instead, it fueled the habitual arrogance born from his background. Preposterous. Marquis Zijun barked, and the virtual space trembled slightly. It's just some friction and play between juniors. How could it justify such a severe punishment as the Star Domain prison? If he wants to discipline his own junior and hits hard, so be it, but he actually dares to dispose of my daughter as well. Does he really think, there's no one left in my Zemo lineage? He looked at his daughter, who was crying piteously, and felt immense heartache. What kind of place was the 6th-star domain prison? It imprisoned thugs and villains, and the environment was extremely harsh, let alone for 10 eras. Even one era would be enough to cause his daughter severe physical and mental trauma, possibly even leaving permanent shadows or damaging her foundation. This was something he was absolutely unwilling to see. Don't be afraid, Lear. A sharp look flashed in Marquis Zijun's eyes as he helped his daughter up. This matter cannot be left at that. I will go now to request an audience with the ancestor and ask him to preside over justice. I want to see who is so overbearing that they dare to touch someone from Zemo Star without even asking for the facts. His tone was resolute, filled with blind confidence in his exalt ancestor, as if as long as the ancestor stepped in, all problems would be solved. He didn't stop to think deeply about what it meant that the other party had issued such a severe punishment order without hesitation, even knowing that Qingli had the background of Venerable Zemo. Father, is it really okay? Qingli felt like she had caught the last straw, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes, but more of it was still panic. The psychological shadow left by that green-robed man's calm yet vast as an abyss aura was simply too deep. Don't worry. Marquis Zijun patted his daughter's shoulder, his tone certain. The ancestor is a universe exalt and holds a revered status within the race. We are in the right in this matter, it was just a dispute between juniors that the other party's elder overreacted to. Once the ancestor asks about the situation, he will surely uphold justice for you. After saying that, Marquis Zijun didn't delay any further. He comforted Qingli with a few words and told her to wait for news. He had to go personally to pay his respects to Venerable Z. Mo immediately. Time was tight, he had to turn things around before his daughter was officially thrown into the Star Domain prison. Inside a towering divine temple of the Universe Galaxy Bank, suspended above an endless sea of clouds. The fragrance of immortal brew wafted as the rhythms of law transformed into tangible light and shadows flowing within. Venerable Zemo was currently engaged in a heated conversation with 3 fellow junior exalt friends who also belonged to the Universe Galaxy Bank lineage and possessed similarly vast and towering auras. At their level, spending 1,000 years on a single gathering and drinking session was common. Exalt, Marquis Zijun has an extremely urgent matter and requests an audience. A respectful voice entered Venerable Zemo's mind, it was his attendance report. Venerable Zemo frowned slightly, a flash of displeasure at being disturbed passing through him. Marquis Zijun. He was a little fellow among his blood descendants who was somewhat diligent but whose potential was exhausted, stopping at the Marquis level. What major matter could he possibly have? However, he was his own bloodline after all, and in front of several good friends, it wasn't convenient for him to appear too cold. Let him in, Venerable Zemo said indifferently, waving his hand to temporarily stop the celestial music in the banquet. Marquis Zijun's figure instantly appeared in the hall. He didn't dare to look directly at the beings above, whose mere natural aura made his soul tremble. He hurriedly bowed and saluted, then quickly reported the matter Qingli had described in an urgent tone, naturally adding his own defense and accusations against the other elders' overbearing behavior. Sure enough, after hearing Marquis Zijun's embellished account, especially hearing that the other elder, without asking for the reason, wanted to throw a favored descendant of his lineage into the 6th-star domain prison for 10 eras. Venerable Zemo's face, which was already somewhat unhappy from being disturbed, darkened completely. Preposterous. A cold snort exploded like thunder in the divine temple, and Venerable Zemo's invisible exalt pressure suddenly spread out. The light and shadows of law flowing in the banquet came to a standstill, and the immortal brew in the cups rippled. His face was grim, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. A bit of a temperamental dispute between juniors, or occasional disagreements during exploration and tempering, is perfectly normal. How could it justify the punishment of the Star Domain prison? And the 6th Star Domain at that? Venerable Zemo's voice was cold. It's one thing to be strict in punishing his own junior, but he actually dares to punish a direct descendant of my Zemo lineage as well. Who is it that dares to disregard this venerable so much? The Universe Galaxy Bank had a relatively small number of top-tier powerhouses among the 5 giants, so a junior exalt like him was already considered a core power-holding authority within the bank. Having been in a high position for many years and receiving much respect, he had long developed an arrogance that went deep into his bones. In his mind, unless it was one of those truly high-ranking and powerful top-tier universe overlords or universe lords from the peak powers, who wouldn't give him some face. Zemo, what has made you so angry? A friend at the banquet wearing a starry robe asked. He was known as Venerable Qingyu. Is it some blind fool who has provoked you? Another friend, burly with skin faintly shimmering with a metallic luster, Venerable Jinpo, also asked in a booming voice. Venerable Zemo suppressed his anger and briefly told his 3 friends about the matter, concluding with a cold laugh, I don't know which junior and elder they are, acting so arrogantly. I want to see who gave them the nerve. Venerable Qingyu heard this, gently swirled the jade cup in his hand, and said indifferently, since it's a dispute among juniors, the punishment from the other party's elder is indeed too heavy. Zemo, if you need anything, just speak up. People from my Universe Galaxy Bank aren't someone anyone can just push around. Indeed. Venerable Jinpo nodded, his voice sounding like the clashing of metal. If there's trouble, count me in. We can't let others look down on us. The third person, who hadn't spoken yet and had a slightly feminine aura, Venerable Wu Ying, also nodded slightly in support. These junior exalts had been friends for many years, standing together as a small circle within the Universe Galaxy Bank, supporting each other. With his friends' support, Venerable Zemo felt more confident. He waved his hand at Marquis Zijun, who was waiting anxiously below. You step down first. I will handle this matter myself. After Marquis Zijun withdrew with deep gratitude, a cold light flashed in Venerable Zemo's eyes. Let me first check the virtual universe system to see who that little fellow named Qing Feng really is, and who is behind him, condoning his actions. His consciousness connected to the virtual universe, and an email that had been sent earlier suddenly flickered, catching his attention. Sender, Qingyu. Venerable Zemo's heart skipped a beat for some reason, and the anger and arrogance he felt just now stalled. He immediately opened the email he had temporarily ignored because of the gathering. His eyes quickly scanned the concise but clear content, especially the name at the sign-off and the polite yet unquestionable tone between the lines. In an instant, the anger on Venerable Zemo's face froze. It quickly turned into disbelief, and finally into a trace of undisguised shock and solemnity. The law silhouettes around him seemed to become chaotic for a moment along with the violent fluctuations of his emotions. Qingyu, Spirit Control King, several titles exploded in his mind like thunder. At the table, Venerable Qingyu, Venerable Jinpo, and Venerable Wu Ying, who were waiting for Venerable Zemo to find the results and discuss how to seek justice, immediately noticed the drastic change in his aura and expression. Zemo, Venerable Qingyu asked in confusion. Found it. The other party is. Venerable Zemo slowly raised his head, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. The previous burst of anger and arrogance had long since vanished, leaving only a complex, somber expression. He looked at his 3 friends waiting for an answer, opened his mouth, and his voice was actually a bit dry. Venerable Zemo spoke slowly with a dark face. The atmosphere in the temple suddenly froze. Venerable Qingyu, Jinpo, and Wu Ying, who were just chatting and laughing and expressing support, all changed their expressions. How could they not know the name of Qingyu? Before breaking through to Undying, he could already suppress an invincible king level head-on. One must know that any existence that could be granted the title of Invincible King level had a combat power comparable to a junior universe exalt who didn't use heavy treasures. That Qingyu could achieve this during the World Lord stage showed how terrifying his talent was and how formidable his combat power was. Now, he has already broken through to Undying. Moreover, with his background, how could he lack powerful treasures by his side? Although they were honored as Universe Exalts, they were only junior exalts. They had some authority within the Universe Galaxy Bank, but in the circle of the human race's peak powerhouses, they weren't particularly outstanding. Facing a peerless genius like Qingyu, who had a deep background, unlimited potential, and already possessed terrifying combat power, it was inevitable to feel apprehensive. They didn't yet know the specific battle records of Qingyu clashing with Venerable Shihuo after breaking through to Undying, or even killing the monster race universe overlord, Evil Wing Cult Master. Otherwise, they would probably distance themselves from Venerable Zemo as far as possible immediately. Venerable Zemo's mind raced even more. Qingyu's willingness to send an email first to inform him was already a form of courtesy and an out, given they were both humans and he was an exalt. Reason told him that it was extremely unwise to offend a rising star like Qingyu, who was bound to shine and might even light up an entire era, for the sake of a junior he didn't know well and who was clearly in the wrong. He was already inclined to let the matter go and take the opportunity to step down. Just then, Venerable Wu Ying, who had a slightly feminine aura at the table, chuckled and broke the silence. A trace of dismissiveness flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, "I was wondering who it was, so it's that Spirit Control King." He swirled the wine cup in his hand, his tone carrying a bit of deliberate slight. "Zemo, in my opinion, you don't need to worry too much. Although Qingyu's talent is high, in the end, he is just an Undying now. How can he have such a reputation, being able to suppress an invincible king level during the World Lord stage? What does he rely on? It's nothing more than his teacher, the Palace Master of Tianxi Palace, and the many precious treasures bestowed upon him. If it weren't for these external forces, how could he have such prestige?" His words immediately livened up the somewhat cold atmosphere. The lines on Venerable Jin Po's metallic face also hardened a bit, and he echoed in a low voice, "Well said. He has just broken through to Undying, so how much stronger can he be than when he was a World Lord? Improving strength always requires time to accumulate. Zemo, you are a true Universe Exalt after all. He disposed of your bloodline descendant directly without asking first. This is already a blow to your face. If you endure this, word will get out, and others will think that the exalts of our Universe Galaxy Bank are afraid of an Undying." Junior. Venerable Xing Gui's eyes flickered. He was slightly more steady than Jin Po and Wu Ying, but seeing his friend being provoked, and remembering that he had also spoken in support just now, it would seem unfaithful if he backed down now. He pondered for a moment and also spoke. "Zemo, this matter was indeed handled improperly by him. Even if he wanted to punish, he should have communicated with you first. We exalts have our own dignity. If you decide to demand an explanation, we naturally won't sit idly by." The three of them spoke one after another. Although they didn't explicitly incite Venerable Zemo to have a direct conflict with Qingyu. But the inclination in those words was like soft knives pressed against Venerable Zemo, who wanted a way out but couldn't bear to lose face. Listening to his friend's words, the expression on Venerable Zemo's face changed constantly. Finally, amidst those words of Exalt's face, and what's there to fear, his initial apprehension and reason were gradually overwhelmed. A trace of harshness reappeared in his eyes. "What you all say is not without reason." Venerable Zemo spoke slowly, his voice returning to its previous coldness. "Even if the descendants of my Zemo lineage are wrong, it's not up to others to punish them without notice. I indeed need to personally ask that Qingyu for a clear explanation." "Zemo." Venerable Xing Gui was relatively calm and reminded him. "The priority is to first find a way to save your descendant so she isn't really sent to prison. Once she's locked up, it will be much more troublesome to get her out." Venerable Zemo immediately nodded upon hearing this. He didn't delay any longer, and his consciousness quickly connected to the monitoring system that managed the 6th star domain prison in the virtual universe. With his authority as a universe exalt, he naturally had a channel to speak directly with the supervisors. Stop the reception and imprisonment of a world lord named Qingli. She is about to be escorted to your place. This order takes effect immediately. Venerable Zemo issued instructions directly in the form of an exalt's decree, his tone beyond question. After a moment of silence, a rigid, businesslike intelligent response came from the monitoring system. It was a reply conveyed by the supervisor in charge of this matter through the system. Venerable Zemo, I'm sorry. The imprisonment order for World Lord Qingli was issued directly by someone with higher authority and the execution process has been locked. Your authority cannot cancel or suspend this order. Once the escort personnel arrive, the imprisonment will be completed according to the established procedure. Higher authority. Authority cannot be cancelled. Venerable Zemo's face instantly became extremely unsightly, and a surge of anger from being severely offended rushed to his head. He, a grand universe exalt and a figure in the human race, actually couldn't even cancel a punishment order issued by an undying. The other party's authority actually overrode his own. What is the Virtual Universe Corporation doing? Helping him grow so prematurely and giving an undying spiritual god such high authority? This is simply a provocation to the status of an exalt. Preposterous. How dare the Virtual Universe Corporation do this? Venerable Zemo snorted angrily, his voice echoing in the temple. He informed his three friends of the monitoring system's reply. Anger also appeared on Venerable Jin Po's metallic face. HMPH, it seems the Virtual Universe Corporation's favoritism for this genius has reached the point of disregarding the rules. An undying's authority can actually override an exalt's. A trace of displeasure also flashed across Venerable Wu Ying's feminine face. Zemo, this matter is no longer a simple junior dispute, it concerns our dignity and power as exalts. The Virtual Universe Corporation's actions are a bit too much. Venerable Xing Gui frowned and said, since canceling the order through official channels is not feasible, Zemo, you might need to negotiate directly with that Qingyu, let him withdraw the order himself, and give a reasonable explanation for this matter. Hearing his friend say this, Venerable Zemo felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped in public. He immediately replied with a strongly worded new email to the address Qingyu had sent the email from earlier through the Virtual Universe system. In the email, he no longer mentioned the junior's right or wrong. Instead, as a universe exalt, he sternly demanded that Qingyu immediately withdraw the illegal imprisonment order for Qingli and required that Qingyu must give a clear explanation and apologize for this. After handling the matters of Qingfeng and Qingli, Qingyu put them out of his mind. To him, this was just a small interlude on the long path of cultivation, a profound lesson for his son, and a punishment for those with ill intentions. His various clones each had important tasks, and the Qingyu Ning main body prepared to continue studying treasure refining in the time-space hall. A new email from Venerable Zemo was suddenly sent over. Qingyu opened it with some surprise and quickly browsed the content. He wants me to withdraw the order. And he wants an explanation from me. Chapter 195, Master Ming Zhe. Even with Qingyu's temperament, after reading the email, he couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity, even laughing out of anger. He had thought that the notification email had given the other party enough face, and the matter could be put to rest. After all, considering Qingli, actions on the outside territory battlefield, repeatedly using and even putting Qingfeng in grave danger. Open black lens bracket writing up to here. I hope readers remember our domain name wecan.com to read anytime close black lens bracket. The fact that he hadn't demanded Venerable Zemo strictly discipline his family and give him an explanation in return was already exceptionally tolerant, considering they were both humans and the other party was a venerable. Unexpectedly, instead of being grateful, the other party had turned around and made false accusations, using his status as a venerable to be aggressive and demand an explanation. It seems I was too polite. A cold light flashed in Qingyu's eyes. He didn't want to waste much energy on these trivial matters, but since the other party valued venerable face more than reason, he would make him face reality. The Qingyu Ning main body immediately walked out of the Artisan God Mountain Manor. After leaving the range of the craft god star, he released a servant, and his majestic divine power triggered the space law. Divine Kingdom teleportation. The next moment, his figure appeared within human territory, in a desolate but sufficiently vast star domain. This place was empty and deathly silent, a perfect spot to resolve disputes. Qingyu didn't waste words, he directly sent his current real starry sky coordinates to Venerable Zemo through the virtual universe system. The postscript was just one sentence: "I'm waiting for you to come and get your explanation." This was no longer a discussion, not even an invitation. It was like a king throwing down a gauntlet, waiting for a subordinate to come and state their case, or rather, to come and be taught a lesson. At the very moment the Qingyu Ning main body left Artisan God Mountain and the fluctuations of the Divine Kingdom teleportation quietly dissipated, located in the core area of Artisan God Mountain. The master of the Artisan God, who had been keeping a sliver of his consciousness on this junior brother, slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and death of countless stars. He left. The master of the Artisan God's low voice echoed in the temple, carrying a hint of an indiscernible meaning. His feelings toward Qingyu were quite complex. On one hand, this was a disciple that his teacher Zuo Shenk had personally instructed him to look after and had placed certain expectations upon. In terms of seniority, he was his junior brother, so he naturally treated him with courtesy and would have no problem teaching him everything he knew. But on the other hand, a peak supreme treasure was already the pinnacle of treasure refining skill that the master of the Artisan God could currently pursue. He had never truly completed one independently in his entire life. If he could personally turn the unfinished supreme treasure prepared by his teacher into a true peak supreme treasure, it would be an inestimable encouragement and validation of his path of treasure refining, holding extraordinary significance. And Qingyu, a little fellow with world-shaking cultivation talent, how fast could he possibly go on the path of treasure refining? That threshold of being able to independently forge an ordinary true treasure seemed like just the starting point for a treasure refining great master. In reality, it blocked countless powerful beings in the universe who aspired to this path, requiring endless years of study and accumulation. It seems my junior brother, after all, could not endure the loneliness and boredom of the path of treasure refining. The master of the Artisan God looked toward the direction Qingyu had left, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. The master of the Artisan God even harbored a faint, subtle joy. He took it for granted that Qingyu must have made slow progress in his treasure refining studies, felt bored or frustrated, and thus left Artisan God Mountain to go out and play. After all, how could a peerless genius who could suppress an invincible king level as a world lord endure long, obscure hours in front of a forging table? Before long, perhaps he will return and ask me to take action to complete that final step. The master of the Artisan God thought to himself, as if he had already seen that scene. At that time, he would gladly take action, not only fulfilling his teacher's entrustment but also personally creating a peak supreme treasure that belonged to him. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes again with satisfaction, immersing himself in his own treasure refining deductions. In the virtual universe, inside Venerable Zemo's exclusive divine temple, Venerable Zemo was discussing how to further apply pressure with three friends when he suddenly received the coordinate reply from Qingyu. Opening it to take a look, those brief words and cold coordinates were like an invisible whip, lashing his already extremely sensitive self-esteem due to the setback in his authority. Good. What a spirit control King Azure Feather. Venerable Zemo was furious, his virtual figure rippling slightly with rage. This venerable considered him young and his talent hard to come by. As long as he retracted the order and apologized sincerely, this matter could still be salvaged. Quote, he actually dares to be so arrogant as to directly send his real-world coordinates. Is he expecting this venerable to personally go, pay respects, to him? Simply outrageous. Hey, truly someone who doesn't know the heights of the heavens. Venerable Wu Ying smiled femininely, cold light flickering in his eyes. It seems the Virtual Universe Corporation and his teacher have pampered him so much that he's forgotten the most basic hierarchy of strength in the universe. Zemo, since he is so incapable of knowing when to advance or retreat, what's the harm in you making a trip? It's a good chance to properly discipline this irreverent junior on behalf of Sky Eclipse Palace Master, and let him understand that talent isn't everything. In this universe, there are some existences he cannot provoke at will. Venerable Jin Po's voice was like muffled thunder. Correct. A mere undying, how dare he be so arrogant? If we don't give him a profound lesson today, and he acts like this in the universe in the future, wouldn't that bring calamity to our human race? Zemo, we shall go together to back you up. Let's see what capability he has. Venerable Qingyu also nodded slightly, his tone carrying a condescending judgment. This child's heart nature indeed needs tempering. The words of his friends completely ignited the hollow fire of anger and the inflated arrogance in Venerable Zemo's heart. He felt he stood on the moral high ground and had the full support of friends of the same level. The opponent was just a junior, who had better talent but was ultimately just an undying. Good. Venerable Zemo stood up abruptly, his virtual figure emitting a frigid fluctuation. Since he has invited us so, this venerable will go, learn, what kind of heaven-reaching skill this number one genius of the human race has to dare not take a universe exalt seriously. Everyone, follow me. Let us see how this venerable makes him, utterly convinced. Venerable Qingyu and Venerable Jin Po also looked indignant, sharing a common enemy, and were about to set off immediately. Wait a moment. Venerable Wu Ying suddenly spoke, his feminine voice carrying a hint of caution. Zemo, everyone, although we do not fear that Qingyu, he is after all a core member of the Virtual Universe Corporation and a personal disciple of the Sky Eclipse Palace Master. What kind of existence the Sky Eclipse Palace Master is, you and I both know. Today's matter, although it was that Qingyu who was disrespectful first, if he runs to his teacher to complain afterward, or even adds oil to the fire, it will inevitably cause some trouble. At the mention of the name, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, the atmosphere in the temple stagnated slightly. Even someone as arrogant as Venerable Zemo had a clear flash of dread in his eyes. That was a true overlord standing at the peak of the human race, with vast power, definitely not something junior exalts like them could fathom. The head that had just been clouded by anger now cleared a bit because of this name. Wu Ying has a point. Venerable Qingyu nodded, regaining more of his rationality. We have reason on our side, but we must also act carefully to avoid giving others a handle against us. Although Venerable Jin Po had a straightforward personality, he also understood the stakes, saying in a booming voice, then what should we do? We can't just stop doing what's necessary for fear of a slight risk and let that junior continue being arrogant. Venerable Wu Ying smiled slightly, full of confidence. Simple. We just need to briefly report the situation to Master Ming Zhe of our Universe Galaxy Bank before we act. Master Ming Zhe is the second universe lord of our bank and in charge of affairs. We report in advance, stating that it was Qingyu who overstepped his authority to punish Zemo's bloodline first, and then arrogantly invited us to battle afterward, leaving us no choice but to go and reason with him. This way, even if Sky Eclipse Palace Master asks afterward, Master Ming Zhe will know the cause and effect and will naturally mediate for us. We have reason on our side and followed procedure, no one will be able to find fault. Venerable Zemo's eyes lit up. Wonderful. Brother Wu Ying is indeed thorough. With Master Ming Zhe knowing, I will have even more confidence. He was about to connect to the virtual universe immediately to send a report email to Master Ming Zhe. Wait. Venerable Wu Ying once again raised his hand to stop him, the smile on his face deepening with a hint of calculating shrewdness. Zemo, the report must be made, but the timing must be particular. Oh, what do you mean by this? Venerable Zemo was puzzled. Venerable Wu Ying said slowly, that Qingyu has a special status and extraordinary talent, holding a transcendent position within the Virtual Universe Corporation. If we report the whole story to Master Ming Zhe now, given Master Ming Zhe's perspective, for the sake of maintaining overall harmony with the Virtual Universe Corporation, he might very well order us to be patient for the time being, or even personally come forward to mediate and suppress the matter. At that time, not only will we fail to teach that arrogant junior a lesson, but he might even think we are afraid of him, further fueling his arrogance. Venerable Qingyu said thoughtfully, you mean, we head to where Qingyu is first. A cold light flashed in Venerable Wu Ying's eyes. After we meet him and a result comes from reasoning with him, then we report the matter to Master Ming Zhe. At that time, we can say that Qingyu's attitude was arrogant, he repeatedly spoke rudely and even took the initiative to provoke us, and we only gave him a slight punishment after being pushed beyond our tolerance. Once the deed is done, even if Master Ming Jie feels we acted somewhat hastily, considering that our dignity as venerables was already damaged and the other party provoked us first, he likely won't be too harsh. Instead, he will think that Qingyu needs to suffer some setbacks to temper his character. And we will have maintained our dignity while avoiding the risk of being stopped in advance. Isn't that the best of both worlds? After hearing this, the anger on Venerable Zimo's face vanished, replaced by an expression that was a mix of ruthlessness and triumph. He laughed loudly. Wonderful. Truly, wonderful. Brother Wu Ying's plan is exactly what I wanted. That brat Qingyu thinks he can be unscrupulous just because he has a backer. This time, we'll let him know that in the universe, some rules and face cannot be ignored just by relying on talent and background. Let him be arrogant for a moment. Once we arrive, we'll reason with him properly. Venerable Jin Po nodded heavily. Let's do as Wu Ying says. Venerable Xing Gui also nodded in agreement. This method is stable. The four venerables had settled their plan and no longer hesitated. Their virtual consciousnesses quickly returned to their respective divine bodies. In the real universe, four powerful auras belonging to Junior Exalts erupted almost at the same time. The lights of Divine Kingdom teleportation lit up one after another, their target pointing directly at the desolate starry sky coordinates sent by Qingyu. Real universe, desolate star domain. Coldness and deathly silence were the eternal themes here. Broken star rocks, under the faint light of distant stars, outlined rugged and silent silhouettes. However, at this moment, this ancient and silent void realm was completely enveloped by an indescribably grand presence. It was a colossal life form that was difficult to describe accurately with words. Standing majestically in the starry sky, its height exceeded 90,000 kilometers, appearing like an eternal divine mountain forged from bronze and dark gold, or like a starry sky giant stretching its body upon waking from a deep slumber. Dense, blue-black scales covered a fluid and powerful body, each one seemingly branded with primitive lawful secret patterns, flowing with a dark luster under the starlight. Qingyu Ning main body, complete form. When the figures of Venerable Zimo, Venerable Xing Gui, Venerable Jin Po, and Venerable Wu Ying appeared in this star domain one after another through Divine Kingdom teleportation. Even though they were psychologically prepared, they were deeply shocked by the divine body before them, which was larger than many planets. Is this Azure Ghoul? A hint of undisguised amazement and envy flashed in Venerable Xing Gui's eyes. As universe exalts, they knew full well what such a massive divine body with an absurdly high gene level meant: nearly infinite divine power reserves and terrifying vitality. This was a treasure bestowed by the universe, an opportunity that could be sought but not easily found. HMPH, he's just relying on a powerful background and good luck to have performed possession on such a special life form so early. Venerable Jin Po's tone was sour, though his divine body was also special. In terms of size and gene level, compared to the Azure Ghoul before him, it was like a block of iron compared to a star core. Their divine bodies were all maintained at the size of ordinary humans, only a few meters tall. According to the unwritten rules of the universe, when a junior or someone of lower status faces an elder or superior, if their divine body is larger, they usually take the initiative to shrink it to show respect. However, the 90,000-kilometer-tall Azure Ghoul before them showed no intention of shrinking whatsoever. Instead, he allowed his majestic aura, as vast as a sea of stars and as heavy as a galaxy, to spread without restraint, filling the entire star domain. Standing before him, Venerable Zemo and the other three felt as if they had turned into four faint stars, looking up at the bright moon hanging at the center of the universe. Qingyu's massive blue eyes swept indifferently over the four newly arrived universe exalts, as if brushing past four insignificant specks of stardust. He did not speak, but simply waited quietly, as if they were supposed to be here, looking up at his existence. This silence was more provocative than any words, manifesting a high and mighty, matter-of-fact dominator posture. As that gaze swept over him, Venerable Zemo felt his face burn, but as a universe exalt, his long-standing pride forced him to suppress that bit of discomfort. Stepping forward, his voice infused with divine power exploded in the void realm like thunder. Qingyu. This venerable has arrived. With your undying body, you exceeded your authority in dealing with the descendants of my Zemo lineage, and even spoke insolently to me, challenging me to a battle here. Today, you must give this venerable an explanation. Qingyu's massive head moved slightly, as if merely adjusting to a more comfortable angle from which to look down. Finally, those eyes, like two burning blue stars, focused on the dust-sized venerable Zemo. A calm, grand voice that seemed to echo directly within the laws of the entire starry sky rang out. It did not intentionally raise its volume, yet it reached the depths of the four universe exalts souls with absolute clarity. An explanation. No joy or anger could be heard in the voice, only a bone-deep indifference. My email was the explanation. Are you here to accept my explanation? Qingyu's cold gaze slowly swept over the four of them, and the temperature in the starry sky seemed to plummet along with it. To demand an explanation from me. Good, good, good. Venerable Zemo was completely enraged by this condescending questioning, his remaining reason swallowed by fury. Since you are so ignorant of status, then as an elder, I shall teach you properly today what rules are. Brother Zemo, this boy indeed needs discipline. Venerable Qingyu said in a deep voice. Let him know the height of heaven and the depth of the earth. Venerable Jin Po roared. Venerable Wu Ying also nodded coldly. The three friends simultaneously released their own universe exalt pressure to assist Venerable Zemo. Although before this vast divine body, their pressure was like a stream trying to shake the ocean. Venerable Zemo spoke no more. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as radiance condensed in his hand, and a heavy treasure battle blade flowing with purple starlight and carved with complex secret patterns, the Zichen blade, was already in his hand. Though he was arrogant by nature, he was no fool and knew well the terrifying nature of Qingyu's past battle records. Therefore, he held nothing back from the first move, infusing all his comprehension of the laws, burning his divine power as the blade light surged. Galaxy Sever. With a fierce shout, Venerable Zemo's form merged with the blade light, turning into a brilliant purple glow that tore through the starry sky. With a decisive aura as if to cut through the galaxy itself, he slashed fiercely toward the chest of Qingyu's colossal divine body. Facing this incomparably sharp strike, Qingyu's towering divine body did not move an inch, not even a single crystalline hair fluttered. It was not arrogance, but the indifference of absolute strength. His azure ghoul divine body, forged with a perfect gene level, had long since surpassed ordinary high-level universe venerables in both strength and purity. How could the essence of his divine body be shaken by a junior exalt like Venerable Zemo relying on an ordinary heavy treasure? Even if he stood still, the opponent's strike could not hope to annihilate even a fraction of his divine body. However, at the moment that purple blade light was about to hit his body, within his eyes, those two clusters of cold flames flashed slightly. A tiny, exquisite lotus phantom, as if carved from the purest ice and snow, silently bloomed within the soul depths of Venerable Zemo. Venerable Qingyu, Venerable Jin Po, and Venerable Wu Ying simultaneously, then vanished in an instant. The four universe exalts only felt their consciousness daze for 100 millionth of a second before returning to normal. They were completely unaware that an invisible and intangible illusionary power, far exceeding their soul defense limits, had invaded their souls. Qingyu was indeed displeased by Venerable Zemo's behavior of ganging up and demanding an accounting without regard for right or wrong. But their crimes were not worthy of death. Yet, a necessary punishment must be made unforgettable for them. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded in this desolate star domain. In the eyes of Venerable Zemo and the three watching universe exalts, a fierce battle had already broken out. They saw Venerable Zemo's blade light like a dragon and his aura like a rainbow, while that Spirit Control King Azure Feather seemed forced to use his own means. One after another, brilliant star maps and ethereal tracks constantly collided with his Zichen blade light, erupting in brilliant energy ripples that shook the void realm. Ha ha ha, Qingyu boy, your methods are only so-so. You could show off as a world lord, but against a true universe exalt, you are far behind. Venerable Zemo laughed triumphantly while attacking wildly. In his altered perception, he was gaining the upper hand, suppressing Qingyu and forcing him back, while the opponent's counterattacks appeared, pale and weak. And the three universe exalts, Xingui, Jinpo, and Wu Ying, watching from the side also nodded slightly, their faces showing relaxed or even slightly mocking expressions. It seems that although the rumors were exaggerated, for this boy to be able to withstand Brother Zemo's offensive like this, he is indeed worthy of his name as a genius, Venerable Xingui commented, as if watching a well-matched performance. HMPH, he's entirely relying on his massive divine body and treasures. His law comprehension and application are still more than a level below Brother Zemo, Venerable Jinpo said in a muffled voice, feeling the battle results met his expectations. Venerable Wu Ying gave a feminine smile. It seems Brother Zemo is truly incensed, his blade techniques are becoming increasingly sharp. Good, let this junior who doesn't know the height of heaven suffer a bit, it will be good for his future. They completely failed to notice that. In their collective vision, one side of the fierce battle, Qingyu's towering divine body, had never moved an inch from the beginning. He still stood in place like an unchanging divine mountain. That so-called fierce battle was merely a collective hallucination produced after their souls were affected by the illusionary technique. The reality was that Venerable Zemo was alone in the void realm far from Qingyu's divine body, madly swinging his blade at the endless darkness, slashing out one futile purple stream of light after another. His mouth also continuously emitted arrogant laughter and critiques, making the scene both ridiculous and eerie. After a while, Venerable Wu Ying felt the timing was about right and sent a voice transmission to Xingui and Jinpo. Brother Zemo has gained the full advantage. To avoid any complications, let us report the situation to Master Ming Jie now. Xingui and Jinpo nodded in agreement. The three of them shared a tacit understanding, splitting off a thread of consciousness to quickly connect to the virtual universe and head toward the temple where Master Ming Jie was permanently stationed. In the virtual universe, sitting high upon a throne, was a grand existence whose aura was like a deep sea and whose face was shrouded in faint starlight. He was the second universe lord of the Universe Galaxy Bank, Master Ming Jie. After Venerable Xingui, Jinpo, and Wu Ying bowed respectfully, Venerable Wu Ying, who was relatively more eloquent, reported the course of events, as they knew it to Master Ming Jie. Naturally, in their narrative, they emphasized Qingyu's arrogant overstepping of authority, disregard for others, and proactive challenge. They depicted the reactions of Venerable Zemo and themselves as a helpless act of defending their dignity and being forced to counterattack. Master Ming Jie listened quietly, the starlight flowing around him rippling slightly, showing no sign of joy or anger. He had handled the daily affairs of the Universe Galaxy Bank for many years and had more or less an understanding of the temperaments of these universe exalts under his command. He was not entirely unaware of the arrogance of Venerable Zemo's lineage. Hearing only this one-sided account, he had already formed a rough judgment in his heart. It was likely that Zemo's descendant had acted improperly first. And Zemo himself was habitually protective and arrogant, which was how the conflict with the rising and brilliant Qingyu had occurred. Chapter 196, Chastisement. I am already aware of this matter. Master Ming Jie's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority, like the flow of a galaxy. I will investigate the rights and wrongs of the situation myself. You do not need to go looking for trouble with Qingyu again. This matter ends here. All of you, return. His intention was clear, this was merely a dispute of temper sparked by a junior's conflict. Both sides had backing, and continued entanglement would benefit no one. His intervention to mediate and suppress the matter was the most prudent way to handle it. However, when the three exalts below heard this, their faces did not show relief or obedience. Instead, they displayed a mix of awkwardness and hesitation. Venerable Wu Ying coughed, speaking with slight unease, reporting to Master Ming Jie, "Well, Brother Zemo is currently debating with that Qingyu." Venerable Xingui quickly added, his tone carrying the reassurance that everything is under control. "Rest assured, Master Ming Jie, Brother Zemo knows his limits. He is merely administering a slight chastisement to teach that Qingyu some manners. He definitely won't go too far. The result should be imminent." Venerable Jinpo rumbled in agreement, "Exactly. Although that Qingyu has some strength, he is still lacking compared to brother Zemo. Letting him learn a lesson will be beneficial for his long-term future. What did you say? Master Mingji's face, shrouded in starlight, seemed to sharpen for an instant. His voice suddenly rose, and his normally stable, galaxy-like aura showed a distinct fluctuation. The starlight within the divine hall momentarily froze. The three exalts were startled by Master Mingji's sudden reaction. Venerable Qingyu steeled himself and confirmed again, "We mean that Venerable Zemo is currently engaging Spirit Control King Azure Feather in the real Star Void, intending to administer a slight chastisement." Nonsense. Master Mingji's voice, laced with a rare hint of urgency and anger, interrupted Venerable Qingyu. "I just made myself perfectly clear, this matter ends here. Immediately send a message to Zemo, tell him to stop, and return to me at once." Seeing that Master Mingji seemed genuinely angry, the three exalts grew uneasy. Venerable Wu Ying quickly explained, "Master Mingji, please calm your anger. Brother Zemo, he might get carried away momentarily, but he certainly knows the gravity of the situation. He absolutely won't seriously injure that Qingyu. At most, he'll make him suffer a bit and lose some face." He still wanted to emphasize that their side was in the right, and in control. "That is absolutely impossible." Master Mingji's tone was decisive, even carrying a hint of imperceptible anxiety. As a universe lord, his authority and intelligence channels far surpass those of ordinary exalts. Regarding Qingyu's true strength, especially some unpublicized deeds after his breakthrough to undying that were enough to shock the high ranks, Master Mingji did not know all the details, but he knew far more than Zemo and the others. That Qingyu is a monster capable of defeating universe exalts while still in the undying realm, and even forcing a monster race universe overlord to self-destruct. Zemo, a mere junior exalt, trying to teach a lesson to Qingyu. That's the biggest joke in the universe. What Master Mingji cared about now was no longer who was right or wrong, nor the face of an exalt. He was worried that this idiot Zemo, unaware of the danger, might truly infuriate Qingyu. If Zemo died by Qingyu's hand, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Stop speaking these useless words." Master Mingji's voice carried an irresistible majesty. "Tell me your exact current location. Coordinates. Immediately." Venerable Qingyu, Venerable Jin Po, and Venerable Wu Ying were completely stunned by Master Mingji's unprecedented severity and urgency. They finally realized that the situation's development might have far exceeded their self-perceived control. Venerable Wu Ying dared not conceal anything further and immediately reported the coordinates of the desolate star domain that Qingyu had sent. The moment he received the coordinates, Master Mingji's towering figure, shrouded in starlight, suddenly fluctuated. The vast majority of his consciousness instantly returned to his real body, clearly indicating immediate action. His voice, imbued with undeniable majesty, simultaneously boomed in the consciousnesses of the three exalts. "Immediately stop everything you are doing. Send a message to Zemo, tell him to cease his actions. Before I arrive, there must be no further provocative moves." The urgency and severity in the voice were like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. The last vestiges of hope in the hearts of Venerable Qingyu, Venerable Jin Po, and Venerable Wu Ying were completely shattered, leaving only cold anxiety and vague dread. They realized that they had likely caused an unexpected disaster. "Yes, we respectfully obey Master Mingji's command." The three dared not delay and their consciousnesses quickly returned to reality. In the real star domain, the three exalts looked at Venerable Zemo, who was still, fiercely fighting, in the distance. "Brother Zemo, stop quickly." Venerable Qingyu was the first to transmit his voice using divine power, his tone urgent. "Master Mingji has commanded an immediate ceasefire." Venerable Jin Po quickly shouted as well. Venerable Wu Ying even tried directly shaking Venerable Zemo's consciousness through soul connection. "Zemo, wake up. The situation has changed. Master Mingji personally issued an order for you to stop immediately." However, Venerable Zemo's soul was currently deeply trapped in the illusion carefully woven by Qingyu, enjoying the boundless pleasure of crushing a human race genius, and displaying an exalt's majesty. How could he hear the calls from the outside world? He only felt that the Qingyu was steadily retreating under his fierce assault, full of flaws, and that victory was within reach, making his heart feel incredibly delighted. As for the interference from his 3 friends, he simply assumed they were worried he was striking too heavily. Ha ha ha, don't worry, 3 friends. Venerable Zemo continued to frantically slash and hack at the Void Realm while simultaneously sparing a moment to respond, his tone full of complacency. This young brat Qingyu is nothing special. After I attack him a few more times, I will surely make him submit wholeheartedly and personally apologize to me. As for Master Ming Zhe, once I capture this brat, I will go explain myself. Juniors like this must be severely taught a lesson, otherwise, they won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the real universe, Master Ming Zhe aimed directly for the coordinates of that desolate star domain. He was indeed feeling anxious. 4 junior exalts constituted a significant core strength for the Universe Galaxy Bank, which had a relatively small number of top-tier powerhouses. Losing any one of them would be heartbreaking. But this was not his main concern. As a true high-ranking universe lord of the human race, he viewed issues from a higher and more profound perspective. Qingyu's speed of rise was astonishing, the terror of his talent was rarely seen throughout history. This type of peerless genius often possessed an extremely proud heart nature, and perhaps due to rapid growth, lacked sufficient tempering and accumulation, harboring an untouchable majesty and stubbornness deep within. The root cause of this incident was merely a minor friction between juniors. Although Zemo and the others were suspected of exaggerating the issue and using their authority to oppress others. Regarding their actions themselves, under the internal laws of the human race, they certainly did not deserve death. If Qingyu, in his fury, truly acted recklessly and killed these 4 exalts on the spot, then, no matter how strong Qingyu's background or how high his talent, the laws of the human race would not fully tolerate it, and necessary punishment would likely be unavoidable. At that point, if a peerless genius with limitless prospects were punished because of the provocation of a few idiots, how could he not harbor resentment in his heart? The former, Emperor Yan, was astonishingly brilliant, yet ultimately, due to various reasons, he became estranged from the human race and even turned into an enemy. That immense loss and pain remains a hidden ache the high ranks of the human race are reluctant to discuss. He absolutely did not want the arrogance of a few idiots under his command to plant seeds of resentment towards the race and its rules in Qingyu's heart nature. If he were to truly mature in the future, with his wings fully grown, and recall today's injustice, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he had to rush there quickly and personally take control of the situation. A bunch of incompetent fools who ruin everything they touch. Master Ming Zhe cursed inwardly during the journey, and his speed involuntarily increased by 30%. The desolate star domain. Qingyu's massive eyes, burning with faint flames, flickered slightly, clearly sensing the stark change in attitude from the 3 exalts. From their initial shared indignation and composure, they were now panicked and desperately trying to dissuade Zemo. This shift clearly did not stem from their own awakening. It seems a higher-level existence is now paying attention to this area. Qingyu understood, and felt that this was for the best, saving him a lot of subsequent trouble. He glanced at Venerable Zemo, who was still fighting fiercely in the illusion. The aura of this junior exalt had already withered significantly, and his divine power fluctuations were clearly much weaker. The reason was simple: during the fierce, illusory battle that Qingyu had meticulously woven, where Zemo felt evenly matched or even slightly superior. To maintain his offensive and suppression, Venerable Zemo, under the deep suggestion of the illusion technique, had unknowingly and continuously burned massive amounts of divine power. In fact, even during a life-or-death struggle, a universe exalt would not easily burn divine power. Moreover, Venerable Zemo had originally only intended to teach a lesson to a junior and establish his prestige. Under normal circumstances, it would be even more impossible for him to fight so desperately. But the brilliance of the illusion technique lies in distorting perception. It caused him, along with his 3 observing friends, to reasonably overlook this highly unusual act of burning divine power, immersing themselves in the fierce battle situation they collectively witnessed. Just then, a layer of soft yet incredibly profound starlight ripples appeared in the distant star void without warning. A towering, ancient figure, seemingly carrying the profound aura of endless galactic civilizations, stepped out from the void realm. He did not deliberately exude pressure, but the naturally emanating presence, deeply intertwined with the laws of the universe, instantly became the undisputed center of this star domain. Even the sense of oppression brought by Qingyu's massive divine body was quietly enveloped by this more vast, star void. And smoothed over. The second universe lord of the Universe Galaxy Bank, Master Ming Zhe, had personally arrived. His gaze swept over the scene like the river of time, instantly taking in everything. Qingyu, standing majestic and motionless, his aura deep as an abyss. Venerable Zemo, whose divine body aura was weak but who was still frantically attacking the void realm, appearing completely insane. And the other three exalts, who stood pale-faced on the side, trying to dissuade Zemo yet utterly helpless. Master Ming Zhe felt a slight relief in his heart. The irreparable bloodshed and casualties he feared most had not occurred. Although the situation was bizarre, it had not slid into the worst possible abyss. With his realm, he naturally saw through the fact that all four exalts, especially Venerable Zemo, had fallen victim to an extremely sophisticated soul illusion technique, submerged in a phantom battle without realizing it. Qingyu had not moved his position from start to finish. This composure and control made Master Ming Zhe nod inwardly. Greetings, Master Ming Zhe. Venerable Xing, Venerable Jin Po, and Venerable Wu Ying saw their universe lord arrive in person. It was as if they had found their backbone, yet were also terrified by their own mistakes, so they quickly bowed in salute, their voices filled with awe and unease. Qingyu's massive divine body also tilted slightly forward, adopting a respectful posture. Qingyu greets Master Ming Zhe. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, maintaining the respect due to a universe lord. Master Ming Zhe's gaze fell upon Qingyu, and his face, shrouded in starlight, seemed to soften considerably. He was not displeased in the slightest by Qingyu's use of illusion on Zemo and the others, instead, he felt quite appreciative. The incident originated from the improper conduct of Zemo's lineage, and Zemo and the others had arrived indiscriminately, using their power to oppress. Qingyu possessed the strength to easily severely injure or even kill these four, yet he merely disciplined them with an illusion, causing Zemo to expend his divine power and suffer a silent loss, without causing any substantial, irreconcilable harm. This restraint and sense of proportion are especially rare in a genius possessing absolute power. This indicated that Qingyu was not someone who arbitrarily bullied the weak or acted arrogantly, his heart nature was commendable. Qingyu, Master Ming Zhe spoke, his voice grand and peaceful, carrying the unique majesty of a universe lord, yet also tinged with a hint of gentleness. I have a general understanding of the circumstances. It is my fault for not being strict enough with my subordinates. Zemo and the others were ignorant, arrogant, and offended you. I am here to apologize to you on their behalf. As soon as he said this, the three venerables beside him were even more shocked. What kind of status did Master Ming Zhe hold? He actually took the initiative to apologize to Qingyu, an undying. Master Ming Zhe continued, his tone becoming serious. The four of them, indiscriminately, as venerables, united to bully a junior, losing the demeanor of a venerable and violating the principle of racial harmony. Once this matter is concluded, I will severely punish them and give you an explanation. These words were meant for Qingyu, indicating an impartial attitude, and also for the three terrified venerables beside him, serving as a warning. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's slight displeasure, caused by their entanglement, largely dissipated. As a universe lord, Master Ming Zhe's willingness to express himself in such a way had given him ample face, and his handling of the matter was just, earning trust. Master Ming Zhe, you overstate it. Since it was a misunderstanding, it's good that it's resolved. Qingyu responded calmly, accepting the apology and indicating that he would not pursue the matter further. Immediately, his mind stirred slightly. Venerable Zemo, Venerable Xing, Venerable Jin Po, and Venerable Wu Ying. A delicate, cold phantom of a snow lotus quietly appeared deep within their pupils, then silently melted and dissipated like ice and snow under sunlight. Venerable Wu Ying, Venerable Qingyu, and Venerable Jin Po were the first to break free from the illusion. The moment their consciousness returned to reality, boundless horror, like cold steel needles, pierced their divine soul. They abruptly looked up, towards what should have been the center of the fierce battlefield. There was no chaotic energy residue, no traces of shattered space, and certainly no sign of Qingyu, frantically parrying, that they had witnessed for so long. Only the towering azure ghoul divine body, exceeding 90,000 kilometers, still floated calmly in its original spot, like a stellar monument that had stood there since ancient times. His deep scales were as pristine as ever, his crystal-long hair, shimmering with dark, cold light, was not disheveled in the slightest, not even the most subtle movement had occurred. Those huge eyes, burning with a cold, ethereal flame, calmly looked down at them, with neither mockery nor anger in their gaze. Only a bottomless indifference, as if everything that had just happened was merely a breeze sweeping over a mountain, leaving no ripple in his heart nature. It turned out he hadn't moved at all. The four universe exalts had collectively fallen into an illusion he wove without knowing it, even though he hadn't moved or truly acted. What terrifying soul attainment was this? What an overwhelming gap in strength. Cold sweat instantly drenched their divine bodies. Venerable Zemo, who awoke a beat later, still retained the instinct to press the advantage from the illusion, and his arm swung his battle blade forward out of habit. However, his blade tip pointed only at the void realm. Immediately after, an extreme sense of weakness originating from the origin of his divine body overwhelmed him like a tsunami, making him almost unable to hold the heavy treasure battle blade in his hand, and his body stumbled. He looked down blankly, feeling the weakness of his divine body, then looked up at the distant figure, as serene and vast as the starry sky itself, and those ethereal flame eyes that seemed capable of freezing the soul. In an instant, only the bone-chilling reality and an overwhelming sense of dread remained. It was all just a dream casually cast by the other party, yet he had burned precious divine power and exhausted his qi in the dream, performing a complete farce. Thump. Not a physical sound, but a tremor on the soul level. Venerable Zemo felt his venerable dignity and long-held arrogance utterly shattered by those eyes at this moment, ground into dust. The color drained from his face, his lips trembled, and his gaze towards Qingyu was filled with an unspeakable awe, fear, and a trace of complete submission. Finally, he forced a smile, more stiff and ugly than the cold rocks of the starry sky background, a smile full of bitterness and panic. He then hurriedly turned to Master Ming-Jie, bowed deeply, his voice dry and hoarse. Gone was any trace of his previous high spirits. Zemo, greets Master Ming-Jie, this subordinate was muddled, please punish me, Master. Master Ming-Jie's face, shrouded in starlight, showed no specific expression, but his voice was like 10,000 years of cold ice, striking directly at Venerable Zemo's soul, muddled. Far more than muddled. Relying on your status, ignorant of right and wrong, arrogant and presumptuous, bullying the few with the many, and almost causing a great disaster. Zemo, you have disappointed this lord greatly. This merciless reprimand made Venerable Zemo's body tremble, and his head drooped even lower. Still not apologizing to Qingyu. Master Ming-Jie said coldly. If not for Qingyu's mercy, only giving a minor warning with illusion, how could you be alive right now? Upon hearing this, Venerable Zemo no longer hesitated, nor dared to show any unwillingness. He faced Qingyu's towering divine body. This time, it was no longer the psychological gap brought by looking straight or looking up, but a complete and utter awe and submission to a stronger existence. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling, yet incredibly clear and sincere. Your Excellency Spirit Control King, Zemo, was blind, arrogant and presumptuous, offending your Majesty. Today, knowing your Excellency's heaven-reaching methods, Zemo is sincerely convinced. All previous improprieties were my fault alone. I humbly request your Excellency to be magnanimous. Immediately after, Venerable Wu Ying, Venerable Qingyu, and Venerable Jin Po also hurried forward, bowing in apology, their attitudes even more panicked than Zemo's. They knew that although they were accomplices, if Qingyu hadn't bothered to hold them accountable, they would have been doomed as well. We were foolish, inciting Zemo to contend with your Excellency. This was truly inappropriate. We hope Your Excellency will forgive us. Venerable Qinggui's tone was heavy. Your Excellency, spirit control king's methods are unfathomable. Jin Po is convinced. I have offended you greatly before, please dispose of me as Your Excellency sees fit. Venerable Jin Po was even more direct. Venerable Wu Ying was the most remorseful of them all, his schemes had become a joke in the face of absolute power. At this moment, his voice carried a subtle tremor. Wu Ying had ill intentions, almost causing an even greater misunderstanding. Thank you for sparing my life, I will never dare to offend again in the future. The four venerables, who had been so arrogant and overbearing before, had come together to teach a junior a lesson and demand an explanation. Now, they were like students who had made a mistake, trembling with fear and begging for forgiveness before their teacher and an absolute powerhouse. Qingyu looked at the four people respectfully asking for forgiveness below, the ethereal flames in his eyes flickering slightly, and spoke calmly, since you know your mistake, let this matter be. My Azure Scale clan will have someone discuss compensation matters with you. Upon hearing this, Master Ming Jie also spoke at the opportune moment, with a tone of finality and goodwill. Qingyu is magnanimous, so this matter will be as you say. Furthermore, my Universe Galaxy Bank is willing to establish long-term, in-depth cooperation with the Qinglin lineage. We will provide the highest priority preferential treatment and support in all aspects such as resources, finance, and channels, to express our apology and sincerity. This was not just compensation, but also a high-level recognition and investment, transforming this conflict into a potential opportunity for cooperation. At this point, the matter was considered perfectly resolved. As for Xing Li, who had caused all this, Venerable Zemo wished he could lock her in a star prison forever and never let her out. How could he dare to mention her name again? Although the matter was settled in the starry sky, the aftershocks had not subsided. Upon returning to the Universe Galaxy Bank headquarters, Master Ming Jie acted decisively, directly issuing the punishment decisions for the four venerables, including Venerable Zemo. Venerable Zemo, as the instigator and the most overbearing in his actions, was temporarily stripped of all his positions and authority within the bank. He was sent to guard and reflect, in a remote border star domain within a certain human race territory, for an indefinite period, which was effectively equivalent to exile. Venerable Qinggui, Venerable Jin Po, and Venerable Wu Ying, although accomplices, also had the fault of fanning the flames, and each had a significant portion of their resource quotas for future eras reduced. Venerable Zemo's face was ashen, but he dared not harbor any resentment. He knew that this was already Master Ming Jie being lenient, considering their many years of relationship. He returned dejectedly to his old lair, Zemo Star. Marquis Zijun, who had already received the news and was anxiously waiting there, immediately greeted him with a joyful expression. He was still immersed in the fantasy that the venerable ancestor personally intervened, so success is guaranteed, believing that his daughter Xing Li had probably been safely brought back by now. Ancestor, you're back. The matter must have been resolved, right? Lear, Marquis Zijun's tone was eager, filled with anticipation. Before he could finish speaking, he met Venerable Zemo's eyes, which were filled with suppressed, extreme rage. Chapter 197, The Difficulty of Refining Soul Treasures. The look in Venerable Zemo's eyes was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, yet also hollow like someone who had lost everything, scaring Marquis Zijun so badly that he swallowed the second half of his sentence. Solve. Venerable Zemo squeezed the two words out through his teeth, his voice raspy like sandpaper rubbing together. He looked at this filial descendant before him who had brought such monstrous disaster upon him. Thinking that as a dignified universe exalt, just because of some trivial matter caused by his descendant, not only was his divine power greatly damaged, but he had also lost all face. He had even lost his authority and was to be exiled to the frontier. That stifled frustration and rage with nowhere to vent suddenly found an outlet. Slap. An invisible slap of divine power landed solidly on Marquis Zijun's face, sending him tumbling away and crashing into the pillars of the palace. Even the undying body of a Marquis-level immortal could not give Marquis Zijun a shred of security. This slap directly annihilated 20% of his divine power, and that was only because Venerable Zemo had held back his strength. Marquis Zijun was stunned, clutching his face, looking at his ancestor who appeared to be going mad with extreme terror, completely failing to understand what had happened. It's all because of you. Because of the good daughter you raised. Venerable Zemo roared, stepping in front of Marquis Zijun in one stride. The pressure of a universe exalt bore down without restraint, making it difficult for Marquis Zijun to breathe as he trembled. Qingli, that idiot. She can stay in the 6th-star domain prison for the rest of her life. Whoever dares to mention getting her out, I will be the first to destroy them. Marquis Zijun was struck as if by lightning, his face instantly turning pale as paper. 6th-star domain prison, 10 eras. His daughter was finished. Moreover, listening to what his ancestor meant. Ancestor, what exactly happened? Marquis Zijun still clung to a shred of hope. Hey, what happened, you ask? Venerable Zemo sounded as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing, his laughter filled with self-mockery and despair. That is an existence that you, I, and even our entire Zemo lineage cannot afford to provoke. I, just because of this trivial matter of yours, have been stripped of my position and am to be exiled to the frontier immediately. Are you satisfied? What? Marquis Zijun's mind went blank, his soul trembling. Stripped of his position, exiled to the frontier, even his ancestor, just how terrifying were Qing Feng's elders. As for you, if the son is not taught, the fault lies with the father. Qingli has caused such a great disaster, and you cannot shirk the blame. Venerable Zemo's icy gaze was like looking at a dead man. From today on, you are no longer the guardian of Zemo Star. Get yourself to the outside territory battlefield immediately. Don't you want to save your daughter? Go then. Go to the very front line of the battlefield, the bloodiest meat grinder. Do not return for less than 100,000 years. If you die out there, consider it your loyal service to the race. Go to the front line of the outside territory battlefield. 100,000 years. Marquis Zijun felt cold all over. That was a place where even a king-level immortal could fall at any moment. He, a marquis-level immortal. Ancestor. Spare me, ancestor. This junior knows he was wrong. This junior is willing to accept any punishment, just please don't. Marquis Zijun was terrified to the point of soul flying away and spirit scattering, kowtowing like he was pounding garlic. Get out. Venerable Zemo did not want to listen any further, kicking out with a surge of divine power, directly throwing the weeping and snot-nosed Marquis Zijun out of the palace. At the same time, a mandatory race conscription order had been sent to Marquis Zijun's account through the virtual universe system. Report to the outside territory battlefield for service immediately, duration, 100,000 years. Watching the direction in which Marquis Zijun disappeared, Venerable Zemo's chest heaved violently. After a long while, he slumped down dejectedly. After venting his rage, there was endless exhaustion and desolation. He knew that after this incident, the influence of the Zemo lineage would inevitably plummet, and his own prospects were even more bleak. The source of everything was merely the ridiculous arrogance and scheming of a world lord-ranked descendant of the family, kicking a steel plate they could never have imagined. He slowly raised his head, looking at the boundless starry sky outside the palace, as if he saw once again those huge eyes burning with faint flames, calmly overlooking everything. Spirit Control King, Qingyu, he muttered to himself, his voice left only with deep awe and powerlessness. The disturbance caused by Qingli this time, as well as the subsequent minor entanglement with Venerable Zemo and others. For the current Qingyu, it was nothing more than a tiny pebble thrown into a vast sea of stars, creating a few ripples before quickly returning to calm. The vast majority of his energy and attention had been reinvested into the path of treasure refining. The Qingyu Ning main body returned to the quiet manor on Artisan God Mountain via Divine Kingdom teleportation. Almost the instant he stepped into the quiet room of the manor, the master of the Artisan God, located in the core of the mountain, slowly opened his eyes, a knowing smile flashing across his lips. He has returned, the divine thought of the master of the Artisan God swept over silently. It won't be long before he comes to seek me out, imploring me to take action and complete that final step. thinking that he would soon have the opportunity to personally forge the semi-finished product left by his teacher into a true peak supreme treasure. The master of the artisan god could not help but feel a glimmer of anticipation. He closed his eyes again, continuing his own deductions, waiting quietly for Qingyu to hit a wall and come seeking help. Qingyu was destined not to fulfill his wish. Re-entering the time chamber, activating 500 times time acceleration, and connecting to the vast treasure refining database and legacy of the virtual universe, Qingyu's treasure refining practice entered an unprecedented period of high efficiency. With his in-depth study and mastery of the path of treasure refining, especially the core, the architecture, fusion, and sublimation of lawful secret patterns, not only did he not feel bored, but an unprecedented interest and insight, like a prairie fire, ignited and flourished in his heart. Qingyu keenly perceived that his profound understanding and control ability regarding treasure refining, especially lawful secret patterns, was producing a wonderful linkage effect with his talents in other areas. This was not a simple case of drawing inferences about other cases from one instance. Under the effect of Qingyu's terrifying talent, which had received essential enhancement, this linkage was more like a deep level resonance and superposition. Treasure refining requires the treasure refiner to have an almost harsh and profound understanding of the essence of lawful secret patterns. And creating secret methods, especially the path Qingyu took, starting from the most fundamental lawful secret patterns to construct, combine, and optimize. Eventually forming combat secret methods with immense power, its core was likewise the ultimate application and creation of lawful secret patterns. In the past, these two were relatively independent fields for him. But now, in his almost frantic research, that barrier was being rapidly broken down. Those lawful secret patterns that were originally cold, complex, and required arduous analysis seemed to suddenly come alive. They were no longer rigid applications of law, nor were they fixed imprints on treasures. Instead, they were like elves possessing life and spirituality, dancing gracefully in the ocean of his consciousness, actively showing him the ingenuity of their own structures, and the various wonderful changes, or even the critical points of conflict and fusion, that might occur when combined with other secret patterns. Exhaustive study of a certain, solidified secret pattern, structured during treasure refining would trigger a burst of inspiration for similar, driving secret pattern, structures when creating secret methods. Conversely, the ultimate pursuit of a certain secret pattern when creating secret methods would prompt him to think about how to, in treasure refining, inscribe similar combinations into the core of the treasure in a more stable and efficient way. Talent superposition. Treasure refining and creating secret methods collided, nourished, and verified each other, forming a virtuous cycle, making his speed of progress in both fields not only not slow down due to distraction, but instead, in a mutually reinforcing and promoting way, begin to accelerate and soar. From a short-term, most direct perspective, the benefits brought by this linkage were obvious. His creation of secret methods would become easier and more efficient. Those complex secret pattern combinations reduced a large amount of trial and error cost in his eyes, and many ingenious structures could almost be picked up and integrated into his own secret method system. The palace-type heavy treasure he was attempting to forge, with its extremely complex composite secret pattern array, was in itself a huge treasury of lawful secret patterns. Every part he understood and mastered was equivalent to opening a new door to ideas for constructing secret methods. Secondly, there was the potential for the unity of person and treasure. In the future, he could completely tailor exclusive secret methods that perfectly matched his core treasures based on their unique secret pattern systems. Ordinary powerhouses, upon obtaining a treasure, might be able to exert 100% of its power by driving it through conventional methods. But Qingyu, relying on his deep understanding of the treasure's secret patterns, combined with driving them using secret methods he created himself that were of the same origin or even complementary to these secret patterns, could very well explode with 120%, 150%, or even more exaggerated power. And from a long-term perspective, the benefits of this linkage were even more immeasurable. Immersing himself in treasure refining for years meant he would encounter, analyze, and master a massive amount of lawful secret patterns from different treasures, different legacies, and different schools. These secret patterns were ever-changing, with infinite combinations, the ingenuity, characteristics, and even some, aberrant, structures that defied convention but had extraordinary effects contained within them would greatly broaden his horizons and cognitive boundaries. This would provide an almost infinite, material library, and, direction guidance, for his future creation of secret methods. When other powerhouses might still be agonizing over the bottleneck of a certain secret method, dozens of solutions derived from the characteristics of different treasures and different schools might have already appeared in Qingyu's mind. His secret methods would no longer be an extension of a single style, but might be a true all-encompassing fusion of the essences of artifact refining, combat, support, soul, domain, and more. Out of caution and verification, during a regular exchange with Venerable Chongding, he had once subtly mentioned this new perspective on the understanding of lawful secret patterns after delving deep into treasure refining. And even the feeling that it had touched upon the creation of secret methods. Venerable Chongding's response, however, made him even more certain of his own uniqueness. Venerable Chongding admitted, "The more profound one is in treasure refining, the more handy one will indeed be when controlling one's own treasures, and one can take the exertion of their characteristics to a higher level." But he did not have this feeling that Qingyu had. Qingyu understood that this was likely not a realm that could be reached simply by having high comprehension ability. The root, very likely, lay in his unique, golden finger, that had come with his soul. It seems that the potential and operating mode of my golden finger are even more profound and mysterious than I imagined, and there is still huge room for development. Qingyu was exhilarated in his heart. However, the matter of creating secret methods is not urgent for now. Qingyu was very clear about his focus at the current stage. The primary goal is still to study the Tao of treasure refining and reach the threshold of being able to independently forge an ordinary true treasure as soon as possible, in order to obtain that crucial soul supreme treasure. Secondly, it is to fully comprehend the space-time law and strive to break through to Universe Exalt, or even Universe Lord, as early as possible. Qingyu's thinking was clear. If I spend a great deal of mental effort creating powerful secret methods now, once my realm breaks through, these secret methods will soon be insufficient. I would need to start over or significantly upgrade them, wasting precious time for nothing. This was perhaps the unique trouble of a peerless genius. Ordinary powerhouses are trapped by realm bottlenecks, having to rack their brains to create stronger secret methods to increase their combat power. Under the unreserved guidance of Venerable Chongding, Qingyu's treasure refining practice entered a new stage. He began to attempt to forge more high-end and complex treasures, palace-type heavy treasures. Such heavy treasures are far from comparable to ordinary attack or defense-type heavy treasures. Usually, only the best among the invincible king level, or primary and intermediate universe exalts, would possess them. The difficulty of forging naturally rose accordingly. Using standard forging hammers for forging such complex treasures already seemed somewhat inadequate, unless the treasure refiner's own level of skill far exceeded the level of the treasure, in order to compensate for the deficiencies in the tools. Qingyu decided to custom-make a set of exclusive treasure refining tools for himself. Combining his own control characteristics over power, his affinity for various laws, and the inspiration drawn from two legacies and the observation of a massive amount of treasures, he began to design a set of combination forging hammers. This set of forging hammers was a series totaling 18 pieces. The form and the auxiliary secret patterns contained within each forging hammer were all different. The 18 forging hammers, in different stages of treasure refining, targeting different materials and secret patterns, each performed its own duty while being able to coordinate with each other, forming an organic whole. When Qingyu drove them with his mind, and the 18 forging hammers danced and struck around the forging core like living spirits, the efficiency and precision would achieve a qualitative leap. Designing, selecting materials, forging, engraving exclusive secret patterns, even when repeatedly simulated in the virtual universe, this was a long and arduous project. But Qingyu enjoyed it. This in itself was the ultimate tempering of his treasure refining skills. In the primordial universe, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. And in the space-time palace, under a time flow rate 500 times faster, Qingyu had already spent a full 5 million years of long time. During these 5 million years, he spent the vast majority of his time in the treasure-refining plane of the virtual universe. He observed the virtual structures of near-infinite complex heavy treasures like palace-type and domain-type treasures in the human race treasury. He repeatedly compared and fused the essence of the venerable Qingling legacy and the artisan god mountain legacy. Under the regular guidance of venerable Qingling, he overcame one difficulty after another. Most importantly, he repeatedly practiced and perfected that exclusive, 18 forging hammer method. 5 million years of focus and accumulation were enough to allow mortal civilizations to reincarnate countless times, and enough to allow a peerless genius blessed with terrifying talent to reach a height that makes others look up to on a single path. Palace-type and domain-type heavy treasures, once regarded as very difficult among heavy treasures, had now shed that layer of mystery and difficulty in Qingyu's hands. In the exclusive treasure-refining plane of the virtual universe, a miniature palace, town mountain palace, and a domain treasure flowing with hazy halos, mist sea realm, were quietly floating in front of Qingyu. Although they could not yet be called boutique or top grade, within the same level, they were already qualified, successful works capable of unleashing the corresponding power of a heavy treasure. More importantly, after countless virtual deductions and failure retrospectives, Qingyu had already mastered the processes, bottlenecks, and even possible unexpected variables in forging these two types of heavy treasures. He dared not say 100% success, but at least failure was no longer the main problem he needed to worry about. His skills had already stabilized at the level of a heavy treasure artifact refiner, enough to make king-level immortals and even ordinary universe exalts treat him seriously. Amazing, truly amazing. In the virtual universe, Lian Huo Tian, plane, which was venerable Qingding's exclusive plane, he gazed at the two works Qingyu displayed. His rugged face was filled with undisguised amazement and emotion. Qingyu, I must admit, your talent in the Tao of treasure refining is perhaps even more unfathomable than your talent in cultivating and combat. Venerable Qingding shook his head, his tone complex. I, myself, by chance came into contact with treasure refining during the Domain Lord period, became addicted to this path, spent endless years, and it was only long after I broke through to become a universe exalt that I could barely forge a domain-type heavy treasure. And you, from the time you officially came into contact with treasure refining until now, how long has passed in the primordial universe? A mere 10,000 years. Even counting the time acceleration, this speed of progress is enough to make all known treasure refiners feel ashamed. He paused, his eyes flashing with the light of witnessing history. With the speed of progress you are showing now and your unique comprehension ability for lawful secret patterns, if you were willing to invest more energy into this path and continue to study it, perhaps in the near future, the primordial universe will welcome its fourth Grand Master of Treasure Refining. Grand Master of Treasure Refining. That is an honorary title that stands above all great masters of treasure refining. Currently, in the primordial universe, there are only 3 publicly known, and each has a transcendent status. The Master of the Artisan God is one of them. Facing such high praise from Venerable Qingding, Qingyu's expression remained calm. Venerable, you overpraise me. To have achieved this little progress today, I must thank you for your unreserved guidance. The Tao of treasure refining is vast and profound. I have only just begun to see the threshold, and the road ahead is still long. The realm of a Grand Master is unreachable, and I dare not claim it. Hearing this, Venerable Qingding appreciated Qingyu's heart nature even more. Ha ha ha, you don't need to be humble. Since you have already mastered the forging of palace-type and domain-type heavy treasures. Then next, the true, Ghost Gate Pass on the Tao of treasure refining, and the touchstone for measuring whether a treasure refiner can reach the edge of a Grand Master, is the forging of soul-type treasures. Whether it is the heavy treasure level or the supreme treasure level, soul-type treasures are always the rarest, most precious, and the most difficult to forge. Venerable Qingding said in a deep voice. The difficulty lies mainly in 2 aspects. First, materials. When forging other treasures, although the core materials required are also rare, with the power of a race or a major faction, spending time and resources, there is always a chance to collect them. But for forging soul-type treasures, the core materials, many are special wonders nurtured by the universe, or the origin essence of certain rare life forms, which can be met but not sought, and this is the most direct reason for the scarcity of soul-type treasures. Second, and also the hardest part in the forging process, willpower impact. A trace of solemnity flashed in Venerable Qinglin's eyes. In the process of forging soul-type treasures, they will naturally generate strong willpower impact. This impact is not an active attack, but a natural phenomenon caused by the resonance between materials and laws, which cannot be completely shielded or eliminated. The treasure refiner must endure this willpower impact, keep their own soul clear, and at the same time, divide most of their mental energy to carry out the most delicate, error-free engraving of secret patterns. Even a slight trance or wavering means all previous efforts are wasted. Countless treasure refiners, including myself, have failed at this hurdle. He looked at Qingyu, his tone solemn. This not only tests treasure refining skills, but also tests the treasure refiner's own willpower and soul strength. He further explained, when forging soul-type heavy treasures, the naturally emitted willpower impact, depending on the level, has an intensity roughly equivalent to the pressure produced by 1 to 10 high-level universe venerables performing soul attacks simultaneously. He paused, a bitter smile appearing on his face. It is precisely these two major limitations, the scarcity of materials and the willpower impact, that have led to the rarity and preciousness of soul-type treasures in the universe. Because there are simply too few treasure refiners who can stably forge them. To tell you the truth, although I am known to the outside world as being able to forge ordinary true treasure, in reality, I can only forge the most basic ones. As for soul-type heavy treasures, Venerable Qingling shook his head. I have tried many times, but out of 10 times, failing 7 or 8 times is the norm, and success is more due to luck. So in this regard, the substantial guidance I can give you is actually limited. No matter how thorough the theory is or how familiar the process is, if the willpower is not strong enough, everything is a castle in the air. He looked at Qingyu with sincere admonition. Therefore I suggest that perhaps you can temporarily give up on in-depth study of forging soul-type heavy treasures. Besides the 2 points mentioned above, there is also a practical problem. Venerable Qingling added, unlike other types of treasures, practicing the forging of soul-type treasures in the virtual universe has an insurmountable defect. The willpower impact can hardly be perfectly simulated. The virtual universe can 100% restore the characteristics of materials, energy flow, and secret pattern structures. But the willpower impact originating from the prototype of the soul treasure itself, its essential mysteries, are difficult to simulate. This means that even if you practice the process perfectly in the virtual universe, once you return to reality, you will still fail. Investing a lot of time practicing in the virtual world will yield half the result with twice the effort. Qingyu listened quietly, but without any wavering or retreating. Give up forging soul-type treasures. Absolutely impossible, not to mention the huge value of soul-type treasures themselves. The most critical point is that the unfinished treasure that teacher Zuo Shenk left with the master of the artisan god is precisely a soul supreme treasure. In the future, if he wants to personally complete that final step, giving it a slim hope of transforming into an ultimate supreme treasure, then a profound understanding and hands-on practice of forging soul-type treasures is an indispensable prerequisite. This is not just about knowing how to forge, but about mastering it. Starting from soul-type heavy treasures, step by step grasping its essence, until he has the ability to forge an ordinary soul supreme treasure. Chapter 198, Luo Feng's Visit. As for the specific reasons, Qingyu naturally could not speak of them to outsiders. But the decision in his heart was as firm as a rock. Thank you for your honesty, Venerable. I already understand the difficulties involved. Qingyu nodded slightly, his tone calm yet carrying an unalterable determination. However, it is precisely because of its difficulty that its value is shown. The will barrier is fundamentally an obstacle that must be crossed on the path of cultivation. Faint ghostly flames rose in Qingyu's eyes, and an introverted yet incredibly profound will faintly leaked out, causing Venerable Chongding to be secretly startled. I must try it for myself to know if I can withstand it, Qingyu said indifferently. I intend to continue down this path. I hope that you, Venerable, will continue to generously provide guidance in terms of theory and technique. Venerable Chongding looked at Qingyu. He felt the confidence and persistence that belonged to a true peak genius. He knew he could no longer persuade him. Very well. Venerable Chongding sighed, then smiled with relief and a touch of appreciation. Since your mind is made up, I shall naturally impart everything I know. At the very least, I will ensure you achieve perfection in your technical and theoretical preparations. As for the will barrier, that will depend on your own fortune. Regardless of success or failure, such courage and determination were worthy of respect. Moreover, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but hold a glimmer of hope, if Qingyu could truly cross this chasm. Becoming a master capable of forging soul-type treasures would be of immense significance to the human race's treasure-refining world. Even putting aside the interests of the race, for Chongding personally, befriending such a fellow treasure refiner with infinite potential would surely bring boundless benefits in the future. In the following period, Venerable Chongding held nothing back, imparting all the theoretical essence of forging soul-type heavy treasures from his legacy, along with the insights he had gathered from countless attempts, to Qingyu. Forging soul-type treasures, besides the two most prominent hurdles of scarce materials and will impact. The complexity of the forging itself was in a class of its own among treasures of the same level. Under the unreserved guidance of Venerable Chongding, Qingyu thirstily absorbed this incredibly precious knowledge. His comprehension ability, which had received terrifying enhancements, was pushed to its limit at this moment. Complex theories were rapidly analyzed, understood, and digested. He cross-referenced and fused them with the vast amount of information he had previously obtained from the artisan god Mountain Legacy and his observations in the human race's virtual treasure vault. His theoretical reserves were quickly filled. Next came the tempering of practice. Although the virtual universe struggled to perfectly simulate that crucial will impact, Qingyu still decided to temper every technical step besides the will barrier to the absolute limit under current theory within the virtual environment. His figure once again remained in the virtual treasure refining plane for a long time. He manipulated the set of 18 forging hammers that he could already use as easily as his own limbs, practicing every step over and over again. Failure, backtracking, adjustment, optimization, and trying again. The goal was singular: to temper this process to a state of theoretical perfection where no further progress was possible. Only in this way, when facing the will impact in reality, could he devote his entire mind to resisting the impact without being distracted by technical details. While Qingyu was single-mindedly and frantically tempering his skills within the time-space hall, deep within Artisan God Mountain, that towering existence fell into deepening doubt and a hint of impatience. The Master of the Artisan God, in his massive dark red mountain body, lay quietly across the core of the mountain's interior within a giant cavern illuminated by eternal divine fire. The single eye on the rock wall opened and closed occasionally, its gaze piercing through the mountain rock to land on the secluded manor where Qingyu resided. 10,000 years. A low voice, like the flow of subterranean magma, echoed in the empty cavern, audible only to himself. My junior brother has been cooped up in his residence ever since he returned from that brief departure. He neither goes to the treasure trove hall to observe the treasures of predecessors and accumulate experience, nor does he seek out my disciples to exchange insights or ask about difficulties. In the Tao of treasure refining, working behind closed doors is the worst policy. Observing physical objects, exchanging insights, and promptly asking for advice when encountering problems in practice is the righteous path. In his view, Qingyu's reclusive cultivation meant either that his progress was extremely slow and he was stuck at a bottleneck with no way out, or that his heart nature was unstable, making him unable to endure the boredom of treasure refining, and he was merely killing time. Could it be that he still hasn't given up and still wants to rely on himself to complete that final step? Thoughts turned in the mind of the master of the artisan god, and a subtle ripple flashed through that single eye. He could not understand why this little junior brother could remain so composed. Scorching rust. A low transmission sounded directly in the mind of his disciple who most often followed him and was responsible for handling various chores. Soon, Scorching Rust appeared respectfully within the mountain cavern and bowed. "Teacher. Go to the residence of your junior martial uncle Qingyu and take a look." The master of the artisan god, voice betrayed no emotion. "He has been in seclusion for a long time, and I do not know what he is researching. See if he has encountered any insoluble puzzles in treasure refining, or if he needs anything." "Yes, teacher." Scorching Rust took the order. In truth, he had also been curious for a long time. This junior martial uncle, who had suddenly appeared, had stayed behind closed doors for most of the time since arriving at Artisan God Mountain over 10,000 years ago, having no interaction with the other disciples. Reasonably speaking, with the powerful soul of an undying spiritual god, several thousand years should have been more than enough to digest that treasure-refining knowledge. Afterward, there should have been frequent practice, consultation, and observation for gradual improvement. Could it be that this junior martial uncle Qingyu's talent in the Tao of treasure refining is truly so mediocre? Scorching Rust couldn't help but speculate privately. Having followed the master of the artisan god in cultivation for endless years, he had seen countless treasure-refining geniuses and knew well that this path demanded extremely high comprehension, patience, and even a certain unique talent. Perhaps this junior martial uncle had limited talent in this Tao, hence the slow progress, and might even have developed thoughts of withdrawing but found it difficult to speak out due to face or his master's orders. With this doubt and a sense of responsibility to look after him as a host, Scorching Rust soon arrived outside the secluded manor where Qingyu lived. Scorching Rust did not intrude. Using the authority of his own artisan god token, he triggered the manor's visitor prompt. After a moment, the shimmering barrier covering the manor rippled like water to open a gateway, and Qingyu stepped out. "Nephew Scorching Rust, is something the matter?" Qingyu's voice was calm as his ghostly flame-burning eyes looked at Scorching Rust. "Greetings, junior martial uncle." Scorching Rust hurriedly bowed respectfully, his posture impeccable. "I have come to visit by my teacher's order. Junior martial uncle has been in seclusion for a long time, and teacher is concerned whether things are going smoothly for you on the path of treasure refining, if there are difficulties needing resolution, or if you require any materials or tools." His attitude was very sincere, strictly following the etiquette of a junior to a senior and a disciple to a junior martial uncle. As he spoke, his gaze naturally swept over the artisan god token, hanging at Qingyu's waist, which represented his status as a disciple of Artisan God Mountain. On the back of that simple token, next to the originally dim mountain relief, there were actually 2 stars emitting a steady, faint light. 2 stars. A subtle flash of surprise crossed Scorching Rust's eyes. This meant that the junior martial uncle Qingyu before him had already successfully passed the 1-star treasure forger assessment, signifying that he could already stably forge qualified weapons of the 5th rank. So junior martial uncle has not been idle all these years, but has been wholeheartedly studying and researching on his own. Scorching Rust realized. His speculation about the others' mediocre talent faded slightly, replaced by a hint of recognition. In less than 20,000 years, being able to rely on self-study to forge 5th rank weapons, it seems junior martial uncle does have some talent in treasure refining. This judgment of his was based on the standards of Artisan God Mountain. As personal disciples of the master of the artisan god, every one of his fellow brothers was a top-tier genius in the Tao of treasure refining. He himself had taken about 6,000 years to reach the rank of a 2-star treasure forger starting from 0. While his most exceptionally talented 9th senior brother had only used a mere 900 years. By comparison, Qingyu using over 10,000 years was indeed considered only good or acceptable. Within Artisan God Mountain, far from being stunning. I appreciate my senior brother's concern, and thank you, nephew, for making this trip. Qingyu nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. He paused for a moment. Since Scorching Rust had taken the initiative to ask about his needs, he wouldn't be unnecessarily polite. Forging soul-type heavy treasures ultimately required practice in reality, and the relevant materials were essential. Although he could try to collect them through the Great Alliance, the process would inevitably be tedious and time-consuming. And since teacher Zuo Shank had arranged for him to study at Artisan God Mountain and left that unfinished treasure embryo here, one of his intentions was surely a tacit permission for him to use some of Artisan God Mountain's resources to hone his own treasure refining skills. There is indeed one thing, Qingyu said. If I wish to obtain some special materials required for forging higher-level treasures, especially the more obscure and rare types, what are the procedures within Artisan God Mountain? Hearing this, Scorching Rust understood. It seemed this junior martial uncle was not without a plan and had already begun stockpiling materials for future treasure refining practice. A smile of understanding appeared on his face as he explained, "Junior martial uncle's long-term consideration is only proper. At Artisan God Mountain, there are several main ways for disciples to obtain treasure refining materials. First, and most basic, is that after reaching the corresponding treasure refiner star rank, the mountain will distribute a certain quota of basic materials for that level according to regulation. For example, after becoming a 4-star treasure forger, there is a fixed monthly supply of basic materials." Scorching Rust glanced at the 2-star artisan god token at Qingyu's waist, his tone gentle. "Junior martial uncle is currently only at 2 stars, so there is no rush for this yet. Secondly, if the distributed quota is insufficient, or if specific rare materials are needed, they must be exchanged through points." Scorching Rust continued. Points were established by teacher to encourage disciples to be diligent in treasure refining and strive for excellence. Once the first pseudo-treasure is successfully forged and passes the assessment, the artisan god token will automatically unlock the points section. Afterward, every time a disciple successfully forges a treasure that meets the standards, they can receive corresponding point rewards based on the treasure's level, quality, and function. These points can then be used to exchange for various rare materials in the mountain's treasury, or even for opportunities to request assistance from teacher or the senior brothers. He specifically emphasized, points are of great value. 1 point is roughly equivalent to the value of the most ordinary heavy treasure. Therefore, the disciples all strive to improve their skills, aiming to forge higher quality treasures to accumulate points. Finally, Scorching Rust added, Craft God Star itself is a rare place in the universe for nurturing treasure materials. Many special locations contain precious materials. Disciples can also explore and collect them on their own, though this requires corresponding strength and insight, and some areas are quite dangerous. As for the specific exchange matters, Scorching Rust said finally, if Junior Martial Uncle has any needs in the future, you can directly find the 3rd senior brother in charge of the treasury to apply for or exchange them. Qingyu listened silently, gaining a clear understanding of the internal resource operation of Artisan God Mountain. He nodded slightly, I see. Thank you, Junior Martial Nephew, for clarifying. Seeing that Qingyu only calmly thanked him after listening and didn't follow up with any specific difficulties encountered in treasure refining, Scorching Rust couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He had thought this junior martial uncle, whose progress didn't seem too fast, would take this opportunity to raise some confusion regarding treasure refining. It seems this junior martial uncle Qingyu's personality is somewhat aloof and prideful. Scorching Rust thought to himself. Perhaps he is mindful of his status as a junior martial uncle and is embarrassed to ask a junior like me about specific techniques. He kindly did not expose this reserve, and instead said sincerely once more, Junior martial uncle, there's no need to be polite. In the Tao of treasure refining, only through mutual encouragement can one make progress. In the future, whatever doubts you encounter during the treasure refining process, even if they are just basic troubles, please feel free to contact this disciple through the Artisan God token. I will certainly tell you everything I know. His attitude was respectful and considerate, maintaining his junior martial uncle's face while expressing his sincerity in being ready to help at any time. You are very thoughtful. Qingyu nodded again, not saying much. Then this disciple will not disturb junior martial uncle's quiet cultivation. Seeing that the message had been delivered, Scorching Rust bowed and took his leave. Leaving Qingyu's manor, Scorching Rust went straight back to the mountain cavern to report the details of this meeting to the master of the artisan god. The master of the artisan god, massive mountain-like body remained silent for a moment before telling Scorching Rust to leave. "Yes, teacher," Scorching Rust replied respectfully and withdrew. After listening to Scorching Rust's report, that low voice, like the vibration of the earth's veins, slowly sounded with a hint of imperceptible amusement. "Oh. It seems my little junior brother isn't entirely without talent for treasure refining." However, he paused slightly, a glimmer of realization seemingly flashing in his giant single eye. If his talent and progress are only at the level of reaching minor achievement after 10,000 years, to grow to the realm where he can independently forge an ordinary true treasure, it would probably take an uncountable number of long years. His tone was calm, yet it carried an air of certain victory. The Tao of treasure refining becomes more of a slow, meticulous process the further one goes, with requirements for talent, resources, opportunities, and even heart nature increasing exponentially. He seemed to already see the scene where this proud but slow progressing little junior brother finally recognized reality and came to beg him for help. At that time, he would naturally lend a hand as a senior brother, fulfilling his teacher's request while also personally creating a peak true treasure to satisfy his own wish. "I just need to wait." The master of the artisan god stopped worrying. If he had spent a little effort to check the assessment records of Artisan God Mountain's treasure forging hall, he would have been shocked to discover the timing of Qingyu's promotion to a 2-star treasure forger. It was far from Scorching Rust's speculation of achieving success after 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. It had been completed just over 120 years after his arrival at Artisan God Mountain. This small information gap was unintentionally overlooked by the master of the artisan god at this moment. The master of the artisan god, expectations and misjudgments did not affect the time chamber in the slightest. Most of Qingyu's mind was still immersed in that extremely complex world of soul secret patterns. In the treasure refining plane of the virtual universe, he controlled the 18 forging hammers, performing the virtual forging deduction for the umpteenth time on a simulated soul-heavy treasure embryo. Every stroke of the secret patterns and every guidance of energy infinitely approached theoretical perfection. As for the will impact hurdle that Venerable Chong Ding repeatedly emphasized and that made countless treasure refiners turn pale, Qingyu was exceptionally calm. In fact, he didn't have much to worry about. His willpower was such that even if 10 high-level venerables launched targeted soul attacks against him simultaneously, he had the confidence to withstand them with his own willpower. Furthermore, didn't he have the high-level soul true treasure, the origin crystal? To me, the technique itself is the key. Just as Qingyu was focusing on honing his skills in the time-space hall, a communication request from the virtual universe interrupted his immersed state. Luo Feng. Qingyu was slightly surprised and then connected. In the virtual universe, inside the reception room of Qingyu's palace by the lake, the virtual figures of the two condensed one after another. Senior brother Qingyu. Luo Feng's figure appeared, a hint of expectation on his face as he bowed respectfully. Although he was also taken as a disciple by Zuo Shank, he had entered the sect later and maintained the proper respect for this third senior brother, who was already famous and possessed unfathomable strength. No need for formalities. Why are you looking for me so suddenly? Is there something important? Qingyu motioned for Luo Feng to sit and asked directly. Luo Feng didn't beat around the bush either, saying with a serious expression, "Senior brother, I'm taking the liberty of disturbing you because I heard that your third clone is called the Nether Sea clone." Qingyu's eyebrows twitched slightly, having already guessed a bit. "Oh. Where did you hear that?" While the Nether Sea clone wasn't an absolute secret, it wasn't known to everyone either. "Teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord told me," Luo Feng explained. "I've been unable to select my final clone for a long time." City Lord Teacher mentioned that senior brother once risked obtaining the seawater of the Lord of Nine Nether's progeny and successfully nurtured the Nether Sea clone, which has infinite potential. I am extremely interested in this clone and have specifically come to ask for senior brother's advice. A blatant desire flowed from his eyes. Luo Feng did not yet know the vital importance of the Nether Sea clone for researching the divine power path in the future. What attracted him at this moment was the most intuitive and shocking point, that unimaginably massive divine body volume. "I see." Qingyu understood. It wasn't surprising that the primordial Chaos City Lord knew about this. He looked at Luo Feng and said slowly, "Yes, my third clone is indeed the Nether Sea clone. This clone is a special flesh and blood life form, and its potential is indeed extraordinary. When I first broke through to the undying level, with the infusion from the law ocean of the cosmic origin land, my divine body's diameter reached 80 million kilometers. It is still growing slowly and is now close to 90 million kilometers. 80 million, 90 million kilometers in diameter." Even though Luo Feng was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp when he heard the specific numbers. His pupils contracted, and his face was filled with shock and envy. His golden horned beast clone was only a few hundred kilometers in size, and even with its wingspan, it was only about 1,000 kilometers. Compared to this Yuhai, which was measured in tens of millions of kilometers, it was simply the difference between dust and stars. Such a massive divine body meant nearly infinite divine power reserves, making one almost invincible in battle. "Senior brother, this clone is truly amazing," Luo Feng praised sincerely, his voice a bit dry. Amidst the shock, an even more exciting thought struck his mind like lightning: a flesh and blood clone. The Nether Sea clone belongs to the category of flesh and blood lifeforms. And flesh and blood lifeforms mean being able to cultivate the 9 Tribulations secret tome. Senior brother Qingyu has peerless talent and extraordinary encounters, but he doesn't have a heaven-defying opportunity like the 9 Tribulations secret tome. Even so, senior brother's Nether Sea clone has reached a terrifying scale of nearly 100 million kilometers in diameter through natural growth alone, without any genetic enhancement. If I successfully nurture the Nether Sea clone and then cultivate the 9 Tribulations secret tome to raise my life gene level, at that time, what incredible level would the volume of his own Nether Sea clone expand to? Just the thought of that scene passing through his mind for a moment caused Luo Feng's heart to throb violently, and his blood flow quickened. Just thinking about it makes one. After the shock passed, Luo Feng suppressed his excitement and spoke somewhat embarrassedly. "Senior brother, I wonder, how did you obtain that blood seawater back then? Are there any critical points I should be aware of?" He asked cautiously. After all, it involved another universe lord, and the process must have been extremely dangerous. Looking at Luo Feng's expectant yet apprehensive look, Qingyu suddenly smiled slightly and said directly, "Junior brother, since you've asked, as your senior brother, I won't beat around the bush. That blood seawater, I have quite a bit of stock left." "What?" Luo Feng suddenly looked up, an incredible light bursting from his eyes. "Back then, I sent my servants, and the seawater they obtained was far more than just one portion," Qingyu said in a flat tone, as if speaking of a trivial matter. "Nurturing the clone only consumed one of those portions. After that portion of seawater was brought back and divided, it was sent to various parts of the universe. Qingyu later collected it all back." Qingyu planned to give Luo Feng a portion. In any case, even if he didn't, Luo Feng would likely still be able to get it on his own, so it was better to be generous and trade for some practical benefits. Hearing Qingyu's words, Luo Feng's heart pounded, and his breathing became slightly hurried. A sudden turn of events. He had thought he would need to ask for the method and then find a way to risk obtaining it himself, but he never expected this third senior brother would actually have it ready. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. However, Qingyu's next words made Luo Feng's heart tighten again. Qingyu's eyes, which seemed able to see through people's hearts, looked calmly at Luo Feng, his lips still carrying that faint, meaningful smile. "Junior brother, I can directly give you a portion of this blood seawater." However, Luo Feng immediately sat up straight, his expression incredibly solemn. "Senior brother, please speak plainly. No matter what the price is, or what I need to do, as long as it is within my power, I will never refuse." He knew well that such a precious opportunity could never be given for nothing. Qingyu being willing to set conditions actually made him feel more at ease. Chapter 199, The Transaction. Qingyu looked at Luo Feng's solemn and serious expression. Qingyu waved his hand slightly, his tone leisurely and casual. "A price? I wouldn't go that far." He paused for a moment, as if weighing his words, then said calmly, "It's just that I have recently dabbled in the Tao of treasure refining and have gained some insights. I happen to need a few special materials to verify some of my ideas. This seawater will serve as the payment for asking you to help search for those materials." Hearing this, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had already learned from Pu Ti, his first senior brother, that his third senior brother's strength was unfathomable, and that he was already capable of forcefully slaying a universe overlord. With such terrifying talent for cultivation and combat, he actually still had the spare energy and mind to study the profound and obscure Tao of treasure refining. In addition to his shock, Luo Feng felt a sincere sense of admiration. Qingyu naturally knew that Luo Feng was currently undergoing secluded cultivation in the Elder God cult. Although he himself was considered an outer member of the Elder God cult due to his relationship with the Lord of Nine Nethers, he did not walk the path of the Beast God fusion law. He did not have the authority to enter the ancestral God secret realm, which gathered countless treasure troves and opportunities. Luo Feng, however, as a Beast God inheritor with a Beast God inheritance token, could stay there permanently, which was a rare convenience. "The materials I need are quite special, mostly produced in some dangerous regions of the universe's secret realms," Qingyu said directly, no longer beating around the bush. "Since you are in the Elder God cult, it is more convenient for you to enter and exit the ancestral God secret realm. I hope you can keep an eye out and collect 5 main materials needed for forging soul-type heavy treasures for me. Or," his eyes flashed slightly, "if you can find a sufficient amount of a main material that can be used to forge a soul-type true treasure, that would also work." Soul-type treasures. His knowledge was no longer what it used to be, and he knew well the value and rarity of such treasures. However, the difficulty of finding materials compared to obtaining a finished product was like night and day. "There's no need to rush on the timing," Qingyu added in a gentle tone. "I'll give you a deadline of 100,000 years. During this period, if you encounter them, just pick them up." "How about it?" Luo Feng thought for a moment, his mind quickly weighing the options. His teacher, the primordial Chaos City Lord, had once vaguely mentioned that back then, in order to obtain the seawater of the Blood Sea, senior brother Qingyu had even caused the true body of the Lord of Nine Nethers to appear, which was a narrow escape from death. If he wanted to rely on his own ability to get it, let alone whether he could find the way, even if he did, the risks and the time spent would be immeasurable. In comparison, simply using the convenience of his activities in the ancestral God secret realm to keep an eye out and collect a few materials, and with a loose deadline of 100,000 years, these conditions could simply be described as generous. "Senior brother, you're being too formal. It's just searching for some materials, no need to talk about payment." Luo Feng suppressed his emotions and responded solemnly. "I have noted this matter. Junior brother will definitely keep an eye out and find the required items for senior brother within 100,000 years." He felt from the bottom of his heart that in this trade, he was the one who was getting the better deal. Hearing this, Qingyu seemed to think of something else and added, "By the way, you don't need to be restricted by the source of the materials. If your opportunity is sufficient and you can find 10 portions of main materials for forging soul-type true treasures," Qingyu paused slightly, a faint light flickering in his eyes. "At that time, I can compensate you with another true treasure as a reward." As for what specific true treasure it was, Qingyu did not state it clearly in the virtual universe, only leaving Luo Feng with a meaningful lingering thought. Then, Qingyu lightly tapped his fingertip in the virtual space, and with the outline of divine power, a thumb-sized, completely transparent crystal phantom appeared out of thin air. In the center of the crystal, a drop of liquid as red as blood, with faint ripples of life flowing, was sealed. It was precisely the seawater of the Nine Nether Blood Sea. "My true body's coordinates are here." Qingyu transmitted a set of starry sky coordinate information along with the crystal phantom to Luo Feng. "You can come and take it at any time. Thank you, senior brother." Luo Feng thanked him sincerely once again, deeply imprinting the coordinates and the image of that drop of seawater into his mind. The virtual communication then ended. As his consciousness returned to reality, Luo Feng's heart was filled with waves, making it difficult to be completely calm. In addition to the excitement of being about to obtain his long-awaited clone, a heavy sense of urgency also arose spontaneously. He, Luo Feng, was never afraid of owing favors, but he disliked carrying them for a long time. During the crisis of the golden horned beast on Earth years ago, he owed senior brother Qingyu 3 promises, and so far, not a single one had been repaid. Now, he had received such a great kindness, being gifted such precious clone materials, and even received a promise of a potential future true treasure. This debt of gratitude was becoming heavier and heavier. It wasn't that he didn't trust this powerful and generous senior brother. On the contrary, it was because he knew Qingyu's character and vision so well that he was even more unwilling to always be in the position of a beneficiary, or a follower. This was a kind of pride belonging to a peerless genius, originating from the depths of his heart. If Qingyu hadn't appeared out of nowhere, he, Luo Feng, would be the undisputed #1 genius of the current human race, attracting all the attention and moving forward without looking back. But because there was such a brilliant senior brother with an unimaginably fast rate of progress standing in front of him, that feeling of being surpassed and suppressed was so clear, and also so motivating. He was not jealous, but rather turned this pressure into the most intense fuel. If one loses the heart to climb because there is a higher mountain ahead, then one has truly lost the spirit of a strong person and will likely only be able to look up at their back for eternity. Favors must be repaid, and the gap must be closed. Luo Feng clenched his fists, his eyes burning with unconcealed fighting spirit and determination. Nether Sea Clone, 9 Tribulations Secret Tome, these are my opportunities, and also the foundation for me to catch up. Senior brother Qingyu, one day, I, Luo Feng, will definitely stand side by side with you, and even compete on the same stage. If Qingyu knew about the stirring fighting spirit of catching up and standing side by side, in Luo Feng's heart at this moment, he would probably only shake his head and laugh. He never intended for Luo Feng to easily repay those 3 favors originating from the Earth crisis. Knowing the future potential of this city lord Luo, if Qingyu let him offset this karma with some small matters at this stage, it would be a truly losing business. Some investments need to be viewed with a long-term perspective. A few months later, Luo Feng arrived at the starry sky coordinates designated by Qingyu as agreed. Qingyu was already waiting there and directly handed the special crystal sealing a drop of dark red seawater to Luo Feng. Thank you, senior brother. Luo Feng took it with both hands, feeling the vast and special life fluctuations within the crystal, and his heart settled. This clone has some characteristics, you will know after you nurture it, Qingyu gave a casual pointer. The trick regarding the expansion of the divine body is not that complicated, I have already sent it to your virtual universe account. He casually gave away this secret that could save Luo Feng 2 days of exploration as a favor. Hearing this, a flash of gratitude appeared in Luo Feng's eyes, and he thanked him again. These seemingly simple tips are often the places where it's easiest to take a detour. Immediately afterward, Qingyu flipped his palm, and a scroll that seemed to carry a miniature galaxy floated above his palm, slowly unfolding. On the scroll, countless points of light flickered like real stars, arranged in mysterious trajectories, emitting a vast, ancient, and sharp aura. It was precisely the true treasure, the star map. Senior brother, this is. Luo Feng's gaze was instantly attracted. Especially when he felt the familiar charm coming from those flickering points of light, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and point at them. Qingyu had a smile on his face and introduced it in a peaceful tone. This treasure is called the star map, and it was bestowed by teacher Zuo Shank back then. These points of light on it are all sealing stars. Sealing stars. Luo Feng's heart shook violently, and he blurted out. He stared fixedly at those points of light and finally confirmed the source of that sense of familiarity. It shared the same origin as the star tower he had recognized as its master. How could he not recognize it? It seems junior brother is more familiar with this item than I am. Qingyu looked at Luo Feng's reaction and smiled meaningfully. He continued, this treasure is no longer of much use to me. Once I break through tonight, its power will be even harder to match what I need. Fusing more sealing stars will only bring limited improvement, and besides, the total number of sealing stars I took away back then was only 5,000. Qingyu's tone was calm, as if he were stating the replacement of an ordinary item. Many sealing stars are fused into this treasure, and since it involves teacher Zuo Shank, it's not convenient for me to hand it over to the race to exchange for true treasure points. After thinking it over, Luo Feng's gaze was locked on that galaxy scroll, and a sense of compatibility originating from the depths of his soul arose spontaneously, as if this treasure should have belonged to him in the first place. He did not hide his feelings and said honestly, "To be honest, senior brother, this treasure is indeed very compatible with me." Hearing this, a flash of understanding crossed Qingyu's eyes. He did not hesitate at all, and with a slight movement of his mind, the floating star map phantom shook slightly. The life imprint and soul connection belonging to Qingyu that were originally flowing on it were instantly dissipated as if wiped away by an invisible hand, leaving only the purest, masterless aura of the treasure itself. "In that case, then take it with you." Qingyu gave a casual wave, and the star map phantom with its imprint removed flew lightly toward Luo Feng. His tone was as casual as if he were giving away an old weapon rather than a precious true treasure. Qingyu had his own considerations. He was currently fully immersed in the study of the Tao of treasure refining and had no need for intense fighting in the short term. For him, the star map was indeed about to be phased out. More importantly, he knew Luo Feng's heart nature and that he was definitely not someone who would default on a debt or forget a kindness. This generosity was actually built on clear recognition. However, in Luo Feng's eyes, Qingyu's act of directly erasing his own imprint and gifting the true treasure without any defenses. The absolute trust and free-spirited demeanor shown by this action shook his mind and moved him deeply. This had already far exceeded an ordinary gift, it was more like a kind of entrustment and recognition. Luo Feng stood there stunned, his brain going blank for a moment. The seawater of the Blood Sea was already a favor, and now, there was actually another such precious true treasure being gifted. "Senior brother, this is too precious." Luo Feng didn't know how to respond for a moment. "A treasure's value lies in its suitability," Qingyu interrupted his refusal, his tone carrying an unquestionable calmness. "It is about to be shelved by me, but for you, it is just at the right time. Take it, do not fail the intention of the teacher when he forged it back then, and do not fail the karma between it and you." Luo Feng looked at the scroll phantom with starlight flowing in front of him, then at Qingyu's calm eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and his heart was filled with a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath, stopped being overly polite, and bowed solemnly, his voice powerful. "This item is too valuable. I will definitely do my best to find the required materials for senior brother as soon as possible, and I will not fail senior brother's trust." He didn't say any more empty refusals but directly transformed this gift into a more determined promise and action. He accepted the treasure, but he kept this favor in his heart and would surely repay it with action. Qingyu looked at the complex light in Luo Feng's eyes that combined touched feelings, determination, and fighting spirit. He waved his hand casually and smiled. "All right, we're fellow disciples, no need to fuss over these minor details. In the future, when you roam the universe, if you encounter any interesting materials or treasures you don't need, just remember to keep them for your senior brother." Luo Feng nodded heavily, firmly remembering Qingyu's words, and said no more, bowing. "Senior brother, then I will take my leave first. I will definitely keep the matter of the materials in my heart." "Go ahead," Qingyu nodded. Luo Feng's figure merged into the space fluctuations and disappeared. Qingyu stood alone for a moment, then retracted his distant gaze, returned to the craft Godstar, entered the time chamber, and his consciousness sank into the virtual universe once again. The matter with Luo Feng was settled. For him, the most important thing at the moment was still to conquer the last fortress on the path of treasure refining. He threw himself back into the nearly harsh tempering of the forging techniques for soul-type heavy treasures. Without the interference of the willpower impact, the virtual deduction could focus on the ultimate perfection of the technique itself. Even with his terrifying talent that had received multiple boosts, his progress significantly slowed down when facing the unique and maddeningly complex secret pattern requirements of soul-type treasures. From his first contact with treasure refining to being able to successfully forge top-tier domain-type and palace-type heavy treasures, Qingyu had only spent less than 20,000 years on the time scale of the primordial universe. Then, according to his current deduction and comprehension speed, to fully master the forging techniques of soul-type heavy treasures alone. The time and effort required would likely exceed the sum of all previous stages. And this was only the mastery at the technical level, not yet accounting for the variables of resisting willpower impact in reality. Sure enough, soul-type treasures live up to their reputation. Inside the time chamber, Qingyu stopped another deduction, the ghostly flames in his eyes burning calmly without any anxiety. The deeper I go, the more I can feel the profound subtlety and difficulty within, like a deep sea. Instead of being discouraged, Qingyu felt an even stronger desire to explore. Difficulty meant value, and it also meant that once a breakthrough was achieved, the rewards would far exceed the past. Adjusting his mood, Qingyu immersed himself once again. The river of time rushed forward. Another 10,000 years passed. It had to be said that Luo Feng's efficiency was very high. During this period, he had delivered materials to Qingyu once, a total of 5 main materials for forging soul-type heavy treasures. This could be considered as repaying the debt for the Blood Sea seawater first, and it also gave Qingyu more opportunities to forge treasures in reality later. It was only hard on the master of the artisan gods, who had been waiting for Qingyu to come and plead with him to forge treasures, but the request never came. Chapter 200. Treasure Refining in Reality. Inside the time chamber, the river of time, flowing at 500 times the normal rate, silently washed through a long period equivalent to 10,000 years in the primordial universe. When Qingyu once again emerged from that state of total immersion, deep within his eyes, which burned with ghostly flames, countless exquisite secret patterns seemed to flash by before finally settling into a bottomless calm. Finally, I've reached the limit, he whispered to himself. The limit here referred to the environment of the virtual universe, setting aside the will impact factor that could not be perfectly simulated. In terms of treasure refining techniques alone, he had already refined the forging process of soul-type heavy treasures to the absolute pinnacle of current theoretical understanding. The timing, strength, energy guidance of every step, and the stability of the secret pattern engraving had been deduced and optimized by him hundreds of millions of times, reaching a perfect balance that could be called art. Considering the extreme scarcity and preciousness of soul-type materials in reality, Qingyu's requirements for himself were even more stringent than when forging any other treasure. He wanted to ensure that once he started in reality, the success rate would reach the highest theoretical value. At this moment, in the treasure refining plane of the virtual universe, he was already able to stably and repeatedly forge soul-type heavy treasures of perfect quality. It's time. With a thought from Qingyu, the time chamber was put away. Without the slightest delay, he walked straight toward the building in the treasure trove hall used for assessing a treasure refiner's star rank. It was still that simple assessment forging room. Qingyu's expression was calm and rippleless, as if he were just going to perform an ordinary practice session. From the most basic immortal military lord rank divine weapons to complex pseudo-treasures, and then to attack treasures of varying power, defense, even palace and domain-type heavy treasures. Treasures of different forms and attributes quickly took shape under his miraculous forging, as if they were being endowed with life. The entire process was smooth as flowing water, handling heavy weights as if they were light. Every treasure produced was of at least excellent quality, with a stable structure and smooth secret patterns, serving as a textbook example of its level. When the last wisp of firelight perfectly receded on a top-tier domain-type heavy treasure, that would make even an ordinary universe exult green with envy. Your Excellency Qingyu, congratulations. You have successfully passed all the assessments. Based on the skill you have demonstrated, you are officially rated as a 6-star treasure refiner. The ability to independently and stably forge top-tier heavy treasures was the hallmark of a 6-star treasure refiner. On the back of the artisan god token, next to the simple mountain range relief, the 6th star lit up, emitting a steady glow. And below the 6 stars, a new line quietly appeared, points, 18. According to the rules of Artisan God Mountain, when a disciple successfully forges their first pseudo-treasure, 3-star, they are rewarded with 1 point. Promotion to 4-star grants 2 points. 5-star grants 5 points. And reaching 6-star grants a one-time reward of 10 points. Every point was worth an ordinary heavy treasure. Qingyu glanced at the changes on the artisan god token, his expression remaining indifferent. He did not stay, turning to leave the treasure trove hall and flying directly toward the vast area on the other side of Artisan God Mountain used for the daily practice of disciples, which possessed various ranks of divine fire and special environments. There, countless huge cave entrances were distributed, constantly spewing flames of various colors whose temperatures were enough to make even stars pale in comparison. The sound of roaring was incessant, and the air was filled with pure law energy and the strange scent of various materials being smelted. Just as Qingyu arrived at the edge of this treasure refining area, a familiar scorched figure flew out from one of the cave entrances. It was Scorching Rust, who had rushed over after receiving Qingyu's message. Junior Martial Uncle. Scorching Rust's face bore its usual respect. There was also a hint of hard-to-detect curiosity and relief. He looked at Qingyu, thinking to himself, Junior Martial Uncle has been in seclusion for so long. Coming to the treasure refining area today, could it be that he wants to exchange experiences and ask for advice from other senior and junior brothers? It seems Junior Martial Uncle has finally moved past that psychological hurdle. This is a good thing. A warm smile appeared on his face. This is the first time Junior Martial Uncle has come to these myriad fire caves. Does Your Excellency need a disciple to lead the way? Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. I plan to forge a soul-type heavy treasure and need to collect the corresponding materials. Could my martial nephew lead the way? Sure, Junior Martial Uncle, please follow me. Scorching Rust nodded subconsciously in agreement, stepping aside to lead. However, after taking only half a step, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and he seemed to be paused by time. He whipped his head around, eyes wide and round as he looked at Qingyu. His voice involuntarily rose several notches. What? He doubted if the high temperature of the myriad fire caves had caused him to hallucinate. No, Junior Martial Uncle, what did you just say, you want to forge? Scorching Rust swallowed hard, his tone filled with disbelief. A soul-type heavy treasure. Correct, Qingyu's tone was still flat. Please lead me to collect the materials. As he spoke, he casually showed his artisan god token. On the back of the simple token, those 6 stars lined up in order, emitting a steady and deep light, were clearly visible to Scorching Rust. 6 stars. 6 stars. Scorching Rust felt his brain go buzz, as if divine power had exploded inside his skull. The artisan god token was personally forged by his teacher, the master of the artisan gods, and was engraved with a unique law mark. There was no possibility of forgery or cheating. These 6 stars meant that the Junior Martial Uncle Qingyu before him was indeed, truly, a 6-star treasure refining great master. But how was this possible? Just a mere 20,000 years ago, when he went to visit on his teacher's orders, this Junior Martial Uncle was clearly just a newly promoted 2-star treasure refiner. 20,000 years might not be too long for an undying, but on the Tao of treasure refining, going from being able to forge 5th-rank weapons to being able to stably forge top-tier heavy treasures. The chasm in between was enough for the vast majority of treasure refiners to spend countless eras crossing. He himself was the best example. Reaching the 6-star stage had cost him untold amounts of effort and time. And this Junior Martial Uncle had actually only taken 20,000 years. Perhaps even less. What made him feel even more absurd and shocked was that he himself was currently only at the level of a 6-star treasure refiner. In other words, in terms of treasure refining realm, this Junior Martial Uncle, who had entered the sect much later, was already standing on the same level as him. Junior Martial Uncle, you. Scorching Rust opened his mouth but found himself temporarily unable to organize a complete sentence. The expression on his face was a mix of extreme shock, bewilderment, and a daze from having his worldview shattered. The way he looked at Qingyu had completely changed. The original mindset of looking after a junior was gone. All that remained was a sense of horror and awe faced with a powerhouse of the same level, or perhaps an even more terrifying existence. I'll take Junior Martial Uncle there immediately. Junior Martial Uncle, please follow me. Scorching Rust finally managed to find his voice and hurriedly bowed to lead the way. His attitude was 10 times more respectful than before. He walked ahead with somewhat fluttering steps, his mind clearly still in a state of agitation. "My teacher, where on earth did you find such a monster of a junior martial uncle?" Scorching Rust screamed inwardly. "This treasure refining talent is simply terrifying. In just a few tens of thousands of years, no, 20,000 years. He soared from 2-star to 6-star. At this rate, it probably won't be long before he catches up to or even surpasses that prodigy, the 9th senior brother." He suddenly remembered the last time the master of the artisan gods had ordered him to check on Qingyu's progress. His teacher had seemed to show a hint of dissatisfaction. At the time, he thought his teacher was disappointed with his junior martial uncle's slow progress. Now that he thought about it, if the teacher were to find out right now that junior martial uncle had quietly stepped into the 6-star realm and even started challenging soul-type heavy treasures that many 6-star treasure refiners shrink back from, he would be overjoyed. After all, the teacher has always cherished talent, especially those with great perseverance and talent in treasure refining. Scorching Rust's thoughts whirled. Barely calming his shock, he led Qingyu through the outer fire tunnels and into the core area where the disciples of Artisan God Mountain practiced treasure refining daily. Upon entering, a heatwave far more violent and pure than the outside world rushed toward them, mixed with law fluctuations and energy ripples from countless materials being smelted and hammered. The scene before them was extremely spectacular. In the very center, a terrifying heat flow that made space itself distort constantly surged, its light illuminating the entire cave. The aura of the flames it emitted was by no means comparable to ordinary fire. It was essentially a massive mountain composed entirely of fire. Qingyu's gaze swept across, and he thought to himself, this fire source itself is probably some extremely rare exotic fire in the universe, its value likely comparable to a top-tier true treasure. At different heights and positions on this mountain body of the fire mountain, there were platforms or protrusions forming treasure refining areas of various sizes. Boom, clap, clang, rhythmic yet incredibly heavy striking sounds, the hissing of materials being quenched, and the humming of energy flows intertwined to form a unique treasure refining symphony. Figures of various shapes and forms were focused on their respective forgings. Some were as burly as mountains, some were short and lean, and some were surrounded by strange tools or energy lifeforms assisting in the forging. Everyone was forging around the divine fire provided by the central fire mountain, their expressions focused and single-minded. "Junior martial uncle, this is where we usually forge treasures," Scorching Rust introduced, a hint of pride in his voice. Qingyu nodded slightly. This treasure refining environment was indeed top tier in the universe, no wonder it could produce so many treasure refining experts. Scorching Rust stopped, cleared his throat, and infused his voice with divine power, letting it ring out loudly throughout the noisy yet orderly space. Senior and junior brothers, stop for a moment. As the voice fell, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. The booming strikes and energy hissing quickly weakened and stopped. One gaze after another moved away from their respective forging tables, filled with doubt and curiosity, towards Scorching Rust at the entrance and the azure ghoul lifeform beside him with a strange aura. Including Scorching Rust, a total of 181 figures were present. Whether they were Undying or Universe Exalts, they all stopped their work at this moment. "This is..." Scorching Rust turned sideways and introduced him with great solemnity, the one teacher mentioned earlier, Junior Martial Uncle Qingyu. Junior Martial Uncle Qingyu. He's actually just an undying spiritual god. He seems to be a special life form. I wonder what his treasure refining realm is like. To be recognized as a junior brother by teacher, he must be extraordinary. Low murmurs of discussion quietly rose after a brief silence. Long before Qingyu's arrival, the master of the artisan gods had briefly informed his disciples that a junior brother would be cultivating here in seclusion. However, he had never appeared for tens of thousands of years, making him seem quite mysterious. Now that they finally got to see him, the disciples were naturally filled with immense curiosity. To be accepted as disciples by the master of the artisan gods, they were all geniuses in the Tao of treasure refining. Their heart nature was relatively pure, and they were passionate about studying their craft, lacking much of the impetuousness and snobbery of external powerhouses. Although they had conjectures and doubts, their basic etiquette and respect for their teacher prevented them from being rude at this moment. After a brief moment of observation and discussion, the 181 disciples present, regardless of their cultivation level or thoughts, all turned toward Qingyu. They bowed in unison, their voices converging and echoing in the flame cavern. "Greetings, junior martial uncle." Within the wave of sound was curiosity, scrutiny, and the most basic respect for the status of junior martial uncle. Qingyu's expression remained calm, showing no sign of arrogance or awkwardness. He nodded slightly, his voice calm yet clearly reaching every disciple's ears. "Junior nephews, there is no need for such formalities. I am also a learner in this Tao, and we shall learn from each other in the future. Do not let my presence disturb your interest in treasure refining, please proceed as you were." Hearing this, the disciples felt somewhat relieved. Most of them returned their attention to their forging tables, and the rhythmic clanging and humming of energy soon filled the cavern once more. However, three figures did not leave immediately. They were originally located at the base of the central giant flame mountain, in the core area where the divine fire was most intense and pure, and they were currently looking toward Qingyu. Seeing this, Scorching Rust hurried to whisper to Qingyu, "Junior martial uncle, these three are the eldest senior brother, the third senior brother, and the ninth senior brother." Qingyu looked over. The eldest senior brother had the most massive physique, appearing like a mountain naturally fused from dark gold metal and gray rock. Standing thousands of kilometers tall, his mere presence sitting there gave off a heavy sense of suppressing the void realm. A pair of giant eyes, like lava pools, looked over calmly. His gaze was deep and devoid of emotion, yet it exerted an inexplicable pressure. He was a powerful universe overlord. The third senior brother's physique was much more normal, in comparison, about 1,000 meters tall, with his entire body covered in a silver-white shell featuring complex natural patterns. His compound eyes had a multi-faceted crystal structure, constantly refracting the surrounding firelight. He also radiated the aura of a universe overlord. As for the ninth senior brother, he was the most peculiar. He was a highly condensed, constantly shape-shifting crimson gold flame lifeform. This ball of flame was about 100 meters in diameter, with a core as bright as a supernova's heart and edges flowing like liquid gold, currently condensed into a humanoid silhouette. A scorching, agile, and wild aura radiated from him, and his temperature and pressure seemed to faintly resonate with the divine fire in the source fire zone below. He was likewise a universe overlord. The first to speak was the ninth senior brother. With a rhythm like leaping flames and a directness that was not at all concealed, he asked, "Junior martial uncle Qingyu. I've heard teacher mention you. Since you've come to this place of treasure refining, you must have some experience in the Tao of treasure refining. I wonder, what star rank treasure refiner are you now, junior martial uncle?" His flame core flickered, revealing an inquisitive and expectant look upon meeting a new comrade. Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as he directly produced his artisan god token, where 6 stars were clearly visible. 6 stars, he answered calmly. The flickering of the crimson gold flame noticeably stalled for a moment, and the light of the core seemed to dim by an imperceptible sliver. The nearly fervent sense of expectation he had shown earlier vanished rapidly, as if doused by a bucket of cold water. 6 stars, not bad, the ninth senior brother's voice rang out again, but it was much flatter and lacked that previous excitement. I have a treasure at a critical moment, so I won't disturb you further, junior martial uncle. As his words fell, the ball of crimson gold flame said no more, suddenly shrinking and sinking back down to focus on his own forging. Scorching Rust saw the ninth senior brother's subtle emotional change and quick departure, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, ninth senior brother's reaction, he probably thinks junior martial uncle's level isn't high enough to discuss the Tao with him. Sigh, ninth senior brother has a direct personality and only has eyes for treasure refining. If he knew that junior martial uncle only took a few tens of thousands of years to go from starting treasure refining to 6 stars, and that his talent is countless times more terrifying than his own, I wonder how he'd react. With junior martial uncle's progress, I'm afraid it won't be long before he can truly sit and discuss the Tao with ninth senior brother. Then, ninth senior brother won't feel that it's lonely at the top anymore. Scorching Rust sighed inwardly but didn't dare say more. His attention was soon drawn by the eldest senior brother's mountain-like gaze, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Among all the senior brothers, the ninth senior brother had extraordinary talent but was obsessed with treasure refining and had a pure mind. However, the eldest senior brother was the most prestigious and awe-inspiring existence. Not only was he powerful, but he was also the one in charge of the artisan god mountain disciples, managing many affairs and having long established his authority. The eldest senior brother's lava-like giant eyes slowly turned and landed on Qingyu, and his heavy voice rang out, "It is truly a blessing for our artisan god mountain lineage that junior martial uncle Qingyu can come here to focus on treasure refining. I am usually burdened by mundane affairs, and teacher is detached from such matters, ignoring these administrative tasks. The cultivation arrangements, resource allocation, and even some interactions with the outside world for many junior brothers inevitably require someone to worry about them. I have been doing my best, but I often feel my energy is insufficient, which has delayed my own treasure refining cultivation." He paused, his mountain-like body leaning forward slightly in a seemingly heart-to-heart posture. "It is well that junior martial uncle is here now. You have a noble status and broad knowledge. In the future, for matters large and small in the mountain, I will need you, junior martial uncle, to preside over the overall situation. This way, I can steal a moment of leisure and put more of my heart back into treasure refining, pursuing a higher realm in the Tao of treasure refining." His implication was as if he sincerely wanted to hand over authority and expected this, junior martial uncle, to shoulder the heavy responsibility of management. However, the flash of scrutiny and hidden vigilance deep within those lava eyes was keenly captured by Qingyu. This eldest senior brother had been in power for a long time and was used to giving orders. How could he truly welcome a suddenly appearing, junior martial uncle, of higher seniority to share his power or even stand above him? This talk of retreating in order to advance was merely testing and preparation to see if Qingyu had any interest in the internal authority of Artisan God Mountain. Qingyu understood perfectly but only found it somewhat boring. Management rights over the Artisan God Mountain disciples. To him, it held zero attraction. With his identity as the Spirit Control King, he could obtain a position of real power even within the Virtual Universe Corporation. Why would he care for the tiny authority of this remote treasure refining site? Qingyu only gave him a slight glance, his eyes calm and rippleless, as if he were looking not at a powerful universe overlord, but at an ordinary junior nephew who had said some insignificant things. "Junior nephew, you overstate the matter. I came here only to refine my treasure refining techniques and have no heart for other concerns. As for the matters in the mountain, however they were before is how they shall remain. You have managed things in an orderly fashion, so why change? Everything will stay as it is, and I will continue to trouble you with the hard work, junior nephew." After speaking, Qingyu ignored him and turned directly to the third senior brother, who had been waiting quietly and was in charge of the treasury. Qingyu went straight to the point without any pleasantries. "I need to collect a set of core materials for refining a soul-type heavy treasure. Nether soul crystal, void root, and bewildering star dust. Here is the list. I wonder if the treasury has them all." He handed over the list. He had prepared beforehand. The third senior brother took the list. His face, covered in silver-white shell, had almost no emotional fluctuations, and he was a man of few words. After a moment, he raised his multifaceted crystal compound eyes to look at Qingyu, his voice steady. "The materials you listed, junior martial uncle, are all in stock. According to the rules set by teacher, every disciple can receive 10 sets of materials for free upon promoting to a 6-star treasure refiner as encouragement and starting resources." As he spoke, he reached out and gave a gentle wave. A pile of materials, sorted into categories and forming a diverse array, appeared in the air. They were exactly the core and auxiliary materials needed for refining a soul-type heavy treasure as listed by Qingyu, without the slightest error. All the materials were wrapped in a gentle spatial power and slowly flew in front of Qingyu. "Thank you, junior nephew." Qingyu nodded slightly and waved his hand to properly store the batch of precious materials. He turned back to Scorching Rust, who was leading the way, "And thank you for leading the way, junior nephew Scorching Rust. I'm going to forge treasures now." You're too kind, junior martial uncle. It's my duty, Scorching Rust replied hastily. Qingyu did not delay further, casting his gaze toward the towering and majestic main body of the mountain below, which was erupting with endless divine fire. With a movement of his body, he flew straight toward the depths below the giant flame mountain, where the heat and energy were even more violent and pure. The further down he flew, the pressure of the surrounding environment climbed geometrically. The scorching heat was no longer just a concept of temperature, it was the manifestation of the law. By the middle section of the giant flame mountain, the terrifying high temperatures mixed with law fragments were enough to cause an ordinary undying spiritual god's divine body to be rapidly depleted, making it difficult to endure for long. Those who could forge treasures here for long periods were at least at the level of a universe exalt. They each occupied a relatively stable flame node, most with protective treasure light or domains flickering around them to safely temper their creations. Qingyu's figure did not stop in these areas where the exalts were active, nor did his speed even slow down, he continued to speed steadily downward. This scene caused many universe exalts who were forging treasures to involuntarily stop their actions. They looked up in shock, their gazes following that azure figure as it plummeted straight toward the deeper depths.